He crossed into the world of 1980s Hong Kong crime films, beginning his new life as an undercover cop. He had no desire to be a lowly street thug, yet was forced to step into the Jianghu. After activating the system, Li Xian rose in 2 years from a low-ranked Hongxing foot soldier to the king of blades, leading his brothers in a bloody incursion into Sai Kung, where he founded his own underground empire. So what if this was Handsome Nam's turf? From today onward, Sai Kung would change hands. Li Xian sat bare-chested at a seaside food stall in Sai Kung. Several little brothers clustered around him. The table was piled high with skewers, and frosted beer bottles exhaled cold white mist. He tilted one back, draining more than half in a single breath, smacking his lips in satisfaction. 2 years had passed. Thinking back on these 2 years, Li Xian felt rather content. Back when he traveled from 2024 to 1980s Hong Kong Island, this body originally belonged to a police academy student. At that time, the 4 great families had just collapsed, and the gangs on Hong Kong Island were thrown into utter chaos. Every night at midnight, the streets erupted into brawls. Hongxing fought Dongxing, while Wenxing clashed with Sun Yi, battling day after day over scraps of territory. The foreign senior officers in the police force handpicked academy students and planted them inside the gangs, launching an operation called Crouching Tiger. His predecessor was relatively fortunate, being personally selected by Huang Bingyao. That fat man sent him to infiltrate Hongxing and even specified that he should get close to Liang Quan. Yet before this unlucky fellow ever truly entered Hongxing's inner circle, just after becoming a Blue Lantern, he died in a gang firefight. After Li Xian crossed over, he wanted neither undercover work nor the life of a low-level thug. In this era on Hong Kong Island, anyone bold and sharp-witted could find countless ways to make money. So long as you were careful enough not to get caught, any route was better than those two. The crux was that being an undercover or a hoodlum never brought in real money. Risking your life for barely 1,000 a month, was it worth it? It was pure sabotage of his future earnings. A waiter in a cha-chan tun could make over 1,000, yet he had to stake his life for that same amount. How was that reasonable? Where was the justice in that? He refused to talk about any so-called police mission. Whose police? What kind of mission? All those rules existed for foreigners to line their pockets. Was acting as their bodyguard supposed to be a noble calling? To hell with that. In the 2 years since he crossed over, Li Xian provided very little intel, but burned through plenty of undercover funds. It was all Hong Kong citizens' tax money anyway. What was wrong with a half Hong Konger spending some of it? He told himself he needed the consciousness of a true protagonist. What is mine, and what is yours is also mine. Everything belongs to me. Every time he came to demand funds, Fatty Huang would shout that he wanted to squeeze his head like a vice. Yet the money still arrived on schedule. These 2 years, Li Xian had not lived badly at all. At the beginning, he followed Hongxing Yao Ma Ti home. Master King Kong, the old man, had once been Prince's mentor. Every day was nothing but training in fists and hacking people with blades. A year and a half ago, his name entered the C-bottom register, and he locked down a Fortinines position. In plain terms, he became a salaried small-time gangster. Meager pay, but at least he was officially part of the Triad. People asked him how he climbed ranks so fast. Grinning, he replied, "I'm not the best fighter, but I'm definitely the best at handling things. When Big Brother merely blinks, my cigarette is already in his hand. When Big Brother mounts up my shoulder, is instantly there to support him." Yet just days after officially taking his position, the system descended. It granted him some benefits, then fell silent. Although short-lived, he could still claim he had once possessed a golden finger. Even if he had only one breath left, he had to admit, the system's rewards were irresistible. 100 cubic meters static space, his physical attributes amplified 5-fold, plus a set of Xingyi Quan, and a set of Qi family blade techniques. Relying on these, he carved out a modest reputation in the underworld over the past 2 years, earning the nickname Blade King, Xian. A year ago, his patron King Kong, the Hall Master who had taken him and passed away. The one who struck was White Forehead Tiger, one of Dongxing's first-generation 5 tigers. Once the incident broke, Hongxing and Dongxing plunged directly into war. Several times they fought 1,000-man battles. It was during that period that Prince and Li Xian first became names known across the Jianghu. Of course, most of the glory belonged to Prince. In any gang, being the frontline battering ram was never easy. Prince led King Kong's old men, and by sheer force fought his way into Tsim Sha Sui, seizing 3 streets. They held those streets for 7 full days, never once allowing their enemies to reclaim them. When word spread, the entire Jianghu knew. Hongxing now had turf in Yao Tsimong, and among Hong Kong Island's top-tier gangs, it finally had a real seat at the table. Dragon Head Zhang Tiansheng was elated, hosting 3 days of non-stop banquets at Sanxing Temple, officially conferring Prince as double red pole. 1 flower was granted by Hongxing, the other was placed on him by Hap Toon's silly tie on their behalf. In one night, Prince's name echoed across Hong Kong Island. As for Li Xian, he was roped in as a white paper fan, while King Kong's close bodyguard Flower-tailed Snake was granted a grass shoe position. He made not a single complaint about this arrangement. Instead, he repeatedly nodded, praising the Dragon Head, sharp, saying Blade King Xian was born to be a thinker, a man who lived off his wits. After the promotions, Red Pole Quan Wang Tai of Yaomati rose to Hall Master, and Prince took the Hall Master seat in Simsha Sui. Li Xian of his own accord attached himself to the main hall. Had he not done so, Jiang Tiansheng would never have slept soundly. 3 of King Kong's trusted men clustering together, what plans might they hatch? Hongxing had plenty of big brothers like him, without their own turf. The most famous among them was probably De Fei. Men like that neither managed triad businesses nor paid regular dues, yet still received tens of thousands in year-end profit sharing. All they had to do was keep the dragon head pleased, and their year-end red envelopes were no small sum. Just like Li Xian, who had gone to Sai Kung a year ago to plant his flag. Without even a proper fight, he had already turned the area into a solid color under his control. The main reason was that big gangs didn't care for this patch. Smaller gangs, meanwhile, dared not wipe it clean, not because they lacked strength, but because the major societies would never allow it. If some small nobody became famous and gathered a group of fairly capable hoodlums, then where would the big gangs find new recruits? Over the past year, he had handed over several tens of thousands. Jiang Tianxing simply returned those red envelopes to him untouched. Li Xian even had to add money of his own. It was too little for a dragon head to show others. To be honest, so long as his position as dragon head was not threatened, Jiang Tianxing was fairly easy to get along with. One could even say generous. Whenever Li Xian had free time, he would drop by to scrounge a few benefits. If Li Xian failed to appear for too long, Jiang Tianxing would feel ill at ease. Sea breeze brushed past barbecue stalls, hissed with sizzling fat, and chilled beer slid down his throat, leaving his whole body at ease. This he thought was true living. No need for non-stop killing and brawling. How comfortable. Xian Gore. Xian Gore. Hurry to the garage. Desha Gore's been beaten up. Just as Li Xian lifted the beer bottle to his lips, he heard his younger brother Hua, she gasping as he ran up. The beating must have been swift and vicious. What did you say? Someone's stirring up trouble in Sai Kung. Li Xian suspected his ears were playing tricks on him, and set down the bottle to ask again. Huashi braced his hands against his knees, breathing so hard he could barely speak. Yes, Xian Gore, you'd better hurry over. If you don't, Desha Gore will really be beaten. Stupid, which brainless fool had eaten bear heart and leopard gall, daring to run wild in Sai Kung? Li Xian pulled on his vest, rose to his feet, and waved to the brothers behind him, heading straight for the garage. Desha Gore, right. Let me tell you, this is handsome Nam's turf in Causeway Bay. What kind of trash is Sai Kung? Dare to steal Nam Gore's car. You lot must be tired of living. This was what Li Xian heard upon arrival. A small gangster with silver-dyed short hair was gripping a little stool, swinging it down again and again onto Desha's body. He recognized these men. They called themselves the 5 Tigers of Causeway Bay, a pack of little runts. Back when he watched the films, Li Xian had already felt that this handsome Nam lived a charmed life. He slept with his second sister-in-law, his second brother went off to Taiwan, and when their boss died, he ascended straight to Hall Master. Most infuriating of all, he played the studious gentleman at school, and even seduced a beautiful female teacher. Judging by the way she acted, the teacher had even taken the initiative. It was downright irritating. Was this really a street punk? He was clearly a heaven-favored protagonist. Having watched all that, Li Xian had wanted to trade lives with him. The man was practically a feel-good novel's male lead, blessed with staggering luck. Li Xian swept his gaze left and right, then flicked his hand. Over 20 younger brothers swarmed forward at once, laying into the so-called 5 Tigers of Causeway Bay with a vicious beating. Li Xian did not move, remaining where he stood and watched. If a boss personally handled everything, what use were younger brothers? This wasn't a tournament, and there was no prize money. Bosses rarely dirtied their own hands. It simply wasn't worth it. Li Xian was the sort who stirred up trouble even when he was in the wrong, and when he was in the right, there was no question at all. His life creed was simple: whoever provokes me, I destroy them, and misfortune will be theirs. In plain terms, he was unreasonable. If you were already running with the Triads as an undercover, anyone who tried to reason with you was a fool. Though he had joined the society barely over 2 years, there were scarcely any members who dared offend him. His most infamous feat was driving North Point Hall Master Fatty Lai into depression. Over a trivial matter, he could inflate minor incidents into major conflicts, and major conflicts directly into open war. If you sold adult tabloids, he would crouch along your delivery route, scattering mails, leaving you unable to ship. If you ran a cha-chan-tung, he would occupy a table alone, order a single beer, and sit from morning till night, so you could not do business. If you wanted to start a fight, all the better. He would brawl with you from 6 in the evening till midnight, and you would still have to shut down your shop. For all the back and forth, the injuries were usually superficial. If anyone did die, it would almost always be deemed accidental manslaughter. Everyone was out there trying to earn a living. Few truly went for the kill, aside from hot-headed young punks fresh out of school, whose hands lacked restraint. Aside from life or death clashes, the number of low-level thugs who died on the streets each year was still lower than traffic fatalities. In the North Point area, De Fei also frequently caused trouble for Fatty Lai. Same society or rival society, it made no difference. Didn't Brother Gus still unite with sworn enemies to make money? If you help me get rich, you are my brother. If you block my path to wealth, I don't care who you are. With money in your pocket, everyone calls you Gore. Without money, you are nothing but a stinking beggar. In the end, Fatty Lai could not endure and went to plead with Jiang Tianxing, laying out a peace banquet and sealing an 18,000 date, 100 red envelope. Only then was the matter laid to rest. After this uproar, the name Blade King Xian resounded through Hongxing, and he later acquired another nickname, Ghost Spain. Whether it was praise or insult, he couldn't be bothered to care. Without enormous benefit on the line, no one was willing to provoke such a man. Within Hongxing, he and Brother Go were jointly known as Crouching Dragon and Young Phoenix, one a weather vane, the other clinging like stubborn plaster. Both were the sort of people who gave others headaches. After his men tossed the shrunken version of the 5 tigers into a car and hauled them away, Li Xian chuckled. Look at that, sitting at home and money from Causeway Bay delivered right to his door. A fine thing indeed. Gazing at the bruised and swollen Dasha, Li Xian snapped. Isn't this my prized head horse Dashagor? Let a few little runts beat you into this state. Boss, you have to be fair. 5 of them against me alone. I didn't even make a sound. 5 of them. Dasha protested miserably. Li Xian glanced at him sideways. You want to talk about fairness with me, eh? Seeing his boss's look, Dasha immediately slapped himself across the face. Trying to reason with this man was sheer lunacy. After smacking his ugly mug, he muttered under his breath, Boss, I'm your most profitable younger brother. You have to stand up for me. Observing his demeanor, Li Xian laughed. All right, you are my fiercest top horse. I'll vouch for you this time. Those lousy punks have locked up the warehouse. Go on and have your fun. But remember, don't cripple them. I still have them marked for big money. As your boss, he paused, then asked, which territory did they claim to be from? No, just say it's Nangu from Kowloon, Dasha replied. Li Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly ordered, hurry to the warehouse and silence them. Make sure they don't utter a word. Dasha was taken aback. Why? Li Xian slapped him on the head, retorting, do as you're told. There's no room for all that chatter. Big Boss B had been enjoying smooth sailing lately. His territory in Kowloon had expanded further, and this month's revenue had increased by 20%. With 5 more years, he could comfortably retire, moving abroad with his wife and children. He mused that Hao Nan was truly impressive, but when he retired, he would promote him. He needed to quickly find some gang activities to secure his position, lest he lose control. The more he thought, the more appealing it seemed. Lifting his glass, he took a sip of his wine. Even the wine seemed more fragrant. Scanning his surroundings and not catching a glimpse of Chun Hao Nan, Li Xian turned to Xiao Bao and asked, Where's On Nan? Where has he been these past 2 days? Big Boss B. Xiao Bao quickly interjected. Nanji's car was swiped, and he has been searching all over for it these days. The car is gone. Big Boss B frowned. Why not circulate around Sai Kung or Kwai Sing, slip them a little transport fee, and you'd get the car back? How is it that there's still no news? Xiao Bao remained silent. Letting Nangu from Kowloon spend money to redeem his car was unthinkable. Yet he dared not spell it out for fear of being mistaken for his envious protege Nan. By the 3rd day of his disappearance, Big Boss B could no longer remain passive. His most reliable top horse, whom he had raised like a surrogate son and who was destined to inherit the gang, Nan, had simply vanished into thin air. Indeed, he had vanished entirely. They combed through every corner of Kowloon, even the housing estates in Xianshan, and phoned each gang leader. None had seen a trace of the dashing Nan. The last call went to Taizi, who reported over the phone, we haven't seen him over in Simsha Sui either. After Big Boss B explained the whole story, Taizi advised him to stay calm, saying that if the disappearance was merely due to the car search, he could find a way to retrieve him. Big Boss B should await his update. Li Xian lounged in his boss chair, idly grooming his nails. He blew away the clipped fragments, and then took a small file to meticulously smooth them until his fingertips were perfectly rounded. At present, he was exceedingly idle. Dasha was running the car lot, and the 2 seafood markets were overseen by the ruthless Luo Shenhong, a man who had come to him half a year ago. Back then, having heard whispers about Hongxing Knife King Li Xian and his impeccable blade technique, a brash kid cheerfully dashed to Sai Kung to challenge him. Li Xian thought his ranks were lacking fierce fighters, so he seized the opportunity to sharpen his own skills, using that outrageous blade technique to deliver a thorough lesson. From that day on, the kid with dyed blue hair became utterly devoted, sticking by Li Xian and Sai Kung. Now he was his most formidable lackey, though admittedly the only one. He was responsible for training over 50 fighters who served as Li Xin's seasoned muscle, all of whom received a monthly wage. These men might not excel in other areas, but in a scrap they were uncompromising. These 50-plus men could hold their ground even against 200 thugs, and they managed to claim half the profits from the seafood markets. In booming times, they could earn over $5,000 a month, and at the very least $2,000 or $3,000. In 1982 Hong Kong Island, that income was considered very lucrative. All that talk about steadfast loyalty was merely driven by profit. Once you are well fed, if you dare to play second fiddle, you'll regret it. Every last cent you pocket must be returned with interest. When it came to launching a full-scale display, that Blue Lantern could muster 400 to 500 men. Yet these fighters were effective only when fortune smiled upon them. The moment the tide turned, they scattered faster than anyone. There was no one to complain. Men only delivered as much force as their pay warranted. If the money wasn't enough, why should they risk their lives? Though Li Xian was ruthless outside, he was generous to his own. Take the Shah, for instance. He pocketed 1/10 of the parking lot's profits with the remaining 2/10 distributed among the crew. The car lot's paperwork was immaculate, and the entity was registered into Shah's name. Everyone in the underworld knew it was Li Xian's enterprise. Yet no one was foolish enough to expose the truth. Li Xin's reputation was well established. As soon as the parking lot's landline rang, Li Xian answered without hesitation. On the other end, Taizi was blunt. Xian, a few of Big Boss BS lackeys have disappeared. It seems they vanished during the car search. They have come to me asking if your men are with you. Li Xian, Taizi, and Quan Wang Tai shared a long-standing frankness in their dealings. They handled what could be resolved immediately, and for the rest they devised a plan. Both Taizi and Quan Wang Tai were men whose fists outpaced their wits, each more formidable than the other. Within the gang, whenever any stir arose, the three would coordinate and stick together. Li Xian made the decisions while the other two provided the brute force whenever necessary. Whenever a serious matter arose, they would call, and Li Xian would never play possum. After listening, he burst into laughter that grew louder. Taizi, tell me, how is it that my luck is always so good? Having a barbecue and sipping chilled beer. Does money simply fall from the sky? Those fools indeed score with me. Tell Big Boss B to come over himself to collect his men. Taizi retorted over the phone. Xian, have you become blinded by money? All right, then he'll relay a message to... After a pause, he added, don't leave them crippled, or I won't have a good explanation. Explanation? In this world, who needs to answer to anyone? Li Xian dismissed it entirely. Among Hongxing's current gang leaders, save for Big Boss B, each was shrewd and none a fool, quick to pounce when opportunity arose. Once trouble started, they would scatter faster than anyone. In this era of Hong Kong Island, there were only a few avenues for gang brothers to earn money openly. The ventures that brought in money swiftly without major taboos were the rights to movie theaters and arcade halls, ventures that were quasi-legitimate. It is said that selling knockoffs is profitable, and indeed it is. But one must have someone who knows the business. Otherwise, who would manage the channels and supervise production? Li Xian reviewed his subordinates, finding not a single one capable of leading. He turned over every stone in Mong Kok and Bonham Strand, but failed to locate that kid named Jimmy. And as for dabbling in real estate, don't be absurd. Such ventures were far beyond the reach of low-level gangsters like them. Not even Jiang Tianxing dared meddle. If you stretch out your hand by day by night, you'll be served a 24-hour police bodyguard package. Every move you make with women is recorded. Those tycoons, especially those in Hong Kong who built their empire on real estate, are nothing but scoundrels. Peel away their skin, and what emerges is not flesh, but gory exposed mouths. Huashi pushed open the office door and announced to Li Xian, "Xing, good Big B is here." Big Boss B, not very tall, but robust, entered accompanied by Xiao Bao. Li Xian leaned back in his chair, raised his hand in greeting, and said with a smile, "Bigu, it's been a while. How is your wife? Is she well?" With those few words, Big Boss B nearly lost his temper. Ever since he had met her once, every encounter began with the same inquiry. None of your business whether she's well or not. Li Xian and Big Boss B were merely acquaintances from a few general assemblies. As for Big Boss B's crew, Li Xian only recognized Xiao Bao. As for the ever-popular Nan, he had no right to enter the main circle. Big Boss B placed a briefcase on the table before saying, Xian, my juniors lack discipline, as the elder brother, don't fuss with them. Consider this a small token, I take it for tea. He paused, then added, the day after tomorrow I've booked 18 tables and a toast at Yuguki restaurant. Do you think this matter can be smoothed over? Big Boss B truly wished to avoid provoking this jinx. It wasn't about lacking the strength to fight him, but the fear of getting entangled and unable to shake him off. If he were to eliminate him, it would be impossible, so he would have to concede. Though Li Xian appeared unassuming like a plain paper fan, he was known as Dao Wang Xian. That nickname was earned through genuine skill with the blade. With Taizi and Quan Wang Tai backing him, and even Mr. Jiang regarding him with respect, he commanded a formidable reputation. What a hassle. He could take a seat. Li Xian shifted in his chair, his left hand resting on the desk, and with a leisurely gaze at Big Boss B, he said, Bigu, I do hold you in high regard. But, Li Xian began. Big Boss B nearly lost his composure at the words. Respect me. Xian, make way, let's sort this out. If it turns out that my men erred, I'll shoulder all the consequences. Big Boss B, ever considerate toward Chun Haonan, immediately assumed responsibility. Li Xian lit a cigarette and took a long drag before continuing. Your underling came to Sai Kung to borrow my car. It wasn't a big deal. All our brothers in the same gang, who just slip him a little oil money and the car could be borrowed without fuss. He flicked away the cigarette ashes, tone shifting, but these few, without proper registration, unwilling to pay, yet still wanting to take the car by force. The most outrageous part was that they even beat up the manager of my car lot. Li Xian looked up intently at Big Boss B and said, Bigu, enlighten me. How do you intend to handle this matter? If we don't throw these punks into the sea to feed the fish, my reputation as Li Xian will be ruined. How can we operate in the future? Are we to let every Tom, Dick, and Harry trample all over us? At his concluding words, his eyes glinted coldly. Big Boss B, after hearing the full account, was left speechless. No matter how one spun it, the fault lay squarely with Nan. failing to register, and resorting to violence. This was a major issue. This guy, even when unengaged, could stir up substantial trouble. Given his understanding of Lee Xian, nothing short of bloodshed would settle it. Big Boss B gritted his teeth, his face etched with concern. Xian, this matter is truly the fault of Hao Nan and his crew, no question about it. How about this? Forget the money. I have a 3-story shop in Kowloon spanning 600 square feet, which I'll sell to you for 2 million. If you still think it's not acceptable, then I have no alternatives. Sink if you must. Upon hearing these words, the fiery anger on Lee Xian's face vanished in an instant. He hurriedly stood up, moved a few steps closer, sat down beside the Big Boss B, rested his arm on the other's shoulder, and said with a grin, "Brother B, what kind of relationship do we have?" "Good brothers. For your sake, let's forget about this matter." After a pause, he asked, "When will the transfer be done?" Big Boss B was taken aback by the sudden change in attitude. Just moments ago, he had a face like thunder ready to devour someone, but upon hearing there was a benefit, he instantly switched to a smiling face. If he couldn't profit after this flop, he would eat SHD standing on his head. With such a thick skin, it would be hard not to make money. Big Boss B slapped the hand off his shoulder, irritated, and said, "Don't try that with me. Ooh, I can't afford to have you as a brother. If we keep being brothers for another 2 days, I'll have to drink the northwestern wind." Lee Xian didn't care about Big Boss B's attitude. As long as money was involved, what was a few insults? He could still maintain a professional smiling face. What's a bit of sarcasm? It's all about getting the money. Fighting and killing isn't at all for money. Look how good it is now. Big Boss B has found his missing man, and Lee Xian has picked up a profitable shop for nothing. Everyone got what they wanted and no blood was shed. A win-win situation. Big Boss B had his own troubles to deal with. Hao Nan was indeed fierce in his work, helping him compete fiercely in Causeway Bay. But the problem was it was really costly. For the first time, half of the renovation work for the East Hall was given to Dongxing. This time the shop he had finally secured was also handed over. He could only hope that Hao Nan would remember this lesson. If it happened a couple more times, he wouldn't be able to hold on. At the entrance of the Saigon Hongxin restaurant, Big Boss B wore a dark expression, instructing Xiaobao to lift Chun Hao Nan and the others into the car. He didn't even greet them, just drove off. Uncultured. Big Boss B returned to his territory in Causeway Bay at the Blue Ocean Bar and had Xiaobao send those boys to the hospital. He picked up a bottle of ice cold beer and chugged it down. After drinking, his anger was not subdued, but rather intensified. He smashed the bottle on the ground and glass shards scattered everywhere. He punched the table. He didn't even know who to vent his anger on, so he could only smash something to release his frustration. He cursed, "Damn it, that Li guy is really heartless." Remembering how Chun Hao Nan and the others were beaten to such a state made him even angrier. He picked up a chair and smashed it against the bar in front of him, reducing it to a pile of rubble. Perhaps the wine cabinet was old and the shelf connected to the bar collapsed directly. The wine bottles shattered all over the floor and liquor spilled everywhere. This is great. Oh, another loss incurred. Big Boss B spun around like a madman, resembling a donkey turning a millstone. 5 days later, at the swimming pool of Jiang Tiansheng's villa, 3 people were seated: Jiang Tiansheng, Chun Yao, and Lee Xian. Jiang Tiansheng placed the red wine he had just sipped on the table and laughed, saying to Lee Xian, "Xian, I heard you had a little disagreement with Brother B." Lee Xian leaned back in his chair and replied with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, you know me. I never take the initiative to cause trouble. It's always others who come looking for me first." Lee Xian sighed and shook his head. "I really don't want to have conflicts. It's much better for everyone to earn their own money. But trouble just keeps coming to my door. I feel quite troubled myself." After finishing, he put on a miserable face as if he were the one who had suffered. No matter the occasion, never try to get close to Jiang Tiansheng and call him Brother Sheng. This term sounds friendly, but is actually a stab at his heart, reminding him that even as the top leader, he is still fundamentally a street thug. Jiang Tiansheng deeply despised his gang identity and wished everyone would just call him Mr. Jiang when he was out and about. But he couldn't make it happen. If there were no Hung Hing backing him, it wouldn't take until tomorrow for various rogues to emerge and swallow up all his legitimate businesses. Nothing, whether black or white, would work. Without the gang supporting him, he wouldn't even have the qualification to negotiate business. Even if he forced himself in, he would just be treated as a pawn. Don't be fooled by how Lee Xian often creates trouble. He understands the ropes perfectly and knows when to say what. He always manages to give Jiang Tiansheng a comfortable platform. Chun Yao couldn't listen any longer. This guy had swallowed Big Boss B's shop at a bargain price and was still pretending to be wronged. He couldn't help but respond. "Xian, can you be any more shameless? Big Boss B's men are still lying in the hospital, and the shop is already in your hands, yet you're still feeling wronged." After speaking, he couldn't help but shake his head. It really is a grievance." Lee Xian replied without a blush or a racing heart. "Mr. Jiang," pointed a finger at him, but didn't continue on that topic. If his subordinates were all harmonious, he wouldn't be able to sleep. "The reason I came to see you today is to be straightforward. I want you to establish a hall in Saigon. Is there a problem?" After Jiang Tiansheng finished speaking, he watched Li Zin's expression. Lee Xian was clear about what he wanted to do. One must be smart, but not overly so. So he asked with a puzzled expression, "Mr. Jiang, you know that broken place in Saigon can't support a hall. You know better than I do. That area is poor as dirt. Counting everyone under me, including those in the car repair and modification business, there are barely 200 people, and only about 50 can truly fight. If I were to establish a hall there, wouldn't I just be laughed at? Even a street manager in a profitable area has more people than me. Why would you think of letting me establish a hall? Seeing the surprise written all over Li Xin's face, Jiang Tianxing smiled. He naturally knew Saigon couldn't support a hall. It was precisely because it couldn't support one that he wanted to push him up. Recently, Jiang Tianxing was planning to reform Hung Hing, preparing to establish 12 decision-makers. At that time, each decision-maker's power would be terrifyingly great. To hold the entire Hung Hing, he had to seize the voting rights of these 12 people. This way, he could extricate himself from the miscellaneous affairs of Hung Hing, allowing each decision-maker to manage their own hall's mess. If the gang had something to handle, a meeting would solve it. Usually, he could focus on his legitimate business. He had pondered over this method for a long time before coming up with it. To make this happen, he spared no expense and brought in the Bini Tiger Han Bin and his 2 brothers from He 2, giving them 3 hall spots at once, spending 660,000 just on transfer fees. This doesn't even count the benefits given to Sha Lao Tai. Bini Tiger Dinosaur Prince King of Fist Tai King of Knives Xian Big Boss, B Sister Liang Koshue Ji Fatty, Li Uncle Xing Chun, Yao Liang Koan. These 12 people were all meticulously selected from a crowd. Uncle Xing was getting old and preparing to step down. He arranged to have a close associate take over the hall in Kowloon City. He did indeed give those 3 hall positions he had promised. He kept his word. Originally, A Chao and Ma Wangjian were also supposed to be selected, but Liang Kuan had been causing too much trouble lately, and those 2 were getting too close to him, so he had to let it go and replace them with Li Xian. As for loyalty, he had never even thought about that. Among these people there were several small circles, each with their own calculations. This wasn't a big deal. Having thought this through, he turned to Li Xian and spoke. Xian, to be honest, I've watched you grow up all the way. I genuinely support you in rising to power. This is a well-thought-out plan. You don't need to worry about anything else. He'll handle the rest. Privately, he'll open a financial road for you so you can build a large team. Do you think that's feasible? With Mr. Jiang saying this, what objections could Li Xian have? This was a windfall falling from the sky. If it weren't for that last sentence, he would have to ponder carefully. Asking him to foot the bill to support others was out of the question. Li Xian grinned from ear to ear and asked, Mr. Jiang, how many people do you think would be appropriate to expand to? Jiang Tianxing chuckled. This kid was slick and had caught on to the meaning behind his words. He didn't care whether Li Xian was loyal or not, as long as he listened there was money to be made. Not listening, then the financial road would be cut off. If cutting off the financial road meant he could still pave his own way, he would accept it. After all, there was still a bit of camaraderie left. As long as he didn't touch certain matters, everything could be discussed. He was currently trying to find ways to clear his name. Anyone who blocked his path would not be treated kindly by the heavens. Currently, only Liang Kuan was still stirring up trouble. He had warned him many times, but to no avail. Well, let him become the scapegoat and make him give up his position as the decision-maker in Mongkok. If he survived, it would mean he had a strong fate. If he didn't, it could only mean his fate wasn't strong enough. Even if he survived this, there would still be trouble ahead. As long as he kept touching those matters, he would eventually fall into his own trap. Shaking his head, he returned to his thoughts and said, let's expand to 500 people. Too few wouldn't look good. If a hall can't gather 500 people, it sounds absurd to say it out loud. Exactly. Over in Causeway Bay, a street manager has over 200 people just leeching off him. Now that I've risen to be a decision-maker, I should at least have more than brother BS little brothers. Li Xian shook his head and kept talking. The other 2 didn't pay him any mind. Fatty Huang, give me more money. Back at his place in Saigon, Li Xian picked up the phone and called Fatty Huang. You loser, if you don't come up with some decent intel this time, it'll really twist your head off. After waiting 5 minutes, Li Xian finally pressed the receiver to his ear. Knowing Huang Sir was angry, he let him vent first. After all, he was the one spending the money. Huang Sir, don't be so angry. Didn't I call you the moment I got important news? With one hand on the phone and the other lighting a cigarette, he leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke. On the other end, Huang Bingio's voice exploded, furious. You scoundrel, stop trying to play games with me. I won't give you a single cent, understand? Not a single cent. Are you sure? Stop talking nonsense. If I trust you, that's a joke. You, aside from begging for money, can you do anything else? You're just a waste. Li Xian wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and replied lazily. Hung Hing is going to be restructured. Don't you want to hear this news? Huang Bingyao on the other end instantly fell silent for 2 seconds. Restructuring Hung Hing. That's a massive gang with nearly 100,000 people. Once such a large organization undergoes changes, the entire underworld would have to follow suit. The consequences were unimaginable. At this moment, Huang Bingyao couldn't care less about the money. After all, it wasn't coming out of his own pocket. Giving it to that little brat was far better than letting those foreign devils swallow it. His anger towards Li Xian stemmed from the fact that this kid had never provided any valuable intelligence before. But this time was different. This intelligence carried significant weight. Having the inside scoop would allow them to strategize in advance. What was there to hesitate about? He cleared his throat, his tone softening instantly as he coaxed like he was talking to a child. Xian, the funding is negotiable, really not a big issue. I knew it, you were the most patient undercover agent I have. The reason for the silence before was to catch a big fish, right? You little trickster, you can't do this next time. Listen, this is someone who is among the first batch to ride the wave of promotion in the Hua police, skyrocketing from inspector to chief inspector. Just give him a thread, and he can weave you a sweater. Li Xian didn't tease him any longer, and directly laid it all out. Jiang Tianxing plans to replace the current hall master with a spokesperson, setting up 12 spokespersons. From now on, the internal affairs of each hall will be handled by themselves, and the main hall won't interfere. The basic structure will be recommended by each hall, with the main hall only responsible for assessment. Once the gang's tasks are completed, they will be assigned positions. The main hall will no longer send people down. Huang Bingio's brain directly froze upon hearing this. Is Jiang Tianxing out of his mind? Dividing the power of the gang into 12 parts and handing it over to the underlings. Does he have that much tolerance? Wouldn't each hall go all out to expand? But the problem is, by doing this, his influence over the middle and lower ranks would be nearly zero. If a power-hungry spokesperson emerged with a growing force, they could topple him at any moment. What does he aim to achieve? Unable to make sense of it, he simply set that aside and asked, so who are the 12 spokes? Li Xian didn't hide it either, directly naming a few. The confirmed ones include the Prince of Tsim Sha Sui, the boxing champion Tai, from Yao Ma Ti, Boss B, from Causeway Bay, and Knife King Xian from Sai Kung. He wasn't lying to Huang Bingyao. The current situation was already different from what he remembered. He had never heard of the boxing champion Tai from Yao Ma Ti before he crossed over. Huang Bingyao felt that he would be exhausted today. Knife King Xian from Sai Kung. Wasn't that just his underling, the kid named Xian? Spokesperson. This has nothing to do with him. Who in the police station without a record could be a spokesperson? With a clean background like his, how could he qualify? There were rumors in the circles that he had taken out 2 big shots from Dongxing. But this kid was slippery like an eel, leaving no evidence behind. He couldn't even attract the police's attention. How could such a person be a spokesperson? Huang Bingio's tone was filled with skepticism. Xian, you only have a few dozen thugs and a bunch of mechanics under you. Even the Sai Kung police don't give you a second glance, and you tell me you can be a spokesperson. Don't mess with me, I have a sharp mind. This statement almost infuriated Li Xian. He retorted angrily, it's precisely because I'm weak and easy to manipulate that I can sit in this position. I can only vote for him, so you understand my position, right? Huang Bingyao hung up the phone, walked to the door, and shouted to the record police officers busy outside, all those with flowers on their shoulders, come in here. After hanging up, just as he was about to leave, the door was pushed open from the outside. Xiao walked in with a small bag, a smile on her face. You're back, quite early today. Early, my foot. Just a bunch of trivial matters. You eat dinner by yourself, don't wait for me. I've got things to do tonight. I'm leaving. Xiao was someone he met when he first came to Sai Kung a year ago. One was driven by lust, and the other was alone and helpless after coming from her hometown. They just managed to get along. 2 days later, in the conference room of the Hongxing headquarters, Jiang Tianxing sat alone in the main seat, a statue of Guan Gong behind him. I wonder what Guan Er Yi feels about being worshipped as an ancestor by a group of ruffians 1,000 years later. Of course, excluding that crow. There were 12 chairs placed along the long conference table, but no one was sitting on them. Today, those who could enter this conference room were all prominent figures in the Hong Kong underworld, and some big bosses didn't even qualify to enter. Big matters are decided by the leader, and small matters are discussed in big meetings. The fact that this gang meeting could be held today indicated that Jiang Tianxing's plan had succeeded and all parties had come to an agreement. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold such a meeting that would embarrass himself. Jiang Tianxing sat in the main seat, a smile on his face, as he began. First of all, I want to thank all the uncles for their hard work and dedication to Hongxing. From today onwards, all the retired uncles will go to Holland for retirement. After finishing, Jiang Tianxing stood up and led the applause. The uncles also stood up, cupping their fists in salute before turning to leave the conference room. Looking at the expressions of these uncles, they were all quite satisfied. It seemed that Jiang Tianxing had really put in some effort this time. Once everyone settled down, Jiang Tianxing continued. The second matter is that I have discussed with all the uncles and hall masters, and the rules of the gang need to be revised. Big matters will now be decided by a vote among 12 spokespersons. Jiang Tianxing scanned the room and spoke loudly. From now on, all matters of every hall will be determined by the spokespersons. Next, I have a third matter to raise. I have negotiated with the Binny Tiger brothers Han Bin from the other side, and starting today, they will transfer to our Hongxing. They will directly be given the rank of 426 red sticks. Han Bin stood with his 2 brothers, nodding at the people in the room. Jiang Tianxing used these 3 matters to firmly establish control over the meeting layer by layer before finally announcing the list of 12 spokespersons. He swept his gaze across the conference table and said, there are 12 chairs on both sides of the table. When I call out your name, you can find a place to sit. Tsim Sha Sui, Prince. Yao Ma Ti, boxing champion Tai. Mong Kok, Liang Kuan. Causeway Bay, Boss B. Central, Chen Yao. Saiwan Baki. North Point, Fatty Li. Kowloon City, Uncle Xing. Sham Shui Pa Liang, Quite Sing, Binny Tiger. Tun Mun, Dinosaur. Sai Kung, Knife King Xin. Li Xin walked to the last chair and sat down. Opposite him, Fatty Li was propped up picking his toes. The smell was a genuine Hong Kong specialty. After the list was read, everyone in the room except for Chun Yao was stunned. Sai Kung. They can set a spokesperson there. What the hell is this? Can this place hold up? Ma Wang Jian from Chaiwan and a Chow from Kun Tong, who doesn't have more qualifications than Sai Kung. In terms of qualifications, Ma Wang Jian and a Chow are both rooted in the sticks, while Knife King Xin is just someone wielding a fan. Is the gang out of its mind? Jiang Tianxing looked at the expressions of the people in the room, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted to see. He clapped his hands and waited for everyone's attention to gather before smiling and saying, I know you have doubts in your hearts. Why can Sai Kung have a hall? One big figure couldn't help but speak up, yes, mister. Jiang, besides seafood, what else is there in Sai Kung? Another person chimed in, sneering, there's also second-hand cars. Jiang Tianxing waved his hand, his tone calm. All right. The strength of each spokesperson has been evaluated. Xin relied on his connections to secure a minibus route from Sai Kung to Causeway Bay along with 150 taxi licenses. He didn't have enough money, so he came to find me wanting to hand over this business to the gang while he just takes a bit for running errands. How could I agree to such a thing? Isn't this robbing food from our own brothers' bowls? So the gang will invest half, taking 30% of the shares. Xin will invest the other half, taking 70%. Now I ask you, is Zin's strength sufficient? Will the gang lose out on this investment? The speed at which these people flipped their stance was faster than a Sichuan face changer. One immediately changed his tune. His strength is more than sufficient. With just these two income streams supporting 400 to 500 people is no problem at all. Another chimed in, the gang invests half and takes 30%. This business is too profitable. Brother Xin is looking out for everyone. If there are other avenues, bring along your brothers too. In this day and age, even if you have money, you can't get a minibus route. A man in his 30s called out to him, his face thick-skinned enough to shout, brother. These people's faces changed faster than flipping a book. It all boiled down to one thing. Business under the gang's name. Every household gets a share, merely a matter of how much they divide it. More than half of the people in the room applauded, declaring that Knife King Xin was qualified to be a spokesperson as his financial power was evident. This group of people was simple-minded. They could handle fighting and killing. Don't expect ruffians to have much insight. Some didn't even finish elementary school. Coupled with the habit of joining the fun, whatever others agreed upon, they had to follow along, lest they seem brainless. They were all a bunch of trend followers. Those who thought critically felt something was off, but since the leader had spoken, they could only accept it. Today, if the leader said the sun was black, this group wouldn't dare shake their heads. Otherwise, the 12 spokespersons would tear him apart. Li Xin was driving an old BMW 750i. The car was an imported second-hand model with complete paperwork. No one could find fault with it. He leaned back in the back seat with his eyes closed, processing events in his mind. The driver Luo Tianhong glanced at the rearview mirror and said, brother Xin, you're not quite right today. You look serious even after taking advantage. That's not your usual style. Tianhong, do you know how many taxi licenses there are on Hong Kong Island? There are over 6,000 in total, divided into city licenses, new territories licenses, and Lantau Island licenses. The red taxis running on the streets are city licenses. The leader handed over 150 to me, all city licenses. Do you understand the weight of this? Luo Tianhong held the steering wheel and casually said, it's valuable. What else could it be? This martial arts fanatic never cared about such matters. Each license is worth tens of thousands. Even if you have money, you might not be able to get one. Taxi licenses have always been in high demand. With these minibus routes, starting a taxi company would be more than enough. This stream of income is a bit frightening. Li Xin shook his head, pushing aside distracting thoughts. He would take it as it comes. He never desired the leader's position as long as they didn't use him as cannon fodder and let him handle some small tasks. Back in 1982, over 10 million in clean money was no small amount. Calling him a small wealthy man wouldn't be an exaggeration. The car quickly stopped at the intersection of Rishan Street and Chongda Street in Wanchai. The Gucci restaurant is right here, run by an elderly uncle with a high standing in the Heji family. Those in the underworld often give it some respect. It is a favored spot for meetings and gatherings. Today, the entrance of the restaurant is particularly bustling, crowded with members of Hung Hing, mostly from the Yao Ma Ti and Sim Sha Sui factions. As news of the gang reorganization spread, many came to join the fun, but only a few could find a seat inside. Li Zin's outfit today is quite eye-catching. Round sunglasses, a buzz cut with the sides, shaved clean, a flashy pink shirt on top, white casual pants below, and white sneakers on his feet. With his hands in his pockets, he strode into the restaurant, followed by the Alan Black Luo Tianhong. Today marks the start of the gang's gathering, with Gugu and Chun Yao welcoming guests at the entrance. The moment Li Xin appeared, Gugu greeted him with a grin, teasing, Xin, dressed so flamboyantly. If you walk down Palon Street like this, people would be embarrassed to ask you for money. Li Xin walked over and put his arm around Gugu's shoulder, laughing loudly. Gugu, you are the sweetest talking one in all of Hung Ying. So shall we head over to Palon Street after this? Sure. You have no idea, a bunch of foreign girls just came over from the rich side, and their chests are so big that both hands can't cover them. Gugo might not be skilled in other areas, but in this regard he is definitely an expert. Then it's settled. Take me to see them tonight. I want to see what they look like. Nodding at Chun, Yao Li Xian walked straight to the front row of tables. As soon as he sat down, he heard Fatty Li mumbling, "Being a flatterer really works. Even flattery can make someone a person of importance." To be honest, Fatty Li's words weren't entirely unjust. Li Xian as a person of importance indeed rose through flattery. He had the backing of the prince, making him a half-disciple of Jiang Tianxing. When the previous boss passed away, it was Jiang Tianxing himself who held the ceremony for him. Li Xian smirked, raising his voice to ask Fatty Li, "How's that little prince of yours selling?" No one in the underworld is known for having a good temper. Their mouths are harder than a duck's. Fatty Li shot him a disdainful glance. Even if I'm not doing well, I'm still better than those who fish for scraps. Oh really, Fatty Li, are you looking down on us country folks? Li Xin's expression was exaggerated, but the middle finger he raised while speaking showed no sign of politeness. Li Xian, disinterested in continuing to banter with that fat man, dragged a chair over to sit beside the crown prince. Lighting a cigarette, he turned to the crown prince and king of boxing Tai, and said, "Crown Prince Tai, could you help me find a shop in Simsha Sui and Yaomati? It doesn't need to be too big, 400 to 500 square feet will suffice. It would be best if it's at a street corner or at the end of the street. Let me know once you find one." "What are you planning to do?" the crown prince asked. King Tai remained silent, but his gaze conveyed the same question the crown prince wanted to ask. "Didn't I just gather about 100 little brothers? They need to have something legitimate to do, otherwise these kids will just get into trouble all day. I want to open a shop to test the waters. If it breaks, even that will do. Him not counting on making a profit. If the little ones can't earn money, trouble will come sooner or later. Please pay more attention to this matter. We'll discuss the rest later." Li Xian explained briefly. The two didn't press for more information. After the gathering, Li Xian had Tianhong drive Brother Ji to Palan Street while he got into Jiang Tianxing's car. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Tianxing asked with a smile. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, I plan to start a film company. Would you like to invest?" "A film company?" Jiang Tianxing pondered for a moment before speaking. "This industry is quite treacherous. It's not easy to get into. I invested in the past and lost a substantial amount of money. Those people are solely focused on lining their own pockets. A single film can easily cost over $1 million just for the film stock, and then they claim it's for the sake of visual effects." Li Xian was well aware of this situation. His ex-girlfriend Fong Ting used to film those types of movies, and Jiang Tianxing had invested in 2 films to support her, only to see all the money go down the drain without making her famous. Being a prominent figure, he felt embarrassed to trouble someone for such a small amount of money, resulting in a bitter loss. Hearing Li Xian mention starting a film company now made him feel a bit uneasy. "Mr. Jiang, how about this? When the time comes, you can make a cameo appearance, and I'll give you a 10% stake." "Xian, how can I act? Are you making fun of me?" Jiang Tianxing responded with a look of surprise. "You don't need to act, just be yourself. I know you're looking to transition. It's impossible to completely cleanse yourself, but there are ways to turn yourself into. No matter how you cleanse yourself, others will still see you through colored glasses. But if you make a few cameo appearances in films, gradually transforming from a leader to an actor, don't you think that would be more palatable? Can that layer of gang affiliation be brushed aside? If people in Hong Kong acknowledge you as an actor, then you are one. Sometimes your identity is defined by yourself." Li Xian wasn't just rambling. Everything he said was based on real events he had witnessed before his reincarnation. This method was definitely reliable. Those who had mixed in the past were still living well after returning, and could even go back home to make some money. He had to get a piece of such a good opportunity. He didn't know how to act, but he could certainly observe. Finding a reliable assistant director and getting started would be sufficient. He would provide a general direction and let them fill in the details. In this era, very few films have complete scripts. Most of them are created on the go. A few days ago, he had told the person in charge that he was busy, which led She to find a chubby guy named Wang Jin, who practiced praying mantis kung fu. Using his identity as a person in charge of Hongxing, he signed contracts for 10 films with priority booking rights. This is the advantage of having an identity. Why did he not take action in Saigon for over a year? Because his identity was insufficient, he could only let others swallow him. Now he was one of the 12 people in charge of Hongxing. No matter how shady it might be, he was still a person in charge. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about others encroaching on his territory. That broken place of his was so undesirable that hardly anyone would want it, even if it were given away for free. It's too remote. Without conflicting interests, who would bother to trouble him? Besides, Li Xian was no pushover. Jiang Tianxing, with a sharp mind, thought it over and soon understood. Patting Li Xian on the shoulder, he spoke with a hint of sentimentality. Xian, regardless of whether this works out or not, I will remember this favor." Upon entering a lavish suite on Palan Street, Li Xian immediately saw Brother Ji completely letting loose inside. The 2 women who relied on their bodies for a living were being fondled by him, their chests accentuated. "Damn, Brother Ji, aren't you a bit too hasty? The show hasn't even started and you're already at it." As Li Xian spoke, he plopped down next to Tianhong. Xian, you just don't understand. Time is money, and you can't buy time with money. Think about it, it doesn't make sense. Brother Ji said, grinning lewdly. Li Xian didn't catch on at first, but upon seeing Brother Ji's lewd expression, he finally understood what he meant. What a talent. The madam entered with a professional smile, leading a group of women. Before she spoke, her face was already filled with smiles. Look at this boss, he's really handsome. I wonder which of my daughters is lucky enough to serve you. Li Xian stared at her. I think you look pretty good too. What should we do about that? Brother Ji stopped touching legs, staring at Li Xian in disbelief, then nodded, as if he understood something. Oh, so that's your preference. Glancing at the madam, he continued, Xian's sister Qi is really great. Her work is flawless. The madam, named Sister Qi, shot Brother Ji a seductive glare, scolding in a sweet voice, are you looking for death? If you keep talking like that, I'll tear your mouth apart. It was evident that they were familiar with each other, otherwise they wouldn't speak so casually. Li Xian interrupted their flirtation, and quickly said, keep that tall one with the big chest. The woman obliged, sitting down, and pulling Li Xin's hand onto her thigh. They chatted for a bit before Brother Ji's old flame let others outside. Li Xian remembered something, and asked Sister Qi, do you know someone named Jimmy the Horseman? Jimmy, you're looking for him. There are plenty of people named Jimmy. What about Evans or Jason? These fools think that having a foreign name makes their girls high, and Sister Qi said distinct. Li Xin's face darkened. No wonder Hua she couldn't find him. It turned out there were too many namesakes. What else could he say? What about a guy named Li Jieyuan? Do you know him? Sister Qi thought for a moment and clapped her hands. Is he a bit dark and quite handsome? Yes, that's him. I know him. He's not a horseman. He sells adult videos and magazines on Palon Street, setting up a stall. Damn, preconceived notions really harm people. Li Xian patted Tianhong on the shoulder and said, go bring this. Tianhong stood up, nodded, said nothing, and turned to leave to find the person. Li Xian raised his glass and toasted Brother Ji. Brother Ji, if you find the person I'm looking for, tonight's bill is on me. Brother Ji immediately beamed from ear to ear. Saigon. Li Xian leaned back in the boss chair, scrutinizing Jimmy before him and finding him increasingly likable. He had no ulterior motives. What he valued was Jimmy's eagerness to learn. Even while finding a woman for Long Jin, he couldn't put down the newspaper. In his past life, he was not cut out for studying. He hadn't done well in school before his reincarnation, and even less so afterward. Seeing a promising student who loved to learn standing before him, Li Xian naturally wanted to give him a chance. Brother, how much can you earn from setting up a stall for a month? He casually asked. Jimmy, clutching the hem of his shirt and sweating in his palms, had already recognized who was sitting across from him. The Knife King Xian among the 12 leaders of Hongxing. Today on Palon Street, he hadn't even had a chance to fight back before being directly dragged to Saigon by a violent, blue-haired man. He lowered his voice and replied, if the market is good, I can earn over 2,000. When it's slow, just over 1,000, and sometimes I have to pay a cut to others. 1 month for 3,000, no days off, and I'll cover food and accommodation. What do you say? Jimmy gritted his teeth and replied, big brother, I don't want to mix in that life. I just want to save some money to open a small shop to support my mom. He thought for a moment and added, I really don't want to mix in. Liang Kuan hoarsely began. Brother Sheng, we are short on manpower in Mongkok. You know how many factions are there, all of them eager to make a move. My current manpower is barely holding up. After saying that, he casually adjusted his pants. He wasn't sure if it was the fire extinguisher that had ripped his skin. All right, I will dispatch some personnel from the headquarters to assist you. Jiang Tianxing looked at him. If we can expand our territory in Mongkok, the headquarters will cover half of the relocation expenses. Is there any problem? Liang Kuan replied straightforwardly, no problem. With such strong support from the organization, if I still can't expand my territory, then I am truly incompetent. I will step aside for someone more capable when the time comes. After the meeting, Liang Kuan stood there projecting a strong aura. Everyone could say he was hot-tempered and hasty, but no one could say he lacked skill. This person is genuinely capable in the underworld. He turned to Li Xian, pondered for a moment, and said, Xian, besides the big elephant, I don't have many individuals who can fight and hold their ground. I want to borrow your close aide Luo Tianhong for a while. What do you think? Li Xian glanced at Jiang Tianxing, saw him nod slightly, and smiled. If Kuan Ge has taken a liking to Tianhong, that is his fortune. I have no objections. Oh, just ask him if he is willing. He is not only my aide, but also my brother, and I won't force him to do anything, including being in this circle. If one day he doesn't want to do it anymore, I will clear his slate completely. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tianhong's eyes turned red. He was still young and hadn't experienced much of the twists and turns of society. Ever since losing to Li Xian, he had been following him. To put it bluntly, he was just a martial arts enthusiast and couldn't withstand such words. He quickly responded, I have no problem, big brother. I will go to Mongkok and support Kuan Ge. Liang Kuan looked at the two of them, his mouth twitching. One really dares to say it, and the other truly believes it. How come he can't find such a capable and loyal little brother? Kuan Ge has no hope for this lifetime. He can't overpower Luo Tianhong, so how can he win people over? He was clear in his heart. Liang Kuan looked at Li Xian, his tone becoming serious. This time consider it a favor I owe you. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Liang Kun may not dare to say much, but my word is definitely my bond. In this world, credibility is most important. Li Xian smiled, quickly replying, of course, everyone knows Kun Guest's reputation. Your words are like a golden signboard. He then shifted the topic, smiling even brighter. Actually, I do have something to trouble Kun Go with. I heard you just acquired a few sets of the most advanced filming equipment. I recently opened a film company, and I still have some space. I would like to borrow a couple of sets from you for emergencies. What do you think? Everyone present was stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. It's really you, Xian. After the meeting, Li Xian put his arm around the shoulder of Boss B and casually asked, how is the renovation for my shop going? Boss B initially wanted to swat the kid away but thought better of it. After all, he was his client renovating the 3-story shop that originally belonged to him. Where could he go to argue about this? He replied somewhat irritably, it's done. The first floor is decorated according to your proposed layout, all up to office standards. The second floor has half office space and half equipment storage with a fireproof layer added, and all the windows have solid steel bars welded on. On the third floor, besides your office, there is a separated reception room, and the rest is office space. A door was opened at the southernmost end, leading directly to the second floor. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of annoyance. Your woman took 3 whole days picking faults, and I am truly impressed. Li Xian patted him on the shoulder and asked with a smile, was the final payment settled smoothly? Mentioning this, Boss B's expression finally improved, and he gave a thumbs up. Your woman is really efficient, straightforward, and doesn't drag things out. 3 days passed in a flash. In Mongkok, in front of the Qingquan Film Company, Li Xian had just gotten out of the car when his phone rang. Brother Xian, I have arranged the renovation. All the work for the 3-story shop is on me, and I guarantee. The voice on the other end of the phone was Boss B, carrying a warm enthusiasm. Previously, they had some minor conflicts, but with this project, all the unpleasantness had vanished. In the world of adults, when interests are involved, any conflict can be resolved. As soon as Li Xian hung up the phone, Jiang Tianxing's car arrived. Jiang Tianxing got out of the car and saw Boss B walking arm in arm with Li Xian, his eyes filled with curiosity. Hey Xian, when did you two become this close? Mr. Jiang, I'm trying to establish a company, as you know. I directly gave the renovation work for the 3-story shop to Boss B. Li Xian explained with a smile, they're all brothers from our organization. Rather than letting others profit, it's better to give it to our own people. After hearing this, Jiang Tianxing patted Li Xian on the shoulder, his eyes showing more appreciation. This kid is getting better at handling things. No matter how you put it, he is half his apprentice, and he will help him more in the future. The key is that Li Xian is very measured in dealing with people, except for the Prince and the King of Fists. He doesn't get too close to anyone else. This kind of style, which carries a bit of foolishness, yet retains genuine character, is too rare in their organization. Once Jiang Tianxing got into the car, Li Xian followed and rolled up all the windows. He put on gloves, pulled out 2 Sig Sauer P226s from under his armpits, then took out 2 magazines from his military pants pocket, and finally pulled out a row of bullets from his upper pocket. After laying everything out on the back seat, he finally spoke. These are the latest models I managed to get abroad, much better than the Black Star, and they want jam when firing. Let your bodyguards try them out. Things have been unstable lately, and life preservation is crucial. The guns can fire freely and nothing can be traced back. They are all imports. Jiang Tianxing smiled, his eyes squinting with delight. Not because of the 2 guns, but because of this thoughtfulness. Li Zin's way of flattering really has some skill. From the beginning with the Blue Lantern to filming the 4-9 boys, and then to the white paper fan, he eventually reached the decision-makers directly. People in the circle say he climbed up through flattery and fighting. He didn't mind the trouble, and even personally sent 2 guns to the Prince and the King of Fists. When those 2 brothers received them, their eyes turned red. Now that's a real brother. He worries about them getting into trouble, and even equips them with the latest gear. Such goods are simply not seen in Hong Kong. Being able to get a Black Star is already good. Having a 1911 is treated like a treasure. Don't talk about the fact that the Hong Kong underworld doesn't use guns, of which decision-maker or hall master doesn't have a few weapons in hand. Li Xian has over a dozen old soldiers who came from his hometown, each one a tough character from the Vietnam War. Now they just need to be sent to repair cars. If he hadn't recruited these people, the streets of Hong Kong would probably have 10 more reckless thugs. Speaking of which, he can be said to have contributed to Hong Kong's public security. After all, he himself is a police officer. What about the gun delivery just now? He had long since forgotten about it. This identity switch was so natural. So when mingling outside, how could one not have a thick skin? Liang Kun glared at Li Zin's men, moving things, his temples throbbing. This Li fellow is simply inhuman. Whatever he sees, he takes. Everything in sight has to be moved away. And to top it off, he's still there giving orders with Luo Tianhong. Look over there, that sunshade, it will come in handy when the sun is strong. Don't push the equipment, move it from the gap below, and if you break it, you'll have to pay. That thing isn't cheap. Luo Tianhong was even more outrageous, directing people to move the film. That box, take it all back. Kowloon Gu doesn't need it for now. If it stays here, it will get damp and grow mold. Hey, do you have a screw loose? Can't you understand human language? Take everything away. Kowloon Gu is currently busy expanding his territory. How does he have time to film? Move it all. Liang Kuan clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. These two really did not regard him as a person. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would have rather spent money hiring a few experts than let Luo Tianhong meddle in this matter. But Liang Kuan kept his word. The spit he spat out was like a nail, and there was no way he could take it back. Even if he lost a tooth, he must swallow it with blood. Seeing that they were almost done moving, Liang Kuan could no longer hold back and shouted at Li Xian, "Get lost, you deadbeat. Roll as far as you can. You moving even the director's chair? Do you still count as a person?" Li Xian secured the items in the car, rolled down the window, and waved at Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan directly took off his shoe and threw it, hopping on one foot while cursing, "You bastard, don't come back here. You are not welcome here. Go to hell." Luo Tianhong was quite adept at managing the situation, picking up the shoe and handing it back to Liang Kuan, then turning to his underlings and saying, "Can't you see Kuan Go lost his shoe? A bunch of fools." The lackeys had already witnessed his skills in the past few days, and no one dared to speak. They just lowered their heads and simmered in anger. After Luo Tianhong finished speaking, he smiled at Liang Kuan. "Kuan Go, here's your shoe." Liang Kuan was furious and cursed, "You aren't a good person either. Get lost. You get lost too. Don't let me see you before midnight." He wasn't completely confused. He still knew to let Luo Tianhong come back before midnight. Watching Luo Tianhong hold the 8-sided sword behind his neck, gripping the hilt, and the tip, Liang Kuan suddenly felt less choked up. This guy can really fight. In a chaotic brawl of a few hundred people with his sword coming down, he specifically targeted people's hands and feet, as if chopping vegetables. No one could stop him. In the underworld, they gave him the nickname Sword King Hong. Even the big boss who took him in, Knife King Xian, shared in the glory. These two were referred to as the Knife and Sword Kings. In truth, Li Xian hadn't fought many hard battles. His fame was all borrowed. He used to ride on the prince's coattails. Now he's riding on his little brother's. As he continued to ride along, his fame kept rising. He himself was puzzled about where this great reputation came from. Recently, those big shots he encountered in the underworld greeted him with more smiles. It left him feeling confused. He didn't have any remarkable achievements to show off. Are these people out of their minds? Wang Jin was busy in the equipment warehouse on the second floor of the company. When he looked up and saw the pile of things Li Xian brought back, he was completely dumbfounded. He widened his eyes. "Bro, did you take down some film company? With these things we can start shooting immediately." Li Xian patted the little chubby boy on the shoulder. "Don't call me bro, although I can't accept you, and just mention my name if you run into anything in the future." The little fat boy laughed with a face full of joy. He wasn't mixed up in the underworld, but he had heard enough about the rumors in the Jianghu. His boss had been making quite a name for himself lately. The kings of swords and sabers. The little fat boy quickly changed his tone. "All right, boss, I'll go check the equipment and see if anything is missing." After a thorough inspection, the little fat boy fell silent. Everything was there. Machines and film, not a single item missing. Even the director's chair was included. "How is it? What's missing?" "Nothing is lacking," said the little fat boy confidently. "As long as it's enough." "Have the team been assembled?" He patted his chest, feeling proud. "I've brought over all of Dad's assistants. We can start working right away. I've also completed the gangster scripts you gave me, adjusting the plot conflicts and character setups perfectly." Li Xian was a bit surprised. This little fat boy really had some skills. To gather all of Dad's assistants, it surely meant his father was putting in the effort. Was this the Hong Kong version of playing the family card? Good news. He patted the little fat boy on the shoulder, opening his mouth to make promises. "Work hard, and I'll let you direct the next few films while I take the credit as the producer." The little fat boy was so excited that his face turned red. He had grown up on film sets, and being able to personally direct a movie was his biggest dream. If he could also make the company profit, then the next film would definitely be his to direct. He had to work hard, even harder. He had to make money for his boss. While Li Xian was passionately making plans, Chiu Ti came out saying Jiang Tianqing was looking for him. He returned to the third-floor office and answered the phone. "Mr. Jiang, what task do you need me to handle?" The matter wasn't complicated. He was to go to the Yaoqi restaurant to negotiate. A relative of Hong Xing had been beaten up at the restaurant. The two old men who fought were over 100 years old combined, yet they still fought like young men. What a boring sight. Upon arriving at the Yaoqi restaurant in Wanchai, Li Xian led Chen Yaoxing and bumped into Di from Lianxing, who had also brought along Chong Mao. The two spotted each other and simultaneously asked, "Are you here to negotiate too?" After saying this, they both laughed. They had met a few times and could chat a bit. When they saw Bo Shu, Li Xian held back his laughter and asked, "Bo Shu, what happened? How did you end up like this?" His hair was a mess with 2 dark circles under his eyes, a small cut at the corner of his mouth, and several leaves stuck to his clothes. Well, quite festive. He turned to Chen Yaoxing behind him and said, "Xing, take Bo Shu to get cleaned up, take a shower, and bandage the wounds to prevent infection." Di helped Bo Shu to treat his wounds, and Chen Yaoxing followed him out. Chong Mao said nothing, grabbed 2 bottles of cola, and handed one to Li Xian. They both took a sip through a straw, making a hissing sound. Li Xian took a sip of the soda and asked, "What do you think about this?" "Damn, I didn't want to get involved at all. Last month when they were choosing a boss, everyone said I wasn't qualified, but now they remember me." Di was seething. "Boss." Li Zin's mind stirred. If Hong Xing had 12 bosses, what if there were one more? What Di wanted was actually quite simple. He wanted to be in charge and make business easier. Lianxing couldn't provide that, but Hong Xing could. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. He tentatively asked, "Aren't you qualified to Di?" Those old guys said I'm not mature enough, but what can I do? After Di finished speaking, he took a big gulp of cola. Li Xian started to fan the flames. Isn't that nonsense? I've only been in the gang for 2 years, and now I'm a boss too. You can do whatever you want, just pay your dues on time. No one keeps tabs on you. The D's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "Are Hong Xing's bosses really that free? You can decide your own matters. Is the power really that great?" Li Xian feigned a casual demeanor. "Our leader doesn't want to manage anything. All the power is given to the 12 bosses. As long as you don't touch that, everything is negotiable." The D's eyes brightened even more and he asked again, "As long as I don't touch that?" "Exactly. I'm even getting our leader to shoot a movie. Oh, we will start filming in the next few days. Come by if you have time." The D fell silent for a while as if he understood and directly asked, "If I come over, what are the conditions?" "Come over. Don't joke around, brother D. Hong Xing is under the Jiang family. You won't even reach the leader's position." Li Xian clarified. The D stared at Li Xian, his tone serious. "I don't necessarily want to be the leader. In Lianxing, Sun Wan was built by me, yet I'm not allowed to touch certain businesses. There are bosses asking me to invest and do business, but these businesses are all run by the gang and other bosses, leaving no room for me. I've fought for this territory. How is it reasonable that I can't do business here? They also say that if I touch those businesses, the gang will deal with me. Damn those old guys. If Hong Xing's bosses could manage their own matters, and the gang only collected money, I would switch allegiance immediately." Li Xian spoke with conviction. "Look at me. I'm the boss of Sai Kung, and I hang out in Causeway Bay every day. Who monitors me? I have complete freedom. As long as you don't touch that, everything is negotiable." The D had had enough of the old guys from Lianxing, and his tone became even more resolute. "If I can make a good profit, who would bother with that? Those who prioritize money over life are ultimately few. As long as you let me do business with the bosses, I will clear out all the demolition teams in Sunwan." Li Xian slapped his thigh. "Good. Just wait, they'll handle this matter." When Jiang Tiansheng received Li Xin's call, he was completely stunned. Negotiating with Jiang Tiansheng and ending up with a position in the gang. What the hell kind of operation was this? He usually acted so refined, yet couldn't help but curse. On the other end of the line, Jiang Tiansheng continued, "I Xian tell him to bring Sun Wan over, and the transfer fee is 10 million. This matter will be settled. Once he comes over, he will be the boss of Sun Wan. I'll reserve the position of the second-in-command for him, and at the Three Saints Palace we'll host a banquet with 660 tables, which I will personally handle. As for you, I still have 100 taxi licenses left, I'll have a Yao send them over. 3% of the gang's shares will also be transferred to your name." Li Xian was completely taken aback. "Mr. Jiang's offer was too grand." He quickly lowered his tone. "Mr. Jiang, I'm one of Hong Xing's people. As long as Hong Xing is doing well, I'm doing well. If Hong Xing goes down, I can't escape either. I've been with Hong Xing since my first day in this world. This identity is ingrained in me, and I can't shake it off. This mark will stay with me for a lifetime." Li Xian felt that enough had been said at this point. Continuing would only seem insincere. It was better to know when to stop. Jiang Tianxing had spent years calculating, and few things could genuinely move him. Yet today he was indeed. Li Xian, he knew him too well. You could say he was reckless, that he was quick to turn his back, or that he was greedy for money. He had never cared about the power in the gang. It seemed that being a boss was his ceiling. All of this was true. However, he never touched illegal businesses. That water trade was merely the gray area. If it were someone else, Jiang Tianxing would have suspected he was an undercover cop. But then he thought, how could an undercover agent achieve this? Even as an undercover at this point, the lines between black and white had long been blurred. He might even gain benefits. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. In the past 2 years, he was well aware of all the unsavory deeds within the gang. If something were to go wrong, it would have happened long ago. There was only one explanation. Azin's thoughts were the same as his own. Both wanted to go further. Jiang Tianxing had also thought about it. As long as Xian could break through, he would help him soar. This bond could not be severed. If Hong Xing were to face trouble, could he stand by and do nothing? What I can't provide, I will find a way to give. The D's matter is under your full control. Just like that. Li Xian listened, remaining silent for a long time. Mr. Jiang's tone had changed. This kind of change had never happened before. If he wasn't mistaken, no matter what happened in the future, the gang would support him. Li Xian was not afraid of schemes and tricks. At most, it would be a fight to the death. But he was afraid of sincerity. That word sincerity was too deadly. What's that saying? Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Mr. Jiang, you are profound. Mr. Jiang, you are tough. Mr. Jiang, you are both profound and tough. You've won. In this round, I concede. When Li Xian met Di again, he felt completely relaxed. Yet in his heart there still lingered a taut string. That string would never loosen for a lifetime. The boss of Hongxing Sun Wan was switching allegiance, and the price was set at 11,116,000 with the Three Saints Palace hosting a banquet of 666 tables. Brother Didi, is this enough of a show of strength? Li Xian dropped the bombshell, waiting for the other side to give a clear answer. Didi was dumbfounded, unable to recover for a while. Enough. This was not just enough, it was an outrageous sum. The benchmark for transfer fees in Hong Kong was 10 million set by the bosses of Lianxing, and now this amount had completely overshadowed it. Didi's voice trembled. Mr. Jiang's generosity leaves me speechless. With face fully given and the pocket stuffed, from now on I will entrust my life to the Jiang family. After this transfer, Didi's status in the Hong Kong underworld would reach its peak. In the future, whenever people mentioned figures in the Jianghu, they could not avoid this name. Not to mention the heads of various gangs, those people didn't even count as true underworld figures. And Li Xian, through this event, would carve his name into the history of the Jianghu. The strongest white paper fan in Hong Kong's history. This title would be permanently attached to him. Done. Li Xian hugged Didi and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Didi, see you tomorrow at the Three Saints Palace. Didi's eyes turned red. This is what Jianghu is about. This is what being a leader is. This is what brotherhood is. From now on, with just one word from you, 8,000 brothers in Sun Wan are at your service. Didi returned home and collapsed onto the sofa, feeling deflated. What negotiations? What connections? From today on, those would have nothing to do with him. Didi's wife embraced his head, not asking anything. Didi cried. Men shed tears rarely, but this time he couldn't hold back. He cried for the years of humiliation he suffered. He cried for finally tasting the sweetness of Jianghu today, and he cried for only now understanding what brotherhood truly meant. Once the emotions settled, he said, "Wife, you won't have to live in distress anymore. Hongxing is rolling out the grandest welcome for me." Sister D softly replied, "You deserve it. Tomorrow the entire underworld of the Harbor Island will cheer for you. From today on, you will be the embodiment of what everyone in the world aspires to be." On the other hand, Li Xian was busy without a moment to spare. Upon arriving at the company, he cleared the place, leaving Shodi to guard downstairs. He picked up the phone, and as soon as it connected, he interrupted. "No small talk, listen to me. Tomorrow the underworld must settle down. You all need to take down Wang Bao and Mong Kok. At least gather 500 police officers. All must be capable to secure the two main roads in Sun Wan. Notify the marine police to block the sea. Clean up all the demolition crews in Mong Kok and Sun Wan in one go. Is this enough merit to promote you to senior inspector?" On the other end of the line, Huang Bingio's voice was filled with desperation. "Xian, don't be impulsive. Can't we take it slow? Must you risk your life to fight?" Hearing this, Li Zin's anger flared up. "Damn. I worked so hard to pave the way for you, handing you a huge achievement, and you're cursing my death. Are you even human?" Huang the fat guy suddenly perked up, his face filled with a fawning smile. "Xian, don't worry with this news. Not even a fly could escape from here." Li Xian didn't respond, continuing. "Wang Bao will definitely die on the path of resisting arrest tomorrow, but the problem is with Liang Kuan and D. If D doesn't cooperate in blocking the road, it's all for nothing. Once Wang Bao is down, Liang Kuan will be able to wipe out Mong Kok, making it even harder to manage." Seeing Huang panicking, Li Xian got straight to the point. "Tomorrow D will put on a spectacle never seen before on the Harbor Island and pay respects to Hongxing. As soon as he steps into the Sansheng Palace, the 8,000 brothers from Sun Wan will sweep all the demolition crews out." He added, "I will use D to pressure Liang Kuan, forcing him into a corner. If he still doesn't get it by tomorrow, he'll die at the Sansheng Palace gate." Li Xian looked at Huang. "Old Huang, do you think this money I'm spending is worth it?" Huang Bingio's face turned crimson, his blood pressure rising as he gritted his teeth, saying, "Wang Bao will definitely die tomorrow. The Flying Tigers Marine Police and Police Department, at least 2,000 people, will encircle Mong Kok and Sun Wan. Damn, if we've planned this far, and it fails, all the cops should just roll away." He continued, "With inside and outside cooperation, the short mule teaming up with the police to take down the drug lord. Xian, you are the greatest undercover agent in history." He added, "Remember, if anything happens to me, go find your sister-in-law at home. Your undercover file and the amnesty order are in the safe. Show her the watch I gave you a year ago, and she'll understand. There's another identical one in the safe." Li Xian could sense the weight of Huang Bingio's words. Old Huang was a representative of the pro-China faction. If negotiations fail next year, he would be the first to be eliminated. The traitors won't let him off. John Bolt doesn't care. Damn, the most detestable are still the traitors. Li Zin's tone calmed. "Old Huang, don't worry. If anything happens to you, I will make everyone accompany you in death. You know I have a group of people who specialize in taking down traitors and lackeys." Huang Bingyao laughed, his laughter growing louder. "Xian and I, Old Huang, have lived a worthwhile life. The hero's back is filled with grievances. That's why Li Xian always lets others suffer grievances. He cannot be a hero, but he will send those scoundrels before their ancestors from 100 years ago. As for John Bolt, what can they do? A bullet to the head would still kill them." June 16, 1982. This day is destined to be a date that the underworld of the Harbor Island will never forget. Mr. Jiang set up the most grandiose scene to welcome D into Tsuanwan. The leading figures from the Harbor Island's underworld all arrived, every well-known big shot was present, and even the lowest-level thugs squeezed in to watch the excitement. From the foot of the mountain to the peak, people lined both sides of the road. These small thugs loved to join such excitement. A red carpet 166 meters long was laid out at the entrance of the Sanxing Palace. Today Li Xian was to guide D, standing at the end of the red carpet waiting for D to arrive. A black tiger head car came to a steady halt. D walked at the front with his sister-in-law, followed closely by 8 followers. "Brother D, this way please." Li Xian stepped aside from the middle of the road to the right, raising his right hand in a welcoming gesture. According to the rules of the underworld, the right hand welcomes guests, and the left hand sends them off. D walked on the red carpet with a face full of pride. Li Xian took a half-step back, leisurely following behind. At the entrance of the Sanxing Palace, Mr. Jiang stood in the middle. Seeing D approach, he exchanged a glance with Brother Bo from the hall. Brother Bo with panda eyes shouted loudly, "All brothers in the underworld, listen up. Today at the Red Hair Mountain of the home in the Harbor Islands, Hongxing Incense Master Jiang Tiansheng is welcoming new brothers into the fold." With a clap of thunder, wearing a red flower position, Second Route Marshal. Territory, Tsuanwan spokesperson for Hongxing. D stood in the middle of the red carpet, shining brightly. Yes, there was also an eye-catching figure behind him, Li Xian. This kid managed to ride another wave of fame. He was simply unbeatable at hitching a ride on others' fame. Old Su from New Ji Chue Shui Min from the number gang, Luo Tuo from Dongxing Yubo from Shenghe and Chuan Bao from Lianqing, Hitus, Sha Lao Tai Hei Chai from Yihai Min Gu from Hengzi, and Sheng from Hongla Mei from Hongtai. A group of people stared at Li Xian, their eyes almost glowing with envy, as if they were looking at a rare treasure, wishing to carry him home and lock him in a safe, not allowing anyone else to take a second glance. A bunch of thugs. Just name a price, and they could be taken home. What kind of divine operation is this? Starting today, no one in the underworld will call Li Xian by his previous nickname anymore. In front of everyone, he earned the title of the strongest white paper fan in the history of the Harbor Island underworld, Divine Immortal Xian. Who is the strongest twin red sticks in the underworld? No one can be certain. But if you ask who is the strongest white paper fan, everyone will only say one name, Divine Immortal Xian. Later there were quite a few jokes. Many capable fighters rushed to become white paper fans while the red sticks were hardly valued. In the end he would toss a remark, "I use my brain." What use do you have for that stick? Isn't it infuriating? In the Harbor Island underworld, anyone who sees Divine Immortal Xian, this title must be given 3 points of respect. As long as there isn't a huge conflict of interest, no one wishes to clash with him. Except for the heads of major societies and the older generation of uncles, the remaining underworld brothers, hall masters, and spokespersons, regardless of their size, must respectfully call him Brother Xian. Not calling him, that means you don't understand the rules of the underworld. His title of brother isn't about seniority, but about reputation. Even the heads of major societies might not have as high a status in the underworld as he does. It's not that he himself is so capable. Some hall masters from medium-sized societies might even have stronger power than him. But in terms of underworld reputation, there's simply no comparison. Though it's said that this reputation is all borrowed. But who cares how it came? The key is that now all this reputation is hanging on him. The people present felt like they had overturned 18 vats of old vinegar sourness emanating from all over. Well, except for Chuan Bao. Because Chuan Bao wanted to die. Today Deng Bo and Shui Ji refused to come directly, pushing him out to take the blame. Just one sentence. Whoever caused the trouble, whoever fills it in. D was feeling very aggrieved. This really couldn't be blamed on him. He was originally on D's side. Who would have thought that Deng Fei would create such a mess? If he had known the consequences would be this serious, even if he were beaten into a pig's head by Shui Bo yesterday, he would not have retaliated. But in this world there's no such thing as a regret pill. After the ceremony, D held Hongxing's red silk stick, just about to return it. Chuan Bao spoke up. D, the feelings remain even after the person has gone, so keep this red stick. Deng Bo said with a serious face, to be with Lianqing, the society has let you down. We will match you with twin red sticks, fulfilling your loyal and filial name, sending you to the heights. From today on, Lianqing will send troops for you. After saying this, he turned around and left, not even staying for the banquet. Believing such formalities is for fools. Mr. Jiang smirked, full of disdain. Back when Axe-Head Jun transferred, they had fought with Lianqing several times, without success, instead losing Sim Sha Sui, embarrassing themselves terribly. This time they switched tactics, wanting to use the name of loyalty and filial piety to elevate old DS status in the underworld, making him cautious. Deng Fei, oh Deng Fei, you underestimate me, Jiang Tianxing, too much. He placed his hands on his hips and declared to everyone present, Lianqing will match D with twin red sticks, and I Hongxing accept this. D rises to the rank of second route marshal, receiving the twin red sticks. As everyone present looked at Jiang Tianxing, their eyes held a measure of respect. Lianqing was forcing a coup, and Jiang Tianxing, on the contrary, directly placed the title of head candidate on DS head. If anything goes wrong with Hong Xing's head, the twin red sticks have the right to take over the entire society. In simple terms, Mr. Jiang was betting his life on the prince and D. This is a life wager for trust. Who wouldn't be impressed? D clasped his fists and bowed his eyes, reddening his voice, choking. Hong Xing used to be surnamed Jiang, and in the future it can only be surnamed Jiang. D will not acknowledge anyone else. After saying this, he directly stood behind Mr. Jiang with the prince on one side and D on the other, guarding the leader like two divine guardians. The highest-ranking elder present, Yu Bo of Shenghe, shouted loudly, with both hands tightly grasping the ladder to heaven. Brothers hand in hand ascend to the heights. This chapter of the Underworld's tale will surely be passed down. Alright, Shenghe will also serve as a backdrop for Hong Xing this time. As he finished speaking, Yu Bo walked up to Li Xian, placing a sandalwood fan into his hand, speaking gently. Xian, this fan has been with me for 20 years and today, I give it to you. The road of the Underworld is long, leaving behind a bond of incense. In the future, we shall be brothers. These old folks, why aren't they dead yet? Not accepting it would embarrass Hong Xing. Accepting it means Li Xian can only hold a nominal position. Mr. Jiang, watching the scene unfold, cursed inwardly. Yu Bo, are you from the same mother as Deng Bo? Are you all trying to roast Hong Xing on fire? All the heads of societies were watching Jiang Tianxing, waiting for the show. Well, will Hong Xing still prosper now? Li Xian accepted the fan, cupping his hands, and returned to Yu Bo, smiling lightly. Leaving behind a bond of incense, we shall be brothers in the Underworld. What does being an Underworld brother mean? Those who understand know, and those who don't are just honest people. Jiang Tianxing turned away from the old man and spoke. The dragon head is here. The dual fan identity is sufficient, but it's merely a background of a lowly upbringing. Voluntarily step down and hang the fan back at the main hall. Mr. Jiang did not disdain the fan, or rather it was inappropriate to display such a thing. The white paper fan made suggestions, but with two fans in hand, whom are you really scheming for? Who are you making moves for? The old fox is the most annoying. Having been forced to a dead end, what else can be done? After pondering for a long time, Jiang Tianxing finally spoke. Fine. Li Xian, the white paper fan of Hong Xing, the spokesperson of Saigon, had been elevated to the rank of second route marshal. This old man is ruthless. With a single move, he incapacitated one of Hong Xing's spokespersons. If we provoke him a bit more, won't a good show come about? Before the old fellows could even steal a moment of joy, Jiang Tianxing added, the spokesperson of Saigon shall have the disciple of second route marshal Li Xian take over. He turned to the spokespersons of Hong Xing and asked, everyone, do you have any issues? Fatty Li smirked. You've reached this point in the conversation and still ask us. Who dares to say no? If they do not see tomorrow's sun, then D, the Prince King of Boxing Tai, and Boss B all voiced loudly. No problem, the dragon head decides. However, Liang Kun's expression was off. One moment, it was gloomy, the next sunny. With a single word from Jiang Tianxing, the matter was settled. After the ceremony, the outside was in chaos, with people drinking and boasting, all in disarray. The 12 spokespersons of Hong Xing were each greeting their fellow friends from the Underworld. Inside the Three Saints Palace, in an inconspicuous reception room, a landline phone sat on the table. Jiang Tianxing, Li Xian, and Liang Kun remained silent. It was Li Xian who finally broke the silence, asking, Brother Kun, which path do you choose? Liang Kun grew anxious, raising his voice. I'm not choosing. Are you sending me to my death? Why are you? How many lives have I sold for Hong Xing? How many people have I offended over the years? Without some men by my side, I'd have been chopped long ago. Where will the funds come from if people need to be supported? Will the society give it? What can I do? Without money, one must die. Liang Kun's face twisted in anguish. Li Xian, expressionless, stared at him. Brother Kun, I've found a way out for you. I can get Mr. Jiang a gun license and handle Wang Bao's side. You two won't have any worries. Now will you choose or not? Liang Kun suppressed his anger, frowning. Can you really do that? Jiang Tianxing knew of this plan yesterday and nearly jumped up. If he truly obtained the gun license, even if he retired, he could still walk tall. Dare to ambush me. Just pull out a gun and shoot. Once done, there would be no need to run. Today, if I obtain the gun license, tomorrow I can retire and be a supreme emperor. Pleasure is pleasure, but it's just a thought. If this mess isn't sorted out, what can I retire from? This damn dragon head wants to be done with it in a day. Jiang Tianxing fixed his gaze on Liang Kun. As long as he says no, he can't let Mong Ko go and must eliminate anyone hindering his path to redemption. Liang Kun understood he had no choice. Li Xian had no option either. If he shook his head again, he wouldn't even be able to leave this room today. Though he bore the title of White Paper Fan, if they truly wanted him dead, it would just take a flick of a finger. He raked his fingers through his hair, remaining silent, and eventually nodded. The two opposite him exchanged a knowing smile. Li Xian picked up the phone and dialed a number. When the voice on the other end said, Li Xian, his tone had returned to being perfectly composed, performing a flawless act of cooperation in front of the dragon head and the spokespersons. Sir Huang, your request has been accepted by Hong Xing. However, there is one condition. Mr. Jiang requires 50 gun licenses, and Wang Bao must step down. Is this a difficult matter? Jiang Tianxing and Liang Kun were both tense, waiting for a response from the other side. On the other end, the chubby Huang was suppressing laughter, deliberately yelling, "Are you dreaming? I can handle Wang Bao, but the gun license is impossible. Jiang Tianxing will never get one in his lifetime." Though he cursed fiercely, he was clear-minded. With his status, this matter was merely trivial. Different levels, different scopes, the resources he could mobilize were not even on the same scale. Ultimately, societies are merely entities living in the gutter. They die when exposed to light. The thing Jiang Tianxing dreams of is nothing more than a piece of paper to him. However, there are certain things Huang truly needs that sometimes Jiang Tianxing can resolve with just one phone call. It's that absurd. Cats have their paths and dogs have theirs. Li Xin's tone darkened. Does this mean the talks have broken down? Huang also restrained his laughter. I didn't say we wouldn't talk. Your demands are too excessive. I change them, and I'll do my best to accommodate what I can. Li Xian was getting into the act, becoming a drama king, and retorted sternly, Sir Huang, you know very well that if you want results and promotions, you can't do it without our cooperation. Is the situation in Suanwan and Mongkok enough for you to be promoted to the chief superintendent? If not, we can continue cooperating. Hongxing does not deal in drugs, but we are ultimately people of the underworld. If we want to gather some information, isn't it just a matter of reaching out? Don't you agree? Police community cooperation, we are all good citizens who detest drugs. This is the basis of our collaboration. After hearing this, the chubby Huang almost lost his composure, pinching his thigh hard to suppress his laughter. If Li Xian were to act, he might even win an award for best actor. The layout has been completed, now we just wait to net the catch. He wasn't in a hurry. As long as Hongxing's people in Mongkok and Suanwan were willing to cooperate, none would escape. Once this matter is completed, Hongxing will completely sever ties with that thing. Who would dare to do business with their people in the future? They would fear being caught. Hee. What you're saying does have some merit. However, 50 gun licenses are absolutely impossible. How about this? I have a friend who runs a security company, and the company holds 20 gun licenses. He can transfer both the company and the gun licenses to Jiang Tianxing, and I can ask someone to exert some effort through the relevant channels. It can be arranged. He added, just don't be greedy. Jiang Tianxing quickly signaled to Li Xian to nod quickly. Are you kidding? Which society in the entire Hong Kong island can hold legitimate gun licenses? None at all. He, Jiang Tianxing, is the only one. He couldn't help but glance at Li Xian. It could also be that there are two of them. The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. The two individuals before Huang Bingyao had turned completely red. Even though they knew Li Xian was acting, they would still actively seek excuses to smooth things over. However, this identity in the underworld still holds great value, which Li Xian cannot afford to lose. Several major societies have yet to engage in gang wars, potentially amounting to tens of thousands of words of content. Alright, since Sir Huang has made a decision, let's finalize it. Li Xian spoke casually. Now remember Mr. Jiang's number for later. In the future, if anything comes up, we should communicate more. As long as we can find common interests, we are all on the same side. What do you say, Sir Huang? As soon as these words were spoken, even the dragon head was dragged down with him. This undercover work is truly dedicated. Does Jiang Tianxing have connections in the police force? Yes. He has connections in all aspects. However, figures like Huang Bingyao, who carry weight among Chinese officers, would typically ignore him. A thin layer of fine sweat bead formed on Jiang Tianxing's forehead. As long as he can board Huang Bingyou's ship and the cost is bearable, he will go to any lengths. Just Huang Bingyou's visible network of connections is enough to make him resolute. Look at the Ma family, then at the Li family. Damn, they are so deep in darkness, yet still manage to clear their names. What does the Jiang family lack? The chubby Huang put on airs and spoke leisurely. Little Jiang, is it? Huang Bingyao did not put on airs. Even if Jiang Tianxing's father were alive, if he called out little Jiang, the old man would have to respond with a smile. Then leave a number. I will contact him if anything arises in the future. Huang Bingyao paused and added, actually, I don't want to deal with people like them, it's troublesome. Today you helped me a lot, so I'll give you face. Let's leave it at that. After hanging up, the chubby Huang laughed heartily while patting the table. He never imagined he would receive intelligence from a top society's dragon head in the future. At most, it would be a matter of exchanging benefits. One good thing about Huang Bingyao is that as long as he considers you one of his own, he will not hold back in helping. TVB Evening News. The Deputy Director of the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau Senior Superintendent, Huang Bingyao, was boasting into the microphone, puffing out his belly. Originally, the Narcotics Bureau hesitated for a moment, wanting to seize this interview opportunity. Huang Bingyao directly told them to scram, driving them away. Before the interview, he hurriedly donned the shoulder insignia of Senior Superintendent. On television, he was still the Chief Inspector of the Organized Crime Bureau. The police, after meticulous planning, mobilized over 5,000 officers and dispatched over 1,000 vehicles, successfully clearing out the demolition crews in Suanwan and Mongkok. The police were even more shameless, counting the water police totaling just over 2,000. They arrested 15 demolition crew members, killed one, and seized over 100 kilograms. Li Xian turned off the television, rolled over in bed, and hugged Chiodi tightly, quietly asking, shall we start over from the beginning? Are you afraid of hardship? Chiodi pressed her palm against his chest, and after a moment softly replied, What is there to be afraid of? I live a very stable life every day. What exactly are these two discussing? Starting a business? Or something else? They didn't clarify at all. Well, stop it. Annoying. In this round of chaos in the underworld of Hong Kong Island, roughly 30 small and medium societies collapsed completely. The names that were frequently mentioned afterward were just a few: Jiang Tianxing Di, Li Xian, Liang Kuan, Chuan Bao, Shui Bo. The battle between Chuan Bao and Shui Bo directly wiped out more than 30 small gangs, and everyone in the underworld was talking about it. Shui Bo was exceptionally fierce, defeating Chuan Bao and helping Hongxing seize control of Tsuen Wan. To protect Chuan Bao, He Lianxing could only give up land and pay compensation. Brother Di endured a bellyful of anger and switched to Hongxing. To show their apology, He Lianxing adorned him with 2 flowers. They even conferred a title upon him, loyal and filial Brother Di. They were just short of giving him the seat of Guanyin. Some say Brother Di chose to leave on his own, but no one believes that. Those few fools who spoke the truth got beaten up, accused of insulting an idol. How could they endure that? Liang Kuan also had a title, invincible and fearless. It is said that even the crown prince is no match for him with a single punch. He possesses the strength to lift 1,000 pounds, and none of his subordinates can withstand a single strike from him. In the entire Mongkok, he occupies 2/3 of the territory with 10 streets alone. Don't take it too seriously. I intentionally expanded it threefold, otherwise there wouldn't be enough space for so many people, as you can tell from the beginning. Yet some say that on that day Liang Kuan was not even in Mongkok. It was Jian Wang Hong who was leading the team. Still no one believes it. Since then, countless little brothers have flocked to Liang Kun's side for a meal. There's even a more exaggerated claim. Talented and brave, a godly figure. This rumor spread wildly. He is said to be skilled in governance and martial arts, single-handedly defeating all 18 bosses of Tsuen Wan. He entered Big D's villa and only emerged 3 hours later. Big D opened the scroll he left behind, which contained 8 strategies, and then turned to join Hongxing. He managed to take over Tsuen Wan all on his own. Later he also got in touch with Yu Bo, who gifted him the token of Sheng'e, the 5 ancestors' secret white fan. From that moment on, he became the first person in the martial world to possess the dual white paper fans, and the leaders of various societies all referred to him as a godly figure. There are also rumors that this recent chaos in the martial world was orchestrated by him targeting Big D from Tsuen Wan. His feelings for Big D are genuine, while Big D's wife is merely an accident. Listening to the chatter, the narrative doesn't quite add up. That's just how it is. The rest, let's just make it up ourselves. Every version is more absurd than the last. Is it absurd? Yet those big shots from the societies are nearly green with envy. Hongxing has actually connected with a heavyweight figure from the Chinese police force, Huang Bingyao. No one dares to openly say that Hongxing wears red shoes. That's just a trick to fool the lower-level small-time thugs to prevent them from becoming traitors. If this opportunity were presented to them, they would sell out their own society's bosses. The reward this time is astonishing. 2/3 of the territory in Mongkok, over 1,000 eateries, hundreds of bars. How much profit does that represent? How much are those little brothers worth? If they're gone, just recruit another batch from the Qi Yin Mountain Armory. Jiang Tianxing's luck is truly extraordinary. The great storm in the martial world won't settle until 7 days later. On the day of Luo Tianhong's appointment, the scene was quite grand. 6 decision-makers arrived. The Crown Prince and King of Fist Tai are close brothers of Li Xian and are sure to attend. Liang Kuan is the biggest beneficiary, and not only did he arrive, but he also prepared a big red envelope in advance. Big D considers himself close to Li Xian and insists on joining the festivities. Chen Yao and Big Shot B follow the leaders, serving as mere background. Before the ceremony, a hitch occurred. Luo Tianhong insisted on being the white paper fan bearer. If he wasn't given the fan, he would not leave, and he even threatened to let the gatekeeper Li Xian clean up his reputation, claiming he would stand by as a bodyguard. No one dared to take on this matter. Although they are all big shots, having a red stick take the position of the white paper fan would be a laughingstock if it got out. In the end, it was still Li Xian who stepped up, pulling out the one called Piao, who beside the Crown Prince, to assume the position of the red stick, thus salvaging the situation. During the appointment ceremony, Liang Kuan presented a check for 666,000 as a red envelope, thanking Luo Tianhong for helping him secure Mongkok. This is real money, solid and reliable. The leader Jiang Tianxing personally bestowed tokens to Piao, Hu, Luo Tianhong, and Hua Shi, red sticks, white paper fans, and straw sandals. This treatment was last enjoyed by the Crown Prince's group. From today onward, they can also claim to be half disciples of the leader. Later, a saying emerged in the martial world: to hold the white paper fan at the Sai Kung Hall 1 must be able to fight better than the double flower red sticks. If you can't defeat the red stick, don't even think about taking that fan. This is the title earned through 2 generations of white paper fans. All the chaotic achievements, whether true or false, are piled onto Li Xian. When one reaches that position, there will naturally be little brothers helping to weave stories for you. Luo Tianhong proudly held a shabby fan trailing behind Li Xian, and immediately asked, "Boss, this 5 ancestors secret white fan of yours can't compare to mine. When can we swap?" He mentioned it, and Li Xian nearly forgot he even had this thing. Li Xian casually tossed a fan from his pocket to him, saying, "Here, take it, keep it well. This fan can command all fans under heaven." "What do you mean? Still a shabby fan?" Liang Kuan watched these two being so informal, enviously drooling. He was genuinely craving. As for Luo Tianhong, he's a person with his head stuck in the clouds. Gifts of houses, money, women. None of it worked. He shot back with a single question: "Can you fight?" "If I can fight, why would I look for you?" Liang Kuan was nearly choked to death by anger. As people dispersed, they all went about their own business. Only Liang Kuan lingered, shamelessly clinging to Li Xian. "Brother Xian, I've emptied your film company. Did I ever say a single word of refusal? Can you do me a favor?" "No." Li Xian flatly rejected him. "Really, no negotiation?" "None. Don't refuse, so absolutely, can we talk again?" "No discussion." Li Xian firmly shot out 3 no's. "No, not a chance, absolutely not, don't even think about it," which made Liang Kuan furious. Liang Kuan rolled his eyes and took a deep breath, the anger in his chest flaring up. He completely exploded, hugging Li Xin's thigh tightly, refusing to let go, and shouted, "Brother Xian, you can't be— You used to call me Brother Kuan so affectionately, have you forgotten? You can't treat people like this." Li Xian grabbed him by the nape and lifted him up, expressionless, saying, "Is this your first day knowing me?" Seeing Li Xin's stance, Liang Kuan knew this matter was definitely hopeless today. He immediately turned hostile, rolling his eyes and cursing under his breath, "Street punk Xian, remember this. Remember this, if you come looking for me in the future, even if you kneel down and beg, I won't give you the time of day." He even poked Li Xian with his finger and added, "Absolutely not giving you the time of day." Just as Liang Kuan was about to turn and leave, Li Xian yanked him back by the collar. Liang Kuan turned around and threw a flurry of punches, angrily shouting, "I warn you, street punk Xian, don't go too far. When I get angry, even I'm scared of myself." Li Xian didn't take his attitude seriously at all, smoothing out the collar of his green shirt and speaking politely, "Brother Kuan, I know you're furious, and today you didn't bring a fire extinguisher. Just cool off first, and we can deal with your anger later. I never said I wouldn't help you. You have to let a person finish talking, right?" As expected of Liang Kuan, his expression changed faster than flipping a book. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, he immediately embraced Li Xian's neck, grinning widely. "So you'll lend me Tianhong?" "Not a chance." Without a second thought, Liang Kuan turned to leave, but as he walked away, he gave Li Xian the middle finger. Li Xin's words made him turn back again. "Don't you want a capable fighter?" Liang Kuan turned his head, looking at him in disbelief. Li Xian didn't tease him further, directly stating, "I know a guy named Wu, a little 49, who can fight especially well, at least at the level of a top red stick. Do you want him?" Liang Kuan shot him a glare, then asked, "How does he compare to Tianhong?" Li Xian thought about the outcome of their fight and shook his head. "That can't be compared. But he's definitely not bad, though Wu's dual knives are inherited." Upon hearing this, Liang Kuan believed him. He had witnessed Li Xin's prowess with a knife and respected Li Xin's judgment. "What's the condition? Don't say you're just looking for me for no reason. If you Li Xian go out without picking up money, that's a loss." Hearing Liang Kuan say this, Li Xian appeared unfazed, smiling, as he said, "Let your people clear out all rental and sale information from your territory." Liang Kuan immediately understood. "Hongshin Real Estate Agency is yours." He became serious and added, Xian, "I, Liang Kuan, don't believe in loyalty. I only remember debts and grudges. Whoever harms me, I will kill their entire family. Whoever helps me, I will definitely repay. This small matter, just ask, I will surely handle it, no need to barter." Li Xian felt a bit emotional. Liang Kuan, like him, has an indescribably complex nature. Liang Kuan is clear about debts and grudges, and when he doesn't hold a grudge, he's quite generous. Anyone in the gang who seeks his help, he never declines. He just has a bit of a volatile temper. Li Xian patted his shoulder. "Brother Kuan, I've always believed in voluntary exchanges. When have you seen me bully honest people? Down below, I treat myself as a person, and up top, I treat others as people. I've never touched ordinary folks. Besides, how much can those poor souls squeeze out? And it just brings a bad reputation. Is it worth it?" After saying this, Li Xian was clear in his mind. He was trying to plant the idea in Liang Kuan's mind, helping him understand that bullying ordinary people yields no profit. After a pause, he continued, "I owe no one anything. When it comes to a real fight, my heart is clear. I once dealt with Big Shot B, and that was only because his underlings provoked me first. It's the same for everyone. Don't provoke me, everything is negotiable. Provoke me, when it ends depends on my mood." I've never mentioned this to the Crown Prince or Brother Tai. I'm only saying this to you, Brother Kuan, because I think you're a sensible person, and that's why I shared a few heartfelt words. Upon finishing, Liang Kuan not only didn't get upset, but instead felt quite pleased. He had witnessed Li Xin's methods in recent days and felt a chill in his heart. To speak so openly with him indicates that Li Xian truly values him. He nodded decisively. "All right, no problem. These kids cause trouble every day, or it's good to find them some work. I'll arrange it as soon as I get back." "That's fine, since Brother Kuan is so straightforward, I won't hide it from you. Find someone from the number company to locate him, or just ask, and you'll know. That guy is all about the money, even more ruthless than me. I only charge once he wants an extra fee. If he finds me, he'll give me some face, and ask for less, though it won't be much less." Li Xian said with a smile. Liang Kuan waved his hand, looking indifferent. "As long as he's worth that price, I'll pay it. It's a fair exchange and no problem." Loyalty and righteousness are unreliable. In the future, you can conduct your legitimate business at my place. I'll have my little brothers keep an eye on you, preventing those small thugs from causing trouble. Lee Xian beamed. Oh, thank you, Brother Cohen. Since you're so generous, I have an idea. Find a clean person to act as a legal representative, register a security company, and then invite you to be the general manager. Then change the protection fee directly to a security fee. Liang Kuan pondered for a long time, frowning. Isn't that the same thing? Why go through all this trouble? Lee Xian felt a surge of superiority within him as he looked at the uncultured person before him, silently thinking, if you had read a couple more novels on tomato, you wouldn't be so ignorant. Protection fees are illegal, but security fees are perfectly legal. In the future, you won't have to worry about money laundering or driving luxury cars, and living in mansions is much more enjoyable, isn't it? Liang Kuan sat there, his brows knitted together, unable to suppress a curse. Damn, won't that require paying taxes? Lee Xian looked at him with disdain and replied, of course, if you launder money, you still have to give a cut, right? Paying taxes is just like the handling fee for money laundering. Besides, can't you find a financial expert to help you create a corporate structure to legally reduce your taxes? If you can't do it, just let someone who can handle it. If you don't pay taxes to the government, that's illegal, and the police will be watching you every day. Once you pay your taxes, you become a tax-paying entrepreneur, and you can even curse at the police. They receive a portion of their salary from you. Have you thought about that? Liang Kuan was stunned for a few seconds, and his expression gradually turned lewd as he chuckled. Shinga, what do you think if I start a property management company or a cleaning company? Is there money to be made? His subordinates could also have some legitimate work to do, earn extra income, and not worry about getting into trouble. Li Zin's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, who said that a short horse can't think straight? This guy is quick-witted and can draw inferences from one instance. He believes that even if Liang Kuan doesn't take this path and ventures into legitimate business, he can still rise to prominence. So one really can't underestimate anyone. No matter which circle, those who can reach the top have their own skills. This broke the inflated ego that Lee Xian had just built up. Those trivial matters in the underworld are nothing at all. Upon returning to the shop in Causeway Bay, Lee Xian sorted out the affairs of the two companies. To be honest, Jimmy is truly a valuable asset. He didn't even need to worry about the real estate agent's matters. Oh, Jimmy handled everything perfectly on his own. Lee Xian liked this kind of employee, not highly paid, hardworking, and even took the time to further his education. He was simply the chosen worker. In just a few days, Jimmy had expanded the agency to Yao Ma Ti and Sun Wan. He even managed to negotiate with the boss, B, to lower the renovation costs. Lee Xian didn't shortchange him either. He gifted him an 800-square-foot mansion in Sai Kung along with a car, telling him that after 10 years of hard work, the house and car would all belong to him. The land prices in Sai Kung were ridiculously cheap, and Lee Xian had hoarded a bunch of plots. Following the style of his hometown in his past life, he built 2 buildings, each with 6 units and 6 floors high. One building was for the key members of the parking lot, while he himself lived on the 5th floor. The upper and lower floors were filled with brothers he had brought from his hometown, with several units still left empty, ensuring a sense of security. The other plots of land remained untouched for now. They would be developed later if needed. This is Li Zin's chosen stronghold. His mentor taught him through personal experience that having a base is essential. In the future, employees who perform well would all be gifted a mansion in Sai Kung, whether they wanted it or not. As for what they thought, that was none of his concern. Even this little gesture moved Jimmy to the point of tears, and he vowed on the spot to work like a dog for his boss. That very day, he brought his mother from the pigeon coop in Sham Shui Po to Sai Kung. This place was a bit out of the way and lacked the nightlife of the city center, but the houses were spacious enough. He never dared to dream of such a place to live before. His mother kept reminding him to work hard for the boss, pointing out that with this car and house secured, he might even find a wife, so he better not slack off. Jimmy shook his head, feeling helpless. What company offers a wife as a perk? If there were such a good deal, the door would be trampled flat. After briefing Jimmy, he had Xing drive the car out, preparing to take a look at the filming site in TSC Wanshan. The film was nearly completed, and he had only been there a few times. This film, Young and Dangerous, had a fierce cast, none of whom were serious actors, all coming as their true selves. The petite 5 tigers from Causeway Bay had come to perform. Although they had been beaten previously, they still came obediently for the sake of the money. The main actor was paid 8,000 while the supporting actors received 5,000. Except for the pretty boy, and then the others heard the pay and quickly ran away. Don't be fooled by their usual nonchalant demeanor. Their pockets were cleaner than their faces. The heads of Hung Hing, 12 decision-makers. No, now there were 13, as Luo Tianhong had become the new decision-maker in Sai Kung after completing his duties. All of them were persuaded by Lee Xian over a drink to take on supporting roles. Only Brother Kuan was reluctant, feeling that the role would ruin his image. But how could he have such a big temper? Would he really lose his temper in the morgue? And could those trivial matters about selling powder even be shown on the big screen? In the end, the two had an argument, resulting in an additional 30 seconds added to that morgue scene. It couldn't be delayed any longer. Adding more would make it look fake. This had already been increased tenfold. Because of the incident in Mongkok, Brother Kuan relented. As soon as Li Xian got out of the car, he saw a group of short horses gathered around the crew, enjoying the commotion. Someone recognized him and greeted Xing Ge. What brings you here today? Someone else wanted to network, shouting, Xing Ge, can you take me as your little brother? Li Xian walked toward a nearby shabby bar, jokingly scolding, are you out of your mind? Mixing with me? Are you going to sell fish with me in Sai Kung? You won't starve to death. The short horses didn't mind laughing and joking along. With or without a relationship, if a deity nods approvingly, then they would have struck it rich. Having Li Xin's name out there would certainly earn them some face. He walked up to Wang Jin and asked, hey Jin, how much is left? Wang Jin put down his earpiece and smiled, boss, I came today just to fill in a few shots. How long until it can be released? It will be ready in 3 days. But boss, have you secured a screening venue? Wang Jin inquired. Li Xian patted his shoulder, telling him not to worry. I finalized everything a couple of days ago. A Shaw Brothers Golden Harvest and Jin Gangzhu have all agreed, just waiting on your film. Just do your best. If this film gets a good response, the entire series will be handed over to you. Let those short horses provide you with some material, and you can handle it however you wish, granting you the greatest freedom. The little chubby guy was so excited that his face turned red, his mouth stretched almost to his ears. He was not smiling yet, but once he did, he looked even lewder. When Shun Haonan and the others saw Li Xian coming over, their expressions turned a bit uncomfortable. They had just been dealt with a few days ago, and now they were back to film for the same people, especially since it involved getting paid. The feeling in their hearts was indescribably awkward. Li Xian waved at them, and when a few approached, he smiled and asked, are you used to filming here? Bao Pai, wearing glasses, spoke before Nan Ge. Xing Ge, we're quite used to it. We can now find our own shots, and during our downtime, we also help the crew move things around. After he spoke, the others nodded in agreement. Li Xian took out $2,000 bills from his pocket and handed them to Chun Haonan, casually saying, if you're used to it, then work hard. You might end up relying on this for a living one day. Take this money and buy some tea to drink. Once Li Xian left, Chun Haonan looked down at the $2,000 in his hand, feeling a complicated mix of emotions. This money was what many people could earn in a month. It wasn't small at all. Shanji chuckled, moving closer to say, Nan Ge. Xing Ge is quite generous, giving out 2,000 at once. How about we go to Palam Street tonight? Chun Haonan turned his thumb around his ear, thinking for a moment before saying, sure, let's invite the director along and go take a stroll on Palam Street tonight. De Tian frowned a little displeased. Why bring an outsider when the brothers go out to have fun? Shanji slapped him on the back of the head, scolding, are you out of your mind? Are you planning to stop filming in the future? Do you think just being in the same gang as Xing Ge guarantees everything? Xing Ge doesn't even give face to the decision makers. Fat Lao, Li got his head cracked at the headquarters. What do we count for? In the future, won't you still have to listen to the director for filming? If you maintain a good relationship with him, you won't have to worry about not getting roles. This is 1,000 times better than going out to fight. Think about it. How much do you earn from fighting? 1,000 or 800, and you could end up injured and lying in bed for a long time. In just a few days, we've already made 5,000. Once we become famous, do you think Xing Ge won't raise our pay? Shanji analyzed thoroughly for De Tian. Bao Pai interjected, if we really become famous, maybe people will come looking for us to act in films. Chen Haonan looked at Bao Pai, utterly speechless. Shanji glanced around, confirming there were no outsiders, then slapped Bao Pai on the face, whispering angrily, are you trying to get us killed? What's wrong with me? Bao Pai protested, covering his face. Shanji was so angry that he hit him again. Shut the hell up. Do you even know who Xing Ge is? Do you still not understand? Even if you become famous, if he doesn't give the word, do you dare to take roles behind his back? The roles you take during the day, by night, Luo Tianhong could have you killed. By that time, even Bi Ge won't speak for you. Who do you think you are? You are just a short horse. If you dare do that, it's being ungrateful. If you want to say who was the most clear-headed among these people, it really was Shanji. He knew what he wanted and understood what could and couldn't be touched. Causeway Bay was bustling with activity, with cars coming and going and crowds squeezing together. It has always been the most prosperous commercial district on the whole island. In later years, the land prices here skyrocketed to frightening levels, ranking among the highest in the world. Although Hong Kong Island appears to be an international metropolis glimmering with lights, it secretly harbors the skeletons of wealthy families. Compared to them, the thugs and the gangs are simply rats in the sewer, unable to see the light of day. These aristocratic families hold not only piles of cash, but also have their shadows in politics, business, and culture. Each one dresses themselves beautifully, fearing that others might catch a glimpse of their predatory faces. Yet among this group of wealthy individuals, money does not hold the same value for everyone. A chasm exists between new money and old money, one that no one can cross. When talking about new money families, the names that pop into the minds of Hong Kong Islanders are Li Jiaqing, Guo Dashing, Li Ziyajiji, Zheng Yutong, Bao Chuan Wang, and Huasha Huang. Well, Huasha Huang is having a tough time these days, closely monitored by the government, forcing him to keep a low profile, avoiding stepping outside. It's no wonder those foreign devils keep an eye on him. This old man is too capable of stirring trouble, and Li Xian sincerely admires the things he has done. These names are the pillars of the Chinese business circle on Hong Kong Island. However, compared to the new money, there is an even earlier group of wealthy families with equally illustrious names: the Zhou family of Yongtai, the He family of Dong, the Li family of Peitai, and the Li family of Shizhen. Not in that sense, those who understand will understand. Let's not mention He Dong. His collateral branch is the gambling king, He Xian from Australia. Li Xian has long had his eyes on his family's eldest daughter, He Qiong, but unfortunately, he has not been able to get in touch. It's not that he is after their money. If he really wanted money, he could steal or rob, as he's quite experienced at it. However, Li Xin's skills are far too lacking. Too rough. Just having someone like He Qiong would save him a lot of trouble. Most of these people come from comprador backgrounds. You might not be familiar with the Li family, but if I mention a company, you'll understand. TVB was originally from the Li family before it was taken over by Xiao Lao Lu. The Li family rose to prominence. Back then, they spent over 3 million to acquire a large piece of land in Causeway Bay, earning them the title of the King of Causeway Bay. Families like this can cleanse their reputations and still be called old money families. It's outrageous. These old money families not only possess vast wealth, but have also deeply rooted connections in politics, business, and culture, making them untouchable. Li Huanghua is even more audacious, using empty hands to catch a white wolf, acquiring Hutchison Whampoa in 79, backed by HSBC. Just think about how deep his ties with the foreign devils are. Li Xian also wants to take a bite of this real estate pie, but he can't get in. He can only reach out from the periphery. The gap between new and old money isn't just about how long the money has been accumulated, it's also about the family's influence. These old money families have been rooted in Hong Kong Island for over 100 years, and the underlying currents are terrifyingly deep. In this island filled with miracles, the transition between old and new wealth and power intertwines to create a grand tapestry. Li Xian wants to mark his presence on this tapestry. In a year that John Bull woman will have to kneel and bow her head. 3 days have passed in a blink. At the entrance of the Causeway Bay Golden Harvest Cinema, a large group of people from the underworld arrived, all coming to attend the film premiere. It was Li Xin's first time filming, so he was particularly attentive, personally welcoming guests at the door. Luo Tianhong and Chun Yaoxing followed closely behind him, assisting him. Wow, brother Min coming to honor me truly makes me, Xian, proud. I must toast you a few more times at the table later. Li Xian grabbed the hand of the number helper Shui Min with a beaming smile. You Xian starting a film company, how could I not come? If I didn't come, I'd be afraid you'd curse my ancestors behind my back. Shui Min joked. How could I dare? I'd directly go to your house and curse you in person. Li Xian pulled him inside, asking as they walked, Brother Min, do you have any plans? Want to shoot a film too? Shui Min slapped Li Xin's arm and said irritably, Damn, my number helper Shuanghua Hongkong going to shoot a film? You actually dare to say that? Li Xian watched this old guy bragging and joking with a few familiar faces, secretly laughing. Old ding, there will come a day you'll be begging me. But he's still young now, he will be fine in a couple of years, so let it be for now. As more and more people gathered at the entrance, a few of them were overwhelmed and had to pull Han Bin and Liang Cohen out to help. Brother Water Buffalo, welcome, welcome. Please come in. Uncle Tian, it's such a hassle to trouble you from so far away, my apologies. Kin Hong, quickly take Uncle Tian to Mr. Jiang's table. After a busy hour, the movie finally started. The results were unexpectedly good. It said that the film depicted their personal experiences. Although it was somewhat exaggerated, it still had a strong underworld flavor. Word spread quickly. The film rapidly became a sensation in the underworld. Recently, every day some punks have been coming to Causeway Bay looking for Chun Haonan, saying they want to mix with him. Big Brother B was so delighted, he couldn't close his mouth. Now he had to be selective about who to accept. The weak, the short, or those with poor physiques were all unwanted. Big Brother B is even bold enough to say this. He himself is only 1 meter 50 tall, yet he dares to despise others for being short. Where can one reason this out? In the office, Li Xian comfortably lay on Xiaota's lap, eyes closed as he asked, How's the box office? Xiaota wrapped her right arm around his neck, her voice tinged with uncontainable joy. In just 3 days, it's almost 10 million. The cinema manager said that after the run it could easily reach 60 to 70 million. It's almost like stealing money. After saying that, she lowered her head and kissed him. Li Xian shifted to a more comfortable position and nodded. That's great. Has the Wu Beige you contacted replied? A few days passed. Li Xian sat at the desk flipping through the script of A Better Tomorrow. It's not that he is vulgar. This film isn't. Back then, the Gunfight film, made by Cine City Film Company, directed by John Woo, starred T. Lung, Leslie Chung, and Chow Yun-fat. The story revolves around the brotherhood of Song Ziho, Brother Ma, and Song Zijia, as well as the setbacks and grievances they each faced in their later paths. Speaking of which, the real star in this film isn't Fat Choi, but rather Leslie Chung, who came to help. By that time, he was already the king of the music scene. He purely came to lend a helping hand to his brother, appearing as a supporting role in the crew. Anyone who knows him understands that he is very sincere towards his friends, and anyone who mentions him would give him a thumbs up. The remaining 3 were all unfortunate souls. T. Lung had no films to shoot and was thrown out. As for Fat Choi, just mentioning his nickname shows how miserable he was. John Woo was also in a low period. As a result, a single film saved all 3 of them. The part that left the deepest impression on Lee Xian was where they were setting up Gunfire, while simultaneously organizing a banquet which originally had no connection to each other, but ended up becoming a chaotic mix. In his previous life, he watched this segment back and forth several times. Furthermore, the fact that this film could create such grand scenes is what he truly values. Suddenly the phone on the table rang. After listening for a couple of sentences, Li Xin's expression darkened. Who dares to leak the copy of Young and Dangerous? This is stealing his money. If he can tolerate this, then Li Xian would be a turtle. Take the people to the Saigon warehouse, investigate the origins clearly. I want to know who the source is. Do you understand? The phone slammed down on the table. The more Li Xian thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn, who the hell dares to touch his money? No one. Not even Jesus could. Whoever dares to touch his money, even the wooden frame, is unnecessary, who just burn them, leaving them with no chance to resurrect. Damn, since you've lived long enough, let me send you off. That afternoon, Li Xian walked into Big Brother BS boxing gym. By the end of the afternoon, all the boxers in the gym ended up in the hospital. After he left, Big Brother B was so furious he started cursing. He already knew this kid was good with knives, but now it seems his fists and kicks are even more ruthless. Those boxers who were beaten up once discharged from the hospital refused to admit they were weak and practiced hard, with many of them truly making a name for themselves. Luo Tianhong's reputation as God Xinshin spread more and more mysteriously. Upon hearing that someone dared to touch Li Xin's film copy, he exploded. Do these fools not want to live? The money of Big Brother is his money. He said this with righteous confidence. Since following Li Xian, he has never been empty-handed, or once spent he directly reaches out for more. In Luo Tianhong's mind, the logic is particularly simple. When money runs out, go to Big Brother to get more. If Big Brother's money is stolen, isn't that equivalent to stealing his money? Without saying a word, he rushed to Mongkok to borrow people from Liang Kuan. His own brothers had legitimate businesses to attend to, driving taxis or running agencies, who had time to go out and fight. The ultimate skill Big Brother taught him is called Master's Consciousness. My stuff is mine, your stuff is also mine. With how much help did he give Liang Kuan back in the day? What's wrong with borrowing a few people? As for the big red envelope Kuan Gu gave him before, he had long forgotten about it. What could be more important than doing things for Big Brother? Tisk, originally a decent little martial arts enthusiast, he has been completely led astray by Li Xian. At that moment, Big D also took the initiative to approach him. Upon hearing that his good brother's film copy was stolen, his face darkened instantly. Damn, isn't that disrespecting Big D? Who in the underworld doesn't know that God Xinshin is Big D's iron buddy? Knowing this and still daring to take action is just asking to die. As things kicked off in Mongkok, Yao Mati and Sim Sha Sui immediately caught wind of it. The prince and the boxing king were furious, cursing, are they bullying their three brothers now? Looking across the entire Hong Kong underworld, who dares to touch them? No one, absolutely no one. Suddenly, Yao Tsim was thrown into chaos. Even the dragon head Jiang Tianxing couldn't sit still and hurriedly called to ask what was going on. After Liang Kuan explained the situation, this dragon head boss rarely lost his temper. Damn, I just started gaining some recognition in the acting world. Once Young and Dangerous was released, who didn't know the actor playing the dragon head was Jiang Tianxing? If he shoots another 2 films, Jiang Tianxing will be a legitimate actor. The plan Xin proposed to cleanse his reputation is completely viable. A few days ago, he took Fong Ting to a concert, and even those cultured people recognized him, asking, aren't you the one who played the dragon head? What was your name again? Look at the great effect. Today, daring to steal Zin's copy means tomorrow they might ruin Jiang Tianxing's chance to cleanse his reputation. This cannot be tolerated. After finishing his boxing, Li Xian learned that the dragon head had issued an order. The bastard who stole the copy must be dragged out. This is a provocation against Hongxing. Many things can have a chain reaction. One cannot rush to conclusions based on hearsay. He only trusts what he sees, hears, and understands. He has never earned money that exceeds his understanding. He may not become wealthy overnight, but his foundation is as solid as a rock. Just as he was lost and thought, his phone rang again. Upon answering, it was Huang Binjio's voice. Xian, what's going on in Yao Tsim? Is there trouble? Just as Li Xin's complaint came out, the call was abruptly hung up. Huang Bingyao didn't ask a single word. But this perfectly explained everything. Old Huang is making a statement with his actions. Who on the street doesn't know that daring to touch Zin's stuff is asking for death? Huang Bingyao himself has said before that even he had to give Li Xian money to spin, these blind fools are even more. Now the relationship is different. Xian asked him to buy supplements to nourish his body, which is something only a close brother would say. Even biological brothers might hesitate to spend money. So this matter is far from over. Both the underworld and the law enforcement are moving simultaneously. That's how things are in the Jianghu. You can never guess what will happen next. A leaked film copy stirred up a storm across the entire island. The name Shunxian resonated once again. Because of this minor incident, both the underworld and the law enforcement began to search for thieves throughout the city. Outsiders might find it exaggerated, but those in the circle understand. This is about saving face. Luo Tianhong personally led a team to scour the island, specifically seeking out those who had stolen copies and sold pirated versions. With this formidable figure present, who would dare provoke Shinxian? He is a legitimate big shot once renowned alongside the two kings of sword and blade. These people are just asking for trouble daring to touch the cake of Shinxian. This is akin to a mouse licking a cat's backside. It's suicidal. The heads of major societies couldn't sit still, each questioning their subordinates if they were involved. If it is true, they quickly need to offer a drink to apologize and avoid igniting a war between factions over such trivial matters. To put it bluntly, Li Xin's reputation rose another notch. It's always like this, inexplicably catching fire. If we talk about the significant things he's done, there's really only that Big D incident he can boast about. So what do people in the Jianghu say? Don't idolize me too much or I'm just a legend. The phone rang again. Boss, it was Chun Chao, his head of security. This matter is quite coincidental. Chun Chao came to the island with a group of veterans from the Vietnam War, hoping to make some money to go back and build houses, becoming a wealthy individual. But upon arrival, he realized there were no gold coins to be found on the ground, and working hard wouldn't earn any money. In the end, they all settled in Sai Kung. That place is even worse than the new territories. At least people from the new territories have land rights and can be allocated a flat when they grow up. Sai Kung has nothing but spoiled fish and shrimp, and they can't even sell well. It only got slightly better after Li Xian opened a seafood market. The fishermen in Sai Kung appreciated him for these few small things. Usually no one brings up elections, but when the day comes, Li Xian is guaranteed to be a nailed-in candidate. This place has no clan power. It's all villages of old fishermen who came together, and the hearts of the people aren't united. After Li Xian arrived, the first rule was that he didn't charge them a penny in protection fees. The second rule was that if outsiders bullied the fishermen of Sai Kung, he would step in to mediate. The third rule was that he opened a department store in Sai Kung so villagers wouldn't have to go to the city for shopping, they could buy everything they needed right there. Speaking of which, that foolish woman Xiao Ti once sold flowers in Sai Kung. Who would buy them? Li Xian never touched the money of the poor. That little profit wasn't worth it and would tarnish his reputation. To make money, you have to focus on the wealthy. He didn't delve deeply into Mao Xian, but in his past life as a storekeeper, he had the time to read, and this book was the one he flipped through the most. He never missed a single episode of the video lectures by Professor AI on Mao Xian, some of which he watched several times. Inside, Li Xian felt a sense of red, seeking common ground while reserving differences, coexistence in peace, and using thunderous means. Anyone who blocked his path would either not act or go all the way. He hadn't done many things in Sai Kung. Just these few matters made him as important in Sai Kung as a local emperor with status comparable to those village heads in the new territories. Old Huang once said that the Sai Kung police station didn't want to deal with him at all. Did they really not want to manage him? No, they just couldn't. If they asked him a question during the day, the police station could catch fire at night. Fishermen are not afraid of hardship and can endure fatigue, but they fear not earning enough to support their families. With Li Xian in charge, no one dared to suppress their fish prices, and no restaurant would dare to place an order and then find excuses to claim the fish wasn't fresh. What could those police at the station do apart from strolling around with their guns? They could do nothing. Actually, they could make people run for their lives, unable to recognize even their own mothers. They were even worse than street thugs. The second marshal sounds glorious, but in reality, he's just an advanced thug. Those 10 or so men rushed into Sai Kung, unable to even pay for a meal. Elite soldiers who have fought countless battles, how precious are they? The veterans returning from a broad number in the hundreds of thousands. If John Bull had this many treasures, the Falklands wouldn't have ended up like that. Sai Kung is not the city center. A sudden appearance of more than a dozen unfamiliar faces is too conspicuous. When Li Xian heard those people talk, the coarse accent mixed with the smell of oysters almost brought tears to his eyes. His kin had arrived, heading south outside Shanhaiguan. When asked, they all claimed to be from northeast China. The 3 provinces of northeast China would never forget the Inner Mongolia region. That's family. He happily paid for the meal, leading these brothers to bathe, drink, and have fun, just like returning home. Especially when they got drunk and started bragging. He wanted to cry. Who understands? It's just this flavor. You all brag as much as you want. He loves to hear it. He likes it, so keep praising him. These guys are impressive when boasting, but even fiercer when it comes to action. Chen Xiao held his phone, his palms sweaty. The royal police of the island had investigated several rounds, but found not a single clue. Useless. Brother Xiao, what's wrong? Li Xian stretched his legs on the table, slumping into the boss chair, speaking lazily. Boss, I have a favor to ask you. What is it? Chen Xiao gritted his teeth. A dozen of my comrades just arrived on the island and bumped into each other in the city. None of them have a legitimate livelihood. Now, can you arrange some work for them? He spoke cautiously. To be honest, Li Xian had already been generous enough to them, bringing over their families to live, providing them with housing, and giving them plenty of money. Usually working in the garage repairing cars, they also received extra bonuses for going out on missions. But these were brothers who crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. You blocked the knife for me, I took the hit for you. This bond is deeper than that of biological brothers. He trusts them with his life. Is this all? Just take them to the garage, and it's done. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Boss, I have a comrade whose mother is ill. They couldn't get treated back home, nor could they afford the money. That's why they brought their mother and a few brothers to the island. Chen Chaos throat tightened. The surgery cost is over $1 million. He wants to make some quick cash. What he didn't say was that he met those brothers near a gold shop. Everyone knows what they want to do. He was truly at his wit's end. A dozen comrades put together only managed to scrape together a few $100,000, which was still a long way off. That's why he steeled himself to bring up this request. Li Xian didn't hesitate for even a second. First, send the person to Mingxin Hospital. I'll cover the surgery cost and let them find a match themselves. Is there anything else? A disease that could cost over $1 million can only mean a replacement is needed. Chen Xiao felt a lump in his throat, and his voice changed. No, that's it. After hanging up, Li Xian didn't take it to heart at all. The money he sent to his subordinates wasn't much, but it was stable, enough to support a whole family without worries. No one with him could become rich overnight, but each family lived better than those white-collar workers in office buildings. It's just that the money was all cash. Xiao stood behind the chair, her fingers gently pressing on Li Xin's temple. Should we find a lawyer? If the leak came from the cinema side, can we sue them? No need. Li Xian closed his eyes. Have you forgotten what kind of meal I eat? In the office I am Boss Li, but once I step out that door, what do people in the circle call me? If I really went to find a lawyer to sue the cinema today, tomorrow the 12 talkers of Hongxing would swallow me whole. Excluding Tianhong. That kid dares to touch his own boss. If Jiang Tianxing dared to lay a finger on Li Xian, he would chop off the dragon head. Those in the Jianghu of the island could make a joke out of this for half a year. At least 6 months, unless something bigger happened. This would be their regular topic over drinks. This isn't illegal, it's a matter of face. Suddenly a strange voice came from the door. What do they call you? Hongxing's second Marshal Shinxian. Li Xian looked up. Chen Yaoxing blocked the door, not taking a step back. The speaker was Inspector Li Xian from the Wanchai Anti-Organized Crime Unit. Li Xian opened the door and let the inspector in. Li Xian didn't even lift his butt from the chair. He just casually gestured for him to sit and had someone brew tea. This attitude directly infuriated the young police officer behind Li Xian. A young officer rushed to the desk, slamming the credentials he held onto the table. Wanchai Police Anti-Organized Crime Unit Zhang Hao. Stand up. Cooperate with the investigation. Li Xian didn't even move. The officer was completely enraged, pointing at Li Xin's nose and shouting, I told you to stand up. Did you hear me? Stand up. Li Xian finally glanced at him. His expression was quite cold. He had seen plenty of these freshly graduated hotheads. They always feel that because they wear that uniform the whole world should fear them. But some positions in this world are really not something a small officer like him can touch. Li Xian ignored him. Losing face. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Beep. Beep. The call connected. Who is this? Put down the phone. Who told you to make a call? The young officer was still yelling. Li Xian handed the receiver towards him. If you have the guts, come and take it. The officer was stunned, his face turning red. Li Xian no longer looked at him, speaking into the phone. Uncle, when it's me, Xian. On the other end came a lewd old voice. What are you up to this time? You've set up for companies recently. Isn't that enough trouble? Indeed, in recent times Li Xian had registered 4 companies all at once. Hongxing Security, Hongxing Real Estate Agency, Hongxing Taxi Service, Hongxing Film Industry. Together these 4 companies form the framework of Hongxing Group. It doesn't matter if it's just a shell for now, as long as the structure is there. As for Hongxing Security, Huang Pengzi helped introduce a retired inspector as a consultant. 50 gun permits were approved all at once. The process went very smoothly. What gang background? Don't talk nonsense. Spreading rumors can get you in legal trouble. Li Xian is now the legitimate chairman of Hongxing Group. Once the company goes public, he'll be the chairman of the board. Gangs. Which gang? Li Xian is not clear. You have to admit this world is interesting. A single word from Huang Pengzi is more effective than countless people running around. Xian just lit a cigarette, and the nearby little brother immediately leaned over to offer a lighter. He took a puff and dialed Uncle. When do you have many intern lawyers on your side? Send a team over for me. On the other end of the phone, Huang Don was stunned for a few seconds. He was a royal lawyer charging a hefty fee, yet undeniably effective. How could this kid not appreciate him? His tone was somewhat displeased. What do you need an intern lawyer for? Those people can only memorize laws and deliver documents. They are of little use otherwise. For small matters, just find me once, and it'll be settled. Li Xian chuckled, realizing that Uncle Wen still had his peculiar preferences. Uncle Wen, I've arranged for you to sign the document at the Grand Palace on Borland Street. You can just go there directly to sign. Bring some friends along to enjoy. I'll consider it my treat. Huang Don immediately changed his tone cheerfully, saying, You kid, unlike those other useless brats, you've got a lively mind and know how to handle things. It's difficult not to make money from now on. Li Xian smiled and turned to Li Xian, his face alight with joy. Li sir, what brings you here today? Li Xian glared at that smiling face, wanting to punch it. Annoying. His intimidation tactic had not even begun before it was crushed. He could only sigh. Brother Xian, do we really need to go this far? Seeing Zhang Hao already reaching for his gun holster, he hurriedly grabbed him. You fool, don't act impulsively. Turning to the officers behind him, he waved his hand. Take him out. Li Xian tilted his head and said to Chen Yaoxing, Note down that kid's number. He'll later hand it to the incoming legal team so they can strip him of his skin. The young officer who had just reached the doorway heard this and abruptly shook off his colleague's grip. Before Li Xian could react, he dashed in front of Li Xian, drew his .38 and shouted, "Both hands." Before he could finish, his legs began to tremble, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Shen Yaoxing had already pressed his M1911 against his temple. Other officers pulled out their guns. Li Xian waved his hand with a smile. "Don't be nervous, brothers, we have the permits." Everyone froze as they saw Shen Yaoxing holding up his firearm permit with his left hand. The gang leader is this bold now? His subordinate carries a weapon and has a permit. Li Xian stared at Li Xian, waiting for an explanation. Li Xian pulled out an M1911 from his lower back and slapped it on the table. "I am the general manager of Hongxin Security Company, and our company has 50 gun permits. It's quite reasonable for me to carry a gun, right?" After saying this, he tossed another gun permit onto the table. Li Xian truly wanted to swallow a regret pill at that moment. He merely wanted to resolve the situation regarding the large-scale transfer of Hongxin members and directly sought out the source to settle the matter. What was wrong with that? Now he fully understood. Shinxian Xian had the backing of the police's upper echelons with a terrifying amount of power. He could easily be thrown to an outlying island to guard a reservoir. Without the nod from the police's higher-ups, Shinxian's in status wouldn't even qualify him to apply for a gun permit. Even if he was clean in the police archives and had never committed a crime, it still wouldn't be possible. "Brother Xian, can you give me a way out?" He was just a rookie who had just entered the job. Was it really necessary to go this hard? Li Xian lowered his voice, pleading for leniency, hoping that Li Xian would let Zhang Hao go. "If you let him go today, will you have to let me go tomorrow? You think I'm running a charity? Do you think anyone can run wild here and just leave? When you're out here, if you do something wrong, you have to take responsibility, and if you get hit, you stand straight. Haven't you heard that before? With your kind of behavior, you think you're fit to be a police officer. You might as well go home and sell fish balls for $15 a bowl. How about considering that?" Zhang Hao turned pale with fear. Hong Kong Island is a law-abiding place. If you haven't committed a crime, no one can touch you. If all else fails, just go back to selling fish balls. You'll earn more than being a cop. Zhang Hao's voice trembled. "You can't do this. I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you treating me like this?" Li Xian pointed at his own face. "Why? Good question. Just because I am a major taxpayer on Hong Kong Island, your meager salary includes my money as well. What else is there to say? What are you compared to me? Do you even know that Hong Kong Island is a capitalist society? What gives you the right to act? Is it just because of that uniform you wear? Without it, you're nothing. If I don't strip away your layer of skin today, will any dog feel free to prance in front of me in the future? Are you out of your mind? And you ask me why? Just because I am better looking than you, have more influence than you, and most importantly, I can crush you with my money. You are wearing the police uniform I paid for with my taxes and getting a salary from me, yet you dare to shout at me. Your mother spoils you, but I'm not your father. What gives me the obligation to spoil you? Idiot, is this enough?" Li Xian did this to send a warning to the police. Don't use the tactics reserved for dealing with small-time thugs on him, nor think of using him as an example. There's no way. If they don't see some consequences, these people will never learn to restrain themselves and will only become more excessive. Good people don't become police officers. That's an old saying. If they get their way this time, the troubles will only multiply in the future. Since they've already succeeded once, why change the personnel? It's much simpler to just catch one sheep to shear. Li Xian led his subordinates. They arrived with their heads held high, but left with their tails between their legs, looking defeated. With the little power Shinxian Xian displayed, he as an anti-gang inspector simply couldn't afford to provoke it. From now on, just keep your distance from this unfortunate thing. If you can't provoke it, can't you avoid it? Just trying to make a living? There's no way he would gamble with his hefty retirement fund. Running this errand accomplished nothing, and instead of making an appearance, he ended up exposing his backside. Plus, he had to deal with a team of intern lawyers finding faults every day. Who could he reason with about this? In a room of an old building on Duck Street, the atmosphere was tense, as if a bow were drawn to its limit. A middle-aged man with a balding head turned red in the face, pressing his voice down to yell. "I told you clearly that you can't touch that film, The Gangster. You insisted on ignoring me, and now everyone's searching for you in Hong Kong. Have you come here to drag me down with you?" By the end of his statement, his tone carried a hint of pleading. "Hurry up and leave, don't drag others down with you." The person on the other side remained silent, squatting in the corner, crushing a cigarette in his hand. In the car back to the police station, the neon lights outside flickered. The driving officer gripped the steering wheel tightly, his tone frustrated. "Boss, is this how it's going to end?" Li Xian leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, his voice hoarse and strained with fatigue. "What else? Can you really bring Shinxian Xian back to the station?" The driving officer was unwilling, gritting his teeth as he cursed. "That scoundrel is out of control. He drew his gun right in front of us and said he wanted to strip Zhang Hao of his skin." He grew angrier with each thought, slamming his palm on the steering wheel. Does he really treat the police as mere decorations? Li Xian opened his eyes, glancing at him with a tone that betrayed no emotion. "Aren't you upset?" He paused, his voice turning softer as if teaching a child. "You have to accept it. Shinxian Xian at least said one true thing. This place, Hong Kong Island, is ruled by capital, not the police. Those wealthy tycoons hold the livelihoods of millions in their hands. Even the Hong Kong government sometimes has to bow their heads when facing them. When they sneeze, the stock market shakes for 3 days. The officers still refuse to relent, but that refers to those big bosses. What is Shinxian Xian worth? Li Xian turned his head to look at his clear-cut yet stubborn face and sighed. What does it tell you that he can obtain 50 gun permits? He has connections within the upper echelons of the police. Without those connections, his name, Shinxian Xian, wouldn't even qualify him to apply for a gun permit. The channels that could help him navigate are the same ones that could throw us to an outlying island to guard a reservoir tomorrow. Do you understand now? The young officer was stunned for a while, swallowed hard, his voice a bit dry. Then what are we? Just the bottom-level laborers. What else can we be? After a moment of silence, he added, his tone even flatter. In the eyes of some people, those in uniform are no different from the thugs on the streets. They call when they need help, and once done, toss them aside. The man across was clutching his scalp, burying his face in his palms, his voice muffled. Where am I supposed to run? On the Quiet Sing side, the Benny Tiger has already declared that no one is allowed to take people out during this period. You know what kind of people they are. Who dares to offend them for me? I can't escape now. The balding, middle-aged man, Fiercest, stood up, his finger nearly poking the other man's face. Then why are you coming to me? Big brother, I'm begging you, just leave quickly. Don't dump your mess on me. I have a wife and kids to take care of, do you know that? If all else fails, just go to the police station and turn yourself into the penalty for selling pirated tapes. Isn't much. Bang. The door was kicked open, slamming against the wall and bouncing back. A guy with blue-dyed hair, head lowered, eyes rolling up, stared straight at the two men in the room. No need to turn yourself in. Just come with me for a bit. On the bustling streets of Causeway Bay, Chiodi linked her arm with Li Zin's. After shopping for half a day, she only held a paper bag containing a dress. Chun Yaoxing rushed over, panting, bending down to catch his breath before speaking. Boss Tianhong, just called. The source has been located. It's the manager of Shaw Brothers Cinema. He asked how you plan to handle it. Li Xian turned around to look at Chun Yaoxing. Handle it. Of course we bring him back. Don't think that just because he's a manager he can touch my money. He said it casually, but with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Tell Tianhong that once the person is brought back, find out who is behind this. If we can link it to a big boss, I would be very pleased. Not a word less, pass it on to Tianhong. After finishing, he turned to Chiodi, his smile growing wider. See, luck is coming our way, isn't it? I distribute the earnings to the cinema as per the rules. They take nearly half of the box office, and with the various taxes, only a third remains for us. That's fine. I currently lack the ability to break the rules, so I'll just obediently abide. But now someone is not playing by the rules, which is fantastic. Chiodi frowned, somewhat confused. Isn't it said that pirated versions will emerge after a movie is released for a while? Isn't that a tacit rule in the industry? Why are you reacting so strongly? Li Xian laughed, growing happier with each chuckle, his eyebrows dancing. Didn't you say it yourself? A tacit rule. I won't acknowledge it, and no one can do anything to me. I'm a newcomer in the film industry. How would I know the tacit rules? I just happen to be unaware, and this is a perfect opportunity for me to vent my anger. He had figured it out. At first he was angry that someone had tampered with his film copies, furious that those films had flowed into the secondary market. Only after calming down did he realize he had recently started to adopt the persona of a boss, handling everything according to their rules. He almost got consumed by this set of rules. By then his film company would either be swallowed by the rules or devoured. Within this framework, there was no way to turn things around. Thus he could only resort to underhanded means. He would pirate his own films in high definition. How could the pirates compete with him? Just when he was fretting over a way out, someone presented him with a pillow. A videotape production factory. Wasn't that just right? You steal my copies, and I'll make you compensate me with an entire factory. That sounds fair. Li Xian was contemplating the matter of the tape production factory when he suddenly slapped his forehead and hurried to the company. He had been preoccupied with small businesses lately, almost forgetting about a gold mine. Supplying high-definition pirated discs to Southeast Asia was a viable business. He had no stake in the box office, no cinema of his own, let alone any means to launder money through cinemas. So he might as well take the piracy all the way across Southeast Asia. He had connections, and Han Bin was a ready-made partner. Everyone could make money, and this deal was solid. No matter how powerful the Shaw family was in Singapore, what waves could they stir up in Hong Kong? Li Xian was not intimidated at all. Even if the Shaw manager came, it would be in vain. He wasn't afraid of confrontation. If they truly provoked him, he could make them simply disappear. Titles like gentleman philanthropist or chairman of the board meant nothing. Li Xian sat in his office chair, his heart racing, palms sweating. Children born after 2008 may have never seen it, but those born in the 80s and 90s surely remember the VCD and DVD. Back then, millions were exported each year. This was just on paper. The actual sales domestically were impossible to quantify. Why? Because of an old saying. Give me a prototype, and I'll return you a complete industrial chain. Hence no one could clarify just how large the domestic sales were. When he was a custodian, he had a casual chat with sales manager old Zhou, who said something that Li Xian still clearly. Sales nowadays are incredibly difficult. Back in the 90s at Wanyan, they begged us to ship goods. How is it like now? Selling something requires begging and pleading. The key point in his words was that image compression technology. It was this very thing that made Wanyan Company a success. This seemingly inconspicuous technology created a multi-trillion industry cluster, the golden age of VCDs and DVDs. Currently, tape projectors still cost several thousand a unit. Lee Xian took a deep breath, steadying his trembling hands as a storm brewed inside him. Lee Xian, I'm about to get rich. Not only could he make money, but he could also find himself a powerful ally. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. How about setting up an electronics lab? Or establishing a VCD assembly factory? Could arcade machines also be part of it? Finally, he could even start a small logistics company to support the entire operation. Even if VCDs were eventually phased out by the times, the factory could be transformed into an electronics contract manufacturing plant. As for Fuxikang, let them struggle over there in India. That place is great. It might even help treat its constipation problem. These industries combined would create a sizable electronic industrial park. Although Hong Kong's electronics industry in the 80s was already strong, capable of producing anything, those factories had nothing to do with him. Considering the wages of workers on the mainland, Lee Xian realized there wasn't a single capable competitor in Hong Kong. They all had to kneel before him. These factories were primarily labor-intensive. If he could provide jobs for thousands, or even tens of thousands, his hometown would surely treat him as a treasure, giving him whatever he wanted. No matter what second or third generation he was, Lee Xian was not that kind of rootless small businessman from Hong Kong. Behind him stood the Hongxing, a massive organization with over 100,000 members. That was his confidence. Looking further up, there was Huang Bingyao, a representative in the police force who was resolutely aligned with the mainland. Wouldn't his hometown's United Front Department also weigh his importance? Even if Hongxing was a gang, was it not worth fostering? If people were truly pushed to their limits, could this door to openness still remain ajar? At this critical juncture, investing foreign exchange back into the mainland, what would Lee Xian call this? This was not something that could be appeased by calling him a patriotic Hong Kong businessman. This was clearly a genuine supporter with a red heart. As for where the foreign exchange came from, his space was piled high with it. Since his hometown was capable of helping launder black money, why would he need to toil in Hong Kong? He did want to, but the problem was in this era, who would recognize the money that came from his hometown? With money from his hometown, he couldn't even buy a bowl of fish balls in Hong Kong. There was no need to worry about whether his hometown would refuse it. In this day and age, as long as it was foreign currency, they didn't care if your money was clean or not. They would only ask you, is there more? Get some more. Now, the mainland's policies towards Hong Kong merchants, or more accurately towards any Chinese merchants, were terrifyingly lenient. You'd understand if I told you a joke. There was a truck driver from Hong Kong who bought 2 villas in Shenzhen in one go. He even supported 2 young mistresses apart from giving them pocket money and daily expenses. After more than 20 years, when he finally sold the villas, he was amazed to find he had made over 10 million. Lee Xian would never end up like Jimmy in the movies, being held at gunpoint by the big circle asking, "Old Sue is the new decision maker. Who do you think you are?" Hongxing. He had the confidence to talk about patriotism. The current Hongxing held significant United Front value, far better than those like Lianxing and Shenghe, who acted as dogs for foreigners. Those guys, especially Shenghe, were like the police's urinal. Guess where all the black goods confiscated by the investigation department each year went? Many people on the streets of Hong Kong were well aware of this matter. As for talk about destruction and warehouse fires, don't kid me. They were all old foxes. Don't try to play ghost stories with me. He pulled out a notebook from his space filled with a jumble of notes that others might not even understand once they got their hands. Chioti glanced at it and couldn't help muttering, "What on earth are these things? The front doesn't match the back. You just said you were going up the mountain, and now you've fallen into the sea." Ideas that came to mind had to be recorded quickly. These were all capital for future wealth. He wrote them down and tossed the notebook back in his space. Job done. Then he picked up the phone and called Huang Don. As soon as the call connected, he went straight to the point. "Uncle Wen, send a lawyer who understands international patent law over. I have a big business that needs your attention." Yes. Right, I need an expert in international patent law. All right, it's settled. I'll be waiting. After hanging up, he let out a long breath. Lee Xian picked up the phone and dialed again. "Been good, it's me, AX. It's nothing major, I just wanted to invite you to Eagle Sauce for a visit. Really, I'm not joking. You bring someone to the Cube Company in Eagle Sauce and help me secure a small technology called MPEG for image compression. All right, the company will wait for you. Don't think that Han Bin is just an ordinary thug. Do you know what a leading smuggler is? If it weren't for helping his brother Shi Yin and his younger brother Tyrannosaurus compete for 2 positions of decision makers, he wouldn't have switched to He2. In He2, Han Bin was also a prominent figure, and he was the toughest among them. Even the foolish Tai wouldn't be taken seriously. He wouldn't give anyone face. To put it simply, he was just using He2's name, and he didn't interfere with He2's affairs at all. This small business, relying on his connections abroad, could be settled with a snap of his fingers. This is also the benefit of being in a gang. The lawyer arrived at the company first. By the time Han Bin arrived, Lee Xian had already finished assigning tasks and had someone wait in the reception room. Seeing Hanbin come upstairs, Lee Xian hurriedly welcomed him out of the office, grabbing his hand and smiling warmly. "Bingo, welcome, thank you for your hard work." Hanbin was taken aback by his enthusiasm and joked, "Xian, your change in character is too fast. Last time at the meeting I took the initiative to find you, and you didn't even glance at me. Now like this I'm really not used to it." Lee Xian was thick-skinned, showing no embarrassment as he pulled Hanbin into the office and personally brewed a cup of tea to serve him. He plopped down on the sofa next to Hanbin and said, "Wasn't I just furious that day? If Fatty Lee gave me a hard time, how could I Xian continue to mix in this circle? I'm not just looking for you today for this small matter. There's a big business I want to do with you. Are you interested?" He finished speaking, waiting for Hanbin to respond. Hanbin became interested and asked, "Big business? How big?" "Smuggling videotapes across all of Southeast Asia, is that big enough?" Lee Xian said. Hanbin shot him a glance. "Do you have a tape factory? What about the master copy? I'll have everything soon." After Hanbin left with the lawyer, Lee Xian pulled a bottle of beer from the fridge, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. His mind was racing. He needed to calm down quickly and not rush to mess things up, or it would be a huge problem. He had to prioritize the tasks and handle them one by one. Right now he also lacked manpower. After Hanbin secured the patent, he would have to return home to buy the land for the factory, then hire a batch of electronic engineers to establish the Electronics Research Institute. First he had to get the VCD up and running. Everything else could wait. Don't underestimate the capabilities of the electronic engineers back home. With core technology in hand, clear goals, and ample funding, they could produce a gem for you. This is no exaggeration. The crucial point is that he would pay salaries in Hong Kong dollars, directly multiplying them several times, clearly throwing money to poach talent. If he couldn't attract top electronic engineers with such treatment, Lee Xian would feel ashamed even if he stood on his head. The international patent is valid for 20 years, and by 2002, the VCD would almost be obsolete. Who would still care about it? As long as he held the international patents for the key components, even if others made it, they would never export it. By then a letter from the lawyer team could be sent, and even if they couldn't go bankrupt, they would drag them down. Lee Xian had no intention of letting his subordinates, a bunch of rough men, take action themselves. That would be too embarrassing. Lawyers were just the perfect tool to use, allowing the opponents to experience what it meant to live worse than death. He wanted to personally create his own Saigon Pizza Hut team. He had already set his sights on Huang Don's royal law firm. If it weren't for this connection, Lee Xian wouldn't bother inviting that old guy Huang Don for drinks at the Grand Palace, let alone cover the bill for the entire night. As he downed a drink, still contemplating future plans, the phone on the table rang. He picked it up and held it to his ear. On the other end, Luo Tianhong's voice came through. "Brother Xian, we figured everything out. It's the manager from the Shao Film Company who has been up to no good. This loser saw the movie hit big, got tempted, and sought quick money, privately contacting those pirates." He continued, "Should you come over now, or should I bring someone to find you?" Lee Xian thought for a moment and replied into the phone, "Leave the factory's pirates to me. Let them use the factory to settle their debts." He entrusted this matter to Hua, as he knew how to wrap things up. Those useless ones could be let go, but before releasing them, they needed to understand one thing: mind their own mouths and check on their family members' health. After that, bring that manager directly to the company, who I'll be waiting here. After hanging up, he called the leader to express gratitude and instructed the members of Hongxing to withdraw, as the matter had been clarified. He then called both Liang Kuan and Di to express his thanks. As for the Crown Prince and the boxing champion Tai, there was no need for that. These two didn't require his gratitude. After thinking, he picked up the phone again and dialed Huang Bingio's number. "Huang, sir, are those supplements still useful?" On the other end, it seemed someone was beside him. Huang Bingyao first spoke to someone else. "All right, you can go home and rest. Your health isn't good. Just call me for these minor matters, and I'll handle it right away." After a while, Huang Bingio's voice finally came through. "Xian, I'm doing quite well now. Those supplements are indeed sufficient for maintaining health." "Perfect. There's something I want to discuss with you. Is that convenient?" Upon hearing this, Lee Xian realized it was related to that little police officer from the morning. How else could he be thriving in the society? He immediately reassured this senior inspector, "No need to say more. I'll have the lawyer come back right away. If that kid dares to have another time, I'll deal with him directly. Just make sure not to say Xian didn't give you face." On the other end, Huang Bingio's signature lewd laugh came through as he spoke. "Mongkok Police Station, Inspector Huang's office." The voice on the other end was filled with laughter. "You're sensible, you understand. That idiot's father is an old officer who retired due to injury. He's one of us. How could I refuse him? This time it's a one-off no next time. I'll transfer him to the headquarters later and have someone keep an eye on him. He shouldn't be acting like a fool all day, causing his father to worry at his age." Inspector Huang didn't need to ask much. Just from this he understood. He was taking someone in. He hung up the phone and called Uncle when instructing him to withdraw the man. He then added, "Take those intern lawyers to the Grand Palace for fun and charge all expenses to him." After putting down the phone, he leaned back in his leather chair and closed his eyes for a moment. Mongkok Chinkuan Film Company. Liang Kuan was venting his frustrations on his subordinates, punching and kicking until he could hardly breathe before stopping. "Losers, are you all raised by me? Tianhong tells you to go, and you go. Sha Chong felt a belly full of grievances. Being a little brother was too hard. Didn't you say yourself? Everything regarding Luo Tianhong is your responsibility. Now that it's done, I still gotta take a beating. He cautiously asked Kowloon, brother, if Tianhong calls us out in the future, are we going or not? Kowloon jumped up from his chair, rushing in front of Sha Chong, jumping up to knock his head, scolding. As he did, are you out? If you don't go, how can that loser Xin give me ideas in the future? You really don't want my business to grow bigger. I've just found a way and you want to cut me off. Speak, do you want to send me to my doom and take my place? You traitor. Sha Chong felt wronged. It was more unfair than doughy. Going was not an option, and not going was also not an option. Kowloon, brother, what do you want? The big dumb elephant couldn't stand it anymore, and spoke up. Kowloon, brother, isn't Tianhong also one of our own brothers? What's wrong with going out to handle some matters with him? Kowloon could jump up and hit Sha Chong, but he really couldn't do anything about the big dumb elephant. Jumping up only reached his shoulder. He waved his hand and drove everyone out. He wasn't truly angry. When Tianhong came to borrow people, he deliberately took the opportunity to beat up his subordinates. This was his method of managing people, occasionally giving them a reminder to let them understand who feeds them. After trying it for a few days, Zin's methods proved to be quite effective. The protection fees didn't drop significantly. Those who refused to sign security contracts did they think Liang Kowloon was easy to bully. Conversely, the income from property management fees and the cleaning company surprised him. It was even higher than the security fees. Supporting his subordinates was completely not an issue. Moreover, the attitude of those police officers towards him had also changed. Previously, they would visit 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, sometimes even adding a night shift. Now 3 days would pass without seeing a single shadow. A new shop had opened at the street corner of Mongkok, and since the owner hadn't signed a security contract, a bunch of thugs came looking for trouble every day. The police not only didn't cause trouble for the owner, but instead advised him to sign the contract quickly, saying once signed, he could conduct business peacefully. More absurdly, later when patrolling, those officers even nodded and smiled at the owner. Can you believe it? Brother Hong was dumbfounded, thinking those police officers had lost their minds. It wasn't until he figured it out that he realized he had reduced the police's workload in this area, and they were giving him face. This was truly living. Evening at 6 o'clock. Peninsula Hotel. This old hotel stands at the southernmost tip of Kowloon Peninsula, facing Victoria Harbor, with an unbeatable location. Opened in 1928, it is one of the oldest hotels on Hong Kong Island, and some even call it the Far East. Countless celebrities have stayed here, including President Nixon and Queen Elizabeth II. The hotel has a total of 300 rooms, 54 suites, and the rest are guest rooms. The underground mall is filled with brand name stores, and the swimming pool and gym inside are all in Roman palace style. The hotel is managed by the Kadoorie family, who are of British Jewish descent. On the surface, over 30% of the shares of China Light and Power are in their hands, but those in the know understand that the entire China Light and Power essentially belongs to their family. Speaking of which, the elder Kadoorie once personally blew up a power station to prevent China Light and Power from falling into the hands of the Japanese. He ended up being killed by the Japanese in prison. Later, the Dia Bay Power Station also had shares belonging to their family. Figure out what kind of people they are for yourself. Xing parked the car. Luo Tianhong sat in the passenger seat, while Li Xin closed his eyes in the back, resting. The Peninsula Hotel is in shaped building. The three of them walked in with Xing leading the way and Tianhong and Li Xin following on either side. At the entrance stood a doorman dressed all in white, as if he were a ghost. Even his hat was white. Unlucky. Li Xin was different. He wore a pink shirt, white casual pants, white sneakers with a pair of Bing-style sunglasses perched on his nose, and his hair cut shorter than those around him, looking ahead of his time. In this day and age, only the Crow could compare with him in terms of avant-garde fashion. The others were all just a joke. It wasn't that he looked down on others, it was that they truly lacked that aesthetic. They all wore suits like big coats, just like that Chen Yaoxing behind them. Tianhong was acceptable, wearing a black trench coat with a black vest paired with black military pants and black combat boots. Forget it, no more talk. With these two capable subordinates available, any further selection would have to be done by him. Xiao Yifu was sweating. Liang Jiruan trembled slightly as he poured tea for him. Anyone who could sit in the lobby of the Peninsula Hotel was someone prominent on Hong Kong Island. The least of them had to be a hot singer or movie star. It wasn't that those in the underworld couldn't afford the money, it was that they felt uncomfortable being there. How could a rough man swallow such delicate food? It was much more enjoyable to call a few brothers to hot pot. Liang Jiruan walked up to the reserved booth for Boss Xiao, where Xiao Yifu and a slender middle-aged woman were already sipping coffee. Liang Jiruan's eyes were sharp. Before the waiter could react, he took the initiative to pull out a chair, waiting for his boss to stand before shifting the position slightly for his comfort. Once his boss was seated, he clasped his hands in front of him and stood straight behind. Luo Tianhong didn't have so many formalities. He pulled out the chair and plopped down, grabbed a toothpick from the table, and tossed it into his mouth, casually nodding at Boss Xiao. This was Luo Tianhong's character. There was nothing in the world that could make him feel uncomfortable to a person who didn't even care about their life. What else could be frightening? If there was something, it was when his boss genuinely got angry. Other than that, nothing else worked. This is also the reason why Li Xin treated him like a younger brother. While others would think of hiding when their boss was in danger, Luo Tianhong would instead stand in front with red eyes ready to take anyone's life who threatened his boss. This guy was simply a martial arts fanatic plus a fool. Li Xian sat down, pulled out a red cigarette, and placed one between his lips. Liang Jiaruan immediately pulled out a lighter to light it for him. Li Xian took a puff, letting the smoke pass through his lungs before slowly exhaling, saying, "Uncle Lu, I've given all the face I should give, and even some I shouldn't have. Now Xiao's company can still pull this off, or does Uncle Lu think I Xian am a newcomer in the film industry and easy to bully?" Xiao Yifu took a sip of coffee, but remained silent. The slender woman beside him, Fang Yihua, took over the conversation. "Young man, whatever you do, you must adhere to rules, otherwise you won't go far." Li Xian looked at Xiao Yifu with a half-smile, saying nothing. The implication was clear. Was this your attitude? Xiao Yifu set down his coffee cup, picked up a napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth, and then slowly spoke, calling Yu Xian, "Given my age, isn't that too much?" When Xiao Yifu saw that his usual tricks against the people of the Jianghu had failed, wasn't that move supposed to work well before? Shouldn't those involved in the Jianghu feel a bit intimidated in such situations? Who would have thought that this kid was one who enjoyed taking risks? He quickly stood up and said, "Xian, young people have a lot of energy and can't sit still. Come, let's sit down and talk. Everything can be resolved through conversation, not through fighting." Li Xian sat back, down, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he stared at Xiao Laolia's frustrated face, without uttering a word. Boss Xiao was seething inside. His wife and several children were all in Singapore, and the manager in charge of the film distribution was his nephew Xiao Weiji. If it were anyone else, he would have long since washed his hands of this mess. Whoever wanted to clean it up could do so. He was so stingy that he would scold someone for making the buns in the cafeteria too big, and if there was too much oil in the dishes, he could argue with the chef for half an hour. He felt more pain spending money on such nonsense than if it were taken from his flesh. But he had no choice. He gritted his teeth and forced out a sentence. "Xian, I want everyone returned safe and sound. In the future, your films can be distributed through Xiao's channels, and he'll give you an 80% discount. Can we put this matter behind us?" "Not a chance." Li Xian shot back with 2 words. Xiao Lalu panicked and switched to Shanghai dialect. "We've already given you a way out, and you still want more." Li Xian flicked the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray and said leisurely, "Uncle Lu, is your nephew's life only worth a 20% discount? You need to be clear with me. What will it take for you to let him go? Don't push it too far. I'm not without means, just too lazy to bother with it." Xiao Laolia's words carried an edge. Li Xian clapped his hands, smiling coldly. "Are you referring to Uncle Deng from Lianxing, or that foreigner Smith from the police department? If that foreigner Smith chooses to intervene, I bet that if he touches me today, tomorrow, a runaway gravel truck will crash into him. Not a single one of your sons or daughters in Singapore will escape. As for Uncle Deng, calling his name is already giving him face. Otherwise, I'll send him straight to meet his maker." Fang Yihua, sitting next to Boss Xiao, had gone pale, her lips trembling. She had never seen such a bold young man. Li Xian turned to look at her, his tone suddenly gentle. "Fang, hand over the recorder in your bag. Otherwise, it won't look good for anyone here." His hearing had long been enhanced, and he could easily detect the faint whirring of the tape inside the bag. Even from 100 meters away, he could tell what size cup the woman in the opposite building was wearing while changing clothes. In the film distribution business, don't talk about Jianghu rules with the wealthy. They are the least bound by any rule. All's fair in business. Wearing the guise of military strategy, doesn't that immediately make it seem grand? If you can send him in with just a recording, who would bother with anything else? Who would still pay for peace? Do you think business warfare is about trading blows where today you attack, and tomorrow forget it? Cutting off lines, watering money trees, stealing feng shui fish. Whatever is most disgusting, do it. That's true business warfare. During the 3Q wars, the two companies fought fiercely during the day, while at night Xiao Ma and Zhou Hongyi would be at each other's throats on QQ, cursing each other's ancestors for 8 generations while using the foulest language. The noise was truly overwhelming. In the end, the higher-ups couldn't stand it any longer and quickly intervened to break it up and restrain the two. Li Xian fiddled with the small Senio recorder in his hand, a smirk on his face as he mocked. "Uncle Lu, is this your sincerity? It seems your own nephew hold no weight in your eyes at all." Boss Xiao glanced at Fang Yihua, his gaze filled with coldness, confusion, and barely contained anger. He needed Fang Yihua to play the bad cop in the company to take the heat off him, but he absolutely wouldn't allow her to set her sights on his nephew. After all, that kid has the Xiao surname. Boss Xiao turned back, his tone serious. "Xian, this isn't my intention, but I bear the consequences. Today you have the final say." Li Xian understood perfectly that Boss Xiao wouldn't go through such trouble for something trivial. It wouldn't cause him any real harm, and even if he went in, the sentence wouldn't be long. After he came out, the two would definitely have a falling out. Boss Xiao wasn't afraid of him, but was afraid of trouble. Previously, when Boss Xiao threatened him, he had retorted, that was all just verbal sparring, at most revealing a bit of their cards. If they could negotiate, they would, and no one genuinely wanted to go all out. This trip hadn't been in vain. He initially thought he could just take a few actors back, but unexpectedly gained something more. Li Xian said to Boss Xiao, "Uncle Lu, I believe this. You wouldn't play such small-minded games with someone like me who mixes in the underworld. He casually asked an off-the-wall question. How many films can Xiao Studio still produce in a year? From his first encounter with Boss Xiao until now, it was the first time he saw that the other party's face revealed an expression as if wanting to devour someone. Xiao Studio was a thorn in his heart. Li Xian understood this well. The owner of Jiehua Zhou Wenhui was originally from Xiao Studio, but later he took a large group of people and left, establishing Jiehua and rubbing Xiao Studio into the dirt. Xiao Studio had opportunities to turn things around, but Boss Xiao felt the asking price was too high and outright rejected the offer. That person was Li Xiaolong. Brother Xiaolong was directly signed by Jiehua, and because of him Xiao Studio was now basically on life support. Boss Xiao's mind was entirely on TVB, leaving Xiao Studio to wait for its demise. It was tasteless to eat, yet a pity to discard. Boss Xiao was quicker-witted than anyone else, and immediately guessed what this kid across the way was calculating. He frowned, and looked at Li Xian asking, "Can you handle it? Aren't you afraid of bursting?" Li Xian gave him a definite answer. "No problem, Uncle Lu. You no longer have the heart to compete with Jiehua, so since that's the case, hand over Xiao Studio to me, and I'd like to weigh how much Zhou Wenhui is worth. Xiao Studio film library and distribution lines. I want to take them all. What do you say?" Fang Yihua, standing next to Boss Xiao, was completely stunned by Li Xin's words. This kid was not only a street punk, but also someone who mixed in the streets. Boss Xiao fell silent for a few seconds before slowly opening his mouth. "Xiao Studio and its distribution lines are worth at least 120 million. What do you have to swallow it?" He didn't even mention the film library. At this time the film library wasn't worth much, or what he was truly eyeing were the film library and the distribution lines. "Uncle Lu, your words are quite ungracious. What can Xiao Studio still offer? Even the crew is shared with TVB and the distribution lines are already in a dilapidated state. Buying them will require a lot of money for renovation. Moreover, regarding those plots and properties next year, the hometown will definitely set a time for reclaiming Hong Kong Island. By then, what value will these things hold?" Li Xian casually threw out a few remarks, scaring Boss Xiao. These words were like needles piercing Boss Xiao's mind. He knew all too well about the situation on the northern side and how he obtained his noble title. Stabilizing his mind, he asked, "How can you be so sure that it will be reclaimed?" Li Xian smiled slightly, but did not respond. Boss Xiao stared at him for a full minute before painfully squeezing out a few words. "Do you have news?" Li Xian held his ground and nodded. In Hong Kong Island, no one knew this matter better than him. Boss Xiao seemed to have made a firm decision. 100 million, I'll give you the entire Xiao Studio package, but it must be cash. They don't use properties as collateral. "No problem. You can keep the Xiao's brand. It only counts as Xiao's when it's in the hands of the Xiao family. It won't sustain itself in my hands. 3 days later, I'll bring a bank draft to TVB to arrange the transfer. However, I still need to ask you for a few people. You name them. Lu Dehua, Zhou Xingxing, and a director Wu Beige." After Li Xian mentioned these 3 names, he looked at Boss Xiao and asked, "Uncle Lu, is that too much?" After both parties dispersed, no one mentioned Xiao Weiji, though everyone knew what to do. After Li Xian left with his people, Fang Yihua unwillingly asked, "Master, are we really selling Xiao Studio to that punk?" Boss Xiao's gaze turned cold, his tone harsh. "If you dare to act on your own again, don't come out to work in the future. You won't starve at home." These words frightened Fang Yihua considerably. She didn't even have a child. If she lost her power in the company, she truly didn't know if she would still have the strength to carry on. She wiped her tears, her voice choked with sobs. "Master, I was just confused at the moment, trying to help you. Who knew I would be caught by him?" After all those years together, there was still a bit of feeling. Boss Xiao softened his tone. All right, let's consider this." He added, "That punk said something right. Do I no longer have the energy to run a film company? Since that's the case, offloading the film company is also a means of pulling in some funds." Li Xian planned everything, thinking he must always leave a way out. Holding cash in his hand, he could leave whenever he wanted. He would set aside TVB and talk about it when the right time came. He also had a thought. If he had the chance in the future, he wanted to do some charity work up north. When a teaching building was established, he would at least have a tiny bit of merit to his name. Hey, he ended up benefiting again. On the way back, Li Xian instructed Luo Tianhong. "Tianhong, take young master Xiao out to have some fun later. Get the best wine, find the prettiest girls, and arrange everything for him. Make sure he is safely sent back home early tomorrow morning." Luo Tianhong nodded and said no more. Hongxing Group had initially taken shape. By the 3rd day at the entrance of TVB, Li Xian shook hands with Boss Xiao and bid farewell. "Uncle, when you've worked hard today." Huang Dewang waved his hand, dismissively unconcerned. "What hard work? I'm getting paid for it." He then curiously asked, "Where did you get 100 million in cash?" "Mr. Jiang gave it to me. Using the distribution lines as collateral, I borrowed it for a year at a 20 interest rate." Huang Dewang nodded after hearing this understanding. "You little rascal, playing the empty-handed wolf." He poked him with his finger as he spoke. Li Xian shamelessly explained, "It's not quite like that. I did offer interest, didn't I? At first Mr. Jiang said he wouldn't charge me interest for the bridge loan. I'm a principled person, I still keep accounts clear even with my own brothers, so how could I not pay? In the end I insisted, and we settled on a 20 interest rate. He concluded with a reflection, in life, one must recognize the limits. One can't take someone's kindness for granted. Huang Dan patted him on the shoulder saying, you kid are doing great. In such a short time you've turned the film company into something respectable, even securing a theatrical release. This foundation is solid now. As long as you can produce a few blockbuster hits like Young and Dangerous, you'll be firmly established in the film industry. Back at the company in Causeway Bay, Lee Xin called all the supervisors into his office. Once everyone arrived, he got straight to the point. With all the department heads here today, let's establish some clear roles. The people below perked up waiting to see what positions they would be assigned. Security company. The headquarters and training base are both in Sai Kung. Manager Chen Chao, Deputy Manager Wang Jianjun. The two stood up and nodded towards everyone. Indeed, the Wang brothers were comrades of Chen Chao. Lee Xin raised his hand to quiet them down and continued, for the security company, the monthly salary during regular training is 3,000. Commission will be paid for tasks. Any objections? The two stood straight and replied loudly, no problem. Real estate agency. Li Jiayuan. Jimmy as the manager will be fully responsible for the company's affairs. Jimmy also stood up and greeted everyone. Taxi company. Lu Hui. Huaxi as the manager will be fully responsible for the company's affairs. After Lu Hui finished greeting, Lee Xin continued, I will directly oversee the film sector with accounts handled separately. The main office will conduct inspections once a month. Qiu Ti will serve as the financial director. The branch will allocate 10% of the equity pool as rewards for the management. After 10 years, these shares will automatically unfreeze and belong to the individuals. Even if you leave by then, the shares will still belong to you. Additionally, there is a 10% profit sharing right distributed to all employees at the end of the year. The more you earn, the more you share, all depending on your abilities. With that, Lee Xin stood up, raising his voice, brothers, the benefits are laid out before you. I expect each of you to become millionaires, multimillionaires, billionaires. The bigger the company grows, the more you will earn. Work harder. Meeting dismissed. Others gradually left. Only Chen Chao and Wang Jianjun remained. Chen Chao rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit awkward. Boss, everything else is manageable. The problem is, where do we pull in business from? Lee Xin appeared unconcerned and casually said, just think, if some wealthy individual gets kidnapped and you happen to be passing by, you could conveniently rescue them. Wouldn't that build a good reputation? Don't be so rigid in business. No clients. Then create your own business. Seeing the two dazed, he scolded, if you don't actively seek out business, who would come all the way to Sai Kung for a bodyguard? Also, do you understand the airborne soldier model? Wang Jianjun immediately nodded. I understand, boss. This model isn't unusual. Recently, I took a team to Thailand to help the Big Circle gang. But honestly, there wasn't much money to be made. Besides, working out there right now doesn't really pay. With food and lodging, it barely adds up to 10 or 18,000 per person. If we get into a shooting situation, we could earn a bit more. Lee Xin looked at him with disappointment, knowing about the airborne soldier model. Can't you think outside the box? Set up 2 points in Thailand and Australia, spend money to establish connections, and acquire security company licenses. All three sides can swap clients. If he kidnaps someone, you rescue them. If you kidnap someone, he rescues them. Isn't that business? Think more creatively. In this day and age, countries don't have strict regulations on security companies. As long as the money is right, anything can be arranged. By the 90s, it won't be so easy. By then, trying to obtain licenses and firearms will be impossible. The two left the office in a daze. Today, they realized the boss' way of doing business was enlightening. Who knew it could be played like this? Since the boss had spoken, they quickly went back to contact their old comrades. The boss wanted them to maintain a scale of 300 people. 150 in Hong Kong, 75 each in Thailand and Australia. From now on, they would operate at this number. There are plenty of wealthy individuals in Hong Kong, and the security company would have plenty of work. 150 people would be sufficient. As for why Lee Xin insisted on establishing security companies in Thailand and Australia, that was obvious. Lee Xin displayed his visible personnel to let everyone lower their guard. Look, all my people are out there clearly seeking stability, so no one should keep an eye on me. When the day comes that he needs them, he would quietly assemble a team of elite fighters and withdraw after the job is done. Is that thrilling enough? Is that unexpected enough? He always leaves himself an escape route in everything. Whether to use it or not is another question, but it must be there. Every faction is the same. Do some think the punishment hall only handles their own matters? That's thinking too simply. Which boss comes to power without controlling the real authority of the punishment hall? Just look at that Kowloon brother from the previous life and movies, who as a leader of a gang, he was plotted against by a few small goons. That's just ridiculous. A big gang boss should at least have 4 or 5 personal bodyguards, those who can step in at any moment. Kowloon brother had no one around him, not even a loyal little brother. This clearly indicates he didn't have real power, just a figurehead. When something happens, he prays to the gods, and when nothing happens, no one pays attention to him. After arranging the company's matters, Lee Xin found himself with free time. He knew his own limitations, and professional tasks should be left to professionals. Now he was just waiting for Han Bin to return. He didn't want to waste a minute and needed to hurry back to his hometown to acquire land. He had thoroughly studied the map of deep city pinpointed locations and had a clear idea of the area size needed. The money was also categorized and counted. Ignoring the small change, there were over 600 million in $1,000 bills and nearly 100 million in $500 bills. Everything was ready, only Han Bin was missing. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye several days had passed, and it was time for the gang to report. Today Lee Xian had to go to the main hall to hand over the position of the person in charge and Sai Kung in person. The film company was being overseen by a chubby guy. As long as it operated normally, everything would be fine. With a film produced every half month, the chubby guy could manage it by himself. Lee Xian stood up to stretch, tucked his shirt into his pants, and shook off the fitted suit he was wearing. He wouldn't wear those flashy styles from the clothing store. Chiu Ti had no choice but to find someone to custom-make clothes according to his requirements, which fit decently. To make him wear those flashy clothes, Chiu Ti complimented him every morning, saying he looked handsome in a suit. Now as he left, he was accompanied by Ah Xing and Jiangua. Jiangua could no longer stay in the hospital, so he begged his brother for a long time, hired a caregiver for their mother, and insisted on coming out to work. Despite Jiangua getting taken out at the start, his shooting skills were impressive. He could hit any target within 25 meters with Big Black Star, which Lee Xian had witnessed firsthand. Later, after practicing with the 1911, he could hit with every shot, and the feel was incredibly good. Now he followed Lee Xian every day, and the young man looked spirited, not embarrassing to be seen with. Both were dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses, standing by the car waiting for Lee Xian to get in. After Lee Xian was seated, Jiangua closed the back door and hopped into the passenger seat. Ah Xing started the car. They arrived at the central main hall, and Jiangua quickly got out to open the car door, following the boss into the conference room. Lee Xian pushed the door open, nodded at the circle of people, then walked around to sit down in the chair to the left behind the leader without touching the chair of the person in charge. His position was that of the second road marshal, with the right side occupied by Uncle Bo the Elder in the hall. In simple terms, it was like the offering tables flanking Guangdong. Today the conference room was unusually quiet. No one was chatting casually, not even the usually talkative Brother Ji. Lee Xian glanced at Uncle Bo next to him. Uncle Bo lowered his voice. This year, it's Dongxing's turn to hold the fireworks event in Yuanlong. He too has pushed a guy named Li Zhengren to take the position of the double flower red sticks, and he has challenged countless red sticks from different gangs, and soon it will be our Hung Hing's turn. The fireworks event is likely a scheme colluded between Dongxing and He too. Everyone is waiting to see what the leader decides. Hearing Uncle Bo say this, Lee Xian understood. What are these people afraid of? Hung Hing has no one capable of taking on the challenge. Li Zhengren from He too is not just another double flower red stick from Hong Kong. He is someone who has truly fought his way up. Li Zhengren, also known as Tachibana Masahito. He is the fourth in command of the Dark Gate, an organization under the Yamaguchi-gumi in Country R. In the movie Young and Dangerous, he is represented by the character Ren. The other three characters are all from Hung Hing. He is Dai Fei Ji, is Chun Haonan, and Yong is the prince. To put it bluntly, in both the movie and the manga, the character of Ji is never properly portrayed. Tachibana Masahito fled to Hong Kong after killing the fourth-generation leader Nakamura Masahiro due to internal factional disputes within the Yamaguchi-gumi, and joined He too. In Young and Dangerous, Tachibana Masahito is the only double flower red stick in Hong Kong who has made it through sheer strength, recognized as a double flower red stick in the entire Hong Kong underworld. Currently, Luo Tianhong is the person in charge, but who else can fight? There are Defei and Grey Dog in North Point, Chun Haonan in Causeway Bay, Piao Hu and Ghost King in Sim Sha Sui Dihua, in Yao Matita Ben Xiang in Mong Kok Dagger Jun, in Quite Sing Chung Ma in Suan Wan, and Bai in Kowloon City. These people are indeed capable fighters and have made a name for themselves. Lee Xian himself could also get involved. He doesn't belong to any faction and isn't the person in charge, so fighting as a representative of Hung Hing's main hall with the identity of the 415 white paper fan wouldn't be a problem at all. As for the second road marshal, that title is just a hollow name. It's something to listen to, not to take seriously. With Li Zhengren's current displayed strength, even if all these people joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance. And what's the deal with those two useless fellows, Silly Tai and Camel? How did they get mixed up together? With a mind full of questions, he waited for Jiang Tianxing to come and provide an explanation. Before long, the leader Jiang Tianxing entered with Chun Yao and Luo Tianhong and took a seat at the main position. He said, "Tianhong, sit in your brother's original position." Then he looked at all the people in charge present. Today's main business was originally just one: Tianhong officially taking over as the person in charge. But no one expected a wild card to come out of nowhere. Every year at the fireworks event, the major gangs would symbolically fight over some small profits. This year was different. He too had pushed out a guy named Li Zhengren who managed to take down 5 opponents in a row. Among the remaining 6 positions, Hung Hing would definitely occupy one. The question now was, who would be sent? Brother Ji was the first to stand up. "Mr. Jiang, can't you let Tianhong take the stage a bit later? Under the current circumstances, he is the only one who can challenge Li Zhengren. Uniono others would stand little chance." "I have no problem," Tianhong replied readily, without a hint of hesitation. "No way," the head Jiang Tianxing said seriously. "The words have already been spoken at the Three Saints Palace. Once spilled water cannot be gathered back." In this line of work, it's better to let someone stab you in the back than to let them poke at your spine. Otherwise, if Hong Xing's reputation gets tarnished, it will be impossible to clean it up in the future. The Crown Prince then spoke up. I have seen Li Zhengren in action. To be honest, I don't even have the confidence to win. I suggest letting Xian go. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room erupted. What the hell? What nonsense? Xian can fight, but isn't he still far behind you, Crown Prince? Sister Liang was the first to jump in. Crown Prince, this joke isn't funny at all. The Immortals trust. Fatty Li scoffed, his face full of disdain and a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Tianhong suddenly slammed the table and stood up, pointing directly at Fatty Li's face. You fat bastard, I've put up with you for long enough. Are you tired of living? His eyes burned with fire, his voice low yet sharp. In the past, Luo, Tianhong knew my place in this room, understood the rules, and couldn't touch you. But now I am also a decision maker. If you continue to act all strange towards my brother, I will cut your tongue and feed it to the dogs. Don't believe me? Try it and see if I dare. Big D, sitting opposite Jiang Tianxing and next to Tianhong, reached out and pressed him back into his seat. Let me make this clear, I am not favoring Tianhong. Big D pointed at Fatty Li. Fatty Li, although I've only been with Hongxing for a short time, I can see that the head has maintained the club's reputation far better than others. Why do you always act like a troublemaker, making everyone uncomfortable? He paused and continued, spend some time looking in the mirror and find your own faults, it will do you good. After saying this, Big D plopped down in his seat. At this moment, Liang Kun's distinctive hoarse voice sounded. Everyone knows Tianhong has helped me a lot, so my stance is definitely on his side. He scanned the room. Today I'm not here to discuss right or wrong, just to talk about Tianhong as a person. This kid has no flaws. He can fight, values loyalty, and is not greedy for money or women. I provided housing, money, and women who I gave everything I could. Liang Kun spread his hands and said, but it was all useless. His voice suddenly rose. I don't care about others. When Tianhong asks me for help, I will invest money and people without hesitation. It's the same for everyone. Alright, that's all I have to say. The conference room fell silent, where one could hear the sound of breathing. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Liang Kun. Who the hell is this lunatic? Who doesn't know that this guy and Chen Xian are notoriously stingy? Getting their money is harder than taking their lives. Liang Kun showed the middle finger to the crowd, rolling his eyes and cursing. What? Don't believe me. If any of you can take down the remaining 5 streets in Mongkok, they'll give you the same treatment. Jiang Tianxing raised his hand to interrupt the off-topic discussion and looked at the Crown Prince. State your reasons. The Crown Prince spread his hands and was straightforward. I can't beat Xian. I couldn't. A year ago, we had a private duel. He wanted to help me take territory, and I was happy he helped me get into Tsim Sha Sui with all his effort. He doesn't care about this either. He always says I eat with my brains. So what if he can fight? The boxing king Tai laughed out loud. This isn't just between the two of us. Our boss brother Jin Gang also knows. At that time, the boss scolded Xian for being a loser, able to fight like that, but unwilling to step up, just hanging around and waiting for death. Xian just replied to the boss. He mimicked Chen Zin's tone, saying languidly, Boss, even if you can fight, can you fight your way to establish a company? After saying this, he shrugged. So it ended up like this. Do you all remember when the head made him the white paper fan? How happy he was. Don't doubt Zin's abilities. The conference room was dead silent. This is the damn 415 white paper fan. Jiang Tianxing laughed out loud, thoroughly enjoying it. I always knew Xian liked to do business. Only today did I realize that he had ideas when he was following Jin Gang. This is great. Everyone is doing business to make money, so they won't think about those crooked paths. After saying this, he purposely glanced at Liang Kun. Liang Kun almost jumped up. Mr. Jiang, you can't wrong me. I am currently the general manager of 3 companies, and I want to learn from Xian to form a group. Stop looking at me with old eyes. The people in the conference room felt like they had come to the wrong place. Is this a gang meeting or a corporate business discussion? Xian, Liang Kun, and Jiang Tianxing. These 3 all have something wrong with their heads. Always telling their subordinates not to grab territory, but instead encouraging everyone to open companies. Sister Liang's gaze towards Jiang Tianxing was no longer the same. This damn scumbag would rather give good opportunities to that waste Liang Kun than tell her a word. Clearly she was overthinking. That gaze grew more resentful, making Jiang Tianxing's scalp tingle. He couldn't bring himself to act on the current Sister Liang. In the past, Sister Liang and Che Wanning were really exciting. But younger women have their own charm. Quickly stopping the dirty thoughts in his mind, he cleared his throat and spoke up. Alright, Liang Kun, I will give you a clear answer now. 3 years, you give me 3 years to sort these things out, and then I will voluntarily step down. After that, I will take the title of Hongxing's emperor, and the head will be elected every 3 years. You can choose whoever has the ability. The real purpose of this incident with Dongxing and He is directed at Ao Dao. I have already made a deal with the gambling king, Mr. He will give us Hongxing a diamond gambling hall. This gambling hall will be my trump card left for Hongxing. Even if Hongxing falls on hard times in the future, relying on this diamond gambling hall, we can still make a comeback. Additionally, this time the fireworks festival will have 3 gambling halls as prizes. We are a gang, and what we talk about is having hard fists. All capable gangs in Hong Kong Island will participate in this fireworks festival. We Hongxing do not wish to compete for these gambling halls, but if Li Zengren's remaining 6 subordinates want to step on our Hongxing's reputation and use us as stepping stones, then he is just dreaming. Hongxing does not agree, and I Jiang Tianxing also do not agree. What about you? Do you agree? The last sentence was almost shouted out by Jiang Tianxing. The conference room immediately erupted, filled with voices of opposition. Li Xian secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. This move by the head was quite clever. By setting a fixed time for stepping down right from the start, generously leaving a path of wealth for Hongxing as a backup, and finally igniting the fury of the decision-makers. He occupied all the favorable conditions, timing, location, and people. As soon as these decision-makers saw the position of the head and the path to wealth laid out before them, they naturally would fight fiercely to protect Hongxing's interests. Once the emotions of these people calmed down a bit, Jiang Tianxing continued, this time, Xian will represent Hongxing in battle. If he can make it into the top 3, all the profits from the gambling hall will belong to him, and he will only pay up 20% each month. You all have no objections, right? Of course, those big underlings of yours who have confidence can also sign up. The large gangs have 3 slots, medium-sized gangs 2, and small gangs 1. You decide for yourselves. After a long discussion, it was finally settled. Li Xian de Fei and de Bunxiang would represent Hongxing. No matter who made it into the top 3, the profits from the gambling hall would belong to the individual, and the gang would only take 20%. This is reasonable. Without a gang's backing, you can't secure this money either. Li Xian remained silent throughout. Even without that gambling hall, he would still act. Having benefited from the gang, putting in some effort doesn't bother him, especially for securing a diamond gambling hall. This thing is for him a stable cash flow. Don't underestimate a diamond gambling hall. It can easily earn tens of millions every year. That night, a guest arrived at Big D's villa in Tsunwan. Big D frowned and looked at the person opposite him. Uncle Deng, have you become muddled? As you age, you should just retire quietly. And do you know what you just said? The head. I am now one of Hongxing's decision-makers. The entire Tsunwan is my territory. Ooh, I can cooperate with whoever I want in business. What do you, a person affiliated with Lianxing, have to support me as Hongxing's head? Uncle Deng with his big belly leaned on his cane, his voice carrying a hint of temptation. As soon as Uncle Deng left, Big D burst out laughing. Big D's wife walked up to him frowning and asking, what's this old fellow trying to do? Is he trying to make Hongxing suspicious of you? Big D waved his hand dismissively, saying, that old guy's mind is still stuck decades ago. What head and no head? Who still cares about that? Everyone is busy making money. The times have changed. Why do you want to be the head? Isn't it all for money? I can make money right now, but why provoke that trouble? Crazy. After pondering for a moment, Big D's wife advised, why not give Xian a call and ask him how to handle it? Don't let people misunderstand, that would be troublesome. Big D thought it made sense. Xian was doing well in Hongxing, even that tricky character Liang Kuan gave him face, so he must have experience in such matters. In fact, Big D was misunderstanding who it wasn't that Xian had good relations, but that he didn't want to provoke him. Liang Kuan was giving Tianhong face, and that was directed at Tianhong. Li Xian had a pretty bad reputation in Hongxing. Leaning against the headboard, he hung up the phone. At Xiodi was sitting at the vanity, removing her makeup, and she turned back to ask, what happened? It's a small matter. An old fellow wants to stir up some trouble. Li Xian dialed Jiang Tianxing's number. Mr. Jiang Deng Fei went to find Big D to cause trouble. I want to give Lianxing some pressure. What do you think? A night passed. Some things are inconvenient to discuss in detail. A few days later, suddenly a rumor emerged in the underworld, spreading with a nose and eyes, and the content was quite explosive. It was about Lianxing. The decision-makers of Lianxing were not selected by the older generation at all, but entirely decided by Uncle Deng alone. Whoever is honest, obedient, lacks strength, and is easy to manipulate can rise to power. Those with significant influence should not even think about being elected smoothly. Ashuduan and Big D are living examples, both forced out of Lianxing by Uncle Deng. The decline of Lianxing over the years is not without reason. This rumor essentially ripped off Lianxing's. The outcome is unmistakable. Those ambitious thugs seeking to make a name for themselves never dare to associate with Lianxing. They're not to mention a promising future. Even if they truly make a name for themselves, at most they would only be a mere red stick enforcer. Take a look at the remaining hall masters of Lianxing. The youngest among them is already in their 30s. A Lu in his 30s is considered young, while a whole bunch of others are in their 50s, clinging to their positions as hall masters, refusing to step down. Of course, there are benefits. Those who have no aspirations and just want to find a title to eat and wait to die all flock to Lianxing. Rumor has it in the Jianghu that Lianxing can't last 2 years, and it might disband any day now. On the day of the firecracker meeting, the representative from Lianxing has been replaced by the decision-maker Cui Ji, no longer that fatty Deng. It seems this tactic indeed works. Oh, Deng himself knows he should avoid suspicion now. It is said that he hardly spoke during the general hall meeting, and he has become quite subdued. At this rate, within a year or so, Deng's plan to treat Lianxing as his backyard will surely fail. Among the decision-makers in Hongxing, the one with the greatest fame is none other than Big D. Recently, the entire Jianghu has been buzzing with news about him. Zhang Tiansheng didn't bring many people this time, only Fang Ting was by his side along with Big D, Liang Kuan, Tian Hong Chun Yao, and Boss B, totaling 5 decision-makers. The venue for the firecracker meeting is set in an ancestral hall in the countryside of Yuanlong. As Li Xian just stepped out of the car, his ears were immediately buzzing from the noise. The sound of drums and gongs was so intense that it made one's scalp tingle, while firecrackers popped incessantly. The red flags flapped in the wind, and the crowd was packed tightly like dumplings being dropped. The dragon and lion dance teams were fervently performing, surrounded by a sea of short thugs with no fewer than 1,000 people. Some were standing, some squatting, and a few reckless ones even climbed up trees. This group of people was either shouting loudly or gathered in small groups, boasting and bantering. A large open space was left in the center, reserved for today's duel. At the entrance, welcoming guests was Dongxing's smiling tiger Wu Jiwei. Upon seeing Hongxing's people arrive, he hurriedly approached them. "Mr. Zhang, brothers of Hongxing, please come inside. Don't just stand out here." He continued as he walked. "Our boss has been waiting for you all. This way, please, this way, please." As he spoke, he gestured with his right hand, indicating for them to enter. Li Xian glanced at the smiling tiger in front of him, thinking to himself how fake this person's smile was. The smile on his face did not reach his eyes. It was nauseating to look at. Once they reached Hongxing's table, they each took their seats. Li Xian surveyed the surroundings, filled with the heads and decision-makers of various gangs, all of whom were well known. He had no intention of getting to know these people. He was searching for someone. He was looking for Crow, the one who had slipped away a year ago, whom he failed to finish off. Last time, due to the incident with Boss Jin Gang and the conflict with Dongxing, he happened to run into Crow while they were both fleeing, and they crossed paths in an alley. No words were exchanged, they just went straight into it. With one move, Crow ended up with an injury, and then he fled. A taxi happened to be waiting at the corner, saving his life. Later, Li Xian learned in detail that the ambush on his boss back then was also part of Crow's doing. For the past year, he had not caught a single opportunity to strike. Before long, Law brought out the 5 tigers to entertain the guests, inviting the heads of each gang into the inner room. The 5 tigers remained outside to attend to others. The smiling tiger engaged in polite conversation at this table, then moved to another to chat more, managing everything smoothly and effortlessly. Bah! Li Xian suddenly spat a mouthful of saliva to the side. The saliva landed right on Crow's foot. "You damn punk. Looking for death." Crow exploded, his eyes wide. Li Xian, with a cigarette in his mouth, didn't even lift his eyelids, glancing sideways at him. "Do you want to send me off?" The people around turned their heads, staring at the two. What kind of grudge do these two have? Are they going to fight? Fight! Fight! This bunch of onlookers is all too eager for a commotion, relishing the chaos. This kind of short thug is inherently combative. Getting beaten isn't a problem, they just can't lose face. Even if they were to be killed, they would still hold their ground. In front of so many people, Crow was humiliated. Even if he felt intimidated inside, he couldn't back down. These people don't value loyalty among themselves, yet they admire it in others. The more they lack something, the more they envy it. In the hearts of those present, the scales have already tilted towards Li Xian. One by one, they imagine the figure of the immortal becoming increasingly grand. The hall master of Tsim Sha Sui in the 7 stars of Shenghe Tian Tang shouted loudly, "Today, everyone is watching. Immortal Xian brother Xian has challenged Crow to a life-and-death battle. Are you going to give a straightforward answer or not?" A group of people nearby joined in the uproar, with a few hot-tempered ones already spewing foul language. Crow was trapped, unable to retreat. Struggling to respond, Crow replied, "Fine, I accept, but it must be without weapons, no tools allowed." Li Zin's expression tightened as he slowly stood up, biting his fingertip and letting droplets of blood fall to the ground. His voice was dark and heavy. "The duel is set. Today it's not about who's stronger, but about life or death. It won't be over until one of us is dead." The leaders of several major gangs focused their eyes on the gambling table, completely ignoring the lives of the younger brothers below. The first match today was a life-and-death duel without weapons. The two signed a death contract and stood on either side, waiting for the command. "Start." Luata, as the host, stepped down to oversee. Standing in the center of the arena, he said sternly, "Today's first life-and-death duel is specifically for settling old scores. Hongxing's Li Xian stands up for his boss, and that is only right. Dongxing's Crow accepted the life-and-death duel, and his fate rests entirely on his own ability. After this match, all grievances will be settled. Begin." Crow's face contorted. If given a choice, he wouldn't want to face Li Xian. That one strike had shattered his courage. This matter weighed heavily on his mind, and he felt too embarrassed to even mention it. "Damn punk, die for me." Crow's right foot stomped hard on the ground, and he desperately tried to muster all his power, his fists clenched tightly. Li Xian, dressed in khaki hunting gear, wore leather gloves with both arms hanging down at his sides. Whenever he had to do something unsavory, he made sure to put on these gloves securely. Crow, the champion of the 8 duels of the city fortress. A veteran in underground fights, his strikes were exceptionally tactical, with no openings in the front and follow-ups ready at any moment. Li Xian, known as the Blade King, Xian. He didn't have much to show in terms of accomplishments, but everyone knew he was skilled with a knife. The crowd gathered to watch today were all stunned by his boxing skills. Crow's attacks were fierce and relentless, each move aimed to kill a typical underground fighting style. Li Zin's movements in Quan were equally precise and flawless. He moved like the wind and struck like an arrow, embodying those 12 words perfectly. Each technique, chopping cannon, horizontal drilling, collapsing, was executed flawlessly. His body twisted and turned, showing no signs of hesitation, indicating that his practice of Quan had truly become second nature. The onlookers outside were enthralled. Just as the exchanges reached over a dozen moves, Li Xian took a step forward, breaking through Crow's defenses with a tiger's posture. No. His fist lunged straight for Crow's throat, and Crow didn't even get the chance to utter the word no. His throat was crushed in an instant. He collapsed on the ground, clutching his neck, convulsing a few times before breathing his last. Blood and foam spilled from his mouth, staining the ground a dark red. Everyone in the audience gasped in shock. Who in attendance didn't know how difficult it was to take down a fighter with just a punch. Yet it was indeed just one punch, neither more nor less. The one who died was still the champion of the City Fortress 8 duels, a skilled fighter. After regaining their senses, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Immortal Xian. Immortal Xian. From this day forth, these 3 words truly made their mark in the Jianghu. Luo Tao approached the arena, his expression calm, even patting Li Zin's shoulder as he asked, "Has the grudge between Hongxing and Dongxing been settled?" Li Xian clasped his hands in salute and replied loudly, "Uncle Luo, today, I only represent myself. If it were my boss who got into trouble on the arena or during a conflict, I would never take the lead. That's the rule of the Jianghu. But my boss was betrayed by that bastard Baihu. As his disciple, I must avenge my boss' grievance." After saying this, he turned and saluted the people from Dongxing, then raised his voice, "Today is a personal vendetta. Anyone from Dongxing who has a connection with Crow, come at me. Xian will take you all on. But after today, if anyone brings this matter to me again, don't blame me, Li Xian, for being ungracious. I will remove the roots then." No matter how unhappy Dongxing's people felt, they had to return the salute. Otherwise it would spread that Dongxing didn't understand the rules, causing Luo Tao to lose face. Luo Tao valued rules above all. No matter which gang's people were present, they were all shouting, "Brother Xian, a pure man, Brother Xian." At this moment, that heroic figure was etched into the minds of many. Luo Tao waved his hand, signaling the younger brothers from Dongxing to carry Crow away. He turned back, speaking gently to Li Xian, "Loyal and righteous, not arrogant to outsiders, not deceitful to insiders, magnanimous and spirited. It has been many years since I have seen such a remarkable young man. If you were born in Dongxing, I could hand over the leadership to you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Li Xian inwardly cursed the old fox. This old man was clearly trying to set him up. Furthermore, this statement was too grand. If you ask around in Hongxing what kind of person is Li Xian, if Luo Tao knew, he would probably regret it immensely, especially Fatty Li and Boss B. If Fatty Li were present, he would definitely scold Luo Tao for being blind. "Look at how I've been bullied. And you dare say you're not deceitful to your own. Is there any justice left? Is there any law?" Li Xian smiled slightly, stepped forward to clasp Luo Tao's hands, and said with a grin, "I accept Uncle Luo's praise. However, I am used to the Hongxing gang, and I feel uncomfortable in other halls. I will look for an opportunity to have tea with Uncle Luo another day." After saying that, he clasped his fists again, speaking appropriately and observing all the courtesies. He returned to his position in Hongxing. Li Xian took the thermos cup that Zhang Wo handed over, took a sip, and then explained to those around him, "There's no helping it. The previous fight was too intense. I need some ginseng soup to regain my strength." Li Xian dealt with the Crow in just 2 moves. He intentionally dragged it out, not wanting to stand out too much. Every fight was 50-50, resolved with a single move. This way others would only think he was ruthless, catching flaws without scaring anyone. The subsequent matches made the audience feel drowsy. So boring. It's all just blood and guts, not satisfying at all. The power is lacking. Eliminated. The footwork isn't agile enough. Eliminated. Too ugly. Eliminated. This is a case of being spoiled by a refined palate. After just eating a big lobster, looking at the shrimp is just unsatisfactory. It was only after Li Zhengrun took down 4 opponents in a row that it started to get interesting. 5 rounds he passed through Hongxing, Hongtai, He Yi Hai, and Hongla. 6 generals, along with the plane from Lianxing, the fish from the number gang, and He Yong from Dongxing. He's the kid who had 7 rounds in one night, the head of Xinji. All of them were the strongest fighters from their respective gangs. The remaining gangs would definitely have to support their own people, or it wouldn't make sense for them not to back their own. As for the last one, it was unclear who would be chosen. If Li Zhengren could get past the 6 generals, he could secure a diamond gambling hall. The remaining people would compete for the other 2 spots. Li Zhengren stepped onto the stage and spoke in the final match, "I want to fight Hongxing and Hichu." What? Challenging 2 at once. Did he just finish a round-robin battle? How bold. Li Zhengren's words splashed cold water on the boiling oil pot, causing the audience to explode. Too arrogant. And too capable. The big elephant shouted loudly to Defei, "If I win the gambling hall, buy me a drink and find me some girls." He smiled at the Hongxing side and directly stepped onto the ring. The people nearby were envious, jealous, and filled with hatred. They were envious of the Hongxing brothers banding together, jealous that they had such brothers, and hated themselves for not having brothers like that. There was no suspense. The big elephant was truly too foolish, not an insult, but a fact. He couldn't touch Li Zhengren at all. Hichu was just watching the show. Li Zhengren stood on the stage without stepping down, pointing at the Hongxing side, and shouted loudly, "If you beat me in another match, this gambling hall belongs to you." Big D slammed the table. "Damn, that's too arrogant." Liang Kuan rolled his eyes at Big D, and cursed, "Why hit the table so hard? Water splashed all over me." Li Xian walked up to the ring, and said to Li Zhengren, "If I take you down, both gambling halls will be mine. I won't fight you, but it's a guaranteed win for you. After the fight, I'll be out of energy. How would we settle this?" Li Zhengren was determined to take action. "If you lose, this gambling hall is yours. Do we have a deal?" Li Xian turned to Xiao Tai and asked Uncle Tai, "If I win today, can I exchange one gambling hall for Li Zhengren to come over? If I lose, the gambling hall belongs to you. What do you say?" Xiao Tai glanced at Li Zhengren and saw him nodding before replying, "All right, a promise is like spilled water." Li Xian then turned to the crowd, grinning, "I still have 1.5 matches worth of stamina left. Is there anyone willing to step up and give me some pointers?" No one in the audience wanted to compete with these two fierce men. They just wanted to secure the remaining spots. "No problem, we all see brothers in strength," him convinced. Today the people on the stage spoke up. Others echoed in agreement, acknowledging the skills of both. The moment Li Zhengren engaged, he regretted it. There were traps. There was no way to fight. The strength and speed were completely on different levels. He lost. After exchanging around 20 moves, Li Zhengren voluntarily stopped. If this continued, he would lose all sense of propriety. He thought it would be a fierce battle, but in reality, it was just a beautiful display. Leading Li Zhengren back to Hongxing's turf, Liang Kuan asked with a puzzled expression, "Why just hand over a gambling hall? Kuan go, it's better to eat until 3 parts full and leave 7 parts for relationships. If I swallow it all today, someone will be waiting to settle the score tomorrow. There's no need for that. Moreover, Mr. He, the gambling king of Aodao, won't let me take 2 gambling halls. He wants to manage them separately." After explaining, Li Xian smiled at Jiang Tianxing, who said 2 words, "understanding." He glanced at Li Zhengren behind him and realized he wasn't leaving empty-handed. As for the original Qing Nan from the Yamaguchi group, just daring to come to Hong Kong Island and recklessly grab territory is fine. Luo Tianhong stared at Li Zhengren, blowing at his blue hair. "How about a match?" Li Zhengren was feeling furious. He had fled to Hong Kong Island, intending to use his skills to make a name for himself. But what happened? Just when he thought he had made it, he ended up finding trouble and personally ruined it. He didn't realize that even if he didn't challenge, Li Xian would still step down. It was impossible for him alone to silence the martial world of Hong Kong Island. That just didn't make sense. He couldn't let someone build their reputation on his name. Run. Li Zhengren also couldn't. He glanced at Luo Tianhong and replied, "All right, once this matter is settled today, let's have a match." Li Xian turned back to glance at the two and said to the frustrated Li Zhengren, "The strongest dual red sticks in the history of Hong Kong Island. Isn't that enough? Do you want to be invincible in the world? Why not just ascend to heaven?" After pausing, he added. Jiang Tianxing patted Li Zhengren on the shoulder casually and energetically, saying, "From now on you will take the name of the Hongxing General Hall. The leader will arrange jobs for you, and you don't need to worry about other matters. Remember, this is Hong Kong Island, not some backwater of the Little Devils. No matter how arrogant the Yamaguchi group is, they will still bow down here. Those who dare to run into our territory will have to face the consequences." He turned to the side and lowered his voice to explain the matter to the leader. After listening, Jiang Tianxing turned to Li Zhengren and spoke very straightforwardly, "This matter, Hongxing will take care of it. Starting today, you are the head coach of the Hongxing Jingwu Hall. If there's trouble, Hongxing will handle it. I only remember your name. Is Li Zhengren the coach of the Jingwu Hall? Later I'll give them a heads up. If they're reasonable, we can sit down and talk. If they're unreasonable, let them come to Hong Kong Island and test the waters to see if they can drown." These words are quite domineering. Jiang Tianxing has the confidence for this. The person in charge of the top gangs in Hong Kong Island is no coward, each with their own skills. While Lianxing doesn't count, they have a different approach. Even the family legacy gangs aren't all just eating and waiting to die. Just look at Jiang Tianxing from Hongxing and Lao Su from Xinji. None of them are easy to deal with. The leader Jiang Tianxing, nicknamed the Smiling Tiger, Lao Su from Xinji called the Furry Dragon. On the streets they are referred to as the Dragon and Tiger Duo. As for that shorty from Dongxing, he dares to call himself the Smiling Tiger. I don't know if the leader of Dongxing Luota is deliberately trying to annoy Jiang Tianxing. That shorty wasn't killed by Hongxing, which shows Jiang Tianxing's great tolerance. As the voices of several people chatting past time ticked away, the final candidates for the gambling hall qualification were determined. The one from Dongxing was Wu Shang. This person is the leader of the Shuailing 10 heroes, practicing a form of divine strike, a peculiar technique. Why is it called peculiar? Because it's worse than a beast. Those 4 words say enough, and perhaps even more. A tiger would not eat its young, but he is inferior to livestock. On the Hongxing side is Defei. Defei's real name is Su Feihong, who values loyalty and helps friends rather than reasoning. He navigates the martial world relying solely on righteousness. He has a tattoo of a hawk pouncing design on his chest. Although he is merely a red stick of the General Hall, he has more people under him than Fatty Lee in North Point. While he's just a bit less refined, his fighting style has been honed through street brawls without any fancy techniques. Everyone can learn it. Grab the opponent's head and slam your knee up. Lee Xian used this technique in his previous life during high school fights, and it was quite effective. It's just a bit reckless. Before the fight began, Lee Xian greeted the leader Jiang Tianxing, then directly took Zhang Wo and a Xing with him, leaving Yuan Long for Causeway Bay. The remaining matters will be handled by the leader and the person in charge. His presence doesn't make much of a difference. Today he was just there to play the role of a competent lackey. As for the schemes being plotted between Hichu and Dongxing, that was beyond his reach. This match had no suspense and couldn't possibly have any. Just seeing the furrowed brows of leader Jiang Tianxing when he spotted Wushang stepping into the arena made that clear. Wushang is the top enforcer under Xueling, who is also Jiang Tianxing's mistress. Initially, Xueling played around in Hongxing before running over to mix with Luochuo's father in Dongxing. Therefore, in terms of seniority, Wushang is still Jiang Tianxing's mistress. The show at Hongxing was fully supported, leaving Li Xian feeling dazed. This group of people got together, and their relationships were as tangled as a ball of yarn. He was too lazy to untangle it. The conflicts between Jiang Tianxing's family and Luochuo's family, if put into a drama, would definitely be more lively than those melodramas from the pickle country. What with car accidents, amnesia, and terminal illnesses coming in turns compared to the grudges and romances of this group, it was far from enough. Time to slip away, better to leave quickly. Returning to the company, find Chioti to chat a bit and suppress this burning anger. This year's Flower Cannon Festival, the lower-level thugs basically won't gain any benefits. Money-making avenues like gambling halls have nothing to do with them. The big profits are all taken by the big bosses above. They can at most scrounge some pocket money from parking lots and street stalls, those jobs that nobody looks at. As for the protection fees and venue money, the big profits all went to various halls and their leaders. As for the hard-won 2 gambling halls by Hichu and Dongxing, this time the lower-level lackeys didn't even bother trying to find out how many shady deals were behind it. They only knew to find a big eatery or tea restaurant, then combine what they heard, saw, and some wild fabrications to speculate and let loose. Who cares what's true or false? The important thing is to feel good about their own storytelling. If they can trade these silly stories for a meal, then it's even more profitable. The big shots from Heji and the spokesperson from Xinji Lao Su didn't even greet the camel before driving away directly. This matter is far from over. Li Zhengren is currently famous in the underworld, having stepped on several tough characters to earn the title of Double Flower Red Stick, leaving no room for doubt. It seems that the deities believe that this kid has real skill. Not only did he take over the gambling den, but he also replaced one of the members, with Li Zhengren giving face to the major societies, and he didn't keep it all to himself, backed by Hongxing. Everyone acknowledges this. But how could Heji and Dongxing just smoothly take over the gambling den? Dream on. Now everyone is starting to ponder why these two insisted on not letting the Hall Master participate back then. It turns out one was hiding Li Zhengren's knife, while the other managed to bring back the strongest enforcer under Xueling. The little schemes are making a lot of noise. This matter everyone must acknowledge. The rules established collectively in the underworld mean that no one dares to turn against it on the spot, otherwise no one would have an easy time in the future. Acknowledging it is one thing, but how to acknowledge it depends on their mood. Meanwhile, the spokespersons and heads of various societies are placing even more importance on the deities. If this kid is willing to switch sides, any position below the head is up for grabs. If the switching fee is under 20 million, that would be looking down on his capabilities. Who wouldn't want such a sensible, non-power-hungry talent? Yet it was Jiang Tianxing who picked up a great bargain. How long has it been since all this happened? He managed to fool the entire Tsuan into joining Hongxing's ranks. For the sake of the society's interests, he stepped down from his position without hesitation, straightforward, and without ambiguity. After the big shots finished paying their respects, they fought a life-and-death match, with the Crows taking down 2 gambling dens, and then handing one over, showcasing a level of generosity that was beyond reproach. Loyal to the society, loyal to the big shots, keenly aware of gains and losses, understanding when to advance and retreat. He is simply the ultimate model for a junior. To put it plainly, he embodies the ideal qualities of a junior in one's dreams. The key is that this person is not power-hungry. Being accompanied by such a junior brings immense peace of mind. Letting the society's Hall Master reach out to build connections. Forget it. This kid had a case before, and this matter cannot be touched. Ordinary juniors are simply not qualified to speak. Even if they managed to approach, their weight wouldn't suffice. Sai, it's really difficult. The storms and tempests of the underworld have not affected Li Xian at all. He is now merely a titular C Sanba. After finishing the arena match, he picked up the title of Second Marshal once again. The head is C. Second Marshal is C Sanba. Red Stick and Double Flower Red Stick are C Air Lu. White Paper Fan is C Yi Wu. Grass Slippers is C San Air. Red Stick, White Paper Fan, and Grass Slippers. These 3 are all backbones of the society, with no hierarchy, just different roles. Liang Kuan is a grass slipper. Who dares to underestimate him in the underworld? Wei Jixiang is a red stick, but who respects him among the underworld crowd? Ultimately, it all depends on one's own abilities. The reputation one can build relies solely on personal capability. Grass slippers can be intimidating and red sticks can also end up being pathetic. Even having to borrow money for a child's tuition this underworld is how he was able to survive. It's utterly ridiculous. As soon as Li Xian returned to the company, he immediately had Tianhong come over to take Li Zhongren away, letting him go wherever he wanted and fight however he wished. Just don't kill him. He glanced at Chen Yaoxing, who was still excited on the couch. Jokingly, he said, "Hey Xing, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red and you're trembling all over." Chen Yaoxing was both excited and nervous, cautiously asking, "Boss, can you take me in as a disciple? Like the kind on the Shanghai registration list?" Li Xian saw ambition in his eyes. Today's encounter was too overwhelming for him. Who doesn't have a bit of ambition? As long as he's put in the right place, this person can unleash energy beyond your wildest imagination. Will he turn against me once he becomes strong? Li Xian never worried about this. As long as the other party has that intention, he would let them fly and even give them a push from behind. How high they can fly depends on their own abilities. Taking a puff from a cigarette, he slowly said, "Have you thought it through?" "Yes, boss. I want to eat from the bowl of the underworld, want to show my face in front of the people of the underworld, and want to make a name for myself in this path. All right, I will personally take you under my wing. Tomorrow I will talk to Uncle Bo and have him put you under my name, officially taking you in as a disciple. Since you are following me, you can't be too stingy. Tomorrow prepare a red envelope of 3,600 and send 2,000 to Uncle Bo. In the future, I will entrust you with managing the gambling den in Macau. If you are a dragon, I will lay clouds for you. If you are a tiger, I will send winds for you. If you can't achieve anything, then come back and drive for me for the rest of your life." After hearing the boss words, Chen Yaoxing felt warm inside. He stood up from the couch and deeply bowed to Li Xian, his voice choked with emotion. "Boss, I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Rest assured, if I still can't make a name for myself like this, I would rather die on Australia Island than bring shame to the name of the deities." When he raised his head, tears were already flowing down his face. After Chen Yaoxing left, Zhang Wo looked at Li Xian with confusion. "Boss, is this guy brain dead? He's well-fed and well-clothed with new clothes, a car to drive, and a decent salary. Why would he want to run off to the underworld?" Zhang Wo's expression was very serious. Li Xian chuckled and explained, "That's how you think. You feel secure now because you haven't seen the glamorous world across the harbor. In the future, you might also be tempted to go out and make big money." Zhang Wo shook his head vigorously, his tone particularly firm. "Boss, I can't control others, but I definitely want. I just want to live a stable life with my mom and brother. I've killed in battle and been shot at. At that time, I truly thought I was done for. Who knew the heavens wouldn't take me and allowed me to live again? After returning home from the army, the military also took care of my brother and me, arranging jobs for us. After a month, we could earn dozens of dollars. My brother earns more than me, over 100. If it weren't for my mom's illness, I wouldn't have come to Hong Kong. No matter how good this place is, it's not my home." As he spoke, his eyes reddened, and he wiped his eyes before continuing. "When I first came here, my brother and I went to inquire about the surgery costs, and when we heard that number, we were all stunned. Later, my brother said, 'Let's do something big.' At that time, we just happened to meet the vice captain. Yes, Zhao Gu is the vice captain, and my brother is the captain. We used to be in the same assault team. The night we sent our mom to the hospital, my brother and I cried all night. After finishing, he wiped away a tear, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but his tone was still firm. That day, my brother said, 'From now on, our lives will be sold to the boss. Compared to my mom's life, there's nothing we... As for what the boss wants to do, it doesn't matter to us at all. We've braved through fire and water. What else is there to... We can risk our lives.'" Zhang Wo's words struck Li Xian as if a lifetime had passed. The gap between two worlds shattered completely. "Indeed, we are all good sons and daughters of China, and they should be allowed to live a better life." Li Xian used to be scolded online for being an affectionate thief, not loving one's own home, and running out to acknowledge a godfather is right. There's no logic in that. It's fine if one lacks abilities, but since he now has the ability to help his own brothers, what's wrong with that? People's joys and sorrows truly cannot be communicated, but there are some people who deserve the respect of all Chinese sons and daughters from the bottom of their hearts. Those are the soldiers who support the backbone of the nation. If someone has forged this backbone for China, then all ordinary people enjoying the protection of the nation should respectfully pay their respects. Li Xian never thought of himself as a good person, nor did he want to be one. But if he can contribute to the place where he grew up, he would never hesitate. When it comes to this land, he disagreed with Zhang Wo's statement, "No matter how good it is, it's not home." How could it not? One must have the consciousness of being a master. When he was young, the most common phrase he heard was, "We are the master," practicing being a master in advance while in Hong Kong. What's wrong? I'm just asking what's wrong. This land is all ours. Oh, children, eat, drink, take a bit, and do some other. What's wrong? The next day, after lunch, Li Xian sat in the office lost in thought when the phone suddenly rang. He picked up the receiver. On the other end came Lu Bo's cheerful voice. Xian, congratulations. You are now the elected councillor of the Sai Kung district in Hong Kong's 18 districts. Has it already started? Li Xian asked. It's all over. Lu Bo laughed. In 1982, the reform of Hong Kong's councillors coincided with the tide. Within 4 years, he would be Councillor Li. Just earlier Li Xian was clamoring to be a master, and by the afternoon his phone hadn't stopped ringing. Mr. Jiang, how did you know I was elected counselor of Sai Kung District? Xian, what nonsense are you talking? You don't know that I've become the counselor of Sai Kung District. Since this side was silent, he switched to the next one. Huang sir, how have you been lately? Speak if you have something to say, and don't bother me if you don't. I'm busy. You don't know that I've become the counselor of Sai Kung District. I thought you heard about it. His current state was just like a fisherman who caught a big fish. Exactly the same, not a bit different. Zhang Wo looked at his boss speechlessly. It's been an entire afternoon. Anyone he knew he called one by one, bothering them. Li Xian ignored Zhang Wo. After all, this matter wasn't exactly a big deal. Which of those local tyrants in the new territories isn't a district counselor? But for him it's different. With this identity, his business back home is as solid as a rock. Now when Li Xian returns home, there are dedicated people to receive him. This identity depends on who will make use. Elected representatives, chosen by votes from eligible voters in local constituencies, the one with the most votes wins. To put it simply, it's a matter of majority rule. Of course, district councillors are generally the chairpersons of the rural committees from the 9 districts in the new territories, directly appointed based on the district where the committee is located. This is hereditary and cannot be elected. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a red banner hung at the entrance of the Bone Courage restaurant reading, "Congratulations to Mr. Li Xian on being elected as the district councillor of Sai Kung Thank You Banquet." Today, Li Xian had Jiang Tianxing brought out as the greeter. Jiang Tianxing wore a red silk sash and greeted the incoming guests with a smile. Shen Yao accompanied the gang leaders, guiding them while occasionally answering their questions. Those who looked unkempt were thrown into a private room to prevent them from affecting the diner's mood. In the main hall, several individuals, including Jimmy Hua, Shi Liang Kuan, Big D Prince, and King of Boxing Tai, were busy organizing the event. The hosts, Brother Ji and Uncle Bo, were lively on stage, occasionally greeting familiar faces. Tianhong suddenly approached Li Xian and whispered a few words. Li Xian lifted his foot towards the entrance, nodding and greeting the guests at each table along the way. However, upon reaching the entrance, his expression suddenly changed. His face darkened and a cold glint flashed in his eyes, a simmering anger he could hardly contain. Pushing aside the obstructing members of the Hung Hing gang, a chorus of Brother Xian sounded in his ears. He walked up to Li Xian, locked eyes with him, and spoke in a low voice. "Li sir, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will give you one." His voice was heavy and muffled, wrapped in a surge of anger ready to explode at any moment. Li Xian felt frustrated as well. Today was truly unlucky. Just when he was about to finish work, he received an emergency call saying that gangs were gathering and all the major leaders had arrived, seemingly preparing to stir up trouble. To make matters worse, Wan Chai was under his jurisdiction. Li Xian waved his hand to signal his subordinate officers to step back, then pulled Li Xian aside. "I was just about to finish work when some scoundrel reported that there was a large gathering of gang members at Bone Courage restaurant intending to cause trouble. Do you think I could not come? If I didn't, I would be eating sweet potatoes at home tomorrow." Li Xian spoke with a tone of helplessness. Li Xian pointed to the banner hanging at the restaurant's entrance. His tone as hard as stone. "Li sir, if anyone dares to ruin my plans today, I won't do anything else but fight with them. If someone makes me uncomfortable for a moment, I will make them uncomfortable for a lifetime." To the bitter end. Li Xian was speechless. It was precisely because he saw that banner that he hadn't gone in. Who could he reason with here? A troublemaker managed to set up film distribution for companies and even established a group to become the chairman in such a short time. That was already outrageous. Even more outrageous was that this person had suddenly transformed into a district councillor of Sai Kung. What else could be said? What could he do? He could do nothing but be caught in the middle, facing pressure from both sides. "Brother Xian, give me a way out. Otherwise I won't be able to report back. I can stay out, but I can't leave. We can't just block the entrance, can we?" The timing of the call was just right. If it were a minute later, everyone would have left work and there would be no way to contact anyone. This clearly was intended to embarrass him, knowing they had no leverage over him, but still wanting to disgust him. What could he do? Li Xian laid out the entire situation, shrugging his shoulders, his expression full of helplessness. The only people who would use such despicable means to annoy him could be counted on one hand. No one else would be bored enough to provoke him. Fine, let these two fools see for themselves if they could handle Li Xian's. He turned to signal Tianhong, and when the person got closer, he directly instructed, "Go to the nearby tea restaurant, clear the area, let the officers go eat something and drink some tea and prepare some supper. Just do it this way." After Tianhong left, Li Xian looked at Li Xian, his tone calmly. "Sir, I Xian know how to handle things and won't make it difficult for you. I will handle the rest myself. Is that all right?" "All right." At 9 o'clock at night, the banquet concluded successfully. After sending off all the guests, Li Xian approached Mr. Jiang, cupping his fists in respect. "Mr. Jiang, I truly owe you today. If it weren't for you and Brother Yao supporting me, I would have lost face big time. There were quite a few people I didn't even recognize." Mr. Jiang patted his shoulder, a smile on his face. "Xian, you're even more capable than I expected. In the future, no one will dare to come to trouble you in this venue." That's a good thing. Keep up the good work. Li Xian glanced around to confirm no one was nearby before lowering his voice. Mr. Jiang, I need to share something with you. When the banquet just started, the police showed up to cause trouble, but I sent them back. However, they also brought me a piece of news. What news? Jiang Tianxing frowned. Someone is deliberately trying to mess with me, wanting me to be unable to hold my ground in this situation. They are trying to confront me, Heaton. This matter cannot just be left like this. If I find out who did it, I will personally send them to the sea to soak. If it turns out to be someone from the gang, Mr. Jiang, please tell me how I should handle it. Jiang Tianxing narrowed his eyes. Fat guy Li. Li Xian nodded, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. If it's really him, I will make him disappear completely. Not just him, anyone who sabotages my plans or obstructs my path will face the same fate. I won't even compete with my brothers for a piece of bread. I'm out here looking for food, and there are still people trying to smash my bowl. Then there's nothing more to say. Jiang Tianxing understood Li Zin's anger. Having just become a counselor, he was already brought into the station on the same day. Tomorrow someone would definitely use this incident to question his election qualifications. Although he is an elected counselor, once his reputation is tarnished, it will be difficult to recover. If it were me, I would do even worse than Xian. Jiang Tianxing looked up at the night sky, his tone suddenly hardening. Xian, if it is confirmed, then deal with him. I don't want to deal with him because of my father's face, but since he is being disrespectful, there's nothing more to say. We have the same goal, though I don't want my descendants to be pointed at by others. Whoever blocks my path, even if it's the heavens, will have no face to give. It's the same for anyone. Causeway Bay is bustling day and night, filled with crowds and neon lights. Li Xian paid no attention to the scenery around him and directly entered the company building. He had Zhang Wo drive to see his mother while he pushed open the side door and went upstairs, waiting in the office for news. If tonight's incident wasn't instigated by Fat Guy Li, then someone would have to be dealt with. Thinking it over, that old fox Uncle Deng wouldn't resort to such tactics. There was no benefit in doing so, and he had no territory. It was not worth it. To take out Fat Guy Li, he needed some evidence first. As for the others, he would deal with them as they came. If he made a mistake, he could apologize later. Shortly after, Tianhong and Jianjun walked in with Zhang Wo following behind. Li Xian glanced at him, his tone not very polite. What are you doing here after work hours? Hurry up and drive to the hospital to see your mother. Don't cause trouble here. Zhang Wo took it lightly. Boss, my shooting skills are good, I can help. Jianjun added, boss, don't worry. With those thugs, the two guns Zhang Wo is hiding are enough for them to drink a pot. Tianhong, standing nearby, shot him. Speaking of which, these two had fought before. In hand-to-hand combat, Jianjun had a slight upper hand. With knives, Tianhong would win easily. As for shooting, forget it. Don't mention shooting. This was the one good thing about Tianhong. Whoever beat him, he would respect them. Li Xian no longer dwelled on it, asking in a deep voice, have you found out? Tianhong nodded, boss, no problem. I tied up Fat Guy Li's close henchman, and he confessed it. Then send him off, let him rest in peace. Don't throw him in the sea. We are from the same gang. Let's keep some decency. Make him hand over all the money. If he doesn't, he knows what the consequences are. Boss, rest assured I know what to do. Tianhong said, turning to leave. Tomorrow is the surgery. You two don't need to come to work these days. Stay at the hospital. Go now. Li Xian waved his hand. The two bowed silently and left. That night, Li Xian slept on the sofa in the reception room. Early the next morning, Chiodi arrived at the company. She had been quite busy lately, running between the company and the accounting firm every day. The man had her learn finance and accounting, which she did, and remembered spending all day in the firm studying hard. Since Li Xian didn't come home last night, she had her driver take her over to check on him at the crack of dawn. Upon reaching the third floor, seeing Li Xian sound asleep on the sofa in the reception room eased her mind considerably. She tiptoed over, just about to sit down, when she suddenly called out. What are you doing? It's early in the morning. Hey, be gentle. Please. Hua Bao, guarding at the stairway, perked up his ears, and upon hearing the commotion turned around and quietly slipped downstairs to stand guard. As he went downstairs, he mumbled, boss is already in such a bad mood early in the morning. Truly worthy of being the head tough as nails. Hua Bao, Kyuta's driver, was originally one of the 50 or so direct subordinates under Li Xian. Half an hour later, the people from the film company began to arrive for work, but they were all blocked at the door by Hua Bao, one by one being sent to the neighboring agency's storefront. If someone really managed to barge in, he would definitely get a scolding. The boss business wasn't finished yet. After waiting a full half an hour, Tianhong walked into the company, and work officially began. Tianhong sat on the office sofa grinning as he said to Li Xian, brother, that fat guy really has plenty of oil. Over 20 million, really didn't see that coming. Li Xian shoved the last soup dumpling into his mouth, pulled out a tissue to wipe the corner of his mouth. It's normal. Although the name North Point has a point in it, it is still on the main island close to Causeway Bay, so it's normal to scrape some oil off. Tianhong nodded in agreement with his boss' words. Boss, the money is still piled up in the car's trunk. What should we do? Li Xian pondered for a moment and instructed Tianhong. Take out some to send to the gang leader. Just say it's my treat for tea. The rest you take back to Sai Kung. Find Lu Bo to run to the road administration department to get the approval, and then find a construction team to fix the roads between the mall and the various community streets. Waiting for the foreign devils in the Hong Kong government to allocate funds. That could take ages. We can just spend a little of our own money to settle this matter. Set up a red signboard at the mall entrance inscribed with road construction fundraising and list all donors' names. Brother, this money. Li Xian knew what Tianhong feared, that the funds were ill-gotten and might invite trouble. No worries, go ahead and carry it out. If anyone dares utter so much as half a word of dissent, they won't need us to speak. The neighbors of Saigon will dig up their ancestors' graves themselves. Which of these banknotes in the donation box is white? Which is black? Every single one is merit-earned money. How could you possibly distinguish light from shadow? By the way, prioritize repairing the road leading to our Hongshin residential complex and the parking lot. This money must not be squandered. Li Xian hastily added, those two 6-story residential buildings are the Hongshin residential complex. A bit modest perhaps. We'll expand gradually over time. Senior Inspector Huang had already uncovered every detail. Colors may be divided into black and white, but how does one categorize charitable donations? Li Xian paid no mind to others' speculation. His logic was simple and direct. So long as one contributes real money and performs genuine good deeds, the source, whether lawful or illicit, becomes irrelevant. Money used for charity ceases to be black. It transforms into benevolent capital. Mr. Zhang practices at this hour daily. He'll emerge shortly. You've come specially. Is there something urgent? Tianhong nodded, then nudged the travel bag beside him with his foot and replied, yes, elder brother sent me to deliver the team money, and I'm making this trip en route. Chen Yao glanced at the bag on the ground and smiled, saying, so brother Xian intends to cover Mr. Zhang's tea expenses for several years straight. How extraordinarily generous. As they chatted, time slipped away unnoticed. After finishing his practice, Mr. Zhang draped a towel around his neck and walked with his girlfriend Fong Ting toward the swimming pool. Fong Ting cast a glance at Tianhong, gently withdrew her hand from Zhang's, and murmured softly, darling, I'll take a swim. You two chat at your leisure. Tianhong didn't even lift his eyelids. He dismissed this temporary sister-in-law without a second thought. He'd never understood why Mr. Zhang would choose a woman like her. Were he to seek a partner, he'd prefer someone petite, ideally with short hair. That type held absolutely no appeal for him. Jiang Tianxing took a bite of watermelon from the table and casually asked, have all matters been settled? Yes, crystal clear. His own words were recorded verbatim. Would Mr. Zhang care to listen? Having spoken, Tianhong grabbed a piece of fruit and began eating. No need. I trust your work implicitly. There'll be no error. Did you come all this way solely for this matter? A phone call would have sufficed. Tianhong bent down, lifted the travel bag, unzipped it, poured its contents onto the table, then repacked exactly half back inside. Only then did he speak. Mr. Zhang, elder brother instructed me to deliver half the team money. The remainder must be taken back to Saigon for road construction. Jiang Tianxing listened as Tianhong recounted the project, then burst into hearty laughter. No wonder brother Xian skipped the venue altogether, yet the title of counselor has already landed upon his head. Remarkable, truly remarkable. He plucked a gold bullion note from the pile on the table, held it aloft toward Tianhong, and chuckled. I accept the team money. It embodies brother Xian's sincere sentiment. The currency itself matters little. It is the heart behind it that holds true value. He gestured toward the remaining stack. Take all this back. Devoted entirely to the road work. I wish to contribute my share, and perhaps secure a reputation as a philanthropist in passing. Tianhong, utterly unfamiliar with the art of polite refusal, obediently stuffed the money back into the bag. He added matter-of-factly, elder brother also said that once the road is complete, every donor's name and contribution amount will be engraved on a stone stele, erected at the Saigon Branch Road intersection. So all of Saigon will remember who labored for this place. Then, almost under his breath, I still can't fathom why elder brother insists on such effort. What baffled Tianhong, Jiang Tianxing saw with crystalline clarity. He sighed. Brother Xian seeks to imprint Saigon with his own indelible mark. What an audacious stroke. Chen Yao nodded approvingly beside him. Jiang Tianxing pondered a moment, then resolved to lend his support, seizing an opportunity to cultivate goodwill and prestige. Turning to Tianhong, who had just finished packing the bag, he said, I intend to assign my own construction firm to handle the Saigon Road project. My company's order book overflows. Detaching one crew poses no difficulty. Please inform brother Xian, he'll know precisely how to coordinate. The moment Tianhong departed, Chen Yao spoke up. Mr. Zhang, brother Xian's influence grows broader by the day. Within a few years, Saigon may well fall entirely under his dominion. Jiang Tianxing nodded slowly, his tone laced with quiet envy. Brother Xian possesses solid foundations, effortlessly rising from the mire, scrubbing himself clean beyond reproach. When shall we finally break free? A faint shadow of sorrow crossed his face. Chen Yao reassured him. Mr. Zhang, your turn draws near. Film more productions. Let the public perceive you solely as an actor. Once the common folk firmly embrace that identity, everything else falls smoothly into place. But avoid films like Young and Dangerous henceforth. Let Brother Xian secure scripts portraying police officers, tycoons, or counselors, severing all ties with underworld-themed cinema forever. Granted, it borders on self-deception. Yet how would ordinary people discern truth from illusion? Jiang Tianxing nodded, then asked curiously, Yao, where did Brother Xian acquire such insight? Who can say for certain? Huang Bingyao, however, suspected the truth. Ever since receiving Brother Xian's call yesterday, Huang had felt profoundly unsettled. Every nerve jarred, every motion askew. Even at home, his marital duties suffered distraction, earning a sharp reprimand from his wife. She accused him of infidelity, citing both diminished duration and reduced volume as damning evidence. She issued an ultimatum: one more lapse, and he'd sleep on the sofa. No bed, no intimacy. Huang felt deeply wronged. For weeks he'd refrained from visiting Ali Xiaohua Wenya, nor Mrs. Guan or Mrs. Li. He'd been diligently fulfilling his duties. This was pure injustice, entirely Brother Xian's doing. He touched the epaulette of his senior inspector rank, and his mood lifted slightly. Younger Brother Xian is my own flesh and blood. All departmental funds shall now go toward nourishing him. I'll cease scolding him henceforth. Regarding Brother Xian's ventures, Huang Bingyao perceived numerous flaws. Hong Kong offered no formal training in such matters. Thus only one explanation remained: his subordinates had taught him. Convinced he'd pierced the veil, Senior Inspector Huang smiled with the vacant, rapturous grin of a man lost in reverie. Those who'd navigated the era of the financial empire saw nothing unusual in younger brother maintaining a private retinue. Without tangible assets, how could one ever feel secure? He'd even facilitated 50 firearm licenses. Hearing the security firm had recruited over 100 personnel, he resolved to visit soon, ensuring each carried at least one firearm. Otherwise, how could one conduct legitimate security operations? Patting his rounded belly, he sighed. Behind his desk, Li Xian scrutinized a financial report, his brow furrowed into deep, tense ridges. 67 million. His voice trembled faintly with disbelief. With costs merely 20,000, the profit multiplier defied calculation. Indeed, no error. 20,000 covered all expenditures: banquets, liquor, entertainment. The lead actress, camera, and film stock were gifted gratis by Brother Cohen, otherwise virtually no expense accrued. The extras playing Triad henchmen received boxed lunches and petty cash, $100 or $200 apiece, leaving them thoroughly contented. They relished such work, no beatings, steady pay. A golden gig they'd gladly perform until the end of time. Once the film exploded in popularity, characters like Chan Honam and Shanji acted shrewdly, approaching the chubby producer directly, delivering management contracts to the company doorstep. Behold, they'd entered the mainstream. Cease calling him Chicken Nam, how vulgar. This figure alone induced vertigo. Costs were laughably low, profits staggeringly high. No wonder Triad factions flooded the film industry. Real money flowed here. A single Young and Dangerous earned more than some listed companies' annual net income. Some corporations labored an entire year, yet earned less than this one film. Many operated at a loss, surviving only by harvesting investors' wealth from stock markets. Its success came as no surprise. This film had proven itself across lifetimes, blazing for years and launching countless stars. Many roles were played by actual underworld figures. Backed by powerful Triad syndicates, the producers dared depict raw reality. Smaller factions wouldn't dare; they'd burn the studio to ashes. Now this golden egg rested in Li Xian's hands, and he intended to extract its full, unyielding value. One film every 6 months, until box office returns dwindled to zero, then pivot to another gangster franchise. Staring at the astronomical figure on his ledger, Li Xian signed decisively. Bonuses, red envelopes. Only cold hard cash ignites true employee fervor. Introduce even a whisper of future equity promises, and staff would surge with manic, inexhaustible energy. All bonuses distributed in crisp cash, not a cent withdrawn from reserves. Funds reserved for greater purposes next year. Li Xian fixed his gaze upon the chubby young man before him and began painting visions of glory. Jean, outstanding work. Direct the next film. I'll serve as executive producer and presenter. And rest assured, equity in the company awaits you. Consider it shareholder versus salaried labor. Doesn't that make today's work infinitely more compelling? Wang Jin strained to maintain composure, but his body betrayed him. His plump face erupted in obsequious smiles, his tiny eyes crinkled into near-invisible slits. He lowered his voice, cautiously probing, "Boss, just how much equity might I receive?" "Boss, I didn't mean that. I merely wished to inquire. What's the maximum equity possible?" The words tumbled out too hastily. Panic seized him. He slapped his own cheek. Damn it. What just happened? Why did my innermost thought slip forth unbidden? Li Xian read Wang Jin's expression instantly. The boy hadn't lied. He'd simply blurted raw, unfiltered truth. It's nothing. Everyone wants to climb higher. Greed and lust are simply human nature. With desires, it's easy to manage. They just treat the symptoms, and there's no fear of them not working hard. Li Xian tapped the table with his pen, saying, "You kid, haste makes waste. Have you heard about the equity pool for the branch companies?" The chubby guy nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, I've heard of it. Each branch company has a reward of 10% equity, which can only be accessed after 10 years. That's right, it's locked for 10 years. The maximum one can get personally is 3% granted in a tiered manner. They'll make an exception for you 5%. This is the maximum a person can get in the company. Any objections? The chubby guy quickly waved his hands, his eyes, which were already squinted, now completely transformed into a smile. How could there be any objections? Boss, this condition is simply too good to refuse. If I'm not satisfied, then I'm truly ungrateful. Rest assured, I signed a 15-year contract with the company, and I will definitely treat the company as my own family from now on. I signed myself for 15 years. The chubby guy nodded earnestly. Yes, exactly 15 years. Last time you said to let me be the director, right? I did say that. Then it's settled. After shooting just one film, I became a director. Where else could one find? I hurriedly signed a long contract for myself. What if the company grows big in the future and you don't want me anymore? Boss, don't you think this makes sense? Lee Xin was momentarily speechless. This chubby guy is clever. He showed sincerity and he wouldn't be stingy with his own people. Lee Xin spoke, just work hard. They'll call the law firm and directly give you 5% equity. You can handle the process yourself. But this equity can only be accessed after 10 years. No problem, right? The chubby guy quickly waved his hands. What problem could there be? He never intended to leave. He bent down to bow to Lee Xin, and then raised his head to say, Boss, rest assured, I will definitely be devoted to our company until my last breath. Just work hard, and you won't be treated unfairly. In the future, your director's fee will be adjusted according to market rates every year. Your hard work won't go unrewarded. As long as you think of the company, it's worth this price. Lee Xin thought for a moment, and then asked. Lee Xin leaned back in his chair and casually asked, Have you found any news about Liang Jiahui, the one I asked you to find? The one banned from Taiwan. The assistant immediately nodded. Boss, I found him. That guy is truly unlucky. When I found him, he was still selling things on the street in Temple Street. I signed him directly. Do you want me to call him over to meet you? Sure, let him come to the office. I want to have a few words with him. Lee Xin waved his hand. When the person walked in, Lee Xin almost couldn't maintain his composure. The young man before him was a spitting in, not in the way that requires a template. This was completely like long-lost brothers identical. Liang Jiahui felt uncomfortable under the boss gaze. He wondered in his heart, did I get something on my face? Or does the boss dislike me? But he didn't dare to say anything or ask further. As an actor banned from Taiwan, to have a film company willing to take him in was already a huge blessing. That broadcasting authority from Taiwan was indeed ruthless, banning him right after he shot a film. What kind of reasoning is this? Lee Xin looked at Liang Jiahui's nervous demeanor and spoke in a very gentle tone. Hui, is it okay if I call you that? Liang Jiahui sat nervously on the sofa, his hands obediently resting on his knees. It's fine, boss, you can call me whatever you want. Good, I'll call you Hui from now on. I heard your girlfriend works at a radio station. Lee Xin asked again. Liang Jiahui picked up his cup and took a sip of water to calm his nerves before saying, Yes, boss, my girlfriend is Jiang Jianian. She works as a producer at the radio station in Hong Kong Island. She's amazing, far better than I am. Mentioning his girlfriend, Liang Jiahui's face broke into an uncontainable smile. During those days of being banned, she was the one who comforted him and stayed by his side. If it weren't for her, he truly didn't know if he could have gotten through it. In his eyes, his girlfriend wasn't particularly pretty, but her heart was more precious than gold, warm and comforting, making one feel at ease. The chubby guy rushed home as soon as he got off work. He didn't even bother to change his shoes and directly ran to his father Wang Tianlin's back, giving him a tight hug, but couldn't budge him. He tried again with more force, but still couldn't move him. Wang Tianlin stood up with his big belly, raising his hand to hit the chubby guy's head while scolding. You little rascal, do you want to strangle me? You want to inherit my fortune early, huh? After about 10 minutes, Wang Tianlin looked at his son with disbelief. With your capability. And you think you can get equity? Has your boss lost his mind? The chubby guy looked aggrieved. Dad, why don't you believe me? It's really the boss who gave it to me, and he said I could direct movies in the future. Wang Tianlin, who had been in the film industry for decades, had never seen such a generous boss. This was too generous. He was even tempted. He had worked at TVB for so many years and had never received such treatment. Wang Tianlin lowered his voice and told the chubby guy, from now on, be more cautious in your work. They've given you everything they should and shouldn't. If you mess it up, think about the consequences yourself. The chubby guy patted his chest and promised, Dad, just relax. I know very well who the boss is. As long as I don't have any crooked thoughts and focus solely on the company, even if I occasionally make mistakes, the boss won't hold it against me. Seeing that his dad still looked unconvinced, the chubby guy hurriedly added a few words. Dad, I'm really not fooling you. Although the boss is in the underworld, he's very easygoing and can take a joke. The boss wife is also down to earth and not like Fong Tai, who would nag for half a day over trivial matters. The company's meals every day are top-notch, as the boss himself said. One should eat well to work well. Compared to those stingy big bosses, he truly has the spirit of a man from the rivers and lakes, without any of those bad habits. After listening to him, Wang Tianlin pondered for a moment before analyzing. The more generous the boss appears, the more you need to stay grounded. Don't let his amicable demeanor deceive you. Anyone who has made a name for themselves in the Hong Kong underworld is no simple character. Those who only know how to use their fists and have no brains are either in jail or long gone selling salted duck eggs. Your boss has managed to thrive and even swallowed the Shaw Brothers Film Company. This is something only extraordinary people can achieve. Think about it with your pig brain. The chubby guy nodded, seriously contemplating for a moment before speaking. Dad, do you remember the last time our company's film Gua Zai was pirated? Wang Tianlin nodded. The chubby guy lowered his voice, a proud smile on his face. Dad, do you know how big the scene was? Seeing his dad shake his head, the chubby guy became excited, his eyebrows dancing. The entire Hong Xing gang was mobilized, scouring the entire Hong Kong for those pirates. The Yaomati area was filled with people, blocking several streets, crowded. There must have been at least a few thousand people. In my entire life, this was the first time I had seen such a spectacle. It was too shocking. Throughout the whole process, our boss didn't even show his face. He just sat in the company waiting. That's true style. A real big shot doesn't need to lift a finger. A phone call resolves everything. Wang Tianlin nodded, taking over the conversation. Since you understand, just work hard. Your boss is generous and has a good background. He has enough power to ensure you aren't bullied by outsiders. Finding such a company is harder than finding a lantern. The people from Shaw Brothers have been drained by Fong Tai. Tomorrow I'll introduce you to a few reliable ones. Treat them well, they are experts in their fields and can help you establish a foothold in the company. The chubby guy waved his hand dismissively, saying, come on, let them all come. Now I have the final say in the film company, and the boss basically doesn't involve himself. As long as you have the ability, money is not an issue. He is very generous. The chubby guy's understanding of Li Xian was ultimately too shallow. Li Xian doesn't interfere with specific tasks, but he ensures that everything that should be given is given. However, if someone fails to deliver, the consequences are definitely not to be taken lightly. Liang Jiahui was nestled on the sofa, chatting on the phone with his girlfriend. Your boss wants to invite me to work at the company. The voice on the other end, Zhang Jianyan, sounded a bit surprised. Liang Jiahui replied, saying the boss had looked over her resume and thought she was quite suitable, wanting her to come on board as a producer. If she has strong management skills, she could also be trained for administrative roles. Zhang Jianyan was silent for a few seconds before asking how the salary would be calculated. Liang Jiahui perked up immediately, saying the treatment was truly excellent, with meal allowances significantly higher than others, and the working environment was comfortable. Shaw Brothers is currently integrating. The first and second floors of that building in Causeway Bay will be used by the agency, while the third floor will be converted into the boss office. The film company will move to Clearwater Bay, merging with the old Shaw Brothers territory. Clearwater Bay. Wouldn't the daily commute be exhausting? Zhang Jianyan frowned. Liang Jiahui chuckled, saying that it was close to the Zhangquano Film City, making filming convenient. The company arranged for shuttles with routes planned according to employees' residences. The boss himself owns a taxi company and can arrange things however he wishes. Such benefits were unheard of at Shaw Brothers before. Employees had to find their own way. The chubby guy's adaptability was astonishing. Within a few days, the building in Causeway Bay had completely transformed. The side entrance on the second floor was sealed off, and renovations began on the third floor. The entire third floor was opened up, turning it into Li Zin's office. It was partitioned into 2 bedrooms, with the inner room for Li Xian and the one at the entrance reserved for Zhang Wo. If he worked late, Zhang Wo could just stay over there. Li Xian stood on the third floor looking at the renovation plans with Big Brother B. Every detail was marked clearly. Once the plans were finalized, Big Brother B sighed, saying, Xian, your business is getting bigger and bigger. I'm benefiting from it too. These days I've been busy setting up your agency company without a moment's rest. I have several companies in hand, and the group is getting on track. It's truly not easy. Li Xian didn't take the flattery seriously and casually replied, it looks impressive, but it's all empty inside. From now on, I need to gradually fill it up. What I lack most now is people. Those with capability can see through it at a glance and will turn away. The ones I bring in are all just going through the motions. Big Brother B rolled his eyes. This guy is such a show-off. He even recruited graduates from Hong Kong University while pretending to be poor. By the way, Xian, now that Fat Liang is gone, Mr. Zhang wants to reselect the person in charge of North Point. Do you have any thoughts? Li Xian didn't hesitate for even half a second. No thoughts at all. I'm just guarding the territory in Sai Kung. Let others handle the rest. Boss B opened his mouth, but ultimately said so. Xian, what do you think of Hao Nan? Can he compete for the position of the person in charge of North Point? Li Xian nearly cursed out loud. Boss B really thinks of Chun Hao Nan as his own son. De Fei is still lying in the hospital, and now they are already eyeing the position of the North Point person in charge. Isn't this just bullying honest people? How can things be handled like this? The more Li Xian thought about it, the more something fell off. One thought kept circling in his mind. These two must have some scheme, or else how could it be explained? A Seijo kid, why should he compete with a red stick for the position of the person in charge? What does he rely on? just because he is a trusted confidant of Boss B. Although Lee Xian had some business dealings with Boss B, he didn't hold back his words and retorted directly, "What qualifications does Chun Haonan have to compete for the position of the person in charge? He is a Sijo kid. Good looking. Or is there something particularly large in his pants?" Boss B, stop joking around, okay? Hong Xing is currently stable and wouldn't cause chaos for someone like Chun Haonan. Boss B was persistent, his tone carrying a hint of stubbornness. Xian, you know well that Anan has been with me since he was young. He has made significant contributions in the gang. In the territory of Causeway Bay, many areas were taken by him, leading the charge. I just want to give him a chance. This time, if you support him, he'll give you a 2% discount on future renovation jobs. What do you think? Lee Xian immediately raised his hand, interrupting, "Stop. This matter absolutely cannot be compromised." If he agreed, the persona he had painstakingly built over the past 2 years in the gang would completely collapse. It took a lot of effort just to stabilize his position, or would he destroy it all for such a small benefit? Of course more money is possible, but this price Boss B simply cannot afford. Don't even mention a 2% discount. Even if he went bankrupt, he couldn't fill this gap. No matter how greedy Lee Xian is, he isn't foolish. He won't do something that compromises the overall picture. He stared at Boss B, his tone becoming serious. "Boss B, you have known me for more than a day or two. Xian love money, but I won't take any kind of money. Some money when held in hand feels scorching hot." After a pause he added, "What about DeFei? He is still lying in the hospital, and you are already eyeing the position of the person in charge of North Point." Boss B was still not giving up, immediately saying, "DeFei can wait for the next opportunity. Besides, he is currently hospitalized. How can he manage North Point?" Lee Xian finally understood. Boss B was dead set on pushing Chun Haonan to rise without even discussing the reasoning. None of these gangsters have any real loyalty. Boss B's loyalty was entirely given to Chun Haonan, while DeFei was nothing but a fart in his eyes. As long as there are benefits, anyone can be a stepping stone regardless of how many lives you risked for the gang. How could a gang's red stick make way for a Sijo kid? What right does Chun Haonan have? If he truly had that capability, then why couldn't he even enter the main hall before? From beginning to end, he only handled the tasks of a sub-hall, and had never touched any assignments from the gang's main hall. With such ability, how could he aspire to Tian Hong? Tian Hong earned its reputation through hard work in Mong Kok, handling tasks assigned during the main hall meetings. Moreover, did Tian Hong's position as the person in charge come from his own efforts? That was taking over the role of a respected elder, which was legitimate, and no one could dispute it. Now if Boss B says he wants to retire, and lets Chun Haonan handle a few things to help him rise, fine, that makes sense. But the problem is, Boss B has no intention of retiring at all. Going directly to snatch the position of the North Point person in charge is just too much. The matter of the person in charge is, to put it bluntly, decided by the members of the sub-hall themselves. Like the champion Tai, his master was a respected elder, and when the old man retired, he naturally became the hall master. At that time in the territory of Yao Ma Ti, only 3 people could hold the position of hall master: Prince Champion Tai and him. No one else. The area of Tsim Sha Sui was taken by the 3 of them together. To put it bluntly, it was to allow the prince to step down and give Champion Tai a place. Otherwise, why would the entire Yao Ma Ti gang risk their lives to fight? Later, when he himself ascended to the main hall, Champion Tai smoothly took over as hall master. Unless this sub-hall is truly rotten and has no capable fighters, only then will they recruit from outside. These rules are long-standing traditions that cannot be broken just because Chun Haonan says so. Furthermore, regarding the matter in the movie where Shan Ji goes to Tun Mun to compete for the person in charge, if Jiang Tiansheng were still around, he wouldn't even have a chance. Why? Tun Mun is guarded by the indigenous people, and behind them stands Han Bin. How did the movie portray as a minor character? That's just nonsense. If Jiang Tian were to take on the position of the boss, do you think he would dare to casually transfer people to other sub-halls? If he transferred someone today, he would have to come back horizontally tomorrow. He is the boss, but does he dare to confront the completely intact Han Bin Heiden? In all of Hongxing besides Jiang Tiansheng, no one else can manage this business. Liang Kuan can't, and Di doesn't stand a chance either. How much capital does Boss B need to invest to get Jiang Tiansheng's nod? That price Boss B simply cannot afford. Lee Xian was too lazy to continue with his back and forth, directly clarifying, Boss B, Chun Haonan is not even the bottom line right now. If you really have that intention, hurry up and let him do a few impressive things for the gang. If you force it, no one will stand by your side. This is breaking the rules, and don't make things difficult for yourself. Those who lack the ability to break the rules must honestly abide by them. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Lee Xian himself wouldn't dare to break the rules casually. Why should Boss B be able to do so? Just because he is short? Just because he looks unattractive? Or because he is both short and unattractive? Only those who can turn the table have the right to set the rules. Lee Xian is currently busy laying the foundation. Boss B left Li Zin's company and went directly to Jiang Tiansheng's residence. After finishing his words, Jiang Tiansheng looked at him with the gaze of someone observing an idiot. Abi, do you know what you were saying? You are about to ruin the rules for the person in charge. Boss B's face turned pale instantly, and he quickly waved his hands to explain, Mr. Jiang, absolutely not. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to give On-in a chance who I really have no other intentions, and I wouldn't dare to have any other thoughts. He genuinely didn't think that far. He just wanted to support Chen Hao Nan. But if the boss thinks he has ulterior motives, then it's completely over. So he quickly tried to backtrack. Jiang Tiansheng understood that Boss B was thoughtless. It is precisely because he knows he is foolish that if he dares to touch this hard-earned situation, let alone being a loyal follower, even if his own brother were here, it wouldn't work. Jiang Tiansheng has always been like this since childhood. To achieve his goals, anyone can be sacrificed. How much effort did Jiang Tiansheng expend for the current situation? Jiang Tiansheng exhaled a puff of smoke, slowly opening his mouth, while holding a cigar. Have you not taken a single word of what Xian said to heart? Boss B was a bit restless, rubbing his hands together. Mr. Jiang, I didn't mean that. DeFei is lying in the hospital, and the position in North Point is still vacant. I was just thinking. What about Grey Dog? Jiang Tiansheng interrupted him. You haven't even mentioned him. North Point isn't without someone. A people from the halls can't just be transferred around like this. This matter ends here. Boss B lowered his head as he walked out of the villa. At that moment, a flicker of indescribable light flashed in his eyes. Chen Yao walked over, lowering his voice to ask Mr. Jiang who will be in charge of North Point. Grey Dog. Jiang Tiansheng said, 2 words, his tone as casual as swatting a mosquito. Li Xian was too lazy to linger any longer on the island. He thought it would be better to return to Sai Kung, have a few drinks with his buddies, and relax a bit. As Qin Kwa had just driven over, a kid suddenly rushed in front of Li Xian, standing still, his eyes red like a rabbit, tears swirling inside. The expression was very complicated, filled with hatred, grievance, and despair, like a spilled jar of mixed flavors. Qin Kwa's hand had already touched the gun handle, and Li Xian pressed his arm, signaling him not to act rashly. Ray Yao Young came today specifically to seek the boss' blessing. He wanted to join the gang. His girlfriend's death felt like a knife stabbing into his chest. Brother Xian, I am a disciple of the Red Stick Luo Han from He Yitang. My name is Ray Yao Young. I just retired from He Yitang today and want to transfer to your gang to pay my respects to my girlfriend. He spoke plainly without any roundabout expressions. Despair filled his eyes. On this path of the underworld, no one would be willing to offend He Yitang for a small character like him. Even the smallest hall has hundreds of people to support it. He had run around to the doors of various big bosses, some not even letting him finish speaking. Seeking the boss' blessing was his last card. The image of his girlfriend dying in front of him kept replaying in his mind. For this matter, he was willing to risk his life. Through a worthless life, there was nothing he couldn't part with. What Li Xian didn't know was that after he lifted the crow, the old camel from Dongxing had sent Wen Long to handle the funeral, delaying that guy's time to go out and play, thus missing the chance to meet Ray Yao Young. A gust of wind could alter anyone's fate. Li Zin's heart was moved. Ray Yao Young, this guy is someone even the heavens disapprove of. Thunder could kill him. Just as Ray Yao Young was about to speak, his tone abruptly changed. Why should I accept you? If I really wanted to recruit disciples, it wouldn't be a problem to pull a few hundred people in this territory of Hong Kong. Ray Yao Young gritted his teeth, forcing the tears back into his eyes, his voice extremely low. Brother Xian, give me a chance. After avenging my grudge, my life belongs to you. Alright, I accept your life. I will do my best to keep you alive. Li Xian sat in the back seat staring at Ray Yao Young in the front passenger seat, his mind flipping over a thought. Why wasn't this kid present when they met the 5 tigers of Dongxing? It turns out he wasn't not in a position, he simply... This martial world is truly chaotic. Upon arriving in Sai Kung, Li Xian directly instructed Tian Hong, go to Kowloon City and bring that red stick from He Yitang the lawn over here. Tian Hong was taken aback. Boss, is it really worth your personal visit for a red stick from a small hall? Li Xian glanced at Lei Yao Yang. What is a Luo Han to me? Why should I even bother to speak for him? This kid over here sold his life for him. Just get it done. Tian Hong shot a glance at Lei Yao Yang. Damn it, how does this kid look so much like a crow? The only difference is the hairstyle and temperament, but he has a scholarly... I can't be bothered to dwell on it, it's more important to get things done. At the bottom of Hongxing community, the barbecue stall was set up. Li Xian, Jian Guojian, Jun Huashi de Sha, and Lei Yao Yang all sat around the table. Chicken wings, beef, lamb, and seafood were piled on the table, with bottles of alcohol filling it to the brim. Chen Xiao went home to bring people back, but he hasn't returned yet, and we don't know how many he can bring. It had been a long time since these people gathered to chat. Barbecuing skewers and drinking, the atmosphere was unusually lively. Except for Lei Yao Yang, who sat on a small stool without eating or drinking. His eyes were swirling with various emotions, none of which were good. No wonder. His girlfriend was killed by his own boss. If it were Li Xian in this situation, he would have definitely smashed that person to pieces. Damn. Disgusting. Even 1,000 cuts wouldn't relieve the hatred. Li Xian couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. This kid has an incredibly tough life. As long as he doesn't ask for death, he could live to an old age. The Shah handed over a skewer of grilled lamb, grinning innocently. Boss, we've all missed you while you were away. When will you take us to Kowloon for a stroll? Li Xian hit him with a bottle cap. Damn, you really miss me. The next sentence is going to expose you. Once I buy the whole office building in Kowloon, I'll stuff you all into the office. He turned to Jin Jun. You've been running to the hospital a lot lately. See if there are any rejection reactions. If there's a problem, tell me quickly. If Hong Kong Island can't treat it well, send you to Eagle Sauce. Jian Jun rarely showed a hint of a smile. It was worse than crying. Boss, don't worry. The attending doctor said the recovery is going quite well, and it won't be long before I can go home and take care of myself. I've already arranged the apartment for you, and Jian Gua and the decoration is all done. When my mom comes back, she can move in directly. Really, it's already good enough, good enough. Now that I think back, it feels like a dream. The initial confusion and despair, even the thought of going to extremes, who would have thought things would turn around? Our group now has a place, we have work, and most importantly, my mom's illness has been cured. What more could I want? If I'm not content now, I might as well be struck by lightning. Li Xian had spoken more today since seeing Jian Jun than he had ever before. Jian Gua chimed in, who says it's not true? Boss, it's really good enough. Following you every day with the best food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation, what more can we expect? Thinking any more would be shortening your life. Among this group, Huashi was the most talkative, but today he was quite sensible and didn't interrupt much. It was precisely because of his keen insight that Li Xian dared to hand over the taxi company to him. Not long after Chiu Ti returned, and the barbecue group grew larger. Hua Bao sat down next to the Shah and immediately asked, "You keep talking about wanting the boss to take you to Kowloon. Has the boss made a promise yet?" The Shah looked very proud, puffing out his chest. "Of course. I'm the boss' right-hand man. If he doesn't take me, who will he take? He also said I can sit in the office in the future." Huashi chimed in sarcastically, "Sure. Once the boss buys the whole office building, you'll be able to sit in the office." The Shah exploded at this, jumping up and tackling Huashi to the ground, cursing, "You street rat dare to ruin the reputation of my foolish master. Today I'll show you just how many eyes my foolish master really has." Among this group, he could only take on Hua. Hua Bao couldn't stand it and shouted, "The Shah, don't you have just 2 eyes? What? Are you planning to open another hole for yourself?" After enough ruckus, the two stood up, brushed off the dust, and continued drinking and chatting. Those who followed Li Xian from the beginning shared a strong bond. After all this was Sai Kung, there weren't many opportunities, and everyone didn't have much ulterior motive. There were certainly minor frictions, but as long as there were more than 3 people, there wouldn't be conflicting thoughts. I had heard that in some girls' dormitories 6 people could create 9 groups. Li Xian couldn't be bothered to manage them. Cursing was fine, fighting was fine too, just as long as no one got seriously injured or killed. That was the only requirement. They could act however they wanted normally, but when it came to tasks assigned by him, no one dared to be two-faced. This group understood where the boss' bottom line lay. Don't mess with him, otherwise the consequences would be dire, and no one wanted to test that taste. Not long after, Chiu Ti changed into casual clothes and came downstairs. Huashi quickly stood up to greet her. "Sister-in-law, sit next to the boss. I'm going to challenge Hua Bao to a drinking contest." Chiu Ti saw the Shah and the other 2 looking dirty and asked, "What happened to you 2? How did you end up like this? You were fine just now, right?" Hua Bao laughed and smoothed things over. "Sister-in-law, it's nothing serious. They were just practicing wrestling. 2 weaklings pecking at each other. No winner was determined." Hua Bao's statement wasn't wrong. Among Li Xin's crew, apart from Tian Hong, no one could match him in an unknown fight. He indeed had the right to look down on those 2 weaklings. Food is the original sin. Delay is straightforward. He forgets the biggest events after just 1 sleep. To put it nicely, he is optimistic, but in reality, he is just a heartless person. As long as he has food and drink and can find some fun, it's a heavenly day for him. The only thing he takes seriously is filial piety. After following Li Xian for over a year, he was used to eating and drinking for free, sending all his money back home, without keeping anything for himself. Li Xian was aware of this. He doesn't dare to use people without genuine feelings. He doesn't have the ability to see through others' loyalty, so he can only ensure that those around him have some ties. Except for special individuals. Lei Yaoyang is an exception. The meaning of his life is, to put it bluntly, to fulfill the promise he made to the camel years ago. He is ruthless to his enemies, and even harsher on himself, but he has never mistreated his brothers. The name Yaoyang truly suits his fierceness. Time flew by in the midst of bickering and laughter, and even Jimmy, who usually was too busy to even stand still, he carried a small stool and plopped down next to Li Xian, asking, "Boss, you seem to be in a good mood today." Li Xian wrapped his arm around Jimmy's shoulder, grinning widely. "Your boss is happy today. With a fearless worker like you under me, which boss wouldn't be happy?" His gaze swept around, then he continued, "In this small place in Sai Kung, we started with just a handful of people, and to grow to this scale today is not easy. Initially, it was Hua Bao, then Huashi, followed by Desha, and then Tian Hong. You all are the veterans who fought alongside me to build this empire. Reaching this point today makes your boss truly happy. Come on, stop dawdling, grab a bottle, and let's drink." Everyone was drinking enthusiastically, but Lei Yaoyang hadn't moved at all since the start. His expression shifted from discomfort to fierceness, yet there was not a hint of happiness to be seen. Hua Bao, being oblivious, approached the silent Lei Yaoyang with a bottle of alcohol, saying, "Brother, eat and drink, don't keep everything bottled up inside. If you get drunk, everything will be forgotten. Look at me, I live every day like a fool, and it's great." After saying that, he grinned foolishly at Lei Yaoyang. Lei Yaoyang glanced at Hua Bao. This person looked ordinary, sturdy, and at least 8 meters tall, but his eyes revealed a sincere quality. He didn't refuse, took the bottle, and downed it in one go, wiped his lips, and continued to stare blankly. Yet inside he felt inexplicably warmed. This warmth came from Huobao. Li Xian brought Lei Yaoyang to the warehouse used for their work. Looking up at the Luohan hanging in midair, he turned to Lei Yaoyang and asked, "Is this the waist?" Lei Yaoyang stayed silent, only nodding, his gaze fixed intently on the person suspended in the air. Li Xian rummaged through a corner and pulled out a toolkit, tossing it at Lei Yaoyang's feet, saying, "Take it. Don't say I don't take care of you. These are all my personal stash. All good stuff. Have fun with it." The Luohan hanging there shouted, "Shun Xian Xian, do you understand the rules of the martial world? This is our He Tang's business, and you have no right to intervene." This is a gangster, about to die and still thinking about having others follow the rules. How could Tian Hong indulge him? How dare he shout at his boss? "What are you?" Qian Gu picked up a baseball bat and swung it at the man, stopping only after hitting him a dozen times. He spat on the ground. "You waste making a fuss in front of my big brother, looking for trouble, huh?" Li Xian smirked, his gaze cold enough to freeze someone. "Rules. Touching the women of my subordinates is called rules. You also dare to treat them harshly. You dare to talk about rules. Save it." The Luohan trembled all over, yet he still wanted to fight back. "Brother Xian, you seriously want to go all out against He Tang over just a newly recruited little brother? I'll give you all my assets, and I'll even give you the street in Kowloon. You please spare me a way out, I beg you." Li Xian laughed loudly, turning to Tian Hong. "Did you hear that? He's trying to scare me with He Tang." Tian Hong thought for a moment, his tone as casual as if discussing dinner. "Boss, it's getting late today. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll go and take down He Tang tomorrow." The statement was made with such nonchalance, as if dismantling a gang was as simple as shopping in the market. That kind of confidence radiated from within. In his eyes, He Tang was probably no different than the stray cats and dogs on the street. As the big brother, one should spend money to entertain the younger brothers. But you as the big brother have harmed your brother's one. How can you be called a big brother? Living is just a waste of air. Hurry up and die. Li Xian turned around and patted Lei Yaoyang's shoulder. "He'll leave the person to you. Don't hold back. Tomorrow the big brother will take you to discuss the transfer with the Yi-Hall. Just saying you want to withdraw won't work. Have fun." As Li Xian and Tian Hong stepped out the door, a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered echoed from inside. Tian Hong closed the door and walked to Li Zin's side, frowning. "Big brother, what is there to discuss? I could just take down the Yi-Hall directly. Why do you have to run an errand? It's too much trouble." Li Xian put his arm around Tian Hong's shoulder and walked toward the car by the roadside, saying, "We still need to negotiate. The transfer fee can't be low. But none of the prominent leaders in their hall can be left alive. This matter must be handled. Tian Hong, let me teach you a bit more. Force is the last resort. Only when things cannot be resolved by discussion should we resort to fighting. If one day you learn to hold a fist in one hand and reason in the other, then everything you do will go smoothly." He added, "This is all experience earned with my life." Tian Hong thought for a moment and asked a piercing question. "Big brother, what exactly is this reason?" Li Xian had his own answer in mind and slowly said, "Reason. It is the benefits that most people have never been able to obtain. As long as you hold these benefits in your hands, even a fart can be reason." "Then why did the leaders of the Yi-Hall disappear? Didn't they say to talk first and then fight?" Tian Hong looked puzzled. Li Xian rolled his eyes. "Do they qualify to negotiate terms with me?" Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly slapped his forehead, as if remembering something, turned to Tian Hong and shouted, "Hurry back to the warehouse and clear out all the goods from Luohan's batch. That bastard just confused me earlier. Such an important matter was almost delayed." He exhaled and continued, "I can't let this effort go to waste. Tomorrow I still need to stuff a big red envelope for that fat Buddha. This money can't come from me, right? The trouble caused by Luohan must be paid for by him. He can't escape this responsibility, right?" Tian Hong nodded, indicating he understood. He paused, his expression turning serious. "Big brother, I now understand what you mean by great righteousness." After a slight pause, he added, "Great righteousness means that everything must be done my way. Anyone who disobeys will be beaten until they comply. Once everyone is obedient, great righteousness will naturally emerge." After saying this, he turned and strode toward the warehouse. Li Xian stood there stunned and bewildered. Is this how it is explained? Li Xian, while chewing on a soup dumpling, saw Lei Yaoyang waiting at the door, waving at him and pointing to an empty seat across from Tian Hong. "Sit down and eat something." By the time he got up, Chiu Ti had already left and the dumplings and pickles were brought back by Tian Hong. After finishing the meal, Li Xian leaned back on the living room sofa, crossing his legs, holding a cigarette and looking at Lei Yaoyang sitting across from him. Lei Yaoyang's eyes were red, filled with bloodshot veins. "How was it? Did you have fun last night?" By this time, Lei Yaoyang had calmed down. His girlfriend had left. Now he was all alone with nothing to hold on to. Only occasionally would he touch the book of Nietzsche's quotes in his coat pocket. That was the only thought his girlfriend had left him. There was one line in the book that he remembered particularly well: "A person needs a goal. Even if pursuing the void, one cannot pursue nothing at all." He now had only one goal: to help the boss fulfill his wishes. No matter how outrageous that wish was, even if it cost him his life, he would accept it. Lei Yaoyang did not answer the boss question. He raised his head and gently asked, "Big brother, do you have any wishes?" Li Xian thought for a moment. He actually had quite a few wishes, but he couldn't elaborate, otherwise this book would be banned. He cracked a joke. "I just want no one on the entire island to dare to speak loudly in front of me." After a pause he asked, "Does that count as a wish?" "It counts." Lei Yaoyang's response was very serious. He rubbed the book in his pocket. From that day on, this wish became his spiritual support. Even if he died, he had to help the boss fulfill it. From then on, Lei Yaoyang was always seen holding a book. He read everything, jotting down useful knowledge, and then digesting it slowly. Li Xian sat in the car watching the workers outside repairing the road. An old man stood beside the construction team, hopping up and down, not knowing what he was shouting about. 102. Li Xian had Zhang Wo stop the car, walked up to the old man, and asked, "Uncle Lu, what are you doing? Why are you getting so angry? At your age, aren't you afraid of getting sick from all this excitement?" Upon seeing Li Xian, Uncle Lu seemed to grasp a lifeline, pointing at the ground angrily, saying, "Xian, look at the foundation they laid, but hasn't been compacted at all. If time passes, this road is bound to collapse." Li Xian knew nothing about road construction. But glancing at the construction workers, none dared to respond to Uncle Lu, so he understood. Most likely Uncle Lu was right. Since Uncle Lu understood the business, he should keep an eye on it. Li Xian shouted directly at the construction team, "Call your team leader over, redo this task. It will only be finished when Uncle Lu nods that it's acceptable. Tell him there won't be a next time, otherwise I'll bury him directly. My name is Li Xian, I'll let him find out who I am. This time I won't hold it against him out of respect for Mr. Jiang. Next time he should prepare a coffin first." After speaking, Li Xian turned to Uncle Lu and said, "Uncle Lu, please keep an eye on the progress and quality. They'll have the car park send you a car with air conditioning soon. Oh, just watch from the car, and don't get heat stroke, especially at your age." "Alright, I can do that." These people shouldn't be given a good face. Even the villagers who have struggled to gather money to repair a road are being cheated. Don't they have any conscience? Uncle Lu was so angry he was stomping his feet. Li Xian returned to the car and instructed Hua, she who was hitching a ride back to the city, "Don't go back to the city today, or just keep an eye on things here. Go to the car park and get Uncle Lu a car with air conditioning. Pick one in good condition and transfer it into his name directly." "Understood, big boss. Oh, I know what to do." Huashi nodded. The car headed towards the city. On the way, Li Xian asked Tian Hong, "Where are we meeting?" "At the Bone Courage restaurant." Wan Chai at the Bone Courage restaurant. Li Xian had been coming here too frequently lately and was almost sick of it. Today's negotiation was arranged through Xing Shu, the person in charge of Kowloon City. As soon as Li Xian entered, he saw Xing Shu drinking tea with a guy as fat as a mountain. No need to say that was the fat Buddha. Luo Tianhong first helped Li Xian pull out a chair, and after they both sat down, Li Xian greeted Xing Shu. "Xing Shu, how have you been recently?" "Good, life is quite comfortable. Shi Yan is very capable and has saved me a lot of worry." Xing Shu patted Shi Yan on the shoulder, smiling broadly. Shi Yan immediately stood up and called out, "Brother Xian." "Brother Tianhong." He then sat back down. Li Xian nodded at Shi Yan. "No need to be so courteous with me. I have business dealings with Han Bin. We are all on the same side." Then he turned to the fat Buddha. "Old Buddha, the reason I called you today is just one matter." He pulled Lei Yaoyang closer to him. "Lei Yaoyang is transferring to me, what do you say?" The fat Buddha squeezed his rotund body into the chair, smiling back. "Brother Xian, since you personally requested it, this favor is one I must grant. However," he paused, the smile on his face unchanged, but his eyes turned 3 parts cold. "The red sticks of my Hall lawn have gone missing. What does Brother Xian have to say about that?" Li Xian picked up a toothpick box from the table, pulled out a toothpick, broke it in half, and casually dropped it into the fat Buddha's teacup. He absolutely would not touch the tea. If Li Xian didn't admit to drinking it, then he hadn't drunk it. There was no possibility of reconciliation in this matter. The solution was to slap them dead in one go. Coming to this meeting today was merely a formality. If something really went wrong later, no one could pick at his faults. He had followed all the necessary procedures. What more was there to say? The script had already been written for them yesterday. How could they not follow the script? This group from the Hall was truly unspeakable, each one worse than the other. That dead fat man was even more disgusting than Luohan. Right in front of his mother, he defiled her daughter, forcing the entire family into ruin. They were rotten to the core. The Buddha in his nickname refers to the Happy Buddha. He specialized in the happy Zen style with quite a refined taste. He wouldn't touch any woman who wasn't from a good family. There are hardly any good people among these gangsters. Li Xian isn't one either. But at least he doesn't bully the weak, the elderly, or women and children. By comparison, his bottom line is the highest among these gangsters. However, he would never brag about this. The fat Buddha stared at the toothpick in his teacup, his face turning green. He turned to Xing Shu, "Is Hongxing not giving face? Not even letting me speak, directly going for a fight?" Xing Shu didn't even look at him drinking tea on his own. If it weren't for the sake of Ehai, he would have flattened the Hall long ago. It was no problem to chat for a few minutes, but to let him speak with this fat man. No way. He was the middleman who, as long as no fights broke out, now his job would be done. Tomorrow. Can the E-Hall hold out until tomorrow? He was very clear about his in-style. Tonight the E-Hall would definitely lose a batch of important figures. If he guessed wrong, then these decades of life would have been in vain. Li Xian stood up, took out a bulging red envelope from his pocket, and directly tossed it to the fat Buddha. 16,006 the transfer fee for Lei Yaoyang. After greeting Xing Shu and Shi Yan, he turned and left. What was there to greet a dead person? Unlucky. Sai Kung at Li Xin's home. Tian Hong tonight, let all the top members of the E-Hall disappear. Li Xian said it lightly. Don't play that cat and mouse game, but would just take them all out clean and tidy. Without saying a word, Tian Hong stood up and walked out. As he walked, he said, Big boss, we arranged it last night. They'll go confirm it again. Don't let those mice slip away or it will be hard to catch them later. This was Luo Tian Hong. He wasn't soft nor did he talk much. Jiang Tianxing woke up in a good mood. Last night Fong Ting took care of him very well. But when he received the call from the construction team leader, his good mood vanished instantly. This pig-headed fool. Despite repeated warnings to take the project seriously, he still messed it up. If it weren't for the fact that he is Fong Ting's cousin, I would have really wanted to throw him into the sea. A Zin's temper. Today not killing him on the spot is already showing some grace. After all, he came to help. Once the job is done, he even wants his name engraved on the charity plaque. Building bridges and roads has always been the best way to gain fame and fortune. Yet that idiot has turned a good deed into a complete mess. Fong Ting emerged from her bath wrapped in a towel, her ample curves swaying and causing dizziness. She sat beside Jiang Tianxing, her voice soft and delicate. Darling, why does your face look like you've eaten a dead fly? Jiang Tianxing scoffed. Isn't it because of your cousin? Sent him to help Xin with the road, and he dared to tamper with the project. If it weren't for your sake, you'd have to hire a boat to fish him out of the sea right now. Fong Ting was taken aback for a moment, blinking. No way. I thought that Xin was quite easy to talk to. Besides, he really cares about his boss, even stepping up to compete for him. So he just messed up the project. Is that reason enough to throw him into the sea? Jiang Tianxing rubbed his temples, his brow furrowing in exasperation. Ting, being loyal is not wrong. But do you have some misunderstanding about the phrase easy to talk to? The first time he gave me face, but if there's a next time, just pretend you don't have this cousin. It's not good to change people now either. Call him later and let him learn a lesson. If he messes up again, no one can guarantee his safety next time. Fong Ting dared not speak further, nor did she dare to act cute. After following Jiang Tianxing for so many years, she knew what issues could be raised and which ones required silence. When he said it once, it was final. Xin would really toss her cousin into the sea to feed the fish. She didn't think her face had the kind of influence that would make others show mercy. Li Xian didn't take this matter to heart at all. Next time, regardless of titles, he would bury the matter directly. What he was really concerned about was another issue. He needed someone to watch over the interior, but there was no one to choose from. His gaze casually swept across the room, landing on Lei Yaoyang, who was flipping through a book. This was just the person he needed. This guy could fight, and had a good head on his shoulders. Pairing him with a few project inspectors would definitely hold the fort. Li Xian wore a smile, and spoke leisurely. Yaoyang, I've found you a good job. Are you in? Lei Yaoyang closed the book and looked up. Boss, just give the orders. Whatever you say, you'll do. Alright, then, it's settled. In a few days, come with me to the interior. I'm planning to build an electrical. There's quite a bit of preliminary work, and I don't feel secure without someone I can trust overseeing it. You go over as a supervisor, bring a few project inspectors to ensure quality, and don't let anyone mess it up. Can you manage it? Lei Yaoyang showed no hesitation, his tone crisp and decisive. No problem, boss. He'll go buy some related books to study and try to get the hang of it before heading to the interior. A relief. Li Xian felt relieved, but some people couldn't even find time to eat and rushed back to the territory. If things weren't clarified soon, the He Tang would likely break apart. All the bigwigs were called over and gathered together, but no one knew what major issue had arisen. Some were babbling nonsense, others were smoking silently, and a few were yawning continuously, nearly tearing up. Clearly, they were old smokers suffering from withdrawal. Fat Buddha wobbled in with his plump head, slowly walked into the Zhongyi Hall, and plopped down in the main seat. Fat Buddha stood at the entrance feeling bitter, as if he had eaten a bitter herb. He just wanted to take advantage of Luohan's little incident to reap some benefits, but who knew that things would turn on him without warning, and he was met with immediate hostility. He was well aware of the shady dealings that Luohan had been involved in. It was just a matter of a superior playing with a junior's girlfriend. What kind of scandal was that in the underworld? But such a trivial matter had unexpectedly escalated into the current situation. He truly did not foresee this. Now the most critical issue was that if that madman Luo Tianhong came knocking, none of them would escape. Clearly he hadn't said anything excessive, just inquiring about Luohan's matter, yet it had led to this direct confrontation. Are the youth these days so hot-headed? Fat Buddha laid out everything from today's negotiation without holding back. The room immediately erupted in chaos with a group of people shouting and cursing, but beneath their voices lay an undeniable sense of guilt. They knew better than anyone what kind of person Luo Tianhong was. It was precisely because they were aware that they were more afraid. He Tangs when Hai spoke up, boss, why did you have to mention Luohan's matter at that time? If you had just let Lei Yaoyang go without asking anything, how would he have had an excuse to turn against you? His small scheme was exposed in public. Fat Buddha couldn't just concede, I just wanted to do He Tang a favor. Who knew that bastard wouldn't even negotiate with you? What could I do? When Hai sneered, boss, everyone here knows the relationship between Luohan and Lei Yaoyang. If no one was managing this matter, that would be fine, but now that a divine being is standing out, do you still want to reap benefits? This matter should never have been mentioned. What were you thinking? A guy high on drugs exploded at when Hai's words, are you still a person from He Tang? We'll go against that divine. Let's see if he can really cut us down. Can that divine being truly be a divine being? When Hai stared at him, fight. With what? He gestured around the room, look at your group, who's not in bad shape. What are you even talking about? How can they fight? If someone brings a knife against you, it's not about who can withstand more. Fight, fight. When Hai shouted, then sat down heavily, panting like a bellows, clearly furious. Even if we're Hai, we still have. When Hai raised his hand and slapped the guy who dared to retort, sending him crashing to the ground. If you can't even deal with a 40 to 50-year-old like me, how dare you talk back? When Hai thought to himself, He Tang was done for. The boss was not acting like a boss, and the bigwigs were worse off. Don't even mention the small fries. Today, going to war with Luo Tianhong, these useless fellows would likely pretend to be sick and lie in bed without getting up. The reputation of Luo Tianhong was built upon a pile of broken limbs and severed hands. No one dared to disregard him. How could this group from He Tang, who only knew how to indulge and flirt, contend with Luo Tianhong? They couldn't even pass through Luo Tianhong's barrier, and they still wished to see a divine being. They were all a bunch of brainless fools. When Hai compared himself to Zhuge Liang, yet regrettably, he hadn't encountered his Liu Bei. Such a tragedy. Such a tragedy. He flicked his sleeve and left the Zhongyi Hall without looking back. He Tang was surely finished. He had to hurry and run for his life. Li Xian called a group of brothers to his home for hot pot. Authentic Chongqing hot pot base, spicy enough to make one sweat all over. Everyone knew this dish was fiery, but no one could resist. It was like an addiction. After returning, Luo Tianhong sat down and tossed lamb into the pot. Li Xian didn't ask a single word. The bloodstains on him spoke volumes. He Tang is no more. After the meal, Luo Tianhong brought up 2 large travel bags from downstairs. What was inside didn't need guessing. Li Xian casually tossed one over. You're in charge of West Kowloon now, so you can't be short on cash. Take this back and keep it safe for easier spending. Understood, boss. I'll take my leave now. Just call if you need anything. Tianhong picked up the bag and turned to leave. Who has the fastest news? The people of the Underworld. Before dark, all the bigwigs of He Tang had vanished. The entire territory of He Tang was taken over by the talking man from Hongxing's Kowloon city, Xingshu. This news spread across the island like it had grown wings. Those who knew the inside story whispered it was Luo Tianhong from West Kowloon who did it. During the day, how did they take them away? Can they just disappear into thin air? Are you stupid? Doesn't Hongxing's West Kowloon have a taxi company? While they're playing this big, we need to be more vigilant in the future. While everyone was discussing heatedly, a call from the Underworld's boss, Hey Chai, reached Li Xian. Hey Xian, it's me, Hey Chai. Chai Shu, that matter was done by Tianhong. You should have heard the reason. Is there anything else you— Li Xian was straightforward, not beating around the bush. Hey Chai swallowed his words. This kid was complete. What else could he say? He had already figured out the ins and outs of the He Tang matter. In the end, it was just a pile of useless mud that couldn't be propped up. He made this call because He Tang had split from Hai. Although it was a low-tier gang, there were still some ties to be honored. It was necessary to ask. Hey Chai sorted through his thoughts. Hey Xian, I know He Tang handled this improperly, but they still have some old ties with Hai. Can the hall name be preserved? Consider it a personal favor to you. Li Xian readily agreed. Since Chai Shu has spoken, I will definitely show some respect. However, they can't stay in Kowloon City. They can go to Tunman. I'll have Hongxing clear a street for He Tang. Is that okay? Hey Chai nodded without a second thought. All he wanted was to preserve the name of He Tang so that no one on the streets could say that Hai couldn't protect its own. As for those people from He Tang, let them go wherever they please. 107. At this point, Li Xian truly wanted to chop that group up himself. After this incident, He Tang was cut off from Hai. He had done what he needed to do, and no one could say anything. A boss-level character going after a junior's girlfriend and even chasing her home. If it were Hai, he would definitely have lit up Luohan's lantern. This was simply not something a human should do. After hanging up, Li Xian knew clearly that this matter was settled. Apart from those in Hai, who else cared whether He Tang lived or died? The next day, Li Xian dialed Zio's number, asking him to allocate some land for the remaining members of He Tang in Tunman. Why choose Tunman? The reason is clear. Now Tunman is no longer dominated by a single player. The new JIS Pig's head is stationed there. With He Tang's small stature, they could be swallowed whole by another gang in a firefight any day, saving him the trouble. Xiao has received so many benefits. Oh, what's the harm in letting his brother Long give up a street? No matter how small the He Tang is, it occupies 3 or 4 streets in Kowloon City, all of which have been swallowed. This is the way of the Jianghu. Just yesterday, it was all glory, and today it's half dead. Such matters only create a stir for a day or two before being forgotten. In the Jianghu of Hong Kong Island, someone falls every day and someone else rises. Those unknown small factions, some with only a few dozen members, hardly make any waves. They all quietly sink into the corners. For several days Li Xin wandered aimlessly in Sai Kung, followed by Luo Tianhong, resembling street thugs casually chatting with Lu Bo about the progress on the construction site. Until Jiang Tianxing called him from Sai Kung to Central. Upon entering the Zhongyi Hall, Li Xin leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. The room was noisy, filled with discussions about who could take the position of the North Point leader. De Fei had also come today, looking rather miserable. His head was wrapped in bandages resembling a mummy. De Fei was filled with pent-up anger. How many lives had he sacrificed for the gang? How much blood had he shed? What was Chun Haonan compared to him to even be considered? During his hospital stay, someone actually proposed that Chun Haonan take the position of North Point leader. Who in Hongxing had the qualifications to contest this position with him? No. 1. Jiang Tianxing had arranged territories for him, but he still couldn't swallow this anger, his fury rising. Jiang Tianxing sat in the main seat, rapping his knuckles on the table. Fat Lao, Li is currently missing. We can't just wait idly. Today we mainly need to decide on the North Point leader. If there's a suitable candidate, we'll propose it. After speaking, he picked up his teacup, blew on it, took a sip, and waited for further discussion. In fact, the candidate had already been determined. The necessary procedures still had to be followed. Liang Ma spoke up. There are no suitable candidates from Sham Shui, who I support Haonan running for election. This kid has grown up under my watch. He just became a red stick yesterday and has been in the gang for several years. He is qualified. Li Xian was taken aback, turning to look at Chun Haonan behind Dalao Bi. Damn, Dalao Bi must have given Uncle Bo plenty of benefits. This is too sudden. It hasn't been long, and he's already been promoted. I haven't heard of any major moves in the gang. There's nothing wrong with the promotion process for Chun Haonan. No matter how much Uncle Bo plays dirty, he wouldn't dare to go against the gang rules. There must be some trickery behind this. Without Jiang Tianxing's nod, it wouldn't have reached this point. He shot a sidelong glance at Uncle Bo, who subtly gestured towards Jiang Tianxing. This was clear. Some serious matters must have happened on Dalao B's side during this time, prompting Jiang Tianxing to hasten the pace. At that moment, Liang Kun's raspy voice rang out, coarse like sandpaper scraping glass. I recommend Grey Dog. Everyone knows his standards when handling tasks. He has never dropped the ball on any task assigned by the gang. He handles everything beautifully. Moreover, he has always been working in North Point, familiar with the turf and the people. No one is more suitable than him. Grey Dog, with his unremarkable face, forced a smile and quickly stood up, cupping his hands toward Liang Kun. The Wallflower brother Ji chimed in. I think De Fei should also stand up. Having been in the main hall for so many years, it's time for him to take the spotlight. Liang Ma immediately became displeased, banging the table and retorting, damn it, just because you're older you can take the stage. Then I have a lackey who's been working in Hongxing for nearly 20 years. Should I bring him out to compete as well? De Fei seized this opportunity to vent all his dissatisfaction with Dalao Bi and resentment towards Jiang Tianxing. He stood up, pointing his finger at Liang Ma's nose and shouting, did your son fall asleep? Have I, De Fei, not contributed to Hongxing? Isn't my hard work worth counting? Liang Ma's face flushed with anger, feeling deeply aggrieved. This Jiang Tianxing had truly put her in a terrible spot. But she couldn't ignore Jiang Tianxing's words. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Li Xian secretly gave De Fei a thumbs up. He was right. Was Liang Ma's brain flooded today? Why was she speaking so poorly? A phrase suddenly jumped into his mind. Reshuffle. These people had wasted all their cleverness on crooked paths. With such intelligence, wouldn't it be better to ponder profitable businesses? Li Xian leaned back, listening to these people hurl insults at each other. Yes, this was the daily routine of Hongxing. It's either you scold me or I scold you. No one can have peace. With parents coming and going, the two elderly ones were nearly worn out by these unworthy descendants. Occasionally they had to deal with inappropriate content. Raising this group of beasts was truly a stroke of bad luck. They often dragged the two elderly ones out for a spin, forget about the gang leaders showing their might. They had never seen them act like obedient sons. Jiang Tianxing did not intervene in this farce. To put it plainly, he was the puppet master behind the scenes. How these people acted, Li Xian did not care. With his bald head, no one in Hongxing dared to trouble him. As long as they didn't seek trouble, they would be blessed. Tianhong, feeling more bored, took out a cloth from his pocket and slowly wiped his 8-sided sword. He wiped it with great care, as if it were his lifeline. Li Xian scanned every person present. Each one was red-faced and thick-necked, but their eyes were calm like a still pond. They were all acting. Only one fool was truly immersed in the act. It was clear. Dalao Bi was the fool being grilled on the fire, still unaware. Dalao Bi was still smugly making eyes at Chun Haonan, his meaning clear. See, I have such good relations that without even speaking, someone is willing to stand up for Yue Nan. What a complete fool. Liang Ma's words seemed to help Chun Haonan, but upon closer inspection, they were clearly pushing him onto the fire. Every word was a provocation. Li Xian looked at Dalao Bi with sympathy, wondering what foolish act he had committed to cause Jiang Tianxing to set him up so severely. Uncle Bo noticed Li Xian was bored and quietly passed him a bag of sunflower seeds. Not to mention using his hand to shell the seeds and toss them into his mouth. While watching this grand play, the taste instantly became different. With a bit of dryness in his mouth, he took a sip of tea. This little life was somewhat flavorful, finding joy in hardship. After nearly an hour of shouting and arguing, they still hadn't settled anything. At this moment, Chun Yao finally spoke for the North Point side. I recommend Grey Dog. I am also willing to give up the central leadership position. As for who will take over, it's up to everyone to decide. Li Xian turned to Jiang Tiansheng with wide eyes. What did Defei give to make Jiang Tiansheng willing to hand over central? Everyone in Hongqing knew that Jiang Tiansheng's businesses were mostly in central. The position of this leader was merely a puppet holding no real power. Now that he was throwing away the central leader's position, something big was bound to happen. Jiang Tiansheng knocked on the table, waiting for the entire room to quiet down before slowly saying, if Yao wants to retire, I respect him. Now that two leader positions are vacant, everyone can decide. The scene fell into a deathly silence, eerily quiet to the point of discomfort. Uncle Xing was the first to break this strange silence. I should also retire. I'm getting old, and my energy can't keep up. For the Kowloon city leader, I nominate Xian. What do you all think? Li Xian glanced at Tianhong. Tianhong immediately understood the boss' intention, and without hesitation said, I support Xian taking the Kowloon city leadership. Since Uncle Xing had already designated a successor, there was only one candidate for Kowloon city, which had to be Xian. After speaking, he put away the sword, folded the cloth neatly, and stuffed it back into his pocket. The move of Xian taking the Kowloon city leader had long been predetermined. Who would be foolish enough to offend others? Moreover, his brother was Hanbin. The remaining two positions were also quickly settled. Grey Dog would take the North Point leader and Defei would ascend to the central leader. The D didn't say a single word throughout. These matters had nothing to do with him. All he wanted was to make money, and he didn't care about anything else. Dalao B's face was full of unwillingness, and Chun Haonan's expression was also filled with disappointment. After all the hustle, they ended up with nothing, but instead lost quite a bit of money, unable to express their grievances. Jiang Tianxing threw out a poisoned sweet date, letting Chun Haonan take over the gang's gambling den on Aodao. Chun Haonan was quite happy, feeling that the gang valued him. Dalaobi looked somewhat better, thinking that Jiang Tianxing was giving a Nan this opportunity out of consideration for him. Next time he ran for the leader, it would be much easier. Li Xian cast a sympathetic glance at Dalaobi. If Chun Haonan brought a group of people to Aodao, how many capable fighters would be left in the Causeway Bay faction? None. Who were those subordinates that were close to him? Only Little Bao, and who else would be willing to work for him? Anyone with eyes could see that in Causeway Bay, Dalaobi was basically finished. If he still didn't know when to retreat, there was only one ending: total failure. Besides Chun Haonan, did he have any capable subordinates? Not a single one. What kind of place was Causeway Bay? It was a fat job that could compete with Sim Sha Sui. The top gangs of the entire Hong Kong island were all gathered here. Without anyone to hold the fort, the territory would eventually be cleaned out. After the meeting, Liang Kuan walked over to Li Xian, lowering his voice. Xian, my company will officially hang the sign tomorrow. You need to show up and help me support the scene. Li Xian was taken aback. Haven't you already opened? The documents have been approved. Oh, we just didn't hold a celebration. Liang Kuan shrugged. I just consulted a master, and tomorrow is a good day to open, bringing in prosperity. People in Hong Kong Island are very superstitious about feng shui. For big and small matters, they all consult a master. Giving birth, holding funerals, building houses, and doing business all requires consultation. The most famous feng shui duel was the one between Bank of China Tower and HSBC, a battle of blades and cannons. Legend has it that it follows the dragon vein of Hong Kong Island. Starting from the Kowloon Peninsula, passing through Victoria Harbor along Taiping Shan, and entering the sea from Central, the HSBC headquarters is perfectly situated at the most wealth-gathering location. This means it is sitting on a treasury. Hence, HSBC Tower has always been called the #1 in feng shui. HSBC has earned a fortune over the years. Later, when the Bank of China Tower was built, its 3 steel blades pointed directly at HSBC, making HSBC anxious and scared to set up cannons on its rooftop. Unfortunately, the cannons were not grounded. In matters of feng shui, they had no say. The Hong Kong government had no choice but to pull Li Huanghua into the fray to suppress the situation. Li Xian patted his chest, saying, I'll bring Tianhong along to give you enough face. He smoothly delivered a significant gift to Brother Kuan. Brother Kuan had treated him well, and all the equipment from the film company was sponsored by him. If he didn't give this face, everyone would lose face. The car was heading towards Jiang Tianxing's villa. Tianhong turned around in the passenger seat, curiosity all over his face. Big Shot, you seem off today. Did you see Big Shot BS gaze? It's like he's looking at an enemy. Li Xian didn't hide it from him and clearly explained his analysis. Zhang Wo interjected, Boss, this society isn't easy to navigate. There's scheming every day and not a single day is peaceful. How can they unite? How can they grow bigger? Li Xian chuckled, grow bigger. If they can stay together, that's already a feat for a leader. The Hong Kong government and the police wish the society would remain fractured. If one is dominant, how can they reap the benefits? At Jiang Tianxing's villa, Li Xian didn't see Chen Yao this time, which was strange. Chen Yao had always been Jiang Tianxing's personal secretary, never leaving his side. His absence today was indeed unusual. Jiang Tianxing noticed Li Xian looking around and smirked. Yao went to meet DeFei for handover. He didn't come today. Once the paperwork is done, he will take over my shipping company. Li Xian understood. Chun Yao was also prepared. Everyone is sharp. This plot is completely unnecessary. Except for those few reliable tools, the leaders of Hongxing are simply chaotic. Jiang Tianxing paused and spoke slowly. Li Xian, are you puzzled about today's matter? Li Xian nodded but did not reply. In his mind, he thought discussing this with me is pointless. Anyone can take the position. It has nothing to do with me. As long as Hongxing doesn't break apart, I can't be bothered with anything else. Jiang Tianxing continued. AB has crossed the line. I warned him, yet he still dared to privately contact the other leaders, trying to pave the way for Chun Haonan to become the decision-maker. This matter cannot happen now. If he succeeds, my plans will have to start over. The time wasted will be too significant. AB brought this upon himself. The chaos at the hall was now clear. It was all orchestrated by Jiang Tianxing. When DeFei cursed Liang Ma, there was a hint of personal anger. Jiang Tianxing had stuffed several significant resources into his hands. When he cursed Liang Ma a few times, it was understandable. After all, Liang Ma and Jiang Tianxing had a long-standing relationship. Li Xian asked, Mr. Jiang, what about Causeway Bay? That hall is about to be empty with hardly any capable underlings left. Big Shot B can't hold the situation. This isn't good for the society, right? Jiang Tianxing answered nonchalantly, it's simple. First, clear out the hall in Causeway Bay, and once that's done, transfer Tianhong over. With Tianhong there won't be any issues. Li Xin's eyes widened. This can be done. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Tianxing added a few more words. Causeway Bay is chaotic right now. Several major players have come to me, saying they can't stay there. I have no choice but to transfer them all to Central. DeFei is willing to take this batch of people. Jiang Tianxing pondered for a moment, and continued explaining. Transferring Tianhong over is something I've thought about repeatedly. With his combat strength and reputation, other gangs wouldn't dare to cause trouble easily. Besides, with you stationed in Causeway Bay, outsiders would think twice before trying to establish a foothold here. It won't be like now where there are small skirmishes every day and big fights every 3 days. It's either brawling or heading to a brawl. I'm almost driven mad. Right now, Hongxing needs not to seize territory, but to develop discreetly. It can't be too eye-catching. I'm under considerable pressure, with pressure coming from all directions. After saying this, Jiang Tianxing sighed. This statement should be taken with a grain of salt. While there is pressure, it wouldn't be too severe. If Hongxing doesn't provoke anyone, the police won't keep a close watch on them. As for the other gangs on the street, unless there are significant benefits, who would dare to provoke Hongxing now? That's not seeking trouble, that's seeking death. Li Xian understood the situation clearly. Some things had happened behind his back, but he couldn't be bothered. His trump card had always been the people from the security company, not the street thugs. Now the number of employees under the company had nearly reached 2,000, most of whom were recently recruited. The intermediary and taxi business was expanding rapidly, and he needed a large number of people familiar with Hong Kong Island's geography. Who knows the streets better than these streetwise individuals? No one. This tactic is called nurturing soldiers, dressed in shirts and ties during the day. These people are intermediaries and real estate agents. At night, they can take off their suits and still handle business. One person can do the work of two. Everyone is highly motivated. Who wouldn't be happy with 2 salaries? Tianhong's over 2,000 brothers won't follow suit. Fine, there would be no work for them. These people are experiencing skyrocketing incomes. Who would dare to touch Li Xian? They are more anxious than anyone. If something were to happen to Li Xian, where would this group of hoodlums find such a good job? Money is always the most tangible thing. If someone dared to reach out to Li Xian, even if it were the leader of Hongxing, Jiang Tianxing, these suited thugs would dare to fight him. Blocking someone's financial path is a feud that can't be resolved. Other matters are easy to discuss. If given, take it. If not, forget it. Li Xian asked, Mr. Jiang, what about Big Shot B? Jiang Tianxing replied calmly, the construction company will be under his management. If he isn't happy, I can only send him abroad. This is quite ruthless. Blocking his path and obstructing his vision, no one is given face. Big Shot B has followed him for so many years. To just say no is to say no. In Saigon, Li Xian summoned Tianhong. The leader wants you to take charge in Causeway Bay. Tianhong's face was filled with smiles. Big Shot, when are we leaving? Right now? That's great. I can follow you every day again. Li Xian rolled his eyes and cursed. Now you're the spokesperson for Hongxing, following me around like a bag carrier. Have you lost your mind? What's the problem with that? There's no one causing trouble in the territory. I'm the spokesperson. I call the shots in the hall. Who dares to dictate where I go? Tianhong had an indifferent expression. Yes, this attitude indeed resembled Luo Tianhong. Li Xian couldn't be bothered to argue with him and directly set the tone. Tianhong, when you get to Causeway Bay, first sort out the territory. Exchange the scattered territories with other societies, gather them all together. The defensive pressure will be significantly reduced. Once the territory is sorted out, your own venues and bars should be opened promptly. If you need money, come to me. For your own invested business, after giving 2% to the society, the rest is all yours. Every employee must pay homage to you. In this way you will have it easy. As long as you don't want to expand outward, no one will come to provoke you. You can earn money while lying down. Luo Tianhong understood this trick. Many of his subordinates came up this way. This tactic works very well. He thought for a moment and asked, "Big shot, will the other societies agree to exchange territories?" Tianhong slammed the table, not willing to exchange. Then don't just sit there. First take the territory by force. After that negotiate, throw out the streets close to them, and those societies will naturally understand your intentions. As long as you don't actively provoke anyone, no one will come here to set up a flag. Li Xian nodded after hearing this. Still the big shot has a plan. This method is reliable. Tianhong was getting more and more excited. In Causeway Bay's 27 streets, we Hongxing officially control 5 entire streets, plus some scattered territories. I plan to take down 2 streets in the surrounding area first, and let go of the scattered ones. The streets on the right side of the Hungham Tunnel, if taken down, can connect with Taizi's territory. I can also help him share some pressure. The Tsim Sha Sui area is really too chaotic. Li Xian couldn't help but scratch his head upon hearing this. He knew the details of those 2 streets. One belonged to the new JIS, Wanchai Twin Tigers, managed by Huang Jinxiang, and the other was the number gangs, Chicken Shit Chong. Both of them are not easy to deal with. Their strength is not weak, and they each have major gangs backing them. Not to mention Tsim Sha Sui across the river, which has almost become the new JIS stronghold. Several of the 5 tigers and 10 heroes are crammed over there. I wonder if they feel cramped. The number gang may be loose, but if we talk about strength, they are not lacking at all. Those strong word piles can stand up to a first-rate gang. Something like Hongtai is simply not worth mentioning. The base of the word pile is in Wang Tai Sin. The Causeway Bay area is just an outpost, and its strength is not that strong. The reason why no one touches Chicken Shit Chong is entirely because of the face of Hu Shuyong from the Tsim Sha Sui Egdui. Hu Shuyong has long made it clear in the underworld that the word pile and Egdui are one family. Li Xian had all this information in mind. The Causeway Bay Hull didn't have to be wiped out, they just wanted to give Chicken Shit Chong a change of venue. It shouldn't be a big problem. Even if trouble arises, there's no need to fear. With Taizi and Tsim Sha Sui holding the fort, even if Hu Shuyong wants to go to war, he can withstand it. Li Xian hummed in acknowledgement, as long as you're happy. The matter in Causeway Bay will take a few more days to handle. During this time, you should visit Li Zhengren more often and practice your martial arts with him. That guy's skills are quite impressive. Mentioning Li Zhengren, Tianhong's eyes brightened. Bro, ever since he stepped into the Hongxing gang, I've been seeking him out for sparring whenever I have free time. His skills are indeed formidable. I can't win against him using just my hands. If we were to use weapons, we could probably fight to a draw. His knife skills are smooth, but he lacks the stamina, and he tires out quickly during a fight. After saying this, he gestured with his hands. Just admit you can't win. Oh, what's with this talk of martial arts loss, or weapon draws? Translated, it's still about being outmatched. Li Xian didn't dampen his spirits, but patted his shoulder. Not bad, Tianhong, you still have room for improvement. Don't neglect the Xingyi Quan I taught you, it's fundamental and solid. Don't learn from others' techniques, it's easy to practice them incorrectly. Just train in real combat with Li Zhengren and the Prince for 2 years, and once you accumulate enough practical experience, they won't be your match, especially when it comes to using weapons. Bro, I practice the 3-body stance every day, and my stamina has indeed improved. I'm eating more, but getting hungry faster. I now always carry beef jerky in my pocket, and when I'm hungry I chew on a few pieces. As he spoke, Tianhong pulled out a piece from his pocket and started chewing. Li Xian turned and entered the kitchen, opening the fridge to take out a few pieces of marinated beef and handed them to Tianhong. This is specially made by Zhang Ji Restaurant. They added herbs to replenish your stamina. You should eat some every day. It's right next to the shopping mall. Just go after you finish eating and tell the owner to give you the same thing. He'll understand. If you hadn't mentioned being hungry today, I would have completely forgotten about it, or I've been treating this marinated beef as a snack with my drinks now. Got it, bro. Tianhong took the beef. After he left, Li Xian reviewed the plan from top to bottom and felt it was feasible. Currently, Tsim Sha Sui was in complete chaos. Those so-called tough guys in the city were popping up one after another with someone trying to make a name for themselves in Yao Ma Ti and Mong Kok every day. Very few had truly made a name for themselves, however they had provided a lot of resources for the land reclamation projects. Do they really think that being able to fight will allow them to make a name for themselves in the underworld? Naive. Unless you find a big gang to back you up like Li Zhengren, you won't get to go all out. If Li Zhengren stayed in Hechu, the best outcome would be to become like Han Bin, having his own territory. Otherwise his path wouldn't be smooth either. Without a big gang to back you, relying solely on your fists to establish a foothold in Yao Ma Ti. Dream on. What big gang doesn't have a few fighters? And those fighters, they all get consumed by internal strife. In a gang of over 100,000, how many truly control territory? Most are older and can't fight anymore, getting kicked out by the gang's internal politics. Some of those veterans live worse than the younger brothers under them. For example, Wei Jixiang from Hongtai. Li Xian extinguished his cigarette, but in the ashtray his fingers tapping on the table. Thoughtless fools, their whole lives will just be spent as cannon fodder. He looked up at the map of the Hong Kong island hanging on the wall, marking a circle around the area near the Hung Hom Tunnel. Such people are what the old foxes in the gang love to use. Tough, obedient, and if given some benefits, they'll charge forward. Wasted. Just replace them like switching out a knife. Li Xian picked up a pen and marked the circle on the map, even heavier. In Causeway Bay, the only notable names right now are Hichu Shalu Tai Xian Jias Shuanghu Shing's Black Chicken Feet and Hong Xing's Boss B. As for Lion Shing's bragging, there are just 2 shabby bars, not even a proper establishment. Li Xian didn't take it seriously at all. The rest of those small gangs can fit 2 or 3 in one street, like a cold briquette. You occupy one, I occupy one, that counts as territory. Those shabby places, mentioning them would lower your value. Li Xian smiled, his pen tip landing on the right side of the Hung Hom Tunnel. 7 streets, he wanted to take them all. It was settled. Jiang Tiansheng held a bottle of red wine, personally pouring a glass for Boss B. Boss B quickly stood up, holding the cup's bottom. Mr. Jiang, that's not appropriate. I can do it myself. Jiang Tiansheng set the bottle down and waved his hand with a smile. Abi, don't be so polite. Sit down, let's have a chat. Boss B sat down, raised his glass, and took a sip, his mind already racing. Leaning back against the sofa, Jiang Tiansheng leisurely spoke. Abi, have you ever thought about doing some legitimate business? Yes, Mr. Jiang. Boss B put down his wine glass, sighed. That kid AXN is thriving in legitimate business. He has dozens of stores just in renovations. Seeing it makes me envious, and I want to open an agency myself. But I know I can't do it. Even if AXIN doesn't cause me trouble, those police officers won't let me off. My records are probably worse than I am. What legitimate business can I do? After saying this, he realized Jiang Tiansheng was suggesting he step down. Leaving with some dignity could still provide a way out. If he spoke out of turn, it would be another matter. Boss B raised his glass and downed the remaining red wine in one gulp. His son was still over there. Anan, stay well on the island of Australia, don't come back. Li Xian was clear in his mind. He had to quickly establish the sign, while everyone was still unaware, and grasp the territory in his hands. By the time others wanted to enter, there wouldn't be a chance to compete with him. As for what competition could drive the industry forward, those words could be thrown to the ghosts. Anyone who dared to bring this up in front of him was simply looking for trouble. If he didn't take advantage of these chaotic years to profit once others set the rules, he wouldn't even get a leftover scrap. He didn't care about money at all right now. 100 million is enough for him to spend a lifetime. He's not the type to burn cash. At most, he just wants good food and drink. Without those messy expenses, he would have enough money already. Why care about how much he earns? What he contemplated was the weight in the industry. Though this thing is intangible in society, it serves as the hardest identity label. Li Xian isn't particularly tall, just a centimeter shy of 1.8 meters, but he has a terrifying appetite. Before he fills his own stomach, no one should think about taking his bowl. Once he's stuffed, they can take whatever leftovers they want, but they better not reach out when he's hungry. That could be quite dangerous. Would those big bosses come to snatch from him? Don't even get started on whether they come or not. Even if they do, is it worth it? Those who dare to confront him as godly Xian. Hedon. Do they have that kind of strength? Even if they do they have 2 lives? Even if he does, do his family members? Don't talk about disasters not affecting family, but when they think about grabbing his bowl, do they not consider the consequences? They do think about it. They just want to gamble once. Look, if they lose the bet, losing everything is quite normal, right? Li Xian is a reasonable person. You lost, he lets you have wealth and honor. Oh, what's wrong with that? The next day, Li Xian took Tian Hong to the opening ceremony of Liang Kuan. Many gangsters showed up at the venue. Aside from those from Mong Kok, who were forced to attend, there wasn't a single decent person among the rest. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xian got to know the person in charge of the Li character pile, Bao Chong. Just hearing that nickname, one could tell what kind of temper this person had. Godly Xian is interesting, and Bao Chong also has ideas. By the time the banquet dispersed, the two had already become sworn brothers. 3 days later, still in that shabby place, the Loyal and Righteous Hall. The meeting was about one thing. Boss B voluntarily relinquished the position of the talking head in Causeway Bay today. Before the leader Jiang Tiansheng could speak, several heads already had gleaming eyes. This time their opinions were surprisingly united. No one mentioned those qualified veterans in the gang, all wanting to do it themselves. The benefits were too tempting. Even the wall-sitter brother G couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Jiang, I think we need someone with seniority and reputation to manage Causeway Bay, otherwise it won't hold the scene. He was talking about himself. His experience was indeed enough, but reputation. That was purely self-aggrandization. He had no reputation whatsoever. Fast runner. Or just a petty thief. No substance at all, understand. DeFei was truly serious. Damn that Central District, it's really not a place for people to stay. None of those veterans under him could be commanded. They were always throwing faces at him. Those old-timers relied on their years in the business. He had no way to deal with them. Ever since getting beaten up last time, his nose felt odd, and he kept wanting to scratch it. Instinctively, he slipped his pinky into his nostril. Oh, that feels good. He rubbed his finger on his clothes, and with a carefree demeanor, he opened his mouth. Mr. Zhang, I think we still need to pick someone who can fight, otherwise we can't hold the scene, and it's crucial to have loyalty. He scanned the room, and said without flushing or skipping a beat, I think Causeway Bay is specifically reserved for me. No one is more suitable than I am. I'll nominate myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room erupted in chaos with a chorus of insults. The insults were quite harsh. Liang Ma didn't say a word today. With such a large cake laid out before them, none of them would give her face. She didn't want to be scolded again. Besides, she couldn't let her son-in-law go for free. Oh, otherwise who would she play with? The leader Jiang Tiansheng completely ignored him and turned directly to Boss B. B, you suggest a candidate. You understand the situation in the Causeway Bay Hall best, and your words carry the most weight. Boss B almost blurted out a nan, but quickly realized, if he didn't stick to the script today, he simply couldn't bear the consequences. He sighed internally, and then I'm sorry, the Causeway Bay is gone. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well finish the play quick. Mr. Zhang, I think Tianhong is the most suitable. If he takes charge in Causeway Bay, no one in Wanchai would dare to provoke him. His abilities are evident to all, with over 2,000 brothers under him, and his strength is solid. No one is more suitable than him. After finishing, he leaned back in his chair and closed his mouth. Tianhong's loyal fan, Liang Kuan, picked up the conversation. Although Boss B isn't great, his vision isn't bad. Tianhong is good. No one is more suitable. Fighting. Tianhong can fight exceptionally well. People. Over 2,000 sufficient. Loyalty. He has loyalty to the end. There's nothing to pick on. How loyal is he to Axian? No need for me to say how, everyone knows clearly. They all say that those who come up in the world have no loyalty. But Tianhong truly opened my eyes. This is genuine loyalty. In the end, he deliberately raised his voice, saying, I choose Tianhong, others are not qualified. After saying this, he made faces at Tianhong, yet Tianhong didn't even glance at him. He threw flirtatious glances at the blind man. Just after Liang Kuan finished speaking, the dinosaur took over the conversation. Brother Kuan, you don't need to belittle others to elevate Tianhong, do you? I admit Tianhong can fight and is loyal, but doesn't that apply to others too? Right now we are electing a leader, not selecting Guan Yiri. Upon hearing his brother's words, Shi Yin immediately became anxious. This fool. Is it just Tianhong? Didn't you see the immortal Xian in the corner? Who dares to provoke him in Hongxing? What kind of character is he? Haven't you heard? He had witnessed the arrogance of immortal Xian with his own eyes. If he felt displeased, he would directly dismantle He Yitang. Li Xian didn't even need to get his hands dirty. He just one Tianhong had already left He Yitang's nearly 1,000 members in shambles. When encountering such a person, the best approach is to steer clear unless you truly reach a life-and-death situation. I otherwise never provoke them. Shi Yin was clear-headed, unlike that dinosaur who was stubbornly single-minded. He had long realized that today's commotion was merely a formality. The outcome was likely already predetermined. He slammed the table and shouted, Old three, have you lost your mind? Is the alcohol still affecting you? Go back to your room and sleep. Don't embarrass yourself here, and shut that foul mouth of yours. After cursing, he shot a fierce glare at the dinosaur. With no one else stepping forward, Defei still couldn't swallow the anger in his heart. As the spokesperson in Central, he felt utterly humiliated and had truly had enough. He had to fight for this position. Defei suppressed his emotions, flicked the long hair from his forehead, and then picked at his nostrils before slowly saying, If Tianhong is qualified to take over the hall, then I, Defei, am not inferior. I want a chance for fair competition. At this moment, Li Xian spoke up. Tianhong, you don't need to meddle in the affairs of Causeway Bay. If Defei looks down on Central, then you can go to Central. Don't let small matters ruin everyone's mood. Sai Kung will be handed over to Hua. This is settled. In one sentence, there are 3 traps, one nested within another, a chain of entrapment. Does Defei want to escape? It won't be easy. After saying this, Li Xian slightly nodded to the leader Jiang Tiansheng and Uncle Bo, while the others present didn't even glance at them, and turned to leave Zhongyi Hall. His face still bore a hint of impatience. He couldn't show too much concern about such matters. The formalities had been addressed, the rest could be handled by leader Jiang Tiansheng. Although he was merely a nominal second-in-command in Hongxing, his public ranking was only slightly lower than that of the leader. If he was unhappy, he could point at any spokesperson's nose and scold them. Of course, the premise was, he had to have real ability. Otherwise, it could be troublesome. Those without strength could easily find themselves in dire straits. Once Li Xian left, Defei finally reacted, cursing all those with power in his heart. The words left by immortal Xian before departing had scared the cold sweat out of him. Thinking of leader Jiang Tiansheng's tactics, and recalling how brutally the crow had died that day, Defei's heart sank. With immortal Zin's capabilities, even if he truly went to Causeway Bay, he wouldn't be able to hold that position. Alas, who told him he had no one backing him? After hearing his boss' words, Tianhong was completely stunned. Just a couple of days ago, they were still discussing how to seize territory. How could things change so abruptly today? He couldn't comprehend it, but he couldn't disregard his boss' words either. He shot Defei a glance and said, All right then, let's do it this way. He scanned the room and added, Is there anyone contending in Central? If there is, it goes to you. If no one is competing, then I will take Central. After all, if he was free, he could go to the leader's house for a meal, which sounded pretty good. Everyone present was amused by his words. Leader Jiang Tianxing joked, "Get lost. You're taking over Central just to come to my house for a meal." Tianhong replied earnestly, "Of course. What else?" Just as Jiang Tianxing was about to speak, Tianhong said seriously, "Leader, I have a big appetite. I might as well move in with you. You know martial artists consume energy quickly, and running back and forth wastes too much time." He was not joking at all. He had no regard for the position of spokesperson in Causeway Bay. Wanting to go to Causeway Bay was purely to be closer to his boss, not for any personal gain. The prince nearby looked at Tianhong with eyes full of admiration. This person was a disciple of Li Xian, a martial arts fanatic who often came to Tsim Sha Sui to spar with him. He was truly one of their own. The prince, who had always been silent at the meetings, surprisingly spoke up today. "For the spokesperson of Causeway Bay, I choose Tianhong. No other reason than that I admire him." Jiang Tianxing smiled widely. Xian and Tianhong both were remarkably unambitious. Good. Xian loved making money, while Tianhong loved martial arts, and neither of them were obstacles, but rather supporters. Since that's the case, he should give them unexpected benefits. He knocked on the table. "Let's vote. With a master like Tianhong, I genuinely can't afford to have him come to my house daily for meals. Voting is the fairest way. Let's begin." Fair? What the hell? Defei felt worse than eating shit. One immortal Xian was already enough for him to handle, and now another leader was protecting Tianhong. How the hell was he supposed to play this? Was he unable to afford to feed Tianhong? Is this even reasonable? If you want Tianhong to take over Causeway Bay, just say it. Damn, and now we're voting. Even after taking charge, they still want to put up a facade. Shameless. As expected, the result was obvious. Apart from Defei himself, Tianhong secured all the votes. After the meeting, Liang Kuan wrapped his arm around Tianhong's shoulder, his hoarse voice revealing a hint of pride. "Tianhong, brother Kuan is your most steadfast supporter. That useless Defei, what can he compete with you for? Does he have that ability? Does he have that strength?" After saying this, he asked, and answered himself, "No, you know that right." Defei happened to pass by the two of them, glanced at them, and walked away. He couldn't afford to provoke either of them. Liang Kuan spat at Defei's back. Damn, he doesn't even take a look at himself in the mirror. With that pathetic demeanor, what can he compete with Tianhong? After saying this, he turned to Tianhong, waiting for the other to agree. Tianhong slapped Liang Kuan's hand away and replied casually, "Brother Kuan, I've never cared for the position of spokesperson. My boss can step back for the gang. Ui Luo Tianhong won't make it hard for him. If he wants me to take it, I will. If he doesn't, I will just go back to drive for him. In this world, nothing and no one is more important than my boss wishes. Even if I risk my life, I don't mind." Liang Kuan's eyes turned red. Jealous. He cursed inwardly. Damn, how come that loser Li Xian is so lucky? That dead loser should hurry up and die. If you die, Tianhong will be mine. Brother Kuan splashed out a huge amount of money this time, spending 88,000 in one day, taking Tianhong around Yaomati for a great time. In just 3 days since Tianhong took over, he had already dealt with Huang Jinxiang from XING and the chicken shit Chong from the number gang. They simply couldn't withstand it. Forget 7 days, and after 3 more days they would be bankrupt. Just on the first day, the settling and medical expenses nearly drained them dry. The underlings were either disabled or had broken limbs. On the first day, they reorganized the halls of Causeway Bay. On the second day, they figured out the details. On the third day, they directly took control. Li Zhengren came out to help from the martial arts hall. The prince sent over some support. Liang Kuan called for Big Elephant and Jia Qianwu, and the Boxing King even sent 5 bodyguards. There was no need for a big commotion, but the intention was very clear. Everyone's top horse was present. The Boxing King was the most ruthless, sending all 5 close protectors. Old Su from XING called Jiang Tianxing, asking if Hongxing was about to go to war. Jiang Tianxing directly shot back, saying, "Why are you as the leader interfering with the fights of the spokespersons and hall masters? How shameless can you be?" Bao Chong didn't have Jiang Tianxing's number. He had no choice but to call his newly acquainted good brother, Immortal Xian. When Li Xian answered the phone and heard Bao Chong's voice, he immediately laughed and said, "Chonggu, are you looking for me to drink?" An hour later in the Causeway Bay office, Li Xian stood up to greet Bao Chong, walking up to him, putting an arm around his shoulder, and welcoming him warmly. Li Xian spoke sincerely, addressing Bao Chong. "Brother Chong, I truly didn't know about this. You know, I'm not really involved in the affairs of the underworld anymore. If the disciples outside are doing well, I'm happy. If they're not, they can come back. I can feed them here. But today, since you, Brother Chong, spoke up, I must give you face. I will have Tianhong return the territory. Is this little matter even worth mentioning? Tonight, don't leave. Let's have a drink together. Drinking with you, Brother Chong, is pleasant. Others drink like women, and it's not enjoyable at all." Bao Chong came and said nothing more. He directly took back most of the street. Well, it wasn't the original one. This matter spread in the underworld, with everyone saying Immortal Xian was considerate. His good brothers hadn't even spoken, and he had handled it all himself. Huang Jinxiang, one of the twin tigers of XING and Wan Chai, was at a loss. He couldn't beat them. If he didn't fight, he wouldn't be able to keep this street. Losing a street was minor, a losing face was major. In the underworld, reputation is paramount. Losing face is more painful than losing life. Li Xian truly returned his face. Upon meeting Huang Jinxiang, Li Xian first extended his hand, shook his hand, and apologized, "Brother Chong, it's all my fault." The disciples are young and impetuous, not understanding the rules of the underworld, wanting to consolidate the territory into one piece, and ended up infringing on your area. Xian lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of white smoke. "I'll take responsibility for this. Whether it's a fight or a penalty, I'll accept it. The kid was too hasty, wanting to bring everything together, and I couldn't stop him." He paused and looked at the other party. "The remaining areas around the Causeway Bay Hall all belong to you, Brother Chong. How does that sound?" Huang Jinxiang cursed inwardly. What kind of situation was this? But the words that came out of his mouth were another matter. "Since Brother Xian has spoken, how could I not give face? Let's consider it making a friend." Some say that Huang Jinxiang, one of the twin tigers of Wanchai, managed to settle things that even the new leader of the Longtu gang could not. Yet it was he who lost an entire street. The divine messenger returned a street just like that, although the position was different and it was a bit shorter. Once this news spread, Huang Jinxiang became a man of greater stature than the dragon head in the underworld. When he heard about it, he felt a chill down his back. Who is Old Su of the new record? He is the second-generation leader, the eldest son of the former leader. When he took over, the new record was in turmoil. He spent years stabilizing the situation, and then took several more to bring forth the 5 tigers and 10 heroes. Outsiders all say it was the 5 tigers and 10 heroes who turned the tides for the new record. But the higher-ups of the new record are well aware that the true hero who made the Cyan Long famous in the underworld is surnamed Lin. Yet Huang Jinxiang is still afraid. He knows the ins and outs of the new record's leader all too well. Outsiders claim Mr. Su is cultured and reasonable. That is for the public. Internally, swift and ruthless, he strikes hard and fast, turning against people without a second thought. "Damn it, Jiang Tianxing, I won't let you off." Huang Jinxiang shouted to the sky. He is adamant that it was Jiang Tianxing who did it. Indeed, it was Jiang Tianxing. Don't think it was anyone else. The affairs of the new record are unclear to outsiders. But the name of the divine messenger has exploded in notoriety. Some say he is loyal and righteous, helping his brothers without hesitation. Others say he is hypocritical, using his own brothers' conquered territory to curry favor. There are also those who say he grovels to the new record for the sake of a disciple, losing the dignity of a big shot. Yet others say that for the sake of his disciple, he endures humiliation to maintain the reputation of those beneath him. The underworld is full of rumors. But as the rumors spread, more people wish to be accepted under the divine messenger. Newcomers just starting out are all keeping an eye on him. The older generation comments the divine messenger handles matters with substance and demeanor, adheres to rules and respects traditions. He is a true figure of authority. After this incident, the name of the divine messenger shone even brighter. The elder generation of various gangs all give him a thumbs up. The black sheep of the righteous ocean even specially called to chat with him for a long time. A turf war sparked by the Rainbow Gang has just dispersed in Li Xin's hands. In the open space under the Hongxing community, roundtables are filled with at least 100 of them. The dishes on the tables were ordered from various restaurants in Sai Kung, with the hardest dish being Buddha jumps over the wall, of Fujin dish that requires effort made by the head chefs of each restaurant. The Rainbow Gang does not enjoy dealing with such occasions. Hua Shi follows him, mediating with those who come to toast. Yes, Hua Shi's identity has changed. He is now the new spokesperson for Sai Kung. Li Xian sat with the dragon head at the main table, casting a glance at the table nearby, where he saw Chong Mao sitting, becoming more and more fond of him. Not because he could fight, but because he valued his loyalty and righteousness. Li Xian stood up with his cup and walked to Chang Mao's table. The people at the table stood up quickly upon seeing him approach. "Everyone sit down." Li Xian waved his hand. "Helping Tianhong means you are helping me, Li Xian. I have no reason to stand while drinking. I am the type to tread on the upper, but not to step on the lower. Today we want to talk about gang positions, and we are all here sincerely to help. I just came to raise a glass and say thank you. After these people finish drinking, I'll leave this table to you, Prince. Make sure to entertain them well. Don't worry, Brother Xian. I'll handle this table. If anyone can stand after drinking, it's my fault. If I need to be punished, I will accept it." Li Xian made a round at the tables and returned to the main table, sitting down to the left of the dragon head, Jiang Tianxing. As soon as he sat down, he noticed something. Today the dragon head had been drinking a lot. His face was flushed. This situation is quite rare. Jiang Tianxing raised his glass and said to Li Xian, "Xian, this matter was handled beautifully with reason and decorum, and it has been suppressed. Several uncles from the Netherlands called, saying that Hongxing is becoming more prosperous, with talents emerging one after another. They also asked me to take you over when I have time so they can meet you." Li Xin's mind raced. What does Jiang Tianxing mean by this? Does he want him to see Hongxing's trump card? He already knew that Hongxing's strongest influence overseas is the Netherlands branch. Those who claim to be retired leaders still hold considerable power. If the dragon head were to die in the Netherlands like in the movies, there would be no need to search for the real culprit. Everyone with any suspicion must be cleared out. Otherwise Hongxing's reputation in the Netherlands would be utterly ruined. Even if it is Dongxing's territory, neither the Crow nor the Smiling Tiger can afford to step into the Netherlands. Dongxing also does not dare to really take action against the Netherlands branch. If they do, the Hongxing and Dongxing in Hong Kong would be in a state of perpetual conflict. Li Xian waited in his mind and smiled as he raised his cup. I will definitely participate in the big play-out. Other matters are secondary. Mr. Zhang, I have no grand ambitions. I just want to run a company and make money. As long as no one tries to trip me up in this matter, I won't concern myself with anything else. He gulped down his drink and raised his cup to everyone at the table. Brothers, I cannot go without showing my appreciation for supporting Tianhong. Without a second thought, he downed 3 shots of vodka in a row. After finishing, he directly slumped onto the table. Jiang Tiansheng's smile deepened. Seeing the boss down, the Rainbow Gang quickly helped him up and headed upstairs. As soon as Tianhong was helped into the bedroom, he seemed to have transformed, his eyes bright and clear. Tianhong was stunned. Big shot, you're not drunk. He could not fathom Li Xin's drinking capacity. This big shot drank based on his mood. Sometimes 2 cups would knock him out, while other times he could party with his brothers until dawn. There is no pattern at all. Li Xian opened a bottle of mineral water from the bedside cabinet and took a sip, not addressing this topic. Today you take charge. Hurry down to greet the guests. The Dragon Head and the others are still waiting. You don't keep them waiting. Tianhong returned to the hall and began to toast one by one with that cup of fruit wine. Everyone present knew that Tianhong usually did not drink, but today he made an exception to toast with fruit wine, which was already a huge display of respect. After all, fruit wine counts as alcohol, right? In the past, this kid would toast with nothing but cola. Dragon Head Zhang Tiansheng put down his wine glass and asked him, Tianhong, now that Causeway Bay is stable, what are your plans next? Tianhong thought for a moment. Mr. Zhang, since the territory is stable, as long as no one comes to cause trouble, I will honestly take care of the bar and those venues, steadily making money. After a pause, he added, this is what my big shot taught me. He said that having money allows one to live the life they desire. After a pause, he added, this is what my big shot taught me. He said that having money allows one to live the life they desire, and money can settle most issues. I just want to practice martial arts. Well, the expenses for medicine and meals are not small, so I need to earn enough money. He then asked Jiang Tianxing, Mr. Zhang, don't you think so? After hearing this, Jiang Tianxing laughed heartily. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. He appreciated Tianhong's straightforward character. Dealing with such people requires no mental effort and no need to be wary of anyone. He patted Tianhong's shoulder, his voice filled with mirth. Who dares to disagree? This idea is splendid. He then asked, is there any difficulty you are facing? If you need help from the gang, just say so, don't hold back. In this regard, your big shot does very well. He doesn't even know how to write the words polite. As soon as Jiang Tianxing finished speaking, the entire table burst into laughter. Indeed, Li Xian truly does not treat himself as an outsider, treating everyone the same. Liang Kuan still feels pain thinking about it. He cursed that Li Xian at first asked me to lend him 2 sets of photography equipment. When I went to his place to move it, goodness, my film company was almost emptied by him. He glared at Tianhong and cursed, you little brat, you're no good either, you didn't even leave me any film. After Liang Kuan finished cursing, everyone at the table laughed even harder. Tianhong with a serious face explained, Kuan Gu, you have to reason it out. The fight is about to break out. What do you need the film for? If left for too long, it will grow mold and become useless. Isn't that a waste? The prince, usually the most serious person, was now laughing until tears streamed down his face, chiming in, exactly, Liang Kuan, you just don't recognize a good person's intentions. Tianhong is just thinking of you, and you're still not satisfied. He did nothing wrong. Didi had been drinking quite heavily today, not just from the alcohol, but also from the atmosphere of mingling with this group. Thinking back to the past with He Lianxing, what were those days called? That was a stinking ditch, pulling everyone in with no one able to stay clean. Stepping on others to the max, no one could rise above. When nothing was happening, they were all your brothers. When real trouble arose, all you got were busy signals when you called, currently in a call. When benefits came, everyone ran faster than anyone else. The phones were always clear, arriving in a flash to see you. Now looking at this group from Hongxing, when there is a problem, they truly charge forward. The 2 streets smashed as if there was a gang fight. The scene may not be large, but it was sufficiently passionate. This is what a gang is about. This is what brotherhood is about. The D, with the smell of alcohol on his breath, patted his chest, embracing Tianhong's shoulder, his voice booming. Tianhong, if anything happens in the future, just look for Brother D. If you need people, he'll provide them. If you need money, he'll give you money. Your big shot Xian is my brother. He added, real brothers. Upon hearing this, Liang Kun's face fell. Tianhong is someone dear to his heart. How could he let the D steal the spotlight? He glared, opening his mouth to retort, the D, is it only you who has people and money in Sunwan? I don't care about others, but for Tianhong, my people from Mongkok will follow his orders, and money is definitely not a problem. After that, he turned to Tianhong and asked, Tianhong, how do you think Kuan Gu treats you? Tianhong, being straightforward and simple-minded, without a second thought replied to Liang Kuan, Kuan Gu, you have no complaints about me. You might just have a bit of a temper, otherwise there's truly nothing to pick on. Tianhong raised his cup to clink with Liang Kuan, downing the fruit wine in one go. He stood up to pour everyone a drink. I won't say any sweet words, oh I remember everyone's kindness in my heart. Just now Mr. Zhang asked me if there's anything the gang can help with, and there truly is. Everything else can be arranged, but I'm a bit short on funds. Tianhong asked for money, outright a character molded, just like Li Xian. Everyone nodded, saying no problem, they would gather the money. Dragon head Jiang Tiansheng furrowed his brow and asked, why must you open a bar yourself? What's the deal? Tianhong slapped his forehead and quickly explained, I was so busy today that I forgot. My boss has instructed me to convey to you all. If you have the ability to defend your territory, it's best to open these venues yourself. Not only can you make money, but you can also support your younger brothers. My boss named this strategy using the venue to raise soldiers. He said it could solidify the loyalty of the younger brothers to the gang. He also said that if the decision-maker lacks funds, they can partner with the gang to open a venue. This way the gang can provide a place for the brothers to eat, and the decision-maker can also gain some profit benefiting everyone. At the main table, everyone simultaneously thought of two words, genius. Jiang Tiansheng pondered this matter over and over, becoming increasingly restless. This strategy could definitely enhance the cohesion of the gang. Even if the gang doesn't make money, as long as they can implement this method, there will be a plethora of job opportunities, allowing many people to find work and ensuring that the brothers have food to eat. The brothers of the Blue Lanterns in the gang are, to put it bluntly, just opportunists. Today they might be with Hongxing, but tomorrow they could very well be over at Xinji looking for food. Such occurrences are all too common in the gang world of the Hong Kong island. After all, Hongxing doesn't provide any opportunities, and people need to find a way to fill their stomachs. They can't just sit there and starve. Jiang Tiansheng was not one to mince words when it came to business. He decisively stated, Tianhong, the gang will lend you 20 million. You can start trying to set up in Causeway Bay. If it truly works, we will expand it throughout the entire gang. He scanned the room, asking everyone present, what are your thoughts? Everyone nodded in agreement. There were no objections. Prince and King Tai pulled together and secured 5 million for Tianhong. These two, working in Sim Sha Sui and Yao Ma Ti, were cash-strapped. Even though Li Xian had a good relationship with them, he never dictated their actions. Everyone has their own way of living, and what you think is good for them might not be comfortable for them. Right now they were living quite well. With Li Xian around, these people would never end up on the streets. If they ever faced an insurmountable obstacle, he would surely be the first to lend a hand. Among brothers, one must understand boundaries. They can risk their lives for you, but do not dictate how they should live. Liang Kuan and Big D were quite affluent, each lending Tianhong 10 million. Tonight Tianhong directly held 50 million. With this amount, he could make a significant impact in Causeway Bay. When the drinking reached its peak, Jiang Tiansheng left first. Tonight Tianhong directly held 50 million. With this amount, he could make a significant impact in Causeway Bay. When the drinking reached its peak, Jiang Tiansheng left first. He needed to check if there were any loopholes left unaddressed. Just as Jimmy returned from work, he was grabbed by Hua. She hurried, Tianhong is throwing a banquet. You need to help entertain the guests. The drinking continued until midnight. Those who got too drunk were arranged to sleep in a hotel in Sai Kung. The next day the gang sent everyone back to the city in minibuses. The brothers of Hongxing praised everywhere they went, saying that Commander Xian was truly generous and treated people with kindness, making sure the brothers were well taken care of. Lei Yaoyang stood upstairs with a book in hand, looking down at the lively scene below, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A gang is truly not the same as a company. He was living quite comfortably now. If he wanted to read, he read. If he wanted to practice martial arts, he did. If he wanted to play the piano, he played the piano that the boss bought for him. He could also spend his free time playing basketball with Hua Bao and Jiangua. Day by day, life was fulfilling. During this period, he learned nearly everything about how to test construction quality. When the time came to visit the site, he was confident he could handle the tasks assigned by the boss well. Sitting down at the piano bench, his long fingers touched the black and white keys, and Beethoven's Fur Elise flowed from his fingertips. This was his girlfriend's favorite piece when she was alive. He had come to love it as well, and would probably cherish it for a lifetime, regardless of how many days he had left. Anyway, when the day of his death comes, he must ask that boss to build him a piano-shaped grave. The tombstone should resemble a book. He had even thought of the epitaph, in this lifetime I have seen the light. Perhaps because he was so deeply immersed in it, this piece, though technically not very challenging, was filled with emotion and resonated deeply. Hua Bao and Jiangua, two rough men, stood outside Lei Yayang's door listening to the piano music. Hua Bao scratched his head and turned to Jiangua, saying, I don't understand this stuff, but it does sound pleasant. What do you think? Jiangua didn't respond and kept his ears perked up. He had never encountered such elegant things in his life, and today he seized the opportunity to appreciate the music, eager to find out what was so good about this piano piece. After listening for a while, Jiangua exhaled, saying, the bugle still has more flavor. In his world, the bugle was the most powerful instrument. That charge call was the true melody. Hanbin finally returned, bringing back the things that Li Xin had been waiting for. In addition to the necessary patents for developing VCDs, he also had the exclusive agency rights for the Motorola cordless phone, essentially the big brother, on Hong Kong Island. Uncle Wen's subordinates were efficient and had secured all international patents with a technical patent confidentiality period of 20 years. Li Xin held that document with high spirits, his eyes nearly popping out, feeling that no one else was worthy. This $200,000 was worth it. Motorola didn't take Hong Kong Island seriously at all. The exclusive agency fee was only $100,000 a year, and Hanbin signed a contract for the maximum duration of 10 years. The seemingly insignificant patent transfer fees for VCDs only added up to $1 million. It was all dirt cheap. Seeing that Li Xin's condition was not quite right, Hanbin quickly asked, "Are you okay?" Li Xin threw an arm around Hanbin's shoulder full of bravado, saying, "Bin Gu, from now on I'll be living the high life, and I definitely won't forget you. Yachts young models, take your pick. If you like tomboys, I won't stop you. The counterfeit and genuine tapes are all ready, just ship them to Southeast Asia. We've got plenty of old Shaw Brothers films and Triad films stocked up ready to go. Double the cost, and the rest is yours. Is that a good deal, brother?" Hanbin was grinning ear to ear, playfully asking, "Can you add a little more? I feel a bit embarrassed with you doing this." Li Xin rolled his eyes. "Am I really adding more?" Hanbin immediately changed his tone, nudged Li Xin with his shoulder, and burst into laughter. "Xin, you're the chairman of such a large group. Do you care about this little bit of money? Brothers should shamelessly accept it." Hanbin seemed to remember something and added, "Brother Xin, let's keep our personal matters separate and not mention the $200,000 deal. My brother took advantage of you, and I can't pretend to be ignorant. The past is the past, and future favors will be repaid." Li Xin did not decline. It was a trivial matter, not worth the back and forth. As soon as Hanbin left, Li Xin immediately called Uncle Wen to express his gratitude. On the call, he also finalized the legal consultant contract for the Hongxing Group, signing directly with Uncle Wen's firm. After the reshuffling of Hongxing, the first full member meeting finally convened. This gang was more diligent about meetings than companies. All the decision-makers of Hongxing were present today. Only a few could enter the main hall for discussions, while the rest were chatting in the outer lobby. The Dragon Head was Jiang Tianxing. The second route commander was Li Xin. The hall master was Uncle Bo. The Tsim Sha Sui decision-maker was the prince. The Yao Ma Ti decision-maker was King Tai. The Mong Kok decision-maker was Liang Kuan. The Causeway Bay decision-maker was Sword King Hong. The central decision-maker was Big Fei. The North Point decision-maker was Grey Dog. The Western District decision-maker was Chue Shui Ji. The Tsuan decision-maker was Big D. The Kwaicheng decision-maker was Benny Tiger. The Kowloon City decision-maker was Xiao Yan. The Tunmun decision-maker was Dinosaur. The Sham Shui Pa decision-maker was Liang Ma. The Sai Kung decision-maker was Hua Shi. The Chaiwan decision-maker was Ma Wang Jian. You read that correctly. Ma Wang Jian from Chaiwan actually sat in the decision-maker's position. Originally, the decision-makers were an odd number, but now they had reverted to an even number. Li Xin understood clearly why Jiang Tianxing had to do it this way. To put it simply, as long as he held 7 voting rights, Hongxing would not escape his grasp. The final decisions would certainly go according to his wishes. Among these people, Tianhong Hua, Shi, Big D, Liang Ma, the Prince, King Tai, and Grey Dog would definitely be his people. If these people didn't vote in his favor, they would all be cursed as ungrateful. Who would still want to associate with you afterward? Other small thoughts couldn't stir up much trouble either. Behind him stood Li Xin and Uncle Bo, 2 reliable aides. Jiang Tianxing stood there full of vigor. His gaze swept across the 14 decision-makers, and he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. Since the day he competed with his brother Jiang Tianyang for the Dragon Head of Hongxing, he had never slept soundly. He had to keep one eye open while sleeping, fearing he might not wake up when dawn broke. After losing the competition for the Dragon Head to his brother Jiang Tianyang, he did not go for the kill and instead sent him a large sum of money to settle in Thailand. After taking the Dragon Head position to rejuvenate Hongxing and allow the gang to move in a better direction, he generously provided for the interests of the older generation of uncles and hall masters, ensuring they could enjoy their retirement in peace. He did not engage in the act of ungratefully discarding the donkey after it had carried the load, showing his benevolence and righteousness. Later, a series of events proved that Jiang Tianxing as the Dragon Head had a far-reaching vision. Until a year ago, the prince and Xin took their positions. The number of Hongxing members increased, and their momentum grew stronger. He then reformed the gang's rules, dismissing the hall masters and establishing a decision-maker system. This directly ignited Hongxing, placing it within the top 5 among all gangs on Hong Kong Island with no issue. Later, Xin helped Liang Kuan settle most of his territory in Mong Kok, advising him to avoid the no for business, thus helping him resolve his biggest trouble. He then brought Big D from Lien Sheng into the fold of Hongxing, further strengthening its influence, which spread throughout the entire Hong Kong Island gang world. Later on, Xin even connected with Senior Inspector Huang Bingyao, helping him establish ties with the upper echelons. Jiang Tianxing felt increasingly that Xin was simply a benefactor in his life. with Xian around his path to washing his hands of crime had become much smoother. Pondering it over and over, Jiang Tianxing suddenly felt he owed Xian far too much. He thought someday he must find a way to repay this lucky star, ensuring not to let down his heart. Xian has put so much effort for the gang, and he is still so concerned about Jiang Tianxing's redemption, even planning the road ahead for him. He couldn't think about it anymore. The more he thought, the more he felt like he wanted to pass the leadership directly to Xian. 3 years, just 3 years. By then, if Xian shows even the slightest intention of wanting to take the leadership position, Jiang Tianxing will unconditionally shield him from any storms. These are all debts he owes to Xian, especially the recent strategy of raising soldiers with the venue. He and Yao have deliberated over it several times, and the more they ponder, the more they feel it's a brilliant idea that is entirely feasible. The only problem is that there aren't enough girls at the bar, and he needs to ask Liang Ma to put in more effort. Once this plan is stable, Hong Xing's position in the underworld will be unshakable. As long as the heavens don't thunder or rain, everything will be just fine. It feels comfortable. This will save him a lot of trouble, and he can finally clean up the last bits of dirt, allowing himself and his descendants to live openly under the sun without fear of being stabbed in the back. Thinking of this, Jiang Tianxing spoke up, "Everyone here is not meeting for the first time, so let's skip the pleasantries. Ma Longjin and Hua Shi stand up and greet everyone, and that will complete the formal ascension ceremony." The two stood up in response and greeted the table full of decision-makers. Hua Shi was especially excited. Although he had been in power for several days, it still felt like a dream. It was too unreal. A local punk from Saigon had risen to power just by being on the right side of a big shot. First he was a nobody, and not long after he had skyrocketed to the position of a decision-maker, feeling as if he was walking on clouds. It was so fast that he could hardly believe it. He knew deep down that it was thanks to his connection with the respected big brother that he could secure this position. But on the other hand, being able to align with the right people was also Hua Shi Lu Hu's ability. Just look at those brothers who followed useless big shots. All of them have been pushed out of Hong Kong Island, and they haven't even touched the edges of decision-making. What good is it to be strong? In this world, it all depends on how powerful your big brother is. I'm talking about you, Liang Zainan. Next time we meet, you still have to obediently call me Brother Hua Shi. This time the gang meeting went quite smoothly. The leader Jiang Tianxing led everyone to review the past, discuss the present, and look forward to the future, establishing a 3-year plan for the gang. According to his words, no one can stop Hong Xing's momentum in the future. After the meeting, a group of decision-makers flattered him, saying that under the leadership of the leader, Hong Xing would eventually dominate Hong Kong Island and expand its territory to Southeast Asia and Europe and America. No one was interested in the small days over there, saying that there were too many junkies and the brothers couldn't get used to it. As for kimchi country, nobody wanted to go there either. It was small and poor, with daily meals of kimchi and noodles, barely any meat in the main dish. Would the brothers starve to death if they went? Only Ji Ge thought differently and slammed the table, shouting, "Those two places aren't without good things. There are beauties in the small days, and there are girl groups in kimchi country. I really want to count their hairs one by one. The leader needs to plan well. He'll lead the charge." Li Xian saw Ji Ge being so brave for the first time, actually volunteering to take the lead. Once the bragging was over, the meeting concluded with warm applause. As soon as the meeting was over, Li Xian immediately got up to leave. He had agreed to meet Xiu Ti for some kimchi cuisine in Simsha Sui. To be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in grilled pork belly wrapped in lettuce, but since Xiu Ti rarely made a request, he agreed. Hanbin wanted to explain a few things about what Dinosaur said during the meeting. Li Xian patted his shoulder and smiled. "Bin Ge, we are one of us. Would you hold it against Tianhong for saying something?" "Of course not," Hanbin blurted out. Li Xian rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Then that's settled." Although Xian is unreasonable, he has never been petty. "Just put your heart at ease. We are brothers now. Your brother is my brother, and I won't hold it against you. Do your business well and make money." As soon as Li Xian left, Dinosaur looked at Hanbin, confused. Him older than Xian, right? How did I become his little brother? Hanbin ignored him, raised his hand, and slapped Dinosaur on the back of the head, scolding as he hit, "You idiot. Are you feeling wrong being a Zin's little brother? How many people have to beg to get such an opportunity? Look at those like Tianhong and Hua Shi. What's wrong with being a little brother? Are they being treated poorly?" Hanbin looked at Dinosaur with a dumbfounded expression, feeling exasperated. "You really don't have a brain at all. What kind of person is Xian? The marshal of Hongxing's second road. In terms of status, he is only slightly lower than the leader. If he doesn't speak, that's fine. Once he opens his mouth, even the leader has to give him some face. The Crown Prince and Champion Tai are his fellow disciples. Tianhong and Hua Shi are his students. Big D treats him like a biological brother, and Liang Kuan also gives him face. Bo Shu and Ji Ge have very close relationships with him. Think about it carefully. If you get into trouble, how many people would be willing to help you if he spoke up for you at the meeting? You pig brain." Dinosaur rubbed the back of his head, dazed for a long time, and then suddenly realized, damn, even though Xian Ge isn't a decision-maker anymore, how come he seems even more powerful than before? Hanbin sighed and patiently explained, when Xian wasn't a decision-maker, did anyone in Hongxing dare to provoke? Not to mention Hongxing how many gangs outside dared to provoke him for no reason when he wasn't in a decision-making. Do you think the nickname Ghost Fear is just for show? Hanbin lowered his voice. His troublesome nature is something nobody wants to provoke. It's not worth it. When fighting with others it's a matter of life, but when dealing with him it's about money. Life and money, which one is more important? For those in the underworld, life isn't worth much. Money is the real hard currency. So nobody wants to provoke him, you understand. His position was fought for with his life. No matter what means he used, godly xin is recognized all over Hong Kong Island. These 3 words are known throughout the underworld. In Sim Sha Sui at Hanji Kimchi Restaurant. In Hong Kong Island, various GIS run everywhere selling fast food, fish balls, and noodles, all bearing the G sign. If we talk about the most famous, it has to be Li Jinji, who became wealthy selling condiments. Many people came out with him today: Jian Guo Yao Yang Tian Hong Hua, Shi, and the fiery one brought by Chiu Ti. Li Xian directly asked them to sit at another table. What do a bunch of big guys even squeeze together for? If it were pretty girls it would be understandable, but aside from Yao Yang and Jian Guo, who are dressed decently, the rest are too flashy. At a glance they clearly don't look like decent people. He had mentioned several times that they should learn to wear shirts and ties and not dress like street thugs. A few of the kids even talked back saying they were originally thugs, so what's wrong with dressing like this? They even said he used to dress like this, but now he has forgotten his roots. This made Li Xian furious. They were all brothers who had followed him for many years. He couldn't hit them, so he had to pretend he didn't hear it. What a sin. Now that Li Xian had changed his attire, he felt uncomfortable in his suit. Suddenly, he remembered the kind of Zhongshan suit that Lu Huaqiang wore in his previous life, embroidered with 2 tigers on the cuffs. When a fierce tiger comes down from the mountain, it must see blood. Now he was so hungry that he wanted to find something to fill his stomach, just waiting for whoever was unlucky enough to bump into him. When the waiter brought all the dishes, Li Xian glanced at the kimchi and grilled meat. Only the beef caught his eye, and he had no interest in anything else, immediately digging into the beef. Chiu Ti rolled her eyes at him displeased and said, "Can you show some consideration? It's not easy to come out for a date and you're just fixated on beef. Try something else." After saying that, she picked up a few pieces of pork belly and handed him some lettuce leaves. "Give it a try, it tastes good." Li Xian picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. The first few bites were indeed good, very tender. Just as several people were enjoying their meal, a few others suddenly arrived and stood there watching him eat. Li Xian turned his head and quickly stood up to shake hands with them, speaking very politely, "Mr. Su, Uncle Jiang, Brother Jun, what are you doing here?" After speaking, he quickly invited them to sit down and said to Chiu Ti, "You go eat at Tian Hong's table. I have a few friends here." Chiu Ti smiled and nodded at several of them as a greeting, then went to Tian Hong's table. The few of them also nodded in return to Chiu Ti. The woman of godly xin deserved their respect. The old decision-maker of XNG, old Su, gazed at Li Zin's sharply defined face, finding it more and more pleasing to the eye. He liked this demeanor. The big steward of XING, Uncle John, spoke. "First, xin Sim Sha Sui is under the protection of our XING. With a big shot like you here, how could he like this demeanor?" The big steward of XING, Uncle John, spoke. "First, xin Sim Sha Sui is under the protection of our XING. With a big shot like you here, how could the leader and Brother Jun not come over to greet you?" Li Xian clasped his hands together. "Mr. Su, Uncle John, Brother Jun, you are all too polite. I'm just here to have a meal. I didn't expect to disturb you. I really feel bad about it." When no one was grabbing food from him, he was polite to everyone. But if anyone dared to touch his cake, he'd turn hostile faster than flipping a book. The key is that this person turns hostile very naturally, without showing any traces. After Uncle John finished speaking, he waved at 2 young men not far away. Li Xian looked up. One of them looked almost identical to Long Wu. The other wore glasses and had a soft expression. He knew exactly who they were. But what position these 2 held in the gang didn't need to be said. They truly were like hair stuck in tofu. Not to mention, they couldn't make it to the stage now. They wouldn't make waves in the future either. They had to sit humbly beside Li Xian. Old Su, Uncle Jiang, and Axe Jun sat together while the 2 young men didn't even have the right to sit. If it weren't for their surname, Su, they would find it hard to even see Li Xian. Axe Jun hugged Li Zin's shoulder and pointed at the 2 young men. "Xian Gu, these 2 are the leader's biological brothers. They just opened a film company. In the future, we will need you, a big shot in the film industry, to look after and support them." Li Xian slapped away the hand of Axe Brother, glaring at him with annoyance, teasingly scolding, "Brother Jun, I knew it. Encountering you is never a good thing. Last time I met you, my damn tire got punctured. This time you opened your mouth and dug a pit for me. You want to ruin me, don't you? If Jia, Universal Golden Princess and Silver City, found out, wouldn't they join forces against me?" After saying that, he punched Axe Brother on the shoulder. It was clear that the 2 had a deep relationship. A year ago, Li Xian had fought countless times with Axe Brother and Sim Sha Sui, having crossed paths several times. It wasn't a straightforward brawl. It was all about underhanded tactics, and neither came out on top. But as they fought, they ended up forging a bond. At that time, Li Xian truly wanted to kill him. Axe Brother wasn't an easy target either. He played with the number 4. But after a few encounters, they developed some feelings for each other. Later when the two sat down for a drink, Axe Brother said something that changed Li Xin's view of him significantly. He said, "If I stop, I will die tomorrow. In the rivers and lakes, one is not in control of their own destiny." Axe Brother was very much like Liang Kuan, with enemies everywhere, and the people from Lianqing were always looking to take his life. It was from that moment on that Li Xin's mindset changed. He would no longer casually label others. He was no saint. There were many troubles in the world. Who does Li Xian think he is? Can he manage it? Why should he manage it? Now he only wishes for one thing: to let his people live a little better. He cannot let his brothers suffer. Poor. That is something that will never happen in this life. People live two lives, they can never forget their roots. If I get really angry, I would dare to kill him right now. His gaze swept over the two young men and then landed on old Su. "Mr. Su, let's find a private room to talk." The six of them entered the private room. Old Su stared at Li Xian and said, Xian, you and Ajun are brothers, then we at Xian are all family. Feel free to make any requests, you are the one making the decisions. This old fox with just a few words put him on the hot seat. But who is Li Xian? Having changed his identity, he had long been in an invincible position. "Mr. Su, from now on let your films go through Hongxin cinemas. You report the box office yourselves, just don't exaggerate too much. Send an accountant over. No matter how much you actually sell, you handle the taxes. I take a 10% cut. To be honest, I don't need this little money, but the bosses from Hongxin take 8%. If I give you the same number, you wouldn't dare to accept it. After all, the cinema is in my hands." "Mr. Old Su clapped and laughed heartily. "Xian, from now on XNG owes you a favor. I want meddle in Hongxing's affairs, but if you Xian speak up, I will definitely give face. Even if you want a few streets, I will clear them out immediately and present them to you." Uncle Jiang joked with a smile. "Xian, in the past people said you were a hard nut to crack, someone who scares ghosts away. That little brother Jun also said you have no rules, using dirty tricks and underhanded methods, shamelessly doing anything to win. How come today's conversation is so different from the rumors?" Li Xian was not only unashamed, but rather proud. At that time, I had only one thought: to kill brother Jun. Who cared about the means? Yet this slippery fellow, I couldn't do anything about him. The more ridiculous thing is that in the end, we actually became brothers. Thinking about it now, it's absurd. Old Su interjected, "This is heroes cherishing heroes. You two are both figures of note in the rivers and lakes, and being able to come together is indeed a tale worth telling." Li Xian shot a disdainful glance at Axe Brother, his tone full of contempt. "Him? A hero? Using underhanded tricks against someone like me, is that what heroes look like?" Axe Brother cursed immediately. "You a loser still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you stirring up trouble all over Tsim Shui, could the prince have held on to those 3 streets? Dream on." Li Xian laughed heartily. The prince could stand firm in Tsim Shui. Being able to fight was one thing, but more crucially, it was his underhanded tactics. Stealing the opponent's transport trucks, drugging people until they could barely walk. Once those people left the territory, Li Xian would stab them in the back. He didn't fight you heathen, but wore you down relentlessly. If they dared to gather on a large scale, Officer Huang would immediately bring people in. Officer Huang had a ready-made reason: 2 big gangs clashing, the impact is too bad. Small scuffles are fine, but big scenes are not allowed. Later there were rumors in Yaomati that Xiang wanted to swallow the entire area of Yaomati in one go. As a result, a bunch of small gangs came out to trip up Xiang, desperately trying to hold them back. Inside the room, 6 people, 4 were chatting while 2 stood aside pouring drinks, all smiling and leaning this way and that. Uncle Jiang wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, pointing at Li Xian and scolding, "No wonder everyone outside calls you ghosts, scaring away. A look at your tactics. Who wouldn't get goosebumps listening to them? That's downright malicious." Later brother Jun didn't even mention this matter, only saying, "The prince can mix in Tsim Shui, and it turns out it relies on these methods. You truly are something, Xian." Today Li Xian was in a good mood. A big gang was rushing to deliver money to him, and wanted to set the stage for him to perform. In the future, in the film industry, who would dare to play tricks against him? With a little sweet deal to bind a big gang, he made a killing. Even if the other party entered his territory, they wouldn't dare to touch the companies under him. Everyone was old acquaintances, who didn't know what was beneath the surface. Together everyone would profit. Who would be foolish enough to turn against each other? Li Xian and Xiang wanted things that had nothing to do with each other. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. That old fox Camel had set him up at the fireworks meeting. Right now Xiang was snatching territory in the new territories. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? If he missed this chance, he wouldn't be worthy of the nickname Ghost Scaring Away. He directly asked, "Mr. Su, I heard that your Xiang has run into trouble in the new territories." Old Zu's face immediately darkened, gritting his teeth and saying, "That camel at the fireworks meeting set us up. If this breath isn't released, does Xiang still want to save face?" Li Xian grinned. Today was truly a day of fortune. Everything he wanted came true. He almost couldn't help but hum a little tune. His heart was blooming with joy, but his expression remained tense. He lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Su, everyone knows that at the fireworks meeting I stood in for the boss. That was a matter of course. Who knew that old camel would be so unreasonable setting me up? To be honest, I've long had a distaste for that group from Dong. I was thinking, if your XING could turn Toon Mun into a clean slate, what kind of faces would that group from Dong? Uncle Jiang slammed the table and interjected. Once we finish cleaning up Toon Mun, that group of scoundrels from Dongxing won't even be able to step out of Yuan Long. They would come and go, not daring to confront us heathen. Li Xian had a clear understanding and turned to old Su. Mr. Su, over in Wanchai can we have 4 streets? What do you think? Old Su nodded, immediately understanding right away. He grinned and said, Xian, I'll give you 5 streets. The extra one, consider it my gratitude to you. In the future, if anything happens, let's go by the rules. In this business, it's all about trust. This statement was true. Fooling around with small fry was one thing, but facing notable figures in the underworld, XING didn't dare to play tricks. Once they ruined their reputation, who would partner with them in the future? Only by solidifying their status could they secure real promises of wealth. Today, Su Chong and Su Sheng really gained insight. The trust of a god was something fierce. With just a few words, he could revitalize the underworld situation in a certain area, benefiting both sides, gaining face and substance. The way these two looked at Li Xian was one of admiration. This guy was a few years younger than them, yet he had already become a big shot in the underworld. What did Li Xian want? He wanted money. With this arrangement, his brokerage business could spread throughout the entire Hong Kong island, and coupled with the area of Yau Ma Ti, it was equivalent to holding the entire lucrative territory in his hands. The rest could be nibbled at slowly. This wasn't a win-win situation, it was clearly a 3-way win. Why did XING want to squeeze into the new territories? To put it bluntly, it boiled down to 2 words, ding power. Axe brother, who usually looked down on everyone, was personally pouring drinks for Li Xian. Uncle Zhang, the mainstay of XING, was forcing a smile. Their big brother Su Yin was hurriedly handing him cigarettes. This was the true scene that a real underworld boss should have. Watching these 4 casually boast a couple of things could settle such a big underworld matter. Su Chong and Su Sheng envied them to death. But what status did they have? They could only honestly stand by and listen. They hadn't established themselves yet, and didn't have the qualifications to sit at the table. When the gathering ended, the head of XING personally opened the car door for Li Xian and invited him to get in. This wasn't just face, it was solid benefits. All the lackeys of XING saw this, and exclaimed in their hearts, "Ghost scaring away was truly impressive." In the underworld of Hong Kong Island, how many could make the leader of XING personally open the car door? Truly impressive. Just as Li Xian left, old Su turned back to look at his 2 younger brothers and asked, "Did you notice anything?" The sharp-witted Su Sheng spoke up. "That guy can turn things upside down. The word god is more effective than..." Su Chong was straightforward. "Big brother Ghost scaring away is truly remarkable. Even without you speaking, he seemed to have everything clear in his mind, understanding the whole game. The conditions he offered were sky-high, but we couldn't find a flaw to pick at." Old Su turned to Axe brother and smiled. "Ajun, it seems Xian genuinely regards you as a heartfelt brother. If it weren't for your appearance today, he wouldn't have been so straightforward. We all know what kind of person he is. For matters without children, he doesn't even give face to Jiang Tiansheng. To give such respect to XING, in the end it still comes down to your bond with him, Ajun. He is truly unmatched when it comes to his brothers." The prince helped Xian break into Tsim Sha Sui, and when the boxer Tai got into trouble, Xian directly hung up the banner of Hongxing just to help him smoothly take the position of the hallmaster. To have such a brother is indeed a blessing. He thought too much. These people were overestimating Li Xian. The prince and the boxer Tai were indeed his buddies, that was true. But as for that hallmaster position Li Xian had engaged in blood-soaked work, how could he dare to show off? In secret, life was still quite tough. Basically, he was chased and hacked it all over the map. Every day, if he could escape, it was all thanks to his skill of running. Otherwise, you will have to pack up and run away. Old Su turned around, fixed his gaze on the 2 younger brothers, and advised, "From now on, as you navigate the film industry, you must pay close attention to the attitude of Hongxin and be clever about it. If you can pull Xian to your side, you won't have to worry about food for the rest of your lives. Do you understand?" In front of old Su, these 2 boys didn't even dare to show off like the young master of the new record. Old Zu's temper was not one to be trifled with. He never interfered in eating, drinking, studying, spending money, or making friends. But if they dared to disobey, well, they both knew clearly what the consequences would be. Even the second marshal of the new record, Su Bo, didn't dare to make a sound in front of the big shot. Li Xian hurried to Jiang Tiansheng's place and laid out the entire situation. The benefits and drawbacks were laid out clearly. The territory that the new record wanted would be theirs, and the benefits that Hongxing sought would be secured. From now on, there would be no corner of Hongxing that they couldn't reach. As for Tsuan Wan and Kuai Tsing, no one dared to touch those 2 places. Each one was fiercer than the other. Big D was a firecracker of a person, but no one could deny that among the leaders and masters of Hong Kong Island, his strength ranked at the top. Anywho, just hearing his nickname indicates he's not a good person. Everyone fears that one day he might pull out an AK and start shooting. He has plenty of those. Throughout the entire period of the merger, few dared to provoke him. He was truly a living legend. After hearing Li Xian's plan, Jiang Tiansheng smacked his thigh. 5 streets in Wan Chai could be exchanged for a third of the territory in Tunman. Was it a loss? The ground was indeed a loss, but the profits were astronomical. That very night, he called in Han Bin and the dinosaur. After hearing the news, the looks they gave Li Xian were like they were looking at a bodhisattva. That gaze was too nauseating. Li Xian snapped, "You two idiots, enough. If you keep looking at me with those eyes, do you believe I'll take you out? I can't take it anymore." After saying that, he sprawled back on the sofa. Han Bin wasn't worried about the fine details. Hong Xing's influence in Kowloon City was strong, so there wouldn't be any problems. But Tunman was different. It was an enclave. If a fight broke out, it would be the first to suffer. Now moving the dinosaur to Wan Chai was simply incredible. This was Hong Xing's nest. Central Western District, Causeway Bay, North Point, Chai Wan, and Wan Chai were all on the main island. Causeway Bay was adjacent to Wan Chai, where Xian and Tianhong both were. The land in Wan Chai was as safe as could be. The dinosaur was thrilled to be treated like this as a younger brother. He directly leaped from the wretched Tunman to Wan Chai. This was too exhilarating. This younger brother was truly not losing out. From that point on, whenever Li Xian spoke, the dinosaur was more enthusiastic than Tianhong. Brother Xian is always right. He has never been wrong. After dawn, the dinosaur led 200 loyal followers and over 300 blue lanterns, taking over the 5 streets that originally belonged to the new record in Wan Chai. From now on, he would be the person in charge of Hong Xing in Wan Chai. On the new record side, the Tunman Tiger Pig Head, she took over all of Hong Xing's territories in Tunman. At this moment, Pig Head, she already held 4/5 of the territory in Tunman. Uniformly, it was all within sight. Huang Shiming, one of the twin tigers of Wan Chai, withdrew from Wan Chai and went to Tsimsha Sui. Now the new record's territory in Tsimsha Sui was even more cramped. It was almost all stuck together. Too many people. The head of Dongxing Camel heard about this and first smashed the purple clay teapot he had raised for over 20 years. Then he slapped himself in the face. It was all because of this broken mouth. That little brat really held a grudge. Tunman was completely occupied by the new record, and the entire underworld of the new territories was instead quiet. As for Dongxing, they would have to bear the brunt. This was their old nest. Last night, Li Xian and Xiu Ti stayed at the office on the Causeway Bay side. As soon as dawn broke, Xiu Ti rushed to the accounting firm, saying she wanted to learn the financial stuff quickly. After finishing breakfast, Li Xian immediately called the little fatty, asking him to discuss collaboration with the Changxing Film Company. Speaking of this little fatty, his connections in the film industry were truly wild. Relying on the old man's connections, Hongxin Film Industry and the cinema chain were all set up. Right now, the only thing lacking was talent in the film sector. He could only build the platform first and wait for capable people to come knocking. After wrapping up these messy affairs on Hong Kong Island, he had to hurry back north to his hometown. That was the real priority. It couldn't be delayed at all. Once the VCDs were produced, only then would Li Xian truly have a solid foundation. The industries he had on hand looked bustling, but they couldn't support a proper group company. To expand the business, he needed to have his own flagship products. VCDs and DVDs could at least provide him with a steady stream of wealth. Moreover, it was the industry that employed the most people. The more people followed him to make a living, the more stable his position would be. The conflict between the new record and Dongxing had nothing to do with Hongxing. They merely changed territories. It was said that Camel called Jiang Tianxing, cursing Li Xian for a full hour, and the words he used were extraordinarily unpleasant. This old fellow truly had a small mind. Li Xian sat in the office flipping through the Hong Kong and Macau compatriot return certificate in his hand, staring blankly. He thought this thing would only be issued after 83, but unexpectedly it was released in 79. This saved a lot of trouble. He could just drive over from the port. That famous Lo Wu port, some people also call it Wenjindan. To make the scene look good, Li Xian chose 5 black-blue birds from the car lot to form a convoy. Not the later type of crown. That car hadn't even been produced yet. After the convoy passed the border, the road became quite rough. The road back home hadn't been repaired yet, and was full of potholes, making the drive extremely bumpy. Shenzhen Reception Center. This was where Li Xian was temporarily staying. The Little Swan Hotel hadn't started construction, yet he was already considered lucky. If it weren't for him being a compatriot from Hong Kong Island, he wouldn't even be able to stay here. Upon hearing that a big boss from Hong Kong Island had arrived, the Shenzhen Investment Promotion Office quickly called the Hong Kong Island New Painting Society to get to know the details about this big boss. Along with the data sent over, they also brought a person, the Big Circle Leopard from the Big Circle Gang in Hong Kong Island. The director of the Investment Promotion Office was named Yu Hai, in his 40s and already balding, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, dressed in a Zhongshan suit with 4 pockets, and wearing 3-joint leather shoes. This person seemed to have no sense of official airs and appeared quite amiable. As for what he was thinking inside, no one knew. Yu Hai met with Captain Shi in the office and got straight to the point, asking about Li Xian. Captain Shi, you are familiar with the situation in Hong Kong Island. Time is tight, so I won't waste words. Give me the detailed background of this big boss Li Xian. This matter cannot be taken lightly. After this big boss returns, the project scale in the investment plan is quite large. When reporting, it must be objective. Do not mix in personal emotions. Do you understand? At this moment, Captain Sure sat straight in front of Yu Hai, his back stiff, hands resting on his knees, exuding a sense of restraint, no longer displaying the previous audacity. Report to Director Yuli Xian, male, 23 years old, a district councillor in Sai Kung, chairman of the Hongxing Group in Hong Kong Island, and also the second marshal of the largest society, Hongxing. His position in the society is only half a rank lower than that of the leader, Jiang Tianxing, but whatever he says, there will be people listening. He has Hongxing Film Industry, Hongxing Cinema Line, Hongxing Real Estate Agency, Hongxing Security, and Hongxing Taxi. These 5 companies make up the entire Hongxing Group. The assets are approximately around 2 billion. The real estate agency sector isn't included in the count because the expansion has been too rapid to estimate a specific number. The Hongxing Cinema Line originally belonged to Shaw Brothers, which he acquired for $1 billion in cash. As for the Hongxing Security Company, it holds 50 official gun licenses issued by Hong Kong Island, and this armed force is not to be underestimated. The manager, deputy manager, and all the members of the security company are all retired from the mainland and are very loyal to Li Xian. This level of trust far exceeds that of his subordinates and underlings. To be honest, it's quite puzzling. Director Yu, that's basically the situation. After Captain Sure finished reporting, he fixed his gaze straight ahead. Yu Hai adjusted his glasses and smiled as he asked, according to you, he stands on the mainland side. Based on the information I have, yes. Then that's good. Councillor Li is a patriotic compatriot, not a mere second marshal. This must be noted for future interactions to avoid unnecessary troubles. Based on the information I have, yes. Then that's good. Councillor Li is a patriotic compatriot, not a mere second marshal. This, Director Yes tone carried a hint of admonition. Captain Sure forced a smile and quickly replied, Director, you, even if I wanted to use those, I don't have the ability. Those tricks are useless in front of him. If I dared to act that way, there would be no place for me in the Hong Kong underworld, and I might even get turned over by the big circle gang internally. Upon hearing this, Yu Hai was somewhat surprised and intrigued. Oh, our little friend has such a strong deterrent power in Hong Kong Island. Captain Sure organized his thoughts before slowly speaking. Li Xian has a nickname in the Hong Kong underworld called Immortal Xian. He is the most prominent white paper fan in the Hong Kong underworld, and some even say he is the first white paper fan in the history of the Hong Kong underworld. Moreover, he is a white paper fan equipped with 2 fans, one for Hongxing and one for Xing'an. This person never handles matters by the book, very few dare to provoke him for no reason, and he is quite troublesome. In the beginning, he had 2 other nicknames, one called Blade King Xian, and the other called Ghost Encountering Trouble. Blade King Xian is a title earned through real combat, while Ghost Encountering Trouble refers to his devious methods, cunning and ruthless. A certain master in the same society was forced to admit defeat by him, and in the end it took the society's leader to personally intervene to suppress the situation. Any of the major things he did in the underworld could scare people to death. Yu Hai listened intently, realizing this kid was no ordinary person, and then asked, what about those insignificant characters? Is he equally domineering toward ordinary people? This question hit the nail on the head. Captain Sure immediately responded, Director, Yuli Xian never lays hands. In Sai Kung, he is roughly akin to a local emperor. The local folks have an incredible respect for him. A word from him carries the weight of an imperial edict. In Sai Kung, there is nothing he cannot accomplish. The police station has never caused him any trouble. It is said that he has no criminal record there, and he is not even listed in the official criminal registry. He is just a clean businessman. After hearing this, Yu Hai smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Good, that's great. Boss Li invested over 100 million Hong Kong dollars in the early stages of development in Xinjiang. He's a genuine patriotic entrepreneur. If there's no evidence, keep it to yourself and don't spread it around, understand? Yu Hai's voice was quiet and his tone, but Captain Sure was sweating profusely behind the scenes. This was a warning to him, telling him not to mention Li Zin's underworld dealings again. A word in Director Yes' speech surprised him. Over 100 million. He cautiously probed. Director Yuli Xian can't possibly be bragging, right? Where would he get 100 million Hong Kong dollars in cash? Yu Hai sighed, inwardly wondering how this guy's brain couldn't make the connection. If he came by the Shaw Brothers cinema chain with 100 million in cash, how could he not come up with 100 million Hong Kong dollars? After saying this, his gaze suddenly sharpened, warning him, don't ask what you shouldn't. As long as it can be exchanged for foreign currency, it doesn't matter if it's stolen or obtained through robbery. That's his skill. He added, as long as it's foreign currency, I'm willing to accept it no matter where it comes from, understand? Yes. Captain Sure stood up and saluted. In front of the mirror, Li Xian looked at himself in the Zhongshan suit and was quite pleased. He didn't let the people who followed him eat at the guest house. He had them sorted out themselves. He only brought Lei Yaoyang to attend Director Yu Hai's dinner. In the private room of the guest house, Director Yu brought his secretary, while Li Xian brought Lei Yaoyang, and the 4 of them gathered around the table exchanging toasts. After a few drinks, the atmosphere warmed up, and the two talked about investments. Yu Hai asked gently, Director Li, where do you plan to build your factory and research institute? Do you have a location in mind? Li Xian pulled out some documents from his briefcase and handed them over. Director Yu, this is the overall planning diagram for our factory and research institute. We chose Shiko as the location because there is a port there, and across the sea is Hong Kong Island where some electronic parts need to be transported from. Additionally, we will need at least 1,500 acres of land initially, and even more for future expansion. I just don't know if there are still available spots in Shiko. If not, we will need to adjust our plans. There are definitely available spots. The infrastructure in Shiko started being built as early as '79, and now it is fully equipped to support business operations. Yu Hai answered without hesitation. Even if there weren't, he would find a way to make room. At this moment, facing compatriots from Hong Kong Island who dared to return to invest and establish factories, he must show the utmost sincerity. Currently, people on Hong Kong Island are anxious, and the situation is unclear. They need a responsible, patriotic businessman to stand up and reassure those who are still hesitant. They have already made their attitude clear. If he doesn't give a definite answer, won't that chill people's hearts? Li Xian asked the question he was most concerned about: what conditions can Shunshur offer? The best. Yu Hai replied decisively. The meal went quite smoothly. Li Xian received almost all the preferential policies he sought. The land use period for the factory is 50 years. The land area is 1,500 acres. Don't think this number is too large. It's the size of 150 standard football fields, which is sufficient for initial use, but definitely not enough for future needs. The total land use fee is 60,000 yuan per acre. This price has already been discounted for him. The standard charge is 100 yuan per square meter. Li Xian used Hong Kong dollar cash, paying a total of 90 million at once. Then he mortgaged the land and borrowed 100 million yuan from the Bank of China specifically to build the factory area. When all the paperwork was completed and the usage fee was paid, the staff at the Bank of China were astonished. Jiangua took out 9 travel bags from the trunks of several cars. Each bag contained 10 million in cash. After settling the accounts, Li Xian did not linger. He shook hands with Director Yu and directly took his leave. Back at the guest house, he called Lei Yaoyang into his room and got straight to the point. Yaoyang, don't wait for the factory in Shiko to be built first. The Electronic Research Institute must be set up as quickly as possible so we can get the VCD out. This is fundamental to our survival. I have left all the documents with you. The remaining technical aspects I don't understand. But given the level of those electronic engineers from my hometown, it shouldn't be a difficult task. I need to go back and contact the electronic components manufacturers. You can handle everything here. Don't worry, boss, I know what to do, Lei Yaoyang replied confidently. Li Xian has a commendable trait. He never pretends to be more capable than he is. He has no clue about how to develop VCDs or build factories, so he simply stays out of it. He simply returned to Hong Kong Island to do what he was good at. Staying in his hometown was just a waste of time. As for hiring, that task was not his concern, and he left it all to Yaoyang. Over the years, who has seen him personally handle specific affairs, it would just be pointless. Moreover, this trip back is simply to scout and get a general impression of his hometown in this era. It's unrealistic to expect to sort everything out in one go. What does the old saying go? Familiarity comes with repeated visits. The more you come, the better the relationships will be. Being too anxious is not good, and being too distant is also not good. Maintaining a moderate distance is the most suitable. One should not get too close as it could lead to trouble. He just needs to stay close to the government and far from political factions. He's not engaging in speculation or running a real estate company, so he doesn't need any special policy support. He is in the manufacturing industry. As long as he is treated equally, there's no need to seek out a backer. Having thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of employees under him is his greatest confidence. He hasn't broken any laws. Who would dare to trouble him? First, he should ask those employees who are waiting for their paychecks if they agree, especially those who receive high salaries. As for developing real estate, that's a matter for the future. As long as he builds more than 10 office buildings in one location, he could rely solely on rent to push his company into the top 10 of the real estate industry. What specific location? Everyone knows the answer. So Chairman Li's best contribution is to be sensible and not create trouble for his subordinates. Jimmy and the chubby guy both said he was a rare good boss who could listen to his employees' opinions. Yes, that's right, Boss Li is quite open-minded. As long as the performance is good, whatever they say is right. If the performance is lackluster, Boss Li personally teaches them how to box. Just sitting in the office is not enough. One must stay active. Boxing is a great form of exercise. It helps them maintain better health to cope with work. If they still can't handle their work, then they can keep practicing boxing. Li Xian did not lack time for this. In Sai Kung, Hong Kong Island, Li Xian took a few days off, spending each day walking around with Jiangua. The road repairs were basically completed, and there was still plenty of money left. No way. Li Xian waved his hand and decided to widen the road leading to the Hongshin community again. This noon, Li Xian and Jiangua planned to have lunch at the Hongshin restaurant. The restaurant had been taken over by the family members of the employees of the security company. Any profit counted towards their salary, and any loss fell on him. As soon as they entered, they saw Chen Chaos wife Li Huajuan at the bar doing the accounts. She looked up when she saw Li Xian and Jiangua enter and quickly walked out from behind the bar. Smiling, she greeted, "Boss Jiangua, you're here. Same 4 dishes as usual." Li Xian nodded. "Yes, the usual 4 plus a grilled squid, and I'll grab some drinks." Smiling, she greeted, Boss Jingwei, you're here. Same 4 dishes as usual. Li Xian nodded. Yes, the usual 4 plus a grilled squid, and I'll grab some. Having had it once when he returned to his hometown last time, he was craving it. The two walked into the private room, and the dishes were quickly served. The 4 familiar dishes, zhang jis sauced beef, saltwater shrimp, fried mushrooms, and aged vinegar peanuts, are all Li Xin's favorites. He has been eating these for more than a year without getting tired of them. If he wants to drink, these 4 dishes are perfect. Perhaps he just doesn't have a taste for luxurious foods that the rich savor. He genuinely cannot swallow them. Nutritional balance, green health, a mix of meat and vegetables. All of that is irrelevant to him. When it comes to food, it's just bland to him. He enjoys this flavor. He has eaten for over 30 years without developing any issues. Back when his body hadn't been enhanced, he was still as strong as an ox. Now with 5 times the enhancement, it tastes even better. Li Xian felt completely at ease during this lunch. Aged vinegar peanuts are his favorite. No matter what wine he drinks, they must be included. Qiu Ti has mentioned several times. Can you really pair aged vinegar peanuts with red wine? Li Xian couldn't be bothered to respond. What does she know? When he eventually sits at the top of Hong Kong Island's wealth, even if he holds brandy with aged vinegar peanuts, people will only say, Li Sheng, you have taste. Wearing a t-shirt and beach shorts to a banquet, there will still be people complimenting him. Li Sheng's so carefree. Does this sound familiar? He did the same in his past life. There's no choice, he has to eat. It's not shameful. Earning a living through hard work, even if it's collecting garbage, Li Xian considers himself a real man. In this life, he doesn't lack money, but his eating habits won't change. Just like this, he stays grounded. With this groundedness, he won't float away. Mother Earth won't allow it. Fundamentally, he hasn't lost anything. Everything else is inconsequential. Li Xian now has the confidence to make himself content. As for how others see it, they can think whatever they want. He doesn't care. After finishing the meal, the two drove straight to Jiang Tiansheng's villa. Coincidentally, Fong Ting was swimming again. White, big, gone. Sitting on the sofa eating fruit and drinking red wine, they chatted aimlessly about everything under the sun. When he said, 3 days from now the Merit Monument will have its ribbon cutting, will you be free to come? Jiang Tiansheng's reaction shocked him. Xian, I must make time. Even if I'm busy, I'll squeeze out time. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Well, I'll go pick out a formal suit right now. After saying this, he stood up to leave, but turned back to ask, do you want to come along? Li Xian turned and left, heading straight back to the office in Causeway Bay. This place has already become his permanent base. Returning to Sai Kung is just for relaxation. He pushed open the office door, looked at the documents on the desk, glanced over them, found no issues, and signed his name. He had Jiangui send it to Jimmy. Jimmy was working downstairs. This 3-story building is now the territory. The ground floor remained a retail storefront, while the second floor was converted into an office, crowded with department heads from across the organization. Space was running out fast. Rapid expansion had triggered an explosive surge in staff, shrinking available workstations by the day. Jimmy had previously suggested relocating to a more spacious office, but he had rejected the idea outright. The young man lacked patience. After all, it was already 1983. The new office building would soon be theirs. Was it truly worth rushing over just a few months? Macau Pu Jing. Chen Yaoxing's face turned ashen as he glared at the 5 men in the room, suppressing his fury as he spoke. Chen Haonan. You may seek death, but do not drag me down with you. You refuse to pay even 20% protection money. Fine. Henceforth, each of us handles our own affairs. I'll deliver the gambling hall's dues myself. Your concern is unnecessary. With that, Chen Yaoxing slammed the door and stormed out. Bao Pai, ever timid, edged closer and whispered, Brother Nenweave. Utterly enraged Chen Yaoxing. Might he rush to report us to Brother Xian? What's there to fear? Shan Ji spat contemptuously. We're already in Macau. We can't return to Tung Lo One anyway. What can he possibly do to us? Our turf was swallowed whole by Luo Tianhong long ago. What more does he want? Must he pursue total annihilation? These men once on set had addressed him reverently as Brother Xian without hesitation. Yet ever since learning Luo Tianhong had seized control of the Tung Lo One branch, their resentment festered deeper and darker. De Tianair clenched his teeth. The position of Tung Lo One branch leader should have been Brother Nan's by right. Why, what authority does Luo Tianhong claim it? Because he hides behind a second-rank marshal. Does he truly believe raw power entitles him to usurp another's rightful place? Has our code vanished entirely? Chen Haonan himself seethed inwardly. When first assigned to manage the Macau gambling hall, he'd felt elated. Yet within days came the news Luo Tianhong had ascended as Tung Lo One's new leader. That blow was impossible to swallow. Wasn't that seat inherently his? So when the others casually invoked Brother Xian, even dropping the honorific, he made no move to stop them. To provoke Chen Yaoxing, he deliberately withheld this month's protection fee owed to the local triad, a petty act of spite meant to vent his simmering grievance. As for protection fees, neither Li Xian nor Dragon Head Jiang Tiansheng had ever treated them seriously before. They were all members of the same brotherhood. Splitting dues between branches would only invite ridicule. Thus before Chun Yaoxing departed for Macau, Li Xian had explicitly instructed him the gambling hall share must be handed directly to the Triads Macau liaison for unified remittance. No one anticipated Chun Haonan's audacity to sacrifice the Brotherhood's business as a vessel for personal pride. Bold indeed. This incident could escalate or evaporate, depending entirely on Li Xian's stance. Were he to press the matter, it would become catastrophic, yet with a few well-placed words it might quietly fade. In the end, these men simply hadn't suffered enough consequences. Who was Li Xian? Years earlier, after assaulting one of his underlings, even senior brother B had been forced to offer an entire commercial property to appease him. Should this flare into chaos, their futures within the Triad would be irreparably shattered, any hope of advancement reduced to fantasy. Yet the 5 tigers of Tung Lo Wan dismissed it all with nonchalance. What harm is there in delaying protection payments for a few days? Laughing, they slung arms over shoulders and headed out to amuse themselves. This matter could wait. Tomorrow would suffice. Chun Yaoxing returned to his gambling hall, face dark with storm. His 3 childhood friends and loyal subordinates, Atsong, Ahong, and Da Di, immediately sensed his mood and gathered around. Impulsive Da Di blurted out, "Boss, what exactly happened with Chun Haonan?" The other 2 brothers fixed their gaze on Chun Yaoxing, awaiting his definitive word. Still burning with rage, he snapped that good for nothing treats the Brotherhood's assets as if they were his personal playthings, venting his temper on our shared enterprise. We got lucky this time. But if he truly triggers disaster, how will he answer for it? That gambling hall belongs to the Brotherhood, not to him alone. Should chaos erupt, every branch leader will hold him accountable. Atsong, never one to shy from trouble, grinned and interjected, "Boss, say, if Hung Paiyu storms his gambling hall and causes losses, would the elders really toss him into the sea to feed the fish?" Chun Yaoxing shook his head. His boss is senior brother B. Even retired, he commands enough respect that no one would dare execute him outright. At most, he'll be expelled from the Brotherhood and cast out. Dadi's eyes flickered cunningly as he leaned close, lowering his voice. "Boss, if someone exploited this incident to sabotage our gambling hall, might Old Top order Chun Haonan and his crew to vanish beneath the waves?" Chun Yaoxing's eyes bulged wide. He raised his hand and struck Dadi hard across the face, then kicked him sprawling onto the floor, roaring, "Have you lost your mind? How dare you utter such madness? If your boss hears this, how many lives do you think you possess? And how many does your family have? If you wish to die, do not drag others down with you. Do you grasp the gravity of your nonsense? You, of all people, think you can manipulate my boss's hand to crush Chun Haonan? Who is Chun Haonan really? And who precisely are you? Should I hear such words again, I'll deal with you first, because otherwise none of us will survive." Atsong and Ahong's expressions toward Dadi instantly hardened, cold and calculating. Ahong strode forward and kicked Dadi squarely in the stomach. As Dadi curled up, clutching his gut and writhing on the floor, Ahong crouched beside him, voice icy. "Dadi, the reason we scrape by at all is because Brother Xing, out of childhood loyalty, pulled us up from the gutter. If you endanger him, you forfeit Brotherhood itself." Chun Yaoxing stared at Dadi, disappointment etched deep in his eyes. Dim sum arrived, wine glasses filled, and eyes wandered freely toward passing beauties. Life for now was effortlessly pleasant. Tung Lo Wan was truly extraordinary. Day or night beauty abounded on its streets for those willing to look. It was where women hunted wealthy suitors and where scions of fortune sought hedonistic refuge. Provided, of course, that the young master's wallet ran deep, and the woman's allure ran deeper still. Mutual benefit demanded no judgment. Each party took what they needed, unburdened by pretense. Li Xian and Jiangua sat atop the third-floor roof, wine glasses in hand, each gripping a high-powered telescope. Li Xian prized these instruments deeply. Only top-tier gear would do. Peering through the lens, he muttered, "Damn, it's definitely fake. No real woman possesses proportions that exaggerated. It defies belief." Jiangua had always mirrored those around him. Learning virtue was arduous, but corruption spread like wildfire. Once solemn and upright, he now exuded slyness, his eyes darting restlessly, scanning every corner. "Boss, which one is she? I don't see her," Jiangua asked urgently. Li Xian studied him, quiet satisfaction blooming inside. At last the boy had shed that perpetual grimace. After all, youth, barely past 20, was no time for perpetual gloom. Whose benefit was it really? Wasn't this the golden age for romance? And if Jiangua declined the pursuit, others need not abstain. Brothers shared everything, including opportunity. Perhaps the recent trip with Luo Tianhong to Brother Liang's territory had loosened something within him. Li Xian asked no questions. So long as it wasn't harmful, he welcomed the change. He genuinely feared Jiangua might remain a lifelong bachelor. As the two watched, enraptured, Luo Tianhong appeared on the rooftop calling for them. There was a triad meeting. Tung Lo Wan lay near Central, and within minutes they arrived at headquarters. Li Xian dropped into his usual seat and exchanged pleasantries with Uncle Bo before turning to business. "Uncle Bo, what crisis demands our attention today? Haven't things been unusually quiet for Hung Hing lately? Why convene when Dong Hing and new records battle each other?" Uncle Bo spoke slowly. "The gambling hall in Macau." Young Master Nen lost an ear. Shan Ji sustained a wound to his kidney. De Tion Air was slashed over a dozen times. The remaining 2 fared little better. All lie hospitalized. That is why we gather. His tone was as placid as weather talk. No inflection, no tremor. Then again, this old fox had weathered typhoons far fiercer than this. Li Xian's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Just yesterday, Ah Xing had phoned him, assuring him the matter was resolved. Damn, it seemed the 5 tigers of Tung Lo Wan had been wiped out in one fell swoop. Let others bear their own burdens. Li Xian refused to meddle. These were grown men, let them clean up The cellular base station was nearing completion. Soon passive income would flow effortlessly. Such trivialities deserved no further thought. Serving under Uncle Bo suited him perfectly. Jiang Tianxing recounted the full sequence of events, then invited opinions. At its core, the issue was simple failure to remit the local Triads protection fee. A question flickered in Li Xian's mind: hadn't it already been paid? What he didn't know was that Chun Yaoxing had reclaimed the fee from Chun Haonan and personally delivered it to Hung Piayu. His own gambling hall remained untouched, yet the Brotherhood's establishment had been shattered. 14 branch leaders unanimously demanded retribution. Otherwise, where would Hung Hing's dignity reside? As for the useless Chun Haonan, retrieve him and punish him according to ancestral law. Not a single voice rose in his defense. Even the so-called beautiful mama who claimed to have raised him since childhood opened her mouth, then closed it silent. With senior brother B absent, Chun Haonan stood utterly without patronage. Most egregious was brother Qi, who openly demanded compensation from Chun Haonan. Li Xian silently raised a thumb in approval. Precisely, failure demanded restitution. He held a stake in that operation too. Why shouldn't he be reimbursed? As the main assembly droned on Li Xian, and Uncle Bo slipped away for a private huddle, debating how much Chun Haonan ought to repay. Li Xian insisted on 2 million. Uncle Bo refused. 5 million was non-negotiable. The elder even itemized the ledger: 3 million lost to gamblers. Must be repaid. Business interruption losses over several days. Must be compensated. Nothing less than 5 million will settle this. Neither convinced the other. They simply lifted their teacups, sipped in silence, and paused, ready to resume battle. Jiang Tianxing then posed the pivotal question: Chun Haonan has failed catastrophically. I will cover the losses. But who shall assume control of the gambling hall? Everyone knew the stakes. The hall's manager received 10% of annual profits, millions easily. Some branch leaders earned less in an entire year. Brother Qi and De Fei were the first to stir, both perpetually strapped for cash. Brother Qi spoke first. I propose selecting someone steady, seasoned, and reliable. My subordinate Black Eye Wa handles matters with unwavering integrity. He served as a grass sandal enforcer for nearly 8 years. His seniority is unquestionable. Among Hung Hing's branch leaders, De Fei despised Brother Qi most. He possessed no real ability, only unparalleled flattery, and radiated a sleazy, grating aura that provoked instant irritation. De Fei spared no courtesy. By your logic, perhaps beautiful Mama's stable hand should take the post. He served Hung Hing for nearly 2 decades. His seniority dwarfs even yours. Brother Jai's expression darkened instantly as he slammed the table, pointing at De Fei. Are you deliberately trying to go against me? When I was risking my life for Hung Xing, you were still in diapers. I recommend a more stable person. What's the problem? Brother Ji was genuinely anxious. De Fei had already confronted him several times today. Even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone him. In his youth, he was indeed a fighter, not someone who relied on words to get by. How could he endure such humiliation? Li Xian had a good relationship with Brother Ji, and they occasionally went singing together. Today, Brother Ji was clearly angry, and he needed to help maintain the situation. Otherwise, the next time they went singing, Brother Ji would surely scold him again. Li Xian sat behind the leader. Jiang Tianxing took a sip of tea and slowly spoke. De Fei, stop being so sarcastic. If you can speak properly, do so. If not, just keep your mouth shut. Look around this room. Who isn't a fighter? He continued, and look outside. There are plenty of fighters. Many have risked their lives for the gang, yet they still haven't become decision makers. Are you feeling wronged as a decision maker in Central District? Why don't you go to North Point and switch Grey Dog to Central District? Without waiting for De Fei to respond, he turned to Grey Dog and asked, Dog, we've known each other for a long time. Are you willing to go to Central District? Grey Dog's legs trembled at the sight of Li Xian. The shadow this man cast in his heart was too deep. Seeing Li Xian still staring at him, he quickly nodded. Brother Xian, I'm fine with going anywhere. Central District is no problem. It's your call. Jiang Tianxing had been with Li Xian for a while and understood his intentions. He was worried that De Fei's antics would affect Hong Xing's stability and wanted to give Grey Dog some encouragement. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. After all, Xian was the most considerate, always thinking of the gang. Unlike De Fei, that troublemaker who always stirred up trouble. This broken leadership was truly unbearable. There were too many issues. De Fei was burning with anger, but he didn't dare to utter a word. He dared to be sarcastic with Brother Ji, but even with 10 times his bravery, he wouldn't dare provoke this man. If this person really went mad, even in the loyalty hall he would dare to punch him without leaving him any chance to fight back. Damn, it's frustrating. However, in his mind, he had already cursed Li Xian's ancestors repeatedly. Grey Dog readily agreed, and Li Xian looked quite satisfied. This kid has some insight. All the beatings he took were not in vain. He finally got the hang of it. Li Xian raised an eyebrow, smiling. It's settled, then you two switch positions. It's not like we're selecting a decision maker. I, as the second-in-command, can just decide this. Later I'll lead the team to Central District. He turned to DeFei and directly asked, do you have any objections? Before DeFei could respond, he added, if you still have something to say, then you're just looking for trouble. If that's the case, I'll play. Stop always picking on Brother G. He's my singing partner. If you make him angry, who will play with me in the future? After saying this, he sat back down in the fixed seats of the two generals. Uncle Bo and Brother G entered Hongxing one after the other. Seeing Brother G being confronted, Uncle Bo felt uncomfortable. Seeing Xian help them out, he quickly filled his teacup. Uncle Bo smiled and said, it's still Xian who thinks of us old folks. If it weren't for you backing us up, I truly don't know how much we would have been bullied. Li Xian was always gentle towards those who posed no threat and was willing to befriend them. The instructor taught that the more friends you have, the better, and the fewer enemies, the better. This saying is absolutely correct. After venting his anger, he gathered with Uncle Bo to hold a small meeting. The two discussed passionately but failed to agree on how much compensation Chen Haonan should pay. Leader Jiang Tianxing had always ignored these two generals, remaining silent and not reprimanding them, letting them do as they please. The two discussed passionately but failed to agree on how much compensation Chen Haonan should pay. Leader Jiang Tianxing had always ignored these two generals, remaining silent. As he copied, he asked casually, Uncle Lu, you've seen much of the world. I have an old item at home, a bamboo brush holder. Could you take a look at it for me? At this point, Liang Kuan spoke up, just give it to his Zin's disciple. That kid performs well. I heard this incident didn't even affect him. This is the way to handle things. Stop messing around with trivial matters every day, or it's really annoying. My company has just started, and I'm too busy with important matters to have time to deal with these trivial issues. This time Brother G fell silent. He had no chance against Xian, so it was better not to speak. In the end, the voting result came out passed unanimously. Even DeFei didn't find trouble again. Leader Jiang Tianxing made the final decision. Alright, it's settled. The matters of Amin Island will be handed over to his Zin's disciple. How to handle the follow-up will be his responsibility. He turned to Li Xian. Xian, let your disciple handle this well. Don't disgrace Hongxing. Li Xian agreed promptly. No problem, Mr. Jiang. If he doesn't handle it well, I'll go personally. If those small fries dare not give Hongxing face, I'll expose their secrets and see how bold they really are. Jiang Tianxing nodded, and his expression softened considerably. A Zin's work always satisfied him. The face of Hongxing was also his face. Xian protecting Hongxing meant protecting himself. This loyalty was not in vain. After the meeting, Liang Kuan chased after him. Seeing him with a face full of wanting to speak, but not daring to, Li Xian turned around and walked away, not bothering to engage. Liang Kuan quickly grabbed him. Xian, are we still brothers? Not anymore. Li Xian said this bluntly, leaving no room for sentiment. Liang Kuan was left speechless, rolling his eyes, and not bothering to hesitate, quickly said, Xian, I've looked for several accountants, and all the tax evasion schemes I devised have failed. Do you have any skilled accountants on your side? Introduce a few to me. I've lost a lot of money this past month. Li Xian didn't take advantage of this opportunity to trick Liang Kuan. The issue was too trivial to extract any profit. He directly told Liang Kuan about the accounting firm that Xiu Ti was associated with and suggested he contact Xiu Ti. This matter could be resolved. Liang Kuan's face immediately filled with a smile as he put his arm around Li Xian's shoulder. Don't worry, Xian. If this is resolved, I'll give a big red envelope to your sister-in-law. Hey, you know, starting a company is quite interesting. There are really a lot of ins and outs. I recently went to HKU to attend lectures. Although I couldn't understand, I was deeply shocked. Li Xian slapped Liang Kuan's hand away, deciding to keep his distance from this lunatic to avoid getting infected. You, an illiterate who hasn't even graduated from elementary school, went to HKU to listen to economics lectures. Isn't that self-torture? What can you understand? Fool. Stepping out from here, Li Xian directly went to Tianhong's bar. Upon seeing him, the young brothers at the entrance quickly guided him to Tianhong's private room. Tianhong saw the boss had arrived and immediately sent someone to fetch good wine. He knew the boss had a taste for it. Boss, I saw Liang Kuan looking for you earlier, so I came back first. What happened? Wait a moment, go to the martial arts hall and find Li Zhengren. The two of you are to go to Amin Island, take off Sang Biao's head and deliver it to their leader. Tell him if he dares to mess up again, I'll twist his head off and use it as a ball to kick. Damn, giving face yet not taking it. He paid the protection fee, yet dared to make faces at Hongxing over such trivial matters. Does he want us to raise his flag? Who gave him the guts? Seeing the boss getting angry, Tianhong didn't say much, but cursed Chen Haonan in his heart. This Chen Haonan is truly useless. He can't even handle such a trivial matter, and I have to personally step in. That day the world of Amin witnessed Hongxing's methods. Just two people went to Sang Biao's territory and took his head. One sword was enough with no unnecessary movements. After they left, Sang Biao's place was filled with the injured and disabled. More than 30 of Sang Biao's subordinates were all wasted. In the end, the two of them went to the territory of Sang Biao's gang's leader. No one knew what was said, only that they walked out completely intact, not a single hair lost. Especially the kid with a tuft of blue hair on his head. His gaze was as fierce as if he were looking at a radish, intimidatingly so. Just that gaze was enough to scare people. Those two ruthless men then returned to Hongxing, and it was heard that they had also dealt with Hongxing's manager in Macau. Even their own gang members were called to fight. In a hotel room, Tianhong stared at Chun, Yaoxing, his tone very harsh. Xing, there can't be another incident like this. If I have to worry about the boss over such trivial matters again, just go back and drive. Don't embarrass yourself out here. The boss can't afford to lose face. Do you understand? Sweat was dripping down Chun Yaoxing's forehead. The pressure Tianhong exerted was even more terrifying than that of the boss. His eyes seemed to be staring at a corpse, not giving him any chance to explain. After all, Tianhong was known for acting quickly rather than talking. He didn't dare to retort or explain, obediently standing there to take the scolding. This matter was indeed a mess he created. He was only thinking about not having any issues in his area and never considered the gang's face. Taking a scolding isn't unjust. Moreover, the boss was reminding him, you're a Hongxing person. If Hongxing loses face, do you think you'll gain any glory? The issue isn't that big. The gang in Macau didn't cause trouble after Sang Biao's death. That's normal. Pushing a scapegoat out is just asking for someone to get beaten. Oh, once that's done, just push another one out. Then pinning the gang's old debts on him. The person is dead, and in the end he's still providing some help to the gang. Waste utilization. There's never a shortage of thugs over on Hong Kong Island and Macau. Every day there are hot-headed youngsters wanting to rise to the top. These people have a specific name: pinging trash. After they handle the matter, if someone gets killed, the gang leader will come out to say a few words for appearances that everyone is still brothers and business will continue as usual. This has always been the old routine. This time Hongxing's means were a bit harsh, and Yulan felt uncomfortable about it. Sang Biao's head was taken, and they still had to issue a warning face-to-face, indeed bullying them to the extreme. But he had no choice. Even if his boss Bo Hao hadn't been jailed, Hongxing wouldn't look at Yichun, let alone now. Hongxing could settle things for him out of respect for Bo Hao. Although Bo Hao was serving time, he was still given some face in the Hong Kong underworld. This matter was originally instigated by him to let Sang Biao do it. He wanted to use Hongxing's name to establish his authority in the Macau gang. Who knows? Wei failed to establish himself, instead exposing his backside. The divine messenger of Hongxing retaliated with a slap to the face, first hitting the right cheek, then delivering another blow to the left. First they created chaos, then issued a warning. Damn it, this divine messenger truly lives up to the rumors in the underworld, utterly disregarding rules and reason. What was once a harmonious situation was turned into a solo act by him. This outcome he truly cannot change. Xiang leaned back in his boss chair smoking a cigar and asked his butler Lu Bo have those two young ones returned to Hong Kong Island. Lu Bo first bowed in greeting, then replied after straightening up, sir, the one named Luo Tianhong delivered the gifts to me and took a speedboat back to Hong Kong Island. After Lu Bo finished speaking, a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Xiang saw that look and knew that the items brought back were worthwhile. He smiled and asked, what could make you so happy? Lu Bo remained silent, directly placing the tea canister on Xiang's desk. Xiang lifted the lid and glanced inside, gently nodding. This second marshal of Hongxing truly has some skills. Even knowing you love drinking shui xian tea, that's not ordinary at all, truly not ordinary. Lu Bo carefully put the tea leaves away before speaking. It's rumored outside that the gambling king's butler only drinks pure. In our Chaozhou area, many people really enjoy this. I prepare pure every time we meet to accommodate everyone. But I'm indeed from Chaozhou. What I truly adore is still shui xian oolong. Drinking this reminds me of those warm days in the past. Xiang took a deep puff of his cigar, tapping the ashtray twice. What do you think of this divine messenger? Having followed the master for so many years, Lu Bo understood. This was not about wanting to see someone's household registration, but rather wanting him to analyze the person's temperament and tactics. For some people, other secrets are as transparent as dust under the sun, easily seen through. Lu Bo held on to the details of Li Xin's past, some of which Li Xian himself might have forgotten, yet others remembered clearly. He thought about the path Li Xian had walked before speaking. Sir, this person can be summed up in 2 words: eccentric. In the gang world, he has never engaged in illegal activities since his debut. If there's anything questionable, it would be smuggling cars. Just this one thing, yet he still wrapped it in a legal guise. In the past 2 years, he hasn't made any big moves, only gaining some reputation in the underworld. In other places, it's not worth mentioning. But this reputation was not earned through fighting. The brothers in the circle don't fear his ruthlessness. They fear his stubbornness. Once he bites down, he won't let go. Before he is displeased, he employs all kinds of tactics, very cunning. Thus in the Hong Kong underworld, no one is willing to provoke him. It's too troublesome. The speed at which this person rose to power is unbelievable. Within half a year of joining Hongxing, he entered the list of the underworld. A year later, he took a role as the top decision-maker, and within 2 years directly sat at the helm. What's even stranger is that he seems not to care about this position at all. If the top decision-maker says he won't do it, he won't without a hint of hesitation. Later, Jiang Tianxing, to placate him, conferred him the title of second marshal. Usually he acts like a transparent person in the gang, never interfering with opinions. Whoever displeases him gets cursed at. He can't tolerate even a little grievance. But deep down he is very proud and never bullies the weak. He does not resort to violence against ordinary people. Because of this, he even managed to become a district councilor in Sai Kung. Who would believe that? Since he became the top decision-maker, his legitimate business has skyrocketed. He set up 4 companies in one go and then formed a group with these 4. He used $100 million in cash to acquire Shaw Brothers cinema chain. With the cinema chain as a backing, his status in the Hong Kong film industry skyrocketed, earning him the nickname. What he has most firmly is actually that real estate agency. Its expansion speed is astonishing. As long as it's Hong Kong's territory, you can see their stores in just a few steps. Recently, the second house's Cheong had thoughts of acquiring this company under the Shinda Real Estate. But after investigating, they directly gave up. The reason is simple. This company's boss is not someone who can be easily moved. That's basically the situation. He Seong raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. His daughter wants to acquire the Divine Messenger's agency. Has she not succeeded yet? He knows this daughter too well. Smart, resilient, stubborn, and good-looking. If she were not a girl, he would want to pass on the family business to her after 100 years. There are only a handful of things that could make her back down. Yet she stumbled before a small agency. He picked up his teacup and casually asked, how much is that kid's agency worth? Lu Bo didn't think at all. The numbers were already in his mind. Excluding the main store in Causeway Bay, just on the main island of Hong Kong, and in the affluent areas of Yao Tsim Mong, there are already over 100 branches, and they're still expanding outward. The valuation is roughly around $2 billion. Some of the store properties are cheap, and he bought them outright. Those houses aren't worth much, but what's truly valuable is the resources and owner information they have. Cheong also provided an estimate of $2 billion. There are also people in Hong Kong who are interested in this line of work, wanting to come in and share the pie. But not a single one has succeeded. Before the stores even set up, they were sabotaged by various means. All the initial investments went down the drain. Now this business is exclusive. He Xiong's mind echoed 2 words. Monopoly. He touched his hair, muttering, this kid has quite the guts. The dragons and snakes that emerge from the underworld carve paths in the world, relying on the underworld to step up. He nodded as if affirming something. Means are not important. The process is even less important. The result is what truly matters. This kid has learned well. He has real guts. He Xiong's lips involuntarily curled up, his fingers tapping on the armrest. After thinking for a long time, he finally ordered, send him a message. I want to see him. Lu Bo didn't ask further. Nor did he think that the Divine Messenger would dare to not come. The master personally sent the invitation. That alone is enough to show respect. In Hong Kong, those in the underworld who wouldn't want to scavenge some leftovers from the master's table. Forget about Hong Kong and Macau. Even the big bosses across Southeast Asia would fly over to pay their respects. Upon reaching the entrance, they have to wipe their shoes clean. They cannot dirty He Shung's carpet. Big Brother B, dressed in a suit, stood in the office wearing an aggrieved expression. Li Xian leaned back in his boss chair, glanced at him, and cursed directly. Big Brother B, are you really useless? You can't even handle this small matter. Big Brother B felt extremely frustrated. If I had a solution, would I be here looking for you? He replied unhappily, the workers can't even enter the site in Tsim Sha Sui. What can I do? I came here looking for a solution. Hurry up and resolve it. I have other jobs waiting for me. I'm very busy. Li Xian didn't waste words, directly pulling out his phone to call Axe Brother June. Once the call connected, he said, Brother June, my telecommunications company is about to open. They want let the construction team in Tsim Sha Sui to install the equipment. Can you help me sort it out? Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to come over and mooch food from your house. Why is it so hard to earn this little money? Axe Brother June laughed and scolded from the other end of the line, stop talking nonsense with me. You call this small money? What do I count as? Just have the construction team contact me. In Tsim Sha Sui, they can choose any place, wherever they want to install, just go for it. They'll have my trusted aide accompany them. Li Xian was delighted to hear this, quickly flattering Brother June. I said you are the strongest boss of Shinji. When it comes to handling matters, you are truly generous. If anyone in the underworld disrespects you, they are going against me, Xian. If you have anything, just tell me, and I will help you settle it. Axe Brother June almost laughed in anger upon hearing this. You want me to introduce you? That might solve the issue, but after the problem is resolved, they will scold me for a whole year. What kind of person are you? Don't you have any self-awareness? Hurry up and get lost. Why would I need you to support me? Alright, just let the construction team come over. After finishing, Axe Brother June directly hung up the phone. He called over a nearby little brother and instructed, in a while a construction team will come over to install the equipment. You follow them. Axe Brother June leaned back in his boss chair, feet on the desk, secretly lamenting, Xian, this kid is getting more and more prosperous. How many companies has he opened already? But when he thought of the matter with Chongqing Film Company, a smile appeared on his face. Xian is truly a good brother. That matter was handled impeccably. Just a few days ago, those 2 young ones specifically called to thank him, sending over quite a few generous gifts. Xian, this brother is truly worth having. In the office, Lee Xian leaned back in his chair, gazing lazily at Big Brother B. His words, unapologetic Brother B, are you really capable or not? I see you truly can't handle it. Just one phone call, and you look like you're in a bind. If I entrusted this project to you, it would be a mistake on my part choosing the wrong person. After speaking, he intentionally scanned Big Brother B up and down with his eyes. Big Brother B had no place to vent his frustration. Don't mention me, oh why not let Mr. Jiang personally try going to Tsimsha Sui. Let's see if Axe Brother Jun would give him face. But Big Brother B also knew deep down that Xian, this brother, indeed has some skills. This network, this ability to get things done, is not just talk. Big Brother B was alarmed by the matter concerning Anan. He quickly pulled Lee Xian to speak. Brother Xian, I beg you to leave Anan a way out. With just one word from you, which top decision maker wouldn't listen. Don't let him leave the gang, otherwise he won't survive in Hong Kong. Over these years he has made many enemies while doing things for the gang, and without the gang's support tomorrow he will be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. I'm begging you. Lee Xian waved his hand to Big Boss B, saying, no, please don't cry. If someone sees it, they'll think something's wrong. I've already handled this matter. Tian Hong's actions have been cleaned up afterward. He'll go to Chun Haonan's side to plead for him. After receiving the family punishment, we can consider it settled. This isn't just for Chun Haonan, it's for your face, Big Boss B, and I will definitely uphold that. However, this is the last time. If he makes a mistake again, no one will be able to save him. Upon hearing this from Lee Xian, Big Boss B quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, repeatedly murmuring, Brother Xian, I always said you are the most loyal in Hongxing. You never stand by when a brother is in trouble. This time counts as my debt to you. I will definitely repay it when the opportunity arises. Look at that, isn't he getting the point? Just as Lee Xian indeed had matters to trouble him with, he himself came to the door first. Big Boss B, you are a generous person. Lee Xian seized the moment and directly said, Big Boss B, isn't this a coincidence? I actually have something to trouble you with. Big Boss B's expression changed from gratitude to annoyance, his mood shifting faster than flipping a book. He knew it. How could Lee Xian agree so readily? He must have been waiting for him here. There was no helping it for Anan Sake. He had to do whatever he could. His face darkened as he said, just say it whether it's doable or not, I'll try my best to help you. Lee Xian stood up, putting his arm around Big Boss B's shoulder, smiling as he said, as soon as possible, please build a cargo warehouse near my dock in Saigon. There are just two requirements. First, it must be sturdy. Second, it has to be large. I've already spoken to the Shah, so you can find him. He will give you the address and can handle anything that comes up. Just build it for me as quickly as possible. Seeing that Big Boss B looked a bit troubled, Lee Xian knew what he was worried about, and quickly added, I will pay. Oh, I know the company belongs to Mr. Jiang, and it won't make things difficult for you. Hearing this, Big Boss B's expression became serious. Xian, I can't guarantee other matters for the company, but for your project it will definitely be at cost price. This is my decision. Given what happened with Anan, I owe you this favor. Leave this to me, no problem. The materials and labor will be the best, and I will send Xiao Bao to supervise. If anything goes wrong, they'll sink them into the sea. Even if I retire from the underworld, Big Boss B is not someone anyone can provoke. Lee Xian believed these words. Even if a ship was broken, it still had 3 pounds of nails, let alone Big Boss B had not fallen to such a state. Just as Big Boss B left, Lee Xian received an invitation from the gambling king, He Xian of Aodao. The gilded invitation lay in the palm of his hand with the character, He standing out prominently. He smirked. Hey old man, you've finally been waiting for me, huh? He called Hua Shi, and the security company sent over another 20 personnel. This time it was a visit, bringing along this kid Hua. She was just right for the job. If things really turned violent, then it would be Tian Hong and Li Zhongrun who would take action. The 20 security personnel were, to put it bluntly, just props to show off. In the underworld, the importance of showing off your style is undeniable. You may not love to talk about it, but you cannot do without it. All those people only see what is exposed on the outside. Lee Xian had Hua Shi directly called Chen Yaoxing with just one meaning. Make sure to give me face. After Chen Yaoxing hung up the phone, he quickly sprang into action. Big Boss had thrown him onto Aodao, and he had never managed the affairs here, leaving everything to him. What a huge trust that is. Now that the Big Boss personally came over, if he lost face for the Big Boss, what would he even do? This place of Aodao, though not large, has plenty of tricks. In Hong Kong films you often hear people shout Ma Jiao, which refers to the people and forces here. It lies to the south of his hometown on the western bank of the Pearl River Delta, adjacent to Gongbei in Guangdong Province to the north, and facing Wanzai and Hengqin across the water to the west. To the east, it faces Hong Kong Island and Shenzhen across the sea, a distance of 60 kilometers. To the south, it borders the South China Sea of his hometown. It consists of the Aodao Peninsula and the islands of Taipa and Kowloon, with a land area of over 30 square kilometers. In the mid-15th century, the Portuguese obtained the right to reside here. It wasn't until the end of the 18th century that they officially occupied Aodao through diplomatic documents. Today Audao is an international free port and a world-class tourist and leisure center. The population density here ranks among the highest in the world, and it is one of the 4 major gambling cities globally. Light industry, tourism, hotels, and entertainment have kept Audao thriving. This place is bustling, but if you really talk about it, it's just the size of Audao Street. It's even smaller than a town back home. However, its economic strength never falters in global rankings. Li Xian dressed in a high-collared Zhongshan suit with sunglasses perched on his nose. Hua Shi and the chubby guy flanked him looking like Henga Erjiang. Whether it's the truth or not, Li Xian couldn't care less as long as he didn't embarrass him. The security team led by Jianjun and Zhang Wo marched out from the exit in a neat row of 25. Chen Yaoxing had long been waiting there. Upon seeing the big boss figure, he hurriedly greeted with a hong. Big boss, welcome to Audao. Li Xian looked at a Xing who slightly bowed and nodded. Coming to Chen Yaoxing's side, Li Xian placed his hand on his shoulder and smiled, saying, "A Xing, well done, the matter was handled efficiently, and I'm well aware of it. However, looking ahead is essential, but don't always focus on the immediate. Expand your perspective. Do you understand what I'm saying?" After hearing this, Chen Yaoxing broke into a cold sweat. A few days ago, hearing what Brother Tianhong said, he understood. The big boss was dissatisfied with him for only looking out for himself and not considering the bigger picture. When he came out from Hong Kong Island, he could fight with Chuan Haonan however he wanted, but he nearly dropped the Hongxing name. Chen Yaoxing did not make excuses. He directly lowered his head to admit his mistake. "Big boss, this time it was my fault. Just watch, if I mess up again in the future, I'll roll back to drive for you. At least I can still get a meal." Smart. No excuses, no dodging, and his loyalty was clear. This person indeed has a way about him. Li Xian ignored a hong beside Chen Yaoxing and directly walked toward the convoy. There's a saying in the underworld, a younger brother's younger brother is not your younger brother. This needs to be clear, otherwise you'll fall sooner or later. Those people eat Chen Yaoxing's food, not Li Xin's. There's a fundamental difference. Although all these are under Li Xin's umbrella, since it's entrusted to a younger brother, they have their own methods. Just as he reached the car, he spotted an old man impeccably dressed in a tailcoat waiting for him. Li Xian promptly extended his hand, speaking with politeness. "Uncle Lu, I really shouldn't trouble you to come personally to pick me up." After saying this, he firmly grasped Uncle Liu's right hand. This old fox He Xian was indeed giving him Li Xian face. Uncle Liu's position in the He family was higher than those younger generations. When he steps out, he represents He Xian personally. The younger generations of the He family can only represent themselves. All of He Xin's core businesses are managed by Uncle Lu. You can understand his weight in the He family without saying much. Uncle Lu smiled broadly, teasing. "When Congressman Li comes to Audao, mister. He originally wanted to come personally to greet you, but he couldn't get away due to an urgent matter. So he sent this old man to represent him, and I hope Congressman Li won't mind. This was just polite talk, don't take it seriously. He was merely saying formalities." Who is He Xian? In Audao, his salt may not be salty, but when it comes to vinegar, it's certainly sour. Without his nod, it's a dream to accomplish anything in Audao. Of course, there is an even more ruthless mister. He in Audao known as the Shadow Governor. He can handle what the Audao Governor's office can manage. He can also manage what the Audao Governor's office cannot. He covers everything that can and cannot be done. Got it. This is the Shadow Governor. Don't be fooled by Li Xian being a time traveler. He respects that mister. He deeply from the bottom of his heart. This Shadow Governor is truly a ruthless person. It's not bragging, it's a fact. Li Xian patted Uncle Liu's hand, showing rare humility. "Uncle Lu, just call me a Xian from now on. Otherwise, if it gets out, people might say I have no manners." After Uncle Lu said that, Li Xian immediately laughed. "Mister, he is so busy it's like he's stepping on a fire wheel. How could I dare let him pick me up personally? That would just be tempting fate." Li Xian had a quirk. When he encountered elders, women, or children, his attitude could be incredibly good. But the premise is, don't give him a reason to be rude. If someone were to overstep their bounds, he wouldn't hold back. To put it plainly, vulnerable groups have privileges here, but if they dare to overstep, then sorry, no one can help them. He bullies the upper and not the lower. With Uncle Lu, Li Xian is willing to show respect. But to respect He Xian? No way. That old thing is not worthy. If it weren't for. Anyway, Li Xian didn't want to come in the first place. Do you think I would come just because you asked? What would that make me? Uncle Lu understood these words clearly. This kid didn't put their own old master in his eyes at all. Yet he treated him with the utmost kindness. Strange. Could it really be true what the elders said, that fierce people have? He didn't dare to speak this out loud and quickly changed the subject. "Xian, then I won't be polite anymore. From now on, I'll call you Xian. Let's get in the car. The old master is waiting for you in the office." Listen, that old he really has no issues at all. He didn't even ride a motorcycle first, giving him a show of strength. Not even. Very well. Li Xian found himself another step down. Truly, shameless. The convoy lined up with more than 20 vehicles, stopping at the entrance of Pujing. Jian Guo was the first to get out, opening the car door for the boss. The nearby doorman was left dumbfounded. "This. Is he not letting me earn a tip?" After Li Xian got out of the car, he pointed at a Xing, then at those security personnel. Without saying anything, he turned and followed Uncle Lu inside. At this moment, all the guests standing at the entrance of Pu Jing were sizing up this leading young man. Who is he? Such a grand display. Uncle Lu led the way, followed by over 20 bodyguards. Those people clearly were not to be trifled with. The shortest among them was at least 175 centimeters tall, each one more robust than the last. The arm swung with minimal motion, and the walking posture was unlike that of an ordinary person, truly resembling a soldier. It was quite intimidating. Shen Yaoxing had met Huaxi a few times. He grabbed his arm and turned to shout to the group of bodyguards, "Brothers, first let's get you cleaned up, then we can eat, and it'll help stretch your muscles." After saying that, he shot a glance at Ahong. Ahong understood and quickly led the way. A group of people followed in a rush into the building. Uncle Lu led Li Xian to Hezin's office. The old man was pretentiously reading documents. He waited until Uncle Lu spoke up. "Sir, the councilman from the island has arrived." Only then did Li Xian rub his eyes and mutter, "I've kept him waiting." Without even lifting his butt off the chair, Li Xian ignored him and directly sat opposite him. Jian Gua and his brother leaned against the door, forcibly pushing the two bodyguards in the room aside. The two bodyguards looked at the brothers with a different expression. After a glance, they obediently found a spot to stand. As Li Xian was about to put a cigarette to his lips, Jian Gua quickly ran over and deftly lit it for him. One must admit, Jian Gua really had a keen sense now. Li Xian barely moved, and he could guess what he wanted to do. When he returned, he would definitely give him a raise of 1,000. Looking at Jian Jun, he had his bonus deducted by 500 this month, yet he still called him brother without any sense. Li Xian exhaled a puff of smoke and said loudly, "It's fine, mister. I understand you're busy. I just wonder why you summoned a junior like me today, and do you have any instructions?" Li Xian didn't take Li Xian's attitude seriously and smiled as he replied, "It's not an instruction. I just wanted to meet the most promising young person on the island nowadays. Seeing you today, it really is just as the rumors say. Just as the rumors say. What good reputation does he have on the island? Who doesn't call him a ghostly figure, Li Mahu, except for those who can see through the facade on the west side and say he is a good person? This is simply outrageous." This old man was clearly criticizing his youth, ignorance, and arrogance. With Li Xian's temper, he had never given face to big shots like Uncle Lu. What kind of status did a gambling house owner have? This had to be rebutted. Li Xian maintained his composure and smiled as he said, "It's all the brothers of the underworld giving me face. Li Xian feel ashamed in my heart. How could I compare to Mr. He who commands respect in the island with a presence more valuable than gold? Even the governor can't boast the same status as you. As a junior, I have much to learn from Mr. He to progress. Oh, wouldn't you agree?" Li Xian was taken aback by that. Though he spoke of feeling ashamed, his face betrayed his pride, clearly mocking him for relying on age and experience. Li Xian laughed, the laughter growing louder. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to him like that. This kid has some real guts. However, his words were impeccable. Even if he was mocking him for being autocratic and leaving no room for others, he did so with skill. To command respect and control the winds. At this moment, those words were not flattering. And yet he wanted to learn from him. That truly took some courage. This young man. As the laughter gradually faded, Li Xian's expression slowly turned cold as he said in a low voice, "Young man, you can be reckless, you can be proud, but don't be too arrogant. It won't do you any good." Li Xian's change in demeanor didn't faze Li Xian at all. "To me, ordinary people are beneath me, and those above me. I fight fiercely. You think you can threaten me?" Although he always tried to avoid using force, he knew that if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail, and that would only lead to his own demise. Therefore, he never spoke with his fists. He would never resort to violence if it could be resolved with his mind. Not that he couldn't use force, but he was known as the Knife King, and it didn't mean he wouldn't use it. "You're quite bold, old man." Li Xin's expression remained unchanged, not even raising his eyelids as he stared at Li Xian, but spoke very arrogantly, "Mr. Li Xian am not reckless nor prideful, but I am young. If young people aren't arrogant, what do you call them?" Inside the office, He Cheong, who had been on tiptoes, was completely stunned upon hearing this. Does Li Xian have a death wish? How dare he speak to his father like that? Does he even realize who he is talking to? The big shot of one of the 4 major gambling cities in the world, the king of gambling, Li Xian. As long as his father lets a hint slip, Li Xian wouldn't even get a ticket back to the island. How does he have the audacity? While thinking this, Li Xian spoke up, "Young people are prone to temper. Yes, absolutely right. If I hadn't had that drive in my youth, I wouldn't have become today's king of gamblers. I would have died in Vietnam long ago. Pirates, bandits, what haven't I seen? I've never backed down from fleeing to becoming the king of gamblers. It was this very spirit that kept me going. Li Xian, I have high hopes for you, truly high hopes. Why not come over and join me?" Li Xian completely ignored the olive branch extended by this old man, holding the VCD in his hand, who would still look up to his meager resources. "Though it doesn't compare to the abundance in your bowl, I still find my own cooking quite satisfying." Li Xian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh even more. "Though it doesn't compare to the abundance in your bowl, I still find my own cooking quite satisfying." Li Xian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh even more. What a tough little nut. His impression of him rose a few notches. He wasn't afraid this kid would have a big appetite. How could it be bigger than Li Xian? Li Xian changed his tone, becoming serious. "Li Xian, I truly have high hopes for you. Have you really not considered coming to work for me? Think about it again. Li Xian had already sensed a change in the way He Xian referred to him. This was serious, it wasn't just a cat, yet he still didn't budge, replying decisively, Mr. He, I appreciate your good intentions, I remember this favor. However, I have my own path to tread, and things are going quite smoothly. Maybe in a couple of years you'll see me in the financial magazines of the island. This isn't bragging, I know what I'm capable of. He Xian couldn't help but sigh in regret internally. This kid truly had some skills. His words were impeccable, neither humble nor arrogant. Though he appeared arrogant, he maintained a firm grasp on the situation, making it hard for people to dislike him. Finance. It seems he is quite invested in that real estate company. He took a moment to collect his thoughts before speaking up. A squeezed fruit isn't sweet. The door to my business is always open for you. So, is there a possibility of collaboration? Li Xian was well aware of what he meant by collaboration. That was also the reason he came to the island. Are you referring to the real estate company? He Xian leaned back in his chair and clapped his hands. Talking to a smart person is a breeze. So is there any room for collaboration? The assets under Shinda Real Estate, including commercial land properties, malls, and office buildings, easily amounted to several billion. But the problem is, its stock price was as stable as dead water with a market value just above 10 billion, and there were no circulating shares in the market. Just hanging there being tempted is useless. What's going on? Besides the visible bits, they hadn't released much. Everything was tightly controlled by the He family. Even if someone held shares, they couldn't sell them, as there was also a family office pressing down on them. The He family could at most take a little profit, wanting to interfere in company operations. No way. Li Xian knew very well that his little intermediary company couldn't even reach the threshold of Shinda Real Estate. But things depend on the person. Our rules are dead, but people are alive. He had long prepared his words, opening his mouth with warm talk. Since you, uncle, he have spoken, how could it be false? As a business magnate like you, agreeing to see my little shop is a tremendous honor for me. If I don't take it, wouldn't that be failing to recognize your worth? How this matter unfolds, you have the final say. I won't argue. Feel free to lay out the conditions. I'll take care of everything. He Xian was truly baffled by this kid. When he first entered, he acted as if he was the king of the world, looking down on everyone. But when it came to interest, he immediately changed his tone, elevating He Xian to the sky, while he himself shrank to the ground, even handing over the decision-making power without batting an eye. This guy has some serious nerve. He Xian had never seen anyone with such thick skin in his life. Just a moment ago he was acting all high and mighty, but in the blink of an eye he wilted like a weed by the roadside, ready to be trampled, yet firmly rooted. It was as if his previous words about youthful recklessness had never left his mouth. This guy has some serious nerve. He Xian had never seen anyone with such thick skin in his life. Just a moment ago he was acting all high and mighty, but in the blink of an eye to be able to bow and then look up, that is true skill. He Xian internally raised his evaluation of him even higher, still feeling he had underestimated him. Truly remarkable. Since he has lowered himself so much he couldn't step on him again, so he could only speak. A Xian Shinda Real Estate will give you 10% of the shares. Your company remains yours. How about it? Li Xian completely dodged this topic, bustling around. Uncle, let's set this aside for now. Let's talk about collaboration first. What do you think? How should we cooperate? He Xian shook his head in regret. Then let's calculate based on the valuations of both companies for a cross-share swap. After that, Shinda Real Estate will invest in your intermediary company. Any problem with that? Li Xian shook his head without even thinking. No, Uncle He. If we do it this way, Shinda Real Estate is simply giving me money. I have this one good trait. I never take advantage of others. Fair trade, no deceit. He Xian's perception of his thick skin was refreshed once again as he laughed and scolded, you little brat, you can't be serious about wanting to exchange based on stock market valuations, can you? Otherwise what? Li Xian replied matter-of-factly. He Xian was so angry he pointed at him, laughing. Your audacity is truly astonishing. How can you even dare to say something like that? Do you want the stars? Go dream, see if there's anyone foolish enough to agree. Li Xian was not angry at all, calculating in his head, if scolding him could lower the market value, he would be more than happy to let He Xian scold him to tears. He wished he would hurry up and leave, otherwise he could be scolded into bankruptcy. Uncle He, you are wrong here. Didn't you say to exchange based on market value? Li Xian said little. Having 2 or 3 close friends is enough. There's no need for greed. He had never seen such a young person before. Don't young people care about their image and fear being looked down upon? But here with Li Xian, he seemed utterly unconcerned about face. He was also impressed. He quickly called his daughter from the inner room, letting the young one stir things up. The old man truly couldn't handle it. His heart couldn't take it. He walked out from the inner room. In person, she looked much more robust than in the photo, giving Li Xian a smile as a greeting. Li Xian, being naturally sociable, immediately cast aside the 2 old men upon seeing his target appear. He directly extended his right hand, smiling as he spoke. Hello, I'm Li Xian from Hongshin Group. It's our first meeting. What a fate. He extended his hand for a brief shake. This person was thick-skinned, but had proper social etiquette, releasing his grip quickly without being bothersome. Hello, Mr. Li. I am He Qiong, the executive director of Shinda Real Estate. Please take care of me in the future. He Xian looked at Li Xian with a somewhat fierce gaze. He was quite annoyed and waved his hand saying, discuss the collaboration with the Cheongo chat elsewhere. I don't want to see you right now, just leave quickly. Don't bother to say goodbye, I don't have the time to see you off. Alright, you do as you please. Li Xian ignored what he said. He first shook hands with Uncle Lu to bid farewell, then turned to He Xian and said, Alright uncle, he is getting older and can't keep up, I understand. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just let the young ones handle it. No need to send me off, I'll talk to he about the collaboration. You stay here. He turned and left, completely disregarding the curses behind him, whom he sounded robust and could live for several decades. Truly good people don't live long, while calamities last for 1,000 years. It's unjust. He also wanted to be a calamity, after all, living long. After He Cheong left with Li Xian, He Xian's expression became serious as he asked Uncle Lu, what do you think this time? Uncle Lu pondered Li Zin's performance and slowly replied, he can't be called a tyrant, he is cautious and doesn't seem overly suspicious. His murderous intent isn't strong, and he hasn't truly eliminated many since his debut. Yet his methods sometimes make people feel more uncomfortable than others. The He family mistakenly believed that the real estate agency was Li Zin's most valuable asset, but they were gravely mistaken. The security company and the film company are his true treasures, and even if someone offered mountains of gold in exchange, he wouldn't budge. There were no obstacles in negotiating the large framework of cooperation Li Xian, and He Cheong quickly settled matters with just a few words. It was quite simple. Before the end of 1983, Li Xian would purchase no more than 10% of Xinda real estate at market price, while Xinda real estate would acquire no more than 20% of Hongxin agency in cash. What truly holds value for Xinda real estate are the land and properties, while Hongxin agency's worth lies in the intangible flow of information. After exchanging shares, Hongxin agency would fully open up the information it possessed to Xinda real estate. Now being deeply tied to Xinda, his lack of funds is a significant issue. More crucially, he is at a disadvantage in this cooperation. Li Xian has never willingly played the fool. He doesn't care how many shares Xinda real estate offers him. What matters to him is using this stepping stone to enter the real estate circle and along the way connect with the vast network behind Xinda. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to navigate the real estate circle in Hong Kong Island. All paths would be blocked. As for construction materials, given his strong connections back home, it's only natural for them to lend him a hand. Not to mention with steel bars, cement, and sand, what's the harm in giving him a little? The child struggles to earn a living outside and the adults at home should provide some support. Isn't that just common sense? Let's not forget that he already has a Hong Kong Island residency. Li Xian is quick-witted in this regard. On Hong Kong Island, he is a local from back home. When he returns to his hometown, he is a successful businessman from Hong Kong. Moreover, both identities are genuine and can withstand scrutiny without a hint of falsehood. He brought the embryo of the electronic industry back home, gritting his teeth and striving to send them what they desperately need. So what's the problem with his hometown giving him a little of what he desires? Everyone helps one another, it's beneficial for all, and no one suffers losses. The companies Li Xian is managing on Hong Kong Island, except for the security and film companies, he doesn't care for at all. If they succeed, he accepts it with a smile. If they fail, he simply brushes it off without any heartache. Just like his second uncle once told him, nephew, farming is simply about sowing seeds in the ground and being diligent with weeding and fertilizing. As for whether there will be a bountiful harvest in the end, that's up to heaven. Now the seeds have all been sown and growth is on track. What follows is weeding and fertilizing. He'll handle the fertilizing himself, while the weeding will be entrusted to Yaoyang, who is absolutely reliable. That kid is the best at this. Once the projects back home are completed and enough experience is gained, he must return to his side to sort out all the messy affairs. This trip to Audao has been fruitful. Everything that needed to be done has been accomplished. Before leaving, he still needed to say goodbye to that old man, He Xian, just to complete the formalities. Li Xian was sent off with a glare from the old man and turned back to Hong Kong Island. In the office in Causeway Bay, Jimmy was reporting on the matters he had been tasked with before leaving. Boss, there's a reply from Hoi Jianning. He said he's doing well at Huang and hasn't thought about moving. He also asked me to convey his gratitude for your appreciation of him. He will remember this kindness. Jimmy paused for a moment, stealthily glancing at Li Xian, and added, Boss, I really did my best. It's not that I'm afraid he would come and take my job. He genuinely doesn't want to jump ship. He's quite satisfied with Huang. Just like me, he would never do anything to betray the company. This statement made Li Xian burst into laughter. Jimmy, if I didn't trust you, would I hand over the entire agency to you? Jimmy sighed in relief and stepped out of the office. Once the door closed, Li Xian leaned back in his chair, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest. Loyalty. Is there any absolute loyalty in this world? It's merely about not being offered enough of an incentive. What Li Huanghua can provide, he can provide too. What Li Huanghua can't offer, he can still give. He's willing to spend whatever it takes. If that's not enough to recognize his worth, then forget about ghosts, see trouble. Where did these three words come from? Inciting discord, finding gaps, and seizing opportunities. The military strategies left by our ancestors are hard for most to withstand. In business warfare, isn't it all about using any means necessary? If pulling a few hairs from Li Huanghua could get the job done, he'd make that person bald. Hua Jianning, this worker, he has him completely figured out. The process is unimportant. He only cares about the outcome. It's a waste to let a good resource be used by Li Huanghua. Better for him to take over the labor. Li Huanghua doesn't need to be overly grateful. This is simply his duty. Li Huanghua. He grinned. Hurry up and say thank you. Li Xian decided to personally invite Hua Jianning out for a chat. If he could resolve matters without resorting to conflict, that would be best. It would save him trouble. On Hong Kong Island's northern region at Fanling Golf Course. Both were dressed in white, wearing caps, standing on the green, discussing pleasantries. Director Hua. Li Xian held his club casually. Your resume is far too impressive for a position like financial director. He paused. I've carefully looked over your resume. Oh, it's truly remarkable. You earned your Bachelor of Arts at St. John's University in '74 and also qualified as a certified accountant. In '79, you returned from the States and were directly recruited by Li Sheng into Changhua as the accounting director. Then you furthered your studies at the University of New England in Australia, earning a degree in financial management and qualifying as an Australian accountant. While working, you continued to enhance your skills. Your abilities exceed just that of a financial director. Li Xian looked at Hua Jianning. You should have a broader field to explore. He swung his club with force. The white ball flew out, starting as a small dot before soaring away, eventually disappearing into the horizon. The nearby caddy shook her head. Clearly this young boss didn't know how to play golf. However, he really had strength. She liked it. Hua Jianning swung his club, sending the ball flying far. Leaning on his club, he squinted at where the ball would land. Once it settled, he nodded in satisfaction. Turning around, he said to Li Xian, Mr. Li, thank you for thinking so highly of me. However, I'm quite satisfied with my current position with Huang and haven't thought of leaving. Li boss values me highly and I handle my role as financial director quite smoothly. Oh, I truly don't plan on moving. Is that so? Li Xian smiled, removed his gloves, lightly clapped his hands, and returned to sit back down. But I've heard that Director Hua has been feeling quite stifled recently. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to change places? Give yourself a chance and provide Hongxin with a chance too. The two of you can rise together to the top. Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful? Hua Jianning was clear in his mind. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave. If another big company offered such good conditions, he would have left long ago. These days there's no such thing as absolute loyalty. It's merely about the price not being high enough. He had inquired about Li Xian from Hongxin Group. He is somewhat capable, but the problem is, there's a shadow of the underworld around him. Even though he holds a title as a counselor, Hua Jianning doesn't feel secure. If the company were to be investigated due to this connection, his career in finance would be over. He couldn't take the risk. Who in Hong Kong Island isn't somewhat involved with the underworld? No one in his family is in the underworld, but there are always a few relatives. However, this is different. This is betting his entire career. Not worth it. The thickness of Li Xin's skin is not to be underestimated. The words he just said would fool only a fool. Though Li Xian isn't exceptionally clever, he's not easily fooled. Director Hui, you might not be too familiar with Hongxin Group. Li Xian said, the legal representative of Hongxin is not me, but my girlfriend Ms. Chiu Ti. I don't own a single share in the group. I'm just the hired chairman earning a salary of $1 Hong Kong. Currently, Hongxin has 6 subsidiaries: security agency, film, cinema, taxi, and communications. The asset scale isn't particularly large, certainly not comparable to those real estate developers. But for a company like Hongxin, it can certainly be considered a medium-sized enterprise, right? What do you think? Li Xian finished speaking, staring into Hua Jianning's eyes, waiting for his reaction. Hua Jianning was intrigued. If it's truly as you say, that would be excellent. He followed up with a question, Mr. Li, aren't you afraid that one day Hongxin might change its name? Such things are not uncommon. Li Xin's laughter could be heard in the rest area. He boldly said, Director Hua, the legal representative, can give it to you right now. Take whatever you can if you have the ability. Hua Jianning pressed on. If I become the legal representative and can use the company's funds, how could I not take it? Li Xin's tone was confident. Director Hua, let's not talk about my broken family office. Oh, just talk about myself. You can take the money, but do you dare to spend it? In all of Hong Kong Island, whoever touches my Li Xin's money is going against me. It's a matter of life and death, and I won't stop until the other party is completely finished. I can assure you it won't be me who falls. Are you satisfied with this answer? Hua Jianning was stunned. The person before him spoke with such certainty, without a hint of hesitation, as if it were a matter of course. He truly was a tough nut to crack. He then asked the most pressing question, Mr. Li, what about the management rights of the company? You decide, but it'll just keep a supervisory role. Business management is a matter for professionals like you. I won't meddle where I don't understand. Professional matters should be left to professional people. With you here, I believe that with your skills you will definitely manage the company well. As the chairman, I should act sensibly and refrain from speaking on matters I don't understand. Director Hu, do you have any other questions? Hua Jianning was left speechless, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Such spirit, such broad-mindedness, such trust. Isn't this what he had been searching for all his life, like Lu Huangshu? Isn't this what the ancient saying goes? If you don't trust someone, don't employ them, but if you employ them, trust them. If it were ancient times, he would surely have said, Ning, I bow before you, my lord. This life must be devoted to the utmost, even if it costs my life. Hua Jianning was not one to drag things out. He promptly gave his acceptance. Boss, he'll resign as soon as possible and come to report for duty. All right, it's settled then. General Manager Hua, aside from security and film the entirety of Hongxin Group, is under your management. Having discussed the important matter, they each went their separate ways. At the Huang Group's Human Resources Department, Director Li, this is my resignation letter. Thank you for the cultivation and trust the company has provided all along. I'm here to say goodbye today, we shall meet again if fate allows. Hua Jianning spoke the polite words. With his departure imminent, these words were merely a formality. Li Ju, the eldest son of Li Huanghua, looked at Hua Jianning before him and spoke. Director Hua, why the sudden decision to leave? Has something happened? If there are difficulties, you can take a leave of absence and return after resolving them. Thank you for your concern, Director Li. Due to personal reasons, I truly cannot continue in this position. You don't need to think too much about it. Hua Jianning's response was watertight. Li Ju didn't believe a word of it. But everyone has their own ambitions. It was pointless to force someone to stay. There were plenty of company matters to attend to, and he signed the documents. Hua Jianning had little to hand over. Having just returned from studying abroad, he didn't hold any specific position, and the procedures were completed in just a few minutes. Carrying a cardboard box, he strode out of the Huang Group building. Standing at the entrance, he looked up at the place he had been for 3 years. He felt a bit reluctant, but still turned and left. He needed to quickly get into the right mindset. Hongxin Group needed to be reorganized from the ground up. The upcoming period would be his time to shine. As he thought of this, his heart raced. This was a medium-sized enterprise. It would be his battlefield in the future. He needed to figure out how many cards he held in his hand to fight hard battles for the group. He couldn't let down the trust the boss had placed in him. Upon returning home, he put down the cardboard box and personally cooked a feast, waiting for his wife to come back for dinner. Usually his wife took care of the household chores while he was busy all day. It was rare for him to have free time, so he had to reward her. The two sat at home chatting and laughing over dinner. On the Li family side, the atmosphere was not as pleasant. Lao Huanghua looked at his son with a disapproving gaze. He casually took a few bites of rice before calling Xiao Huanghua into the study. Tonight he heard his eldest son say that a finance director named Hua Jianning had resigned. Lao Huanghua felt a pang in his heart. This was a talent he had been eyeing for almost 3 years. Once the probation period was over, Hua Jianning could soar to great heights, rising at a speed no one could imagine. He saw many qualities in Hua Jianning that a leader should possess. With proper nurturing, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Huang Group in the future. Yet his eldest son told him that this person had flown away. He suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, "Why didn't you mention this during work hours? Isn't it just a finance director leaving? What's the big deal?" Li Ju was puzzled. Lao Huanghua raised his hand and rubbed his nearly bald head. He couldn't blame his eldest son for this. He had never mentioned this to his son, wanting him to gain experience in the finance department, simply hoping he would gradually build his own network. Now it was unfortunate that he had no way to express his grievances. He sighed, "Forget it, let's find someone else." Finding someone capable was certain. But could anyone compare to a working emperor? Who knows? Anyway, Li Xian was quite pleased. When he returned to Sai Kung, he immediately spotted Jiang Tianxing at the corner. That person stood before a merit monument, wiping the stone inch by inch with a cloth. That chilly monument seemed to be even more cherished than his woman Fang Ting. The wiping seemed endless. As Li Xian just got out of the car, he saw Jiang Tianxing crouching there, rubbing the monument with a cloth. "Mr. Jiang, are you wiping your name again?" He walked over and called out with a smile. The other party didn't even turn his head. "If I'm not wiping yours, whose could it be?" "Yeah. Your name is at the bottom. If I were to wipe it a bit, I'd have to bend my old back for it. It's not worth it." Li Xian smoothly replied. "All right then, the front row position and that pile of introductions will be reserved for you. My name will be behind, and he'll be glad to catch a bit of your glory." He didn't go home for dinner and directly turned into the Hongxin restaurant. As soon as he entered, he asked Jiang Tianxing, "What do you want to eat today?" Jiang Tianxing pondered for 2 seconds. "My skin has been very dry these days. He'll take a bowl of goji berry pig trotter soup." Li Xian turned and shouted towards the bar, "Sister, one add a pig trotter soup today with extra goji berries." The other 4 dishes remained the same. Jian Guo was quite sensible, sitting in the first floor hall, not following them. Just as the two sat down, Jiang Tianxing was about to bring up the meeting for tomorrow, but Li Xian interrupted him. "Mr. Jiang, I happen to have something to discuss with you. Big Boss B asked me to convey a message for Chun Haonan, who I've agreed. Since you're here today, I wanted to inform you." During the last meeting, Jiang Tianxing mentioned covering the losses of the organization himself. Li Xian was well aware and saw no need to make this person bring it up again over such a trivial matter. Moreover, Big Boss B was handling it for him. One must adhere to social etiquette, right? With so many people in the organization watching, he couldn't afford to let anyone's spirit down. Besides having received benefits from others, he naturally needed to do something in return. Jiang Tianxing smiled, looking at him. Xian, sometimes I really feel that you understand me better than I Yao. You never put me in a difficult position. Even when something requires me, you find a way to return the favor. Why is that? Li Xian had some skill in flattering. Flattery shouldn't be forced but can easily hit a wall. Leave 8 parts of truth and 2 parts as compliments. You can't flatter every day who in attendance isn't sharp. If every word is flattery, who wouldn't notice? But if a few words carry sincerity, the flavor becomes different. He had quite a knack for this. Mr. John, to be honest, it's not that I understand you more. It's just that I act according to my heart in every matter, and that's how things turn out that way. I know my own worth. If it weren't for you supporting me and being my backbone over a year ago, how could I have secured my... There are many in Hongxing who have contributed more than I have. Those with more experience and abilities. Oh, what basis is there for me to be favored? Isn't it because you, Mr. John, were willing to support me? Moreover, it was you who let me take on a leadership role earlier. I remember that favor. Jiang Tianxing pressed the cigar in his hand into the ashtray, extinguishing its glowing ember. You're right, kindness is kindness and hatred is hatred. I, Jiang Tianxing, am not the type to turn my back on others. As long as there's a way, I'll leave room for people. But if someone blocks my path, that's a different story. When I get ruthless, even I fear myself. I can take on anyone, even my own brother. He paused, his gaze settling on Li Xian. We share the same goal, both wanting to move forward, which is why I'm telling you, I've already crossed your name off the Underworld roster. The invitation for the position has been burned, and you have no flaws to speak of with the police now. Only I and Uncle Bo know about this matter. That old sly one said it was his fault for not managing it well, causing your name to be lost. He doesn't even know where the invitation ended up. If someone really investigates, he will bear the consequences alone. Li Xian remained silent. Jiang Tianxing continued, I'm doing the cutting, removing you from it first. In the future, no matter who sits at the helm, they won't dare to bring this up regarding you. They won't have the guts. This way you remain the number 2 in Hongxing, borrowing the organization's strength, while keeping trouble at bay, clean and tidy. Li Xin's mind held a single thought. This Jiang Tianxing was truly confident. He directly erased any leverage he had. Impressive. This wasn't merely helping him, it was clearly doing a favor, and quite a significant one at that. Regardless of how Li Xian fared in the future, he owed a debt of gratitude to the organization's people. Yet Li Xian did not push back, accepting it readily. A favor, after all, was merely a matter of you owing me, and I owing you, a back-and-forth exchange. Mr. Zhang, rest assured, I, Xian, have a sense of responsibility. From now on, I will not turn a blind eye to any issues that arise in the Hongxing gang. Since I have enjoyed the benefits of the organization, I will also give something back. I have no objections. Li Xian said this with a serious demeanor. Though he didn't voice it, he felt a newfound admiration for Jiang Tianxing. Having courage is not something that comes simply from holding a high position. Those who reach such heights possess emotional and intellectual intelligence, but the qualities they embody are often earned with their lives. Li Xian also had his own identity. Although it was a bit shabby, it was still a label. Unreasonable. He only reasoned with others. He never listened to others. This guy had a notorious reputation in the Hong Kong underworld, and everyone criticized him for being double-standard. After a hearty meal, Jiang Tianxing praised the pig trotter soup. Before leaving, he asked Li Xian to pack some goji berries for him, claiming they were good. Li Xian shot him a glance, but said nothing. Sister One shook her head, muttering continuously. Finding a cow to milk every day, what good does that do for your health? By the time you finish, you'll be completely worn out. Was this a gain or a loss? Jiang Tianxing left with a bag of goji berries, his posture noticeably straighter, clearly effective. He hurriedly asked Sister One to pack some for him as well. Even if they weren't needed immediately, it was better to be prepared. How many beautiful girls are there in Hong Kong? Countless. If he becomes powerless in the future, that would truly be troublesome. It's essential to take care of oneself. This matter cannot be taken lightly. To be honest, Li Xian could still keep himself in check. With his current wealth, there was no need to chase after women. Those willing to pursue him could line up. Not to mention, he also owned a film company, which aspiring young actresses wouldn't want to come to him for auditions. In matters concerning women, Li Xian's self-control was quite commendable, much better than many of his predecessors. Some of them had so many women around them that they could almost form a platoon. Could they handle it all? Originally, he planned to invite Desha and the others over for drinks tonight. But that workaholic insisted on coming to Sai Kung to find him late at night, claiming he was still uneasy. Chiao Ti poured a cup of tea for Hui Jianing and placed it in front of him. Thank you for your hard work, Director Chiao. Hui Jianing said politely. Boss, after dinner, I went back to the company to get materials from Manager Li. It wasn't until I got home and reviewed everything that I realized the company's most promising venture isn't the agency, it's the communications business. The exclusive agency rights for Motorola wireless phones in Hong Kong have a terrifying future. What I'm talking about isn't selling the phones themselves, but the communication fees. This is a golden goose that can lay eggs for at least 10 years. This can definitely serve as the backbone of the group. Li Xian was well aware. The base stations had already been set up, and the telecommunications company's radio license had been approved quickly. All the procedures were completed in just 7 days. He also knew that phone bills were profitable. In his previous life, he paid $68 a month for an unlimited plan. He hadn't yet decided how much it would cost in this timeline. Now that Hu Jianing had informed him that the company had great potential, things became simple. Director Hor, for this small matter you can decide, no need to discuss it with me in the future. Just prepare the plan, and for everything else go ahead and do it. I will fully support you. Is there anything else? Li Xian spoke decisively and straightforwardly. Since they had a good vision, there was no need for him to meddle and annoy others. For him to follow along blindly would be absurd. He never considered anyone as an NPC in a game. These people were fully fleshed out individuals. He couldn't just presume that he could dictate based on his extra decades of life experience. It was important to assess the situation and the timing. The fragmented information he possessed was sufficient to serve as an incubator. The rest should be left to the experts. That was his role. Don't open your mouth. The moment you do, you'll give yourself away. The little knowledge he had could only outline a rough framework. Anything more would be asking for trouble. Hu Jianing came running in high spirits and left with a smile. He had expected to chat late into the night, but who would have thought that before finishing a cup of hot tea, everything was already settled. The boss really trusts Hu Jianing. As the old saying goes, a warrior dies for his confidant, and a woman adorns herself for her beloved. Just wait and see. Li Xian didn't have time to ponder Hu Jianing's little schemes. Even if he figured it out, he only had one approach. Continue to pay the salary from his previous life and let him become a worker emperor again, while also giving him some shares. Anything else? No, that's it. Just a sincere boss who trusts him. As for the time limit, it's a lifetime. But don't cause trouble. The next day early in the morning, the door was knocked on. If it weren't for a familiar face, it would be too early for anyone to show up. When he opened the door, he saw, "When did you come back?" Chen Xiao was at the door. "I arrived last night. I missed my wife, so I didn't come over yesterday." Chen Xiao casually closed the door, and the two of them sat down in the living room, where he began to speak. "Was it smooth?" "Smooth, boss. Everything went according to your plan. Otherwise I would have been home sooner. Those people were treated with the same benefits as security company employees, including salary and bonuses." He paused for a moment, and added, "It's just that the number of people who came back with me is a bit much, over 250. I will try to find them jobs to alleviate the pressure on you, boss." Chen Xiao was always efficient in his work, arranging everything neatly. Li Xian thought for a moment, and said, "No rush. Take on work if you can, if not practice. Just don't drop the ball at a crucial moment." "All right. Do you want to meet these people?" Chen Xiao asked. "It would be good." The scene was quite impressive. The line was orderly, and everyone carried a sense of murderous intent. Their appearances were different, but their gazes were the same. Capable of scaring children to tears, and they would cry for quite a while. Li Xian spotted a familiar face in the crowd, and turned to glance at the brothers Jian Jun and Jian Gua. How did their nemesis also show up? Li Xian spoke a few words to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao walked to the front of the line, and shouted, "Li Fu, step forward." That familiar face walked steadily to the front of the line. His voice was loud, and he opened his mouth to shout, "Report to the team." "Stop. Immediately halt." Li Xian shouted, and gave Chen Xiao a look. Chen Xiao understood immediately he had been through this before. Too glaring. Damn. Li Xian cursed inwardly. If these guys were equipped, could they have taken back Hong Kong in advance? That was too blatant. He directly told Jian Gua, "You take Li Fu and let him be your deputy. You're responsible for changing his habits. Understand how to do it." Jian Gua immediately understood. He was familiar with this matter, and often worked to change his own habits. Kuan Ge was easy to serve, having one more wouldn't hurt. Jian Gua parked the car in front of the central cathedral, and drove off, with a rev of the engine. The sound indicated he had tasted success. Li Xian returned to his former position, sitting between the two generals Guan Er Yi. This place was really nice. He could chat with Uncle Bo without missing a show, seeing all the excitement. Uncle Bo leaned in and whispered, "Xian, do you think Chun Haonan can be kicked out?" "He can't be kicked out. I spoke up for him. A big boss be sent something and I agreed." Li Xian said nonchalantly, as if discussing what to eat today. Uncle Bo's eyes widened. "Damn. What does big boss be mean? Who doesn't know that we are two sides of the same coin, the two generals? If he sends something to you without giving me something, doesn't that mean he's not planning to support Shin Haonan anymore? This fool." Uncle Bo felt unbalanced. It was like sending a round of cigarettes and forgetting the last person. It was very offensive. Li Xian directly pulled over a chair sitting beside Uncle Bo, and lowering his voice, "That fool was already lacking in brains. Why bother arguing with him? I've prepared a big gift for you. Someone will deliver it home later, the latest model of the imported Persian cat from Bolan. Don't wander around. Just wait obediently." Uncle Bo, upon hearing this, couldn't contain his joy. "Xian, you understand me. There's no other way. If this is my passion. While I can still stir things up, I need to stir things up. Otherwise the only thing left is to indulge in memories." Li Xian rolled his eyes. This old fellow lived for such things. If he didn't engage for a day, he would feel uncomfortable, and he wasn't afraid of not getting out of bed one day. The conference room was once again filled with smoke. With all other matters settled, only how to deal with Chun Haonan remained. Liang Ma spoke up. "Nan has been with Hongxing since childhood, contributing both effort and merit. We should give him another chance, otherwise outsiders will say our gang lacks compassion." The opportunistic Gugu chimed in, yes, 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 it is so. The rest remained silent. They were all shrewd individuals, and even those who weren't wise had clever friends to remind them, like Long Yao. He was truly foolish. The leader Jiang Tianxing saw that the timing was right, and slowly said this matter was brought up by Xian. I'll let him express his opinion. After all, he has handled it, but didn't specify how. Everyone should also hear how his methods work. Jiang Tianxing already knew the ins and outs. Bringing it up today was to awaken these people, reminding them not to be too excessive. When facing tough challenges, no one would have a good outcome. Li Xian was indifferent and straightforward. There's no special method. First I took out Sang Biao, and then let Yulan Kan's Tianhong send Sang Biao's head back. I don't know if he marinated it. We cannot lose face for Hongxing, that's all. The room fell silent. Yulan Kan had some weight in Aodao. You let Tianhong carry Sang Biao's head back. We cannot lose face for Hongxing, that's all. The room fell silent. Yulan Kan had some weight in Aodao. You let Tianhong carry Sang Biao's head. With Sang Biao's head severed, anyone would shudder at such a matter. Li Xian sat in the main seat, a cold smile playing on his lips. He was all too familiar with these people's characters. They were those who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Without showing them some color, they truly assumed he was easy to talk to. First he had to establish his authority, then everything else would go smoothly. He stood up, walked to the conference table, and scanned the room. Chun Haonan's punishment was self-inflicted. However, Liang Ma and Gugu also made valid points. Oh, we should leave him a way out. After all, Haonan is an artist signed to my film company. How can everyone give me some face on how to resolve this matter? The dinosaur was the first to speak. If Brother Xian has spoken, then what more is there to say? It's your call. This trivial matter doesn't warrant expelling anyone from the club. Just give him a chance. Big D nodded in agreement. The dinosaur is right. You decide. I have no objections. The prince and the boxing king exchanged glances. We feel the same way. Tianhong and Huasha remained silent, clearly waiting for others to voice their opinions first. Finally, Liang Cohen spoke up, his face full of impatience. Damn. All day long we're fussing over this trivial matter. Can't we settle down a bit? Let's wrap this up quickly, and my company is waiting for a meeting. He added, this time Xian takes the lead, don't pull any tricks. I'm very busy. After finishing, he leaned back in his chair, rolling his eyes to the point where they were almost out of sight. It was evident that Kuan Gu was genuinely fed up with dealing with the club's petty issues. Alright, since the brothers are giving face, there's nothing more to say. As for Chun Haonan's matter, let the criminal hall handle it, and strip him of his red stick identity. With that settled, Li Xian turned to Grey Dog. Dogsy, don't leave later. I need to talk to you. Returning to his seat, he picked up his teacup, took a sip, and spat out the tea leaves. He then turned to Uncle Bo and fired off. Uncle Bo, could you please buy some decent tea next time? Is there no money left in the club's account? Uncle Bo looked innocent. Xian, I didn't buy it myself. Oh, why are you taking it out on me? Wasn't that tea purchased by your hall? You old man must have pocketed some funds to share some with me, and I'll pretend I did. Get lost. How much could tea cost? Why would I be greedy over that? Li Xian raised his eyebrows and leaned closer. Uncle Bo, you're not being honest, are you? Just come clean. How much did you pocket? Share some with me. Jiang Tianxing, listening to the two getting increasingly ridiculous, shot them a glare. Both immediately fell silent. Jiang Tianxing turned to everyone and said, then it's settled regarding Chun Haonan. After the meeting, the criminal hall will execute the family law immediately. Meeting adjourned. Once the meeting was over, Chun Haonan, with half of his head wrapped in bandages, was escorted to the statue of Guaneri. He knelt on the ground, looking as if his soul had been lost, his gaze vacant, and still not recovering from the shock. When the men from the criminal hall arrived, Xian glanced at Chun Haonan and patted the brother's shoulder. The enforcing brothers nodded slightly at him, indicating they understood. Xian did not say more, turning to lead Grey Dog back to the office in Causeway Bay. Upon entering, Hu Jianing was already busy inside, bent over writing something at the desk. Seeing the boss enter, he quickly put down his pen and stood up with a smile. Boss, you're here. I'm just revising the proposal. Do you want to take a look first? No need. Just continue with your work. I won't ask about the process, only the results. This office is yours now. If there's anything that needs changing, just find Li Jiyuan, he will arrange it. Don't shortchange yourself. Make sure to stock up on tea, drinks, and coffee, and buy the best. Since there's no secretary, now send the clerks from downstairs to run errands. You should hire a couple of handy ones to make things easier. Hu Jianing took out his notebook and began jotting down the key points the boss mentioned. He felt a bit warm inside and set down the pen, replying, Boss, this is already great. Just tear down those 2 bedrooms, they take up space, and I have no use for them. Xian thought for a moment. Tear down the one at the entrance, but leave the one inside. If you're tired, you can still take a break. Health is important. Otherwise, where would I find someone like you as a general manager again? This guy was always working to win people over. Seizing every opportunity to promise rewards, he was generous. He provided plenty in spirit and ensured material support was adequate. He might be stingy with outsiders, but he was never tight-fisted with his own people. The employees under him had a base salary that wasn't high, yet none had left so far. Why? Sometimes bonuses exceeded salaries, or would you want to leave that? Having been a worker in his past life, he understood what his brothers wanted. If it had come to this, and people still wanted to leave, then there would truly be no way. It had to be a pleasant parting for all. But as for the core management, no one was allowed to leave. It wasn't the law that prevented it, it was Lee Xin who wouldn't allow it. Not long after, the managers and supervisors from various companies arrived one after another. Xin stood up and walked to the front, looking at the people in the room. I've called everyone here today for one reason. He pulled Hua Jianing beside him and introduced him to everyone. This is the new general manager of Hongxin Group, Hua Jianing. From now on, except for the security company and film company, he has the final say on all other matters, including financial authority. You all must follow General Manager Hua's arrangements. Don't do anything that displeases me, otherwise I won't go easy on you. Do you all understand? The people below were very perceptive. Yes, boss. No problem, we will definitely cooperate with General Manager Hua. Don't worry, big boss, there won't be any slip-ups. Huasha also echoed in agreement. After Lee Xin finished clapping, he immediately left, passing the position to Hua Jianing, while he and Grey Dog exited the office. He truly couldn't stay in this dreadful place any longer. He wasn't cut out for office work. He didn't have the talent for it, you know. The sky was dazzlingly blue, and even the usual smell of the boys in the air felt more pleasant than usual. The weather today was amazing, just like Li Xin's mood. He was truly fed up. There were heaps of trivial matters that could drive a person insane in a day. Especially those proposals, who just looking at them gave him a headache. Now it was good Li Xin was finally liberated and could go out to have some fun. Good times were coming. Hua Jianing was simply a savior, pulling him out of the summer's irritation. What a great person. Grey Dog watched as his brother Xin smiled, as if he had found money, looking bewildered. What's going on? Did he take the wrong medicine? Forget it, whatever he's on, as long as it doesn't lead to trouble for himself. Seeing today's momentum, he might be able to reap some benefits. The possibility is quite high. Lee Xin strolled with Grey Dog down the streets of Causeway Bay, admiring the bustling energy of the street, where people came and went, and everywhere he looked there were shiny white thighs, quite a pleasing sight. Just don't look up. There were plenty of pretty girls, but more ugly ones. He really couldn't appreciate the makeup some more. After observing for a while, he finally asked Grey Dog, "Are you comfortable in Central? Have you ever cursed me in your heart?" Grey Dog quickly shook his head. "Brother Xin, I'm not greedy. Just being in the position of a decision-maker is already quite satisfying. How could I dare to think of anything else? After what happened with Big Brother Lee, I thought I'd have to start all over again. I didn't expect the position of the decision-maker to just fall into my lap. What more could I be dissatisfied with?" Grey Dog's words were sincere. He had no backing in the upper echelons of the club. His rise to power was all thanks to the Dragon Head's promotion, so he felt no sense of imbalance. Looking across the entire Hongxin, apart from Tianhonggu and Huasha, Grey Dog considered himself to be the luckiest. After hearing Grey Dog's words, Lee Xin was quite satisfied. More than a year ago, due to that incident with Fatty Lee, Grey Dog had been beaten by him no less than 10 times. But this guy truly could take a beating. After being beaten at noon, he was back hopping around in front of him that evening. Just a regular beating, and yet this guy had no injuries at all. He was like a cockroach with a remarkably strong vitality. Eventually, Lee Xin got tired of beating him. Every time he saw him, he just told him to get lost, not in the mood to hit him. Grey Dog felt quite wronged. If Knife King Xin hadn't been causing trouble in North Point, he would have long since kept a distance from it. Getting beaten every day didn't hurt. It wasn't like he had a choice. While they could be said to have become friends through fighting. As long as you're not feeling wrong. Dogsy, I have a new business opportunity, a pager business, which is about to open soon. I want to hand it over to you as an agent. Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Grey Dog's eyes lit up immediately. Who is Brother Xin? He is a big shot who thrives in the business world, and the benefits that slip through his fingers can't be too bad. This opportunity for wealth must be seized firmly. Previously, following Brother Xin, he had only been gnawing on hard bones and suffering a lot. Now Grey Dog could finally taste what it feels like to enjoy the sweet side of life. It's not easy, truly not easy. He was a stubborn person, but not foolish. He quickly grinned and thanked. "Thank you, Brother Xin, really thank you. If you have any instructions, just say so. I will follow your lead. Whatever you say, I will do. If I mess it up, don't get angry with me. I will definitely give it my all. You know I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, and can be a bit slow to catch on." Lee Xin didn't pay attention to his rambling. If he didn't genuinely appreciate his temperament, this piece of meat wouldn't even be in his mouth. Grey Dog, who might not look impressive, had a personality like a fiercely protective Tibetan Mastiff. No matter what happened, once he had decided, he would go down that path without turning back, even if it meant risking his life. Anyone who he considered a brother, he would protect with his life, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. This temperament was quite to Li Xin's liking. Lee Xin wrapped his arm around his shoulder and casually said, "I understand that the decision-makers over in Central don't have any benefits, and they have to support a bunch of useless people just waiting to die. But that being said, even useless people have their uses, wouldn't you agree? These people have been in the underworld for a long time, know many people, and are all slippery. They can talk to anyone like they're talking to a ghost. Isn't this a ready-made sales team? I'll throw your business to them and get them all moving. There's a mixing aspect to just waiting around, isn't there? If they can't even keep that mixing aspect, then they only have waiting to die left. By then, when you move to deal with them, who would dare to object? It's also a good chance to tidy up your territory, a why not do it? Think about it, isn't that the case? Grey Dog was dumbfounded. The situation could really be handled this way. With one blow, multiple gourd bottles could be knocked down. He truly had his eyes opened. Grey Dog looked at Li Xin with admiration, his eyes shining. Brother Zin's mind is filled with wisdom. What's this tactic called in the military books? He thought he should also go back and look up some books. Even if he couldn't learn it, gaining some knowledge would be good. Brother Xin, your mind is truly exceptional. After flattering him, he quickly asked, by the way, Brother Xin, you mentioned a business for me. What is it exactly? Li Xin raised his hand and lightly slapped the back of his head, both amused and exasperated as he scolded. Did you forget what I just told you? It's wireless telephones. After they finish the meeting, go straight to the company and see Boss Hua. He will arrange everything for you. Behave yourself and follow his instructions. This is a telephone agency business. Profits are enormous and you are the only one in the market doing it. Huigo grinned, so broadly his mouth could barely close, and not the sharpest of men, his simple hearty joy was all on display. He kept muttering, Huigo finally has his day. I'm going to get rich. When I'm rich, you'll buy a big house for that shabby welfare flat. Let whoever wants it live there, I sure as hell won't. Huigo's antics made Li Xin. Come to think of it, Huigo used to be a capable thug, but he never saved much. The one with money was that bastard Li Pengzi. Huigo at best only lapped at the leftovers. At the foot of Tsiyun Mountain, a 10-square-meter room was crammed with 5 people. Shanji had thick bandages wrapped around his waist, his face so sullen it seemed about to drip. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. His nickname was Jiba. He earned his living with those 2 loins. Now one had been stabbed through. How could he still satisfy those girls? Even if it could barely work, how many minutes would it last? The thought sank him into despair. His eyes burned and tears fell. Chun Haonan thought the wound was hurting and hurried Bao Pai to fetch painkillers. Bao Pai handed over the pills to Shanji, slapped them away in one motion, and the white tablets scattered across the floor. He bellowed at Chun Haonan, your hair's long. Just cover it. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Silence fell. Chun Haonan's face flushed crimson. He choked and could not find words. He had no way to explain. After all, it was his own momentary impulse that had caused this. The Tian heir could not stand it and shouted at Shanji, would Brother Nan accept this? It's Chun Yaxing's screw-up. If he had handed in the club's money on time, would this have happened? If you're angry, go after him. Why pick on Brother Nan? Bao Pai and his brother urged from the side, telling Shanji to calm down and not to turn on their own. Suddenly Shanji stopped crying. He became utterly calm, his gaze cold as a blade. He scanned the 4 men in the room, a bitter smile at his lips, and said in a steady voice, fine you lot. Such deep brotherhood are you. Hawk. Did Chun Yaoxing even come looking for us at the start? And now you blame him. The Tian heir, you're an ingrate. If not for Brother Xin speaking up, would all be feeding the fish. How dare you bring up Chun Yaoxing? Where do you get the nerve? The Tian heir was left speechless, his face burning with shame. Shanji turned his gaze to Chun Haonan, and Yue Nan. If Brother Xin hadn't pleaded for you today, would you be home nursing your wounds? You'd already be in the hospital. And you're here pretending to feel guilty. Chun Haonan buried his head lower. Tears flowed from Shanji again as his voice trembled. You remember, no favors, only grudges, right? Fine. You all are something else. Today I, Shanji, finally understand. We are not of the same kind. From now on, none of us owe the other anything. You walk your wide roads, I'll walk my narrow bridge. Each go his own way. Saying this, Shanji gritted his teeth, stood up, picked a t-shirt, and put it on. He edged outward step by step, without once turning back, his silhouette rigid, his stride decisive. He had truly had enough of this place. Before leaving, he wanted to see Brother Xin once to kowtow and thank him for saving his life. Shanji, a lone man with nothing, had only his head to offer. Li Xin was drinking at Tianhong's nightclub when Dalao Bi led Shanji to him. At the sight of Li Xin, Shanji dropped to his knees and pounded out 3 resounding kowtows. Li Xin was taken aback. He stood up, quickly grabbed Shanji's arm and hauled him to his feet, seating him on the sofa before speaking. Xiaoji, what are you doing? What could possibly be so big as to make you kowtow to me? Remember this, aside from heaven, your parents and your ancestors, no one has the right to make you kneel. Great debts can be repaid in other ways. Besides, I only said 2 words for you. It isn't that serious. Dalaobi said nothing and went to sit at the bar. He was not in a good mood today either. Shanji recounted the whole sequence and his feelings. Dalaobi listened and could only sigh. Nan and his gang had really gone too far. No matter what, Dalaobi kept loyalty in his heart. This time he was genuinely disappointed in Nan. After the boss walked away, Shanji lowered his voice. Brother Xin, I'm leaving. I'm going to Taiwan to find my cousin. Before I go, I wanted to kowtow to you and thank you for always watching over me. I may be a rotten kid, but I know loyalty. I am not an ingrate and would not repay kindness with betrayal. As he spoke, perhaps overwhelmed by everything that had happened, tears fell again. Li Xin never treated those kids with condescension or undue favor. It wasn't affection nor dislike, just strangers passing by. But Shan Ji's gesture today made Li Xian view him with a little more respect. Not because of the talk of loyalty, but because the boy had the guts to come and say farewell. That wasn't something just, he had stomped his pride into the dirt and thrown himself away. With that kind of nerve, even if Shan Ji never became a top boss, he would not do badly. Those who can lower their heads often manage to grasp something real. Li Xian did not try to persuade him to stay. If you haven't borne another's hardships, don't tell them how to live. That was his bottom line. He never gave reckless advice. He waved to Tianhong. When Tianhong came over, he said, "Bring me 1 of a zero in cash, half in big bills, and half in small." When the money arrived, Li Xian shoved it into Shan Ji's hand. "Zhao Shanhe, this is Brother Zin's travel money for you. Poor family, rich road. Don't make things hard for yourself. Heal your wound first, then go find your cousin. Don't let people look down on you." Gripping the bundle, hearing Brother Xian call his full name, Zhao Shanhe Shan Ji's eyes reddened, and tears welled up and spun in his eyes. He knew Brother Xian finally regarded him as a person. Before this, such a thing was unthinkable. None of them had been worthy of Brother Zin's proper attention. Shan Ji said nothing more, stood bowed, and left the bar. Li Xian watched his departing figure and nodded slightly to himself. That kid in the blink of an eye had grown up. Dalaobi swallowed a mouthful of drink, wiped his mouth, and spoke in a low tone. "These brats, I raised them all myself. Especially Anan. Any good thing always went to him first, the best jobs, the flashy tasks. Others could only watch and wait for leftovers. I know the underlings resent that. But I can't help it. When something good appears, my first thought is always Anan's. It has never changed. If he gets into trouble, it doesn't bother me. At worst, we lay out a few banquets, settle the account, hand over gifts. The biggest problems can be smoothed over. Do you know what mess he made as a child? He actually caused the death of Dongxing Shaming's elder brother. That time I went in person to apologize, took a knife to my own reputation, and handed over half of the Donyuan project before things settled down. Afterward, I never scolded him. Who in this life hasn't had mistakes? If your life isn't tough, don't take this job. The last time you lot fought, I didn't blame him either. It's just money. If it's gone, make more. In this line, who's not rich today and poor tomorrow? That's nothing. But this time, I'm honestly a little cold at heart. Dalao B's voice sank. No sense of responsibility left at all. Only blaming heaven and earth. Is this the same Anan who used to be loyal and daring? Can't stand such a trifle. Forgotten every favor. Forever wallowing in guilt. Trash. He popped another beer, drained it, slammed the bottle down, and walked away. Li Xian understood that Dalao B's words were not addressed to him, but to himself. He was waiting for a different. Sadly, that answer never came, and instead Li Xian felt more stifled. What for? Luo Tianhong stood beside them, dumbfounded. Are there really people like that in the world besides our own boss? Across the whole island Underworld, such bosses are extinct. Which of them does not treat their juniors as expendable, use them and toss them? When they're gone, recruit more? Endless. Those words had been told to him by his boss before he remembered them, and later saw with his own eyes that it was true. None of them spoke of loyalty. Of course, except for his own boss. Compared to those scum, his boss was the perfect leader, never shortchanged his own. Luckily, when he came into this life, he followed such a good big brother. Otherwise, if he were cut down someday, there would be no one to collect his body. In Luo Tianhong's simple world, apart from his boss, everyone else was rubbish. His boss could fight, and could use his head. Any trouble that reached him got resolved. His methods were rough at times, but they worked. And he was even better to his brothers. Not promising riches, but at least no one went hungry or cold. Compared to those street punks, they lived in paradise. Take himself, for instance, had never worried about money. Short on cash. He'd go to the boss. What more could one want? After sighing, he sat beside the boss and asked, "Brother, if one day we can't keep going, will someone give us a hand? Some money to run away with?" Li Xian shot him a glance and slapped him across the face. This kid always managed to spring odd, surprising thoughts from strange angles. Tianhong, having been slapped, still looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Li Xian thought a moment and said, "Don't talk about money. The boat will be ready for you. This is what I always tell you, make many friends, offend few. The more friends, the better, leave no enemies. If you must act, strike to finish, leave no way back. Don't play Catan mouse or dawdle. When they're completely finished, whatever you want to say, they'll have to hear whether they want to or not. It looks like in recent years I've offended a lot of people, but really that's not the case. Those who truly angered me are gone, the rest have become friends. You know Fu Tu Jun, right?" Tianhong nodded. "At first I wanted to kill him. Later I realized this guy isn't someone to be underestimated, he's quite sinister. Since we're all old foxes, let's just be friends. I've dealt with many like him over the past 2 years, and none of them are. No need to sit down and discuss, we all understand each other. If there's a benefit, we all share it. If not, we'll help each other out when we can. Yes, everyone knows that it's my territory, and they all tacitly help me cover for it. The reasons and methods are all there. As long as it doesn't cost too much, they can reach out for help. Now do you understand?" Li Xian finished speaking and looked at Tianhong, who appeared confused. "But why do I feel like I've been following you for a long time? What's going on here? Since the day you started following me, aside from sleeping, which day haven't you been in front of me? Can you still feel estranged? Use your brain and get lost. I don't want to see you right now." Tianhong obediently turned and walked away, muttering, I don't know what you're teaching, but you seem quite anxious. Feeling a rush of wind behind him, he quickly dodged to the side. A bottle flew past him, smashing on the ground into pieces. His steps quickened. Tian Hong yelled to a nearby subordinate, "Be quick and tidy up. The guest will be here soon, and you all look like blind pigs." The subordinates dared not retort. They knew Tian Hong's temper well, anyone who dared to speak would be met with a fist. Yet he couldn't help but grumble inside. The boss takes out his anger on us after being scolded. One day when I have a few subordinates of my own, I'll also vent my frustrations on them. As night fell, Causeway Bay changed its face. The neon lights dazzled the eyes, and with a slap of cash on the table, this place became a den of pleasure. Li Xian had been here all day. It had been a rare time to relax. Calculating the days, it had been over a month, nearly 2 months, since he had such a break. Tian Hong was extremely annoyed today. The manager had not shown up, and he was running around, putting out fires, his legs nearly giving out. Finally able to catch his breath, he plopped down beside Li Xian, complaining, "Boss, this job of smiling and pleasing people is truly not meant for humans. They walk in feeling like masters, and I can't even show my fists." This made Li Xian laugh. In the future, hire a couple more managers and bartenders to avoid scrambling at the last minute. Alright, if that manager doesn't come up with a decent explanation tomorrow, I'll make her remember it. Damn it, if she dares to stand me up, she's asking for trouble. Tian Hong was truly angry. He wouldn't bat an eye if asked to go out and fight, but serving people with a smile made him feel like he was going to explode. Li Xian ignored him, letting him stew in his own anger. When Jianggua's car arrived, Xiao Fu was also there. It was time to go home and stop playing. On the third day, Li Xian was keeping an eye on the construction site in Saigon when the news came through that manager had been dismembered, and the method was more brutal than that of the street gang. His mind went blank. Why does this sound so familiar? Li Xian pondered repeatedly and suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn, this shouldn't have happened in Simsha Sui, right? The case had become too big. The foreign governor personally called the police chief, urging him to solve the case quickly and give the public an explanation. Li Xian didn't delay. He turned around and headed home, grabbing the phone to call Huang Pengzi. "If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost. I'm busy here." Huang Sir's tone was quite harsh, probably due to his early midlife crisis. Li Xian didn't want to argue with him. Everyone has their moments of temper. "Hey, don't say I don't take care of you. Do you want to hear the clues about the dismemberment case?" Suddenly there was silence on the other end of the line. Then Huang's voice turned soft and sweet, laced with a hint of flattery. "Brother Xian, I knew you were the most. Just remember to keep your brothers in the loop when there's good news, alright?" "This old man has thicker skin than a city wall." Li Xian slowly asked, "Old Huang, can you finally sit in the chief constable's position this time?" Huang Pengzi chuckled a bit, lewdly, unable to hide his pride. No doubt about it. The chief was scolded mercilessly by the foreign governor during the police meeting and slammed the table, saying anyone who can solve this case will be directly promoted a rank. Ordinary officers can become inspectors, skipping the trainee inspector stage altogether. If I crack this case, my promotion is guaranteed. It won't slip away. Li Xian understood these guys were really anxious. He immediately started blackmailing. "What about my benefits?" Huang Bingyao didn't hesitate at all, responding promptly. "Xian, with our relationship, are you still going to mention benefits? That feels distant. It feels like the bond isn't strong enough." Li Xian was too lazy to joke with him, getting straight to the point. "You personally run over, and I'll give you the credit. Wait for my news gala, arrange a big show for you right now." Listening to the busy signal on the other end of the phone, Huang Bingio's smile faded, replaced by sheer gratification, pride, and joy. Xian, this is his own brother. The matter wasn't too big or too small. For the police, it could be a major incident, but in Li Xin's hands, it was just a matter of convenience. He didn't have as many guns as the police, nor as many men he could call either. Plus, this matter didn't require many people. He would just find a local gang to help out, and it would be taken care of. His close buddy, the boss of the Li family, was a powerful local emperor in the Wang Tai Sin and Sha Tin areas. This matter was something he had noted down while watching a movie in his past life. That rascal lived in the Sha Tin area, but he couldn't remember the exact address. However, finding him would be quite easy, having been rained on. No, it was Lin Guayu. This name is well known among the post-80s and 90s and aughts. It's too famous. He was truly inhumane. Li Xian never dared to claim he was a good person, but that guy was simply not human. He had truly crossed his bottom. Without any grievances or grudges, he had gruesomely dismembered several innocent girls who earned their living through their bodies. Li Xian wanted to avenge the countless Cadillac owners and personally take action to eliminate him. Not even entering Stanley Prison could save his life. Before leaving, he made a call to his good brother Bao Chong, asking him to wait on his turf. Without saying another word, Bao Chong patted his chest, saying he'd prepare the banquet and wait for him. With the two generals, he headed straight for Wang Tai Sin. Xiao Fu, sitting in the passenger seat, also didn't have his usual serious face. It seemed the previous incident with Jianggua had been quite successful in his transformation. Bao Chong had long been waiting at the entrance, ready to welcome his brother, the divine Xian. It's rare for a good brother to come to his place. He had to treat him with proper face and respect. Several underlings swiftly reassured, "Don't worry, boss. If Brother Xian wants it intact, even if he's limping he'll put on a prosthetic leg to meet you. Li Xian chatted over tea with Bao Chong. Considering the travel time, it took less than 2 hours for the person to be brought before him. Without a closer look, one wouldn't really recognize this as Mr. Jiang. Looking at the template, it resembled him only about 2 or 3 points. A cold smirk slowly curled at the corner of Li Zin's mouth, his gaze as sharp as a knife, yet his tone bore no fluctuations. Kid, do you know who the person in charge of Copper Gong Bay belongs to? That's my person. Ask those present who dares to lay a hand on someone under the protection of Shun Xian Xen. Damn it, touching Brother Zin's people, are they looking to lose their lives? This fool is clearly a hot-headed rookie, not too bright in the head. He's definitely doomed. It would be a miracle if he walks out of this alive. What status does Brother Xian hold in the entire Hong Kong island? Who would dare to disrespect him? Everyone was quite perceptive, throwing supportive words one after another. To be honest, these people weren't all just flattering him. In their eyes, Shin Xian Xian had already become a notable figure in the underworld. The logic of these lower-level thugs was quite simple. As long as you are ruthless enough, they can elevate you to the heavens. They didn't care about how deep the foundations of the old established factions were. They only saw Li Xian knocking down the crow among the 5 tigers of Dongxing with one punch, and easily taking down the dual-flower red stick Li Zhengren from He2. They even heard that the top boss of Xian personally opened the car door for Shun Xian Xian. The most outrageous part was that he could negotiate and actually bring back a faction, which was simply unheard of. They even heard that the top boss of Xian personally opened the car door for Shun Xian Xian. The most outrageous part was that he could negotiate and actually bring back a faction, which was simply, if someone could achieve the level of Li Xian in this lifetime, some would be willing to exchange 10 years off their life for this moment of glory. It's just too damn tempting. No one on the streets could withstand this kind of pressure. Truly a big boss of the underworld. Lin Guoyu knelt on the ground, trembling like a sieve, his eyes filled with fear, cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. He bit his lip tightly, not daring to make a sound. He simply couldn't comprehend how this big boss of the underworld knew about that matter. But one thing he was very clear about was that after tonight, he would definitely face dire consequences. The person who captured him scolded, "You punk, what a big face you have. To have Shin Xian Xian personally come looking for you, if this gets out, your face will shine." Lin Guoyu had been mingling in the streets for years, and he was all too clear about what Shun Xian Xian meant. Don't even think about provoking him. Even if you don't provoke him, he will still find trouble. Suddenly recalling something, he didn't have time to be afraid, and begged, "Boss, I'm one of your own. I'm a night shift driver for Hong Xian Taxi Company. Give me another chance, let me go, I beg you." After saying this, he desperately knocked his head on the ground. Li Xian. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this be one of his employees? He must be a temp worker. Lin Guoyu's words left Li Xian utterly. What a coincidence this is. Li Xian waved at Zhang Wo, instructing him to take the person away. Once Zhang Wo noted Lin Guoyu's address, Li Xian quickly said goodbye to everyone and left. This was simply outrageous to the extreme. Zhang Wo grabbed Lin Guoyu and stuffed him directly into the trunk. Xiao Fu was quite meticulous, conveniently dislocating all of Lin Guoyu's joints. Li Xian turned his head, smiled at the young man named Zhang Wo, and said somewhat apologetically, "Boss, with this treatment, he won't escape. I used to do the job of capturing people and my skills are reliable. This matter didn't require much thought. Every bit of it was honed from practice, and his hands and feet were exceptionally quick, very dependable." Li Xian instructed Zhang Wo to drive directly to Sha Tin, stopping at a roadside phone booth. He dialed a number, and after a few brief sentences were exchanged, he hung up. Leaning against the car, he stood waiting. Over an hour later, the plump Huang personally arrived, striding over with his belly sticking out. The two found a secluded place to talk. As for whether anyone would recognize him and expose his connection to Huang, those little thugs who associate with the police are called traitors, but if a big boss mingles with the police, that's called having connections. Besides, Officer Li has never engaged in any shady business, and being upright means he has nothing to fear. Li Xian smiled and teased him, "Handsome guy, do you want to climb up the ranks?" Huang didn't respond directly, grinning as he reached out to pat off non-existent dust from Li Zin's shoulder, muttering, "Look at you, you're not paying attention to your image. See, you've got dust on your shoulder? Let me clean it for you. By the way, I've also pulled some strings to get an extra 100 gun permits for your security company." Feeling touched, "No need to thank me, this is just what a brother should do. After all, you're my little brother. Look at this Huang, the senior inspector about to be promoted, handling things in such an open manner." Li Zin's face bloomed with a smile, quickly flattering him. "I always said Chief Inspector Huang is the most generous, taking care of colleagues and showing love for little brothers. Truly impressive. I won't say more if the person is in the trunk. You can take him away. This address, I've written it down on a note. Go search his house, there's definitely something useful there. Little brother, let me congratulate Chief Inspector Huang in advance." After saying this, he handed over a note, clasping his hands together as a gesture of early congratulations. After parting ways with Huang, Li Xian didn't waste any time and urged Zhang Wo to drive quickly towards the film company in Qingshui Wan. He needed to rush to get that film shot, which would earn him a hefty profit, and a significant one at that. The buzz was so high. The entire Hong Kong city was discussing it. In a later generation, this would have at least trended on social media for a week. Lee Xian didn't beat around the bush, directly telling the responsible chubby guy a rough idea, asking when it could be finished. Boss, don't worry. We'll finalize the script today, start shooting tomorrow, and it'll be released in a week, no delays at all. Just wait and see. The chubby guy's face flushed red as he patted his chest to assure. As he spoke, Lee Xian actually believed him. This kid may lack other skills, but he was known for his speed. Lee Xian stopped hesitating and directly ordered, Alway will play the male lead. You can choose the female lead at your discretion. In any case, none of them can complete the film, so it doesn't matter who you give it to, you make the call. Got it, boss. I'll notify Brother Wei to start working and let him get the feel for it, striving to finish it in one go. Good. By the way, how's his girlfriend's working ability? Lee Xian asked another question. The chubby guy immediately responded, no problem. She's very capable. Things assigned to her have never gone wrong. She's particularly reliable. The two didn't chat much more and directly went to the chubby guy's manager's office. Lee Xian leaned back in the boss chair and finally spoke. From now on, let her manage the daily operations of the company. You can relax a bit. If you keep this up, your body won't hold up for long. If one day you're gone, where will I find someone like you to steer the ship for me? This was said from the heart, without a hint of the effect was quite impactful. Seeing the chubby guy's face turn red with excitement, as he patted his shaky chest, he pledged, right there, boss, don't worry. I'll definitely make the company prosperous and the performance will increase dramatically for you. The films I make might lack depth, but they are definitely quick and absolutely profitable. In the future, I'll focus on film production and the daily operations of the company will be handed over to Jiang Jianian while I assist her on the side. The chubby guy was not foolish, instead, he was quite shrewd. He understood that his voice in the film company was too strong. This was no longer just a matter of trust. No one would dare to delegate power like this, even if it were a beloved son. He needed to quickly delegate the internal management of the company so he could sleep soundly without worrying about being thrown to the fishes by the boss one day. This was a lesson taught by his father since childhood. Don't let yourself stand out too much. Lee Xian nodded in satisfaction. All right, you go ahead and get busy. The priority now is to get the movie shot. Everything else is secondary. Go call Jiang Jianian to my office. About 15 minutes later, a nondescript woman walked in, short hair, slightly plump. At first glance, she didn't seem special, and upon a second look, she still didn't seem special. Lee Xian didn't let her wait and directly asked, the internal management of the company will be handed over to you. Can you handle it? Jiang Jianian's mind felt like it exploded. Handing over the internal management of such a large company to her. Had the boss lost his mind? She hesitated for a long time before tentatively asking, boss, I don't have experience in this area. Oh, I've only led a production team at most, and I'm afraid I'll hold the company back. Very good. Lee Xian uttered 2 words, then continued. If you lack experience, then learn. No one is born knowing everything. I have a good eye for people. You have this ability, and I believe in you. Okay, I'll do my best to try and not let the boss down. Jiang Jianian agreed. Zhang Wo led Xiao Fu to tour the company for a day, and these 2 roughnecks were quite enlightened. They had no education, so they could only silently think to themselves, so impressive. If Lee Xian were here, he would surely recite a piece of his own improvised, clumsy poetry. In the peach blossom garden, there are peach blossoms, whose delicate branches fall into the water. Huang Bingyao picked up the microphone, and a voice on the other end came through. Who is looking for Chief Inspector Huang? Lee Xian choked for a moment. This old fellow was advancing smoothly in his career, and even his title had changed. He took a puff of smoke, suppressed the slight frustration, and replaced it with a smile. Chief Inspector Huang, it's me, Xian. This shoulder badge changed pretty quickly, huh? Huang Bingyao laughed on the other end. Xian Z, just put it on. Brother E is very busy, so I did it myself, no need to trouble them. Doing it himself, well-fed and well-clothed. Whatever, when talking to this bunch of people, never expect them to show you any courtesy. When they need you, you're a little brother. When they don't, you're just Xian Z. But who made him have a request? Lee Xian could only follow along. That's right, those foreigners have no insight. A capable old officer like you should have been promoted long ago. Being a chief inspector is an insult to you. You have an eye for talent. There's a future ahead. Leave the promotions to me, sir. Now what can I do for you? You wouldn't call me without a reason. Let's get straight to the point. Old Huang, I need an undercover agent. I want him to work undercover for me. What are you talking about? Be clear. This matter can't be hidden, and I don't plan to hide it. Huang Bingyao is the type who will deceive if possible, and if not, he speaks plainly. Li Qingqing cleared his throat and organized his thoughts. You know Song Zihao, right? I know him. Just say it. I've expanded my operations and need someone reliable to manage things. We all know about Song Zihao. What he's doing has nothing to do with us, right? I want to use this person, but he stubbornly refuses, insisting on staying at the taxi company, completely inflexible. His Achilles heel is his brother Song Zijia, who works at the central police station. That's your territory. If you send someone to infiltrate him, I can seize Song Zihao's weakness and make him cooperate. Also, I have a major plan that requires Song Zihao's involvement. He knows the whole of Southeast Asia like the back of his hand, well connected in both the underworld and the legitimate world. This is exactly the kind of person I need. Huang Bingyao listened and didn't stutter, realizing this was a straightforward request, just a phone call away. Without hesitation, Huang Bingyao nodded. All right, I've got it. You'll meet him at my agency in a couple of days. That said, it was evident that Huang Bingyao was quite accommodating. He didn't even ask what it was for, but directly arranged for the personnel to be transferred over. I should bring him some goji berries next time. This Chief Superintendent Huang has been worried sick about that bunch from John Bull, and his health must be suffering terribly. Mrs. Guan and Mrs. Li are all set as well. Once this matter is resolved, it will be time to launch his money-making plan. One must be low-key in life, but high-profile when making money. He called for Huashu. As soon as the person entered, Li Xian instructed Huashu go to Hong Kong University and find me some biology professors and also get a few food specialists. Have them develop a drink that suits the tastes of the locals. Once done, let Li Zhengren taste each one and mark the ones that are most suitable. Take notes on the product requirements. Huashu grabbed paper and pen from the table, waiting for the boss to speak. The drink should ideally have a tea soup color, contain some trace elements, and have a refreshing effect. But one point, there must absolutely be no sediment, and the watercolor must remain consistent from start to finish. The taste should be light and the sweetness shouldn't be too strong. Using saccharin will suffice and lessen the use of cotton candy, since that's expensive. Did you write that down? Li Xian asked. Huashu handed over the notes. Boss, could you check if I missed anything? Li Xian glanced at it, nodded in satisfaction. All right, well, go with this. Get the product out as soon as possible. Money is not an issue. Got it, boss. He'll take care of it right away. After Huashu left, Li Xian took out his notebook from his space, reviewed it, felt there were no major issues, added a few more notes, and put it back in the space, wrapping things up. With everything settled, he felt like going out to enjoy himself. This is what life is about. The past 2 months were a nightmare, just the thought brings tears to his eyes. When he went out to find Zhang Wo and Chong, he saw the two of them staring like fools, drooling over something. Truly, he wasn't unsociable, so he moved closer to take a look. After staring for a while, he finally spoke. Let's go. I'll arrange a company outing for you guys another day, so you can see as much as you want, however long you want. Now let's head back to Sai Kung. The two reluctantly turned around and followed him. Sai Kung, Red Letter Security Company's training base. After firing 100 rounds, Li Xian felt that his shooting skills still had room for improvement. The distance he can hit now is limited by the gun's range. If he were to switch to a weapon with a longer range, he felt he could shoot even further without sacrificing accuracy. As he was cleaning his gun, Zhang Wo came running over. Boss, mister. Who just called saying a mister? He is urgently looking for you and wants you to return the call quickly. He had left He Cheong his office number, and he didn't know why the man was in such a hurry to contact him. The voice on the phone from He Cheong was trembling. Li Xian had just returned home when he picked up the phone. Cheong, what's the matter? This person had a thick skin, having only met once, insisting they were fated and making her call him Xian. She called him Cheong. The voice on the other end of the line was anxious, almost crying. Xian, you have to help me find my sister. She was filming in Kowloon City and has gone missing. Li Xian quickly reassured her. Don't panic, I'll head over first. Wait for me at the entrance of the city, and we'll talk when we meet. Who the hell is so bold, daring to touch He Zin's daughter? Seeking death. Even if the money is in hand, is there a life to spend it? No, they must be brazen. Li Xian called Zhang Wo to drive, followed by a long line of cars. More than 100 security personnel piled into the vehicles. The convoy rumbled over the road, heading straight for Kowloon. At the entrance of Kowloon City, Li Xian got out of the car and immediately saw He Cheong standing there, her face pale. He approached and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, he'll take you in to find her. Give me the photo and he'll take care of it. He Cheong frantically rummaged through her bag and handed over the photo, her voice trembling. Xian, you must find her. That's my sister. If anything happens to her, I won't be able to live with myself. Li Xian smiled, his tone steady. Rest assured, as long as she's in the city, I will find a way. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the waiting 12 Shao at the entrance. Without stopping, he directly shoved the photo into his hand, saying, as he walked, 12, let's skip the pleasantries today. Help me find this person, the girl in the photo, and ensure her safety at Uncle Long's barbershop. Also give Brother Hu a heads up to get his men moving. If she isn't found, I will personally smash his precious wine cup. 12 Shao responded with a quick and turned to leave at a fast pace. Li Xian, leading over 100 people, walked through the city. Along the way, familiar voices greeted him, calling out, Brother Xian, you have time today. Come, let's have some dog meat hot pot. Brother Xian, come over to my place later. I'll have my wife add more dishes. Xian, don't rush off. Let's have a couple of drinks tonight. It was clear that Li Xian held considerable prestige in this place. He kept moving, responding along the way, not today. My friend's sister is missing in the city, and I'm here to look for her. Just a female actress from the film crew. If any of you see her, take her directly to Uncle Long's shop, and he'll be waiting there. When they reached the barbershop's entrance, Long Wanfeng was already waiting there. Li Xian nodded to the person at the door, acknowledging him. The man called out, Brother Xian, and quickly walked away. Li Xian didn't waste time talking, leaving the brothers he brought waiting outside, and took He Cheong into the shop, sitting down in the barber chair. Uncle Long, please give me a haircut. The barbers outside aren't skilled enough. They can't compare to your work. Long Wanfeng pushed up his glasses with a smile, scolding lightly, "You know how to appreciate talent. Those half-baked skills don't even deserve to be compared to mine, they're miles apart." He Qiong sat in the chair, feeling uneasy, shifting left and right. Li Xian caught a glimpse of her in the mirror and said, "Stay calm. As long as she's still in the city, she won't escape. The premises, don't die here." Long Wanfeng draped a cape over him and began to work with the scissors. While busy, he asked, "What's with all the commotion today? What are you after? If you needed to find someone, one word from you, and someone would take care of it for you. Running around personally, wouldn't you give me this little face? The recent shipments from the car lot haven't been clean. I don't want to escalate things today, it's just to send a warning. If they dare to mess around like this again, it'll wipe out their operation. Damn, really ungrateful. Those guys in the committee dare to move, causing me a pile of trouble. You know me, I hate trouble the most. If I can't resolve the trouble, I'll resolve the troublemaker instead. A bunch of unruly people. If I hadn't bought their cars at a high price, their entire family would be out in the cold. If they can't even eat, they dare to add to my troubles, that's their fault. Today is just a warning. Next time they disappear directly. If I don't kill a few chickens, the monkeys will start to climb onto the table and snatch food. The rules have all gone to the dogs." Hearing this, Long Wanfeng couldn't help but laugh, slapping him on the back of the head. "Have you ever followed the rules yourself? Do you still have the face to talk about others?" Li Xian smiled broadly, not taking it to heart. "Is this your first day knowing me? I might not play fair, but if others dare to cross the line I drew, then that's not allowed. If they refuse to comply, then beat them down. If they still don't comply, then I'll scatter their ashes. I provide them with food, and they dare to stir up trouble for me. There's no such logic in this world. Even if I'm in the wrong, what can they do? Everyone looks down on the city, but I'm kind-hearted, giving them a meal. What more do they want?" Long Wanfeng didn't want to argue with him over such nonsense, and directly asked, "Is the matter settled?" Mentioning this made Li Xian furious. These dogs, none of them are easy to deal with. If it weren't for Uncle, when mediating, it would have taken quite an effort. Just like this, he ended up losing hundreds of thousands as an apology to them. Money is a minor issue, the key is that he can't swallow this anger. If he hadn't come today, he would have to find Long Wanfeng to say something in a few days. They'll put it out there now. If something like this happens again, don't blame me for flipping the table. No one should expect to have it easy. Soon enough, Brother Hu from the Jiashi Hall entered with 12 Shao. Behind him was a girl in her 20s, her face filled with panic. She was dressed quite non-mainstream. As soon as He Qiong saw her sister enter, her face lit up with joy, which quickly turned to fury. He Qiong yelled at her sister, "If you dare to ditch your bodyguards again, don't even think about going out to film a stay at home, and behave, understand?" He shrank her neck in fright, looking like a startled chick, meekly responding, "Sister, I won't do it again, I'll definitely listen from now on." Seeing that her sister had been found, Li Xian turned to He Qiong. "Ah, Qiong, take your sister home. Oh, I still have matters to." He looked at the 12 Shirao and said, "12, take them out of the city." "Okay." The 12 Shirao still had that. He Qiong looked over gratefully and said, "Li Xian, I really owe you this time. He'll treat you to a meal another day, you must come." "Sure, we'll talk then. There's still time to have a meal with you. After all, we are fated to meet," Li Xian teased with a smile. He Qiong rolled her eyes out. As soon as the sisters left, Brother Hu smiled and leaned over, asking, "Li Xian, is that girl your woman?" "Yeah, you have good eyes. Soon, I've already reserved it. No one can take it away from me." "Brother Hu, just a heads up. If your people from the Jiashi Tang cause me any trouble, I won't be polite." Li Xian spoke to Brother Hu without much courtesy, getting straight to the point, including the entire Jiashi Tang in his warning. Brother Hu looked confused. What trouble? After a few seconds of stupor, he realized something must have happened with the car. He turned to glance at the 12 Shirao. The 12 Shirao usually said little, but he understood Brother Hu with just a glance. Without saying a word, he turned to handle the issue. As he reached the door, Li Zin's voice came, "12, come back for drinks later." "Okay, Brother Xian." The 12 Shirao replied. The whirlwind tousled his hair, and he said, "Go wash up." After tidying himself up, he sat down to chat with the two. No need to bring up past grievances. With mutual interest at stake, it was perfectly normal to drink together. And don't think of the whirlwind as a good person. In this town, being too kind won't get you far. It's a place that devours people without spitting out bones. It's just that he had a slightly higher bottom line. No one mentioned he. Li Xian didn't ask, and Brother Hu didn't say anything. Once the people returned, the matter was settled. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone returned home, without any reluctance dispersing. Only the 12 Shirao followed him all the way to the city gate. Seeing his hesitant demeanor, Li Xian took the initiative to say, 12, I've told you before, you're not that important in the Jiashi Tang. There are too many rotten people inside. Brother Hu has even asked me if he could take over the Jiashi Tang, and I said it's not worth it. Too many rotten people. Sometimes Li Xian felt wronged. Look, there are even people wanting to switch sides themselves. He never intended to take anyone's corner. Li Xian felt a bit indignant for himself. Li Xian continued, there's no need to feel sorry for anyone. You understood Brother Hu's intention just now. He stop dragging your feet. I don't have the patience to play some melodramatic act of reluctance with you. If this drags, Li Xian knew this guy had no ideas, so he simply made the decision for him. He was a decent person, but too soft-hearted. A bit of polishing from Li Zhongren, and he wouldn't be anything like a mere lackey anymore. The 12 Shirao looked back at the city gate and boarded the car to West Kowloon. On the way, Li Xian directly asked, "Can you handle the quiet at the Hongxing Jingwu gym in the future?" "Yeah, no problem, brother Xian." In the Jardines Lookout Villa area, He Cheong looked at her sister's face, fear still lingering mixed with a bit of grievance. Her head ached. This sister had always been wild since childhood. With her backing, He Cheong could let her do as she pleased as long as she was happy. Who would have thought today would almost cause a major disaster? If Xian hadn't been there, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. He Cheong kept a stern face and didn't ask what had happened with He directly telling her to go rest. She would definitely investigate this matter. If someone was scheming, don't blame her for turning hostile. Days of carefree living passed by in a flash. That day, Li Xian finally waited for Song Zijia to come here as an undercover agent. Yes, he came to be an undercover agent by his side. Seeing his performance, Li Xian didn't even want to comment. It was too amateurish, really difficult for him. Jimmy, seeing the boss visiting today, was surprised. The sun came out from the west. He hurried over. "Boss, what brings you to the company today?" "You continue with your work, I have other matters." Li Xian pointed at Song Zijia and said to Jimmy, "Let that kid follow you for a while and take care of him. I have some connections with his brother." "No problem, boss." Jimmy instructed a few words to the staff nearby, and soon Song Zijia arrived beside him. Jimmy said, "Follow me." Even in the bustling Causeway Bay, Li Xian had no mind to look around. He needed to go deliver money to someone. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at the pretty legs. At Jiang Tiansheng's villa, still in that location with a broad view, Chen Yao emerged again today. Upon seeing Li Xian, Chen Yao was much friendlier than before. He quickly walked over, extending his hand, his mouth moving faster than his hand. "Xian, long time no see. Business is booming. I heard you opened a communications company. Impressive." Flattery without reason is either deceitful or opportunistic. Li Xian gave him a sidelong glance, remaining silent and just staring. With just a glance exchanged, everyone understood. If he didn't get an explanation today, this matter wouldn't end. Did he think he could take meat from him? What a pipe dream. Don't say he doesn't run the show now. Even back when he held that position, he wouldn't have gotten a single benefit. The only thing he could take away from him were the yellow paper offerings. If anyone had such thoughts tonight, Tianhong would send a package over no limits. Truly reckless. Chen Yao had a belly full of words stuck in his throat. He didn't intend to take advantage of Li Xian for free. He was prepared to pay the necessary price. Who would dare to take advantage of him? As for the Greyhound side, it was merely because this business was one vacant and he wanted to secure the agency rights. But upon seeing Li Zin's attitude, he knew he had greatly misunderstood. He had handled this matter so foolishly. If he hadn't been so friendly just now, it would have been better. Chen Yao stood there caught between a rock and a hard place. He wanted to explain, but he knew very well that Li Xian wasn't interested in hearing it right now. He was just a fool, and if this went too far, it would be a huge problem. That's why being an evil person isn't entirely without benefits. Without needing to say anything, people would consider the consequences on their own and come up with a bunch of scenarios. If it were someone easy to talk to or someone who cared about face, those dogs would have stripped him to the bone. He ignored Chen Yao, walked around him, pulled a chair, placed it in the shade, leaned back, and began to doze off. Seeing him like this, Chen Yao felt his heart sink. All his financial paths seemed to be doomed. Anxious, he hurried into the gym. Upon entering, he saw Mr. Zhang working out. He could only stand patiently by the side, waiting for him to finish before speaking. In the swimming pool, that girl with the surname Nyo had taken in the entire scene, internally feeling lucky. Fortunately, her cousin didn't dare to sabotage the subsequent project. Otherwise, her life would probably have been forfeit long ago. Once she thought it through, she felt relaxed, took a deep breath, and her swimsuit stretched a bit more. Unfortunately, no one around had the mind to appreciate it, wasting this view. Jian Guo and Xiao Fu understood very well what could be seen and what couldn't. They couldn't cause trouble for the boss. The two found a discreet corner to hide. A discerning eye could tell at a glance that the position they were standing in had deep implications. But the close bodyguard of the boss didn't notice at all. Jian Guo exchanged glances with Xiao Fu, the meaning clear. Is this the level? Still calling themselves bodyguards. They had completely blocked the road in front of the villa, and those bodyguards were still flailing about like headless flies, showing no reaction. If the boss gave a single command, half of those bodyguards would hit the ground. This leader of Hongxing truly didn't value his own life. These two were also overthinking. What were their backgrounds? What were those bodyguards' backgrounds? Those bodyguards were all tough nuts forged in the criminal syndicate, their skills definitely not to be underestimated. Comparing them with Jian Guo and Xiao Fu was simply bullying. It's a shame they could even compare. They weren't even of the same caliber. Playing with guns and tactical cooperation is already a dimensional strike. Even so, they were still unsatisfied. They continued to look for people, planning to form a three-man team for Li Xian, making tactical adjustments even more flexible. Li Xian had just laid down when he quickly fell asleep. After playing around with Chiu Ti until late yesterday, his body wasn't tired, but his head felt a bit heavy. Not long after, a faint snoring sound began to echo in the room. It wasn't loud, coming and going, quite amusing to hear. The two beside him looked at their boss' appearance, almost unable to hold back their laughter. In this day and age, if it were in the future, these two would have definitely whipped out their phones to record it and post it to their social media for everyone to see. People back then had such behavior. Whenever something happened, they were eager to do something else first, posting to social media. Lee Xian himself had done this many times. This nap was indeed comfortable. He got up, stretched, rubbed his face, and felt invigorated all over. He walked to the table by the pool, grabbed a bottle of water, and gulped it down, feeling refreshed. Jiang Tiansheng was already sitting on a chair, waiting, a smile on his face, just watching him. Lee Xian took out a check from his pocket, placed it in front of Jiang Tiansheng, and said, "Mr. Jiang, this is the payment. The production company changed, the accounts were resorted, so it's a bit less than before, just over 2 million. Don't think it's too little. Next time it can be more. Less. 10% is 200,000. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Jiang Tiansheng exclaimed, spraying out his drink, quickly waving his hand. "I humbly wave my hand." Lee Xian explained, "This round is still less. The theaters take a cut, and there are entrance fees to deduct. Next time it will be much better." Jiang Tiansheng was a bit dazed. Damn it, were those losers colluding to play him? He invested over 1 million and didn't even see a splash. Xian can just show up and take 2 million cash with 10%. Who can reason with this? It's infuriating. He pinched the check, flicking it with his fingers. He spoke directly. "Xian, I'm thinking of starting a movie company. Do you think it will work?" Li Xin's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. As long as Jiang Tian is involved with Hongxin Films and Changxing Movies, joining him, the 3 companies will be complete. The films produced by these 3 companies can basically be self-sustaining, and the cinemas will immediately come back to life. This is fantastic news. He must support him and help him enter the industry as soon as possible. Lee Xian didn't rush to respond, pretending to ponder for a moment. Then he said, "Mr. Jiang, find 2 reliable directors and assemble a filming crew, and this movie company can start operating. I can't guarantee profits, but as long as we don't encounter incompetent directors, we definitely won't lose money. If you're unsure, just partner with Liang Kuan. He has an existing team, and although they've only made smaller films, the processes and operations are the same. It'll be quick to get up to speed. Just listen to the director when the time comes. As for distribution, rest assured I have your back. We're in this together. We wouldn't betray you, would we? Furthermore, I can help train your team on my end. The entire process is open and straightforward, pure knowledge. There's no way to lose money. This is definitely a profitable venture, and you can even choose your own actors or tailor roles specifically. Doesn't that sound exciting?" Lee Xian was so dry-mouthed while speaking, he was willing to go all out to rejuvenate the cinemas. Jiang Tian was stirred by this conversation, feeling he also had the potential to mix in the film industry. Since Xian was so supportive, what was there to fear? At worst, he wouldn't make money. It would just be spending to acquire a good reputation, which would be worth it. Without hesitation, he instructed Chun Yao to call Liang Kuan over. "Xian, what do you think would be a good name for my company?" Jiang Tian pondered. "It needs to be catchy, grand." Lee Xian thought for a moment and recalled a private film giant from his past life, and the name was quite fitting. "Mr. Jiang, I have an idea. Let me know what you think. How about Hongi Brothers Films? Doesn't that carry a profound meaning?" Jiang Tian mumbled, "Hongi Brothers Films. Hongi Brothers. Hongi Brothers. Good. This name is great. It's catchy and carries depth. It sounds appealing. One must never forget their roots. My life, Jiang Tian, is inextricably linked to Hongxing, so I must remember it well." "Fantastic. Truly remarkable. Xian, you are like a timely rain and a sage. There's nothing you can't." Li Xin's face turned green upon hearing this. What kind of ridiculous compliment was that? Was he sure he wasn't insulting him? Sai, lack of culture is truly frightening. Oh, what kind of nonsense were those 2? Comparing him to those 2. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary employee who had never done anything unscrupulous. Wasn't this framing someone unfairly? In August, snow fell on Hong Kong Island. What a bizarre injustice. Lee Xian quickly interrupted Jiang Tian. "Mr. Jiang, please don't compare me to those 2. I'm not worthy." "Why not? Aren't they all heroes from water margin?" This is why those who mix in society often fail. No matter how powerful you are, a lack of culture is a lack of culture. Just look at that confused expression and the eagerness for knowledge. Lee Xian spoke directly. "Mr. Jiang, let's not mention that timely rain song, Jiang. It might spoil the mood of our conversation. Let me tell you about the wise star Wu Yong. What kind of person is he? He's just a useless person without any bottom line to achieve his goals. To recruit people, he even incited children to kill fools along with a bunch of other nonsense. I don't consider myself a good person, but compared to him, I feel like I could be a role model for others, earning accolades. And the 108 heroes of water margin aren't all good people. Some are even worse than street thugs. At least street thugs don't betray their own. If I have to pick a favorite, it would only be Lu Zhishan." Lee Xian recited that poem to Jiang Tian, who was completely captivated, his eyes widening in astonishment. Especially those lines he left before passing, they were written with such flair. "In my lifetime, I haven't cultivated any good deeds, just enjoyed eating and setting fires. Suddenly breaking free of the golden shackles, tearing apart the jade chains here. Hey, when the tide of the Qiantang River rushed in, only then did I realize who I am. Regardless of whether alive or dead, as long as he owned his actions, that's what truly qualifies him as a hero." Jiang Tian immediately remarked, Those red sticks from the gang always bringing up the 108 heroes. Isn't that purely a lack of culture? Indeed, that's true. Li Xian nodded immediately. Seeing Jiang Tian's expression, he instantly understood and laughed while scolding. You little rascal, even dare to play with me. You're really not a good person. Li Xian did not refute. He has never shied away from his actions at all, depends on whether you know about it. If you do and you ask him about it, he will admit it. If you don't know, then let it go. When the day comes that he breathes his last, he can also learn to shout. Only today did I realize who I am. The discussion about the movie company came to an end. Jiang Tian then brought up Chen Yao's issue. Xian Yao just wants to get an agency right from you. He thinks this business can make money and got a bit anxious. Don't hold it against him. Li Xian replied directly, Mr. Jiang, there's no need to mention this again. It's not feasible. I have already given the business to the gray dog. Having beaten up their dog so many times, shouldn't we give some compensation? As for Chen Yao, just let him stay away from me in the future. He's annoying to look at. Damn it, why wasn't he warmer towards me when everything was fine? As soon as he saw an opportunity, he completely changed his demeanor. This little rascal. At that moment, Chen Yao just happened to walk by. He seriously suspected that Li Xian had deliberately made this remark only after seeing him. He couldn't even get angry. He could only endure and listen. Seeing Chen Yao's sullen face, Li Xian sneered inwardly, you piece of dog crap. Usually you don't pay respects, and now you want to cling to me, your lord. Dream on. Jiang Tian just didn't want Xian to cause trouble for Yao. Since Xian agreed, this matter was considered settled. Xian is a man of his word. He has never gone back on his promises. A spit of saliva is a nail. Fat Lao Li is just digging his own grave. The matter had already calmed down, and he still dared to provoke Xian. What else could happen? You asked for it. In no time, Liang Kun arrived. Mongkok is already close to the main island. After passing through the Hongham tunnel, you are on the main island, so it's normal for him to arrive quickly. But today his outfit almost made Li Xian send him away. Li Xian stood up, directly circling him several times to see if he had truly gone mad. His hair was cut short. The orange and green suits he used to love wearing had all been replaced with black. Even the green shirt inside had been changed to white. Even more absurd, he was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. The psychotic expression on his face was gone, replaced by a gentle smile. Isn't this an Ai Yongxiao? Liang Kun noticed the bewildered look on his face, and the smile on his face instantly vanished. Rolling his eyes, he shoved him aside and scolded, You bastard, what are you doing? Don't you recognize me anymore? Li Xian replied honestly. After saying this one word, he circled Liang Kun again, looking at him from left to right, occasionally exclaiming, TSK. Liang Kun was so angry he rolled his eyes. After the commotion, they finally got down to business. Liang Kun became interested immediately after hearing Li Xin's explanation and introduction. Recently, he had hired a tutor for additional lessons and had understood a lot of previously confusing matters. He also realized why the leader Jiang Tian wanted to clean up his act. He now had that thought too. But he knew in his heart that a complete cleanup was impossible, but he could lighten the colors on him a little. That much he could manage. Just look at the Ma family from the Oriental Daily. They have become cultured people. What's wrong with him, Liang Kun? The film industry is a good path, plus his good brother, Xian, has cinemas. Aren't these all ready-made resources? As for the position of gang leader, damn. Being able to live upright, what does being the boss even mean? Recently, after interacting more with Zhang Wo and Xiaofu, he had figured out a lot of things and understood why Xian could become a council member. During this time, he spent over 100,000 to take those two out for some fun. But it was worth it. Now when he goes out, he no longer brings along the big clumsy elephant. Instead, he hired 4 bodyguards from his good brother, Azin's security company. They are all trustworthy people, so safety is guaranteed. Besides, he and Xian are good buddies. How could he not trust his people? Now Kun Gu has completely forgotten about scolding Li Xian. Strangely enough, the effect has been good, and now, when the merchants in Mongkok see him dining, they no longer fear him as before, but instead warmly welcome him. In the past, whenever he went out to eat, there would immediately be an empty circle around him. He remembers the most clearly one phrase said by Zhang Wo. If you treat ordinary people well, they can elevate you to the heavens. This phrase awakened him. Now the little brothers under him are all cleaning the streets in Mongkok. Since he has taken the property and cleaning and security money from others, he must make them feel that the money is worth spending. He, Liang Kun, is also a genuine businessman. People pay him, and he helps them avert disasters. That's just right. Hengzi Yaowen from Yao Ma Ti first sweeps the streets for others. Liang Kun truly makes his little brothers sweep the streets. Yaowen is just a hoodlum. He's Liang Kun, a proper businessman. He can't be compared. So after hearing Azin's words, he was moved, jumping with excitement. He once thought he was quite formidable, but looking back now, that was just a nuisance. Liang Kun raised his hand to adjust his glasses, pausing for several seconds before slowly saying, I'll invest in the film company, Mr. Zhang provides the funds, and let's split the shares according to the investment ratio. Mr. Zhang, what do you think? Li Xin's eyes widened immediately upon hearing this. Is this still cool? Isn't this just a living version of an Ai Yongxiao? Jiang Tian couldn't help but burst out laughing. The laughter was hearty, and he seemed particularly content. He thought to himself, Xin, as long as you don't interfere with my shipping and construction company, everything else is negotiable. Whatever you want I will give. If it weren't for Xin, how could Leon Cohen have transformed into who he is today? The biggest stumbling block on his road to redemption has now become an ally. This is something he would never have dared to imagine before. In the past, he both hated and relied on Leon Cohen. Hated him for being a nuisance, but couldn't do without him for his efficiency. After enough laughter, Jiang Tiansheng waved his hand generously. Cohen, let's partner in the film company. You decide how to divide the shares. Is there any problem? Leon Cohen shook his head without hesitation. No, mister. Jiang, it's better to settle the accounts clearly. Even brothers must be precise to avoid any future grievances. If the company wants to do well, the accounts cannot be muddled. Jiang Tiansheng casually waved his hand. You decide however you want to do it. I just provide the funds. The film company is also under your management. After all, you have experience in this area. I'll just wait for the money to roll in. Li Xian could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. He stifled his laughter and added, right, my brother Cohen has filmed that kind of movie. He definitely has experience. Especially with ship scenes, that's his strong suit. After saying that, he laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up. Leon Cohen grabbed a piece of fruit from the table and threw it at him, and still unsatisfied shouted, you enough already, Pu Jiaxing. You've emptied our film company, and you still mock me. Are you even human? Truly despicable. Leon Cohen always meant what he said, and everyone in the circle knew that. Li Xian and Tianhong cleared out his film company, and he only got angry after they finished. His temper was truly... When the two were moving things, he didn't utter a word. Even though he felt heartbroken, he just stood by and watched. Li Xian quickly apologized. Brother Cohen, it's my fault, truly my fault. We are good brothers. How could I laugh at you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I just remembered something else funny. It's not directed at you, my good brother. Li Xian earnestly explained. Leon Cohen adjusted his glasses and rolled his eyes, saying, unamused, having a brother like you is truly my blessing. I'm thoroughly impressed. Other people's brothers either betray you or forget their loyalties when it comes to profit. With you, it's a different story. No betrayal, but you can still bring harm to your brother. Do you even count as a person? Leon Cohen added, you're not a good thing. I admit it. Li Xian, this little guy, actually admitted it quite openly. Among the three present, two were utterly speechless. His face was truly extraordinarily thick. Leon Cohen didn't hold it against him. He knew Xian too well. This person had no concept of face, and if interests clashed, he could turn hostile faster than flipping a book. He could offer you something voluntarily, but if you tried to take it, that was absolutely unacceptable. Leon Cohen was having a pretty smooth life lately. The police weren't bothering him, and others dared not create trouble, making him quite comfortable. He picked up a piece of fruit he hadn't thrown and took a bite, chewing the flesh before finally speaking. Xian, I need to tell you something. You need to pay attention to your real estate agency. A couple of days ago, a medium-sized real estate company approached me wanting to collaborate with me on this business. For now, we can fend them off, but if more people come, we won't have a solution. After all, who wouldn't be jealous after seeing it? Li Xian knew in his heart that this situation would inevitably come. It was impossible to keep people out forever. He had previously narrowed his thinking, but now he understood. It was possible to enlarge the cake and let everyone eat together. Plus, with their funds, he could bolster the Hongxin brand. Why not? In his previous life, he was just an ordinary employee, never accomplished anything significant, and his vision wasn't that high. But someone had set an example for him. He just got stuck in a narrow mindset and couldn't see clearly. But one thing is non-negotiable. The Hongxin real estate agency can only have one. The meat can be shared, that's no problem. But if anyone wants to take the pot away, they better not blame him for turning hostile. If they want to join, they can, but they need to provide benefits to Hongxin. To put it plainly, it's a franchise fee. If that's still not enough, then let those with ulterior motives see what it means to win over the majority and deal with the few. If anyone dares to gang up and fight him, his reputation as Ghost Sea Trouble isn't just for show. He'll deal with one harshly, and the rest will naturally behave. These past few days he thought of a plan, and had already met with Hu Jianing and Jimmy, and they all felt it was feasible. In a few days he planned to invite those interested real estate developers to sit down and discuss it personally. This matter, Hu Jianing and Jimmy don't have enough weight to hold the scene. He thought of this and directly told Jiang Tiansheng and Leon Cohen, let's hold a meeting tomorrow and ask those influential people who want to get involved in the agency business to come in. Let the gang find a clean person to act as the legal representative and establish a real estate agency together. Everyone will be shareholders. As long as they pay the franchise fee to my Hongxin agency and use my company's name, they can share the profits. The two stared at him with astonishment, both wondering, did not Xian value the agency more than his life? Why was he suddenly willing to share? Jiang Tianxing looked at him seriously. Xian, are you serious? Li Xian nodded. Mr. Jiang, brother Cohen, I can indeed fend them off, but this way I also expend too much energy. Since that's the case, why don't I put the meat on the table and let everyone eat together? In the restaurant with spirit, Li Xian set up another table. When dealing with this group of underworld folks, he could only choose such an old place. Everyone who came today were tough characters. From the new record side, Long Tu Xian Long Su Yin, Butler Jiang, Shu Marshal Su Bo, and the Fiercest Jun. Heiyang Sit and Hei Chai also arrived along with the Hall Master Jin, Shu the Copper Drum Bay, Hall Master Ma Wang, and the Poland Street Hall Master, Hong Jian missing. Li Xian stood at the door early in the morning waiting. When he saw the new record people arrive, he hurried over with a big smile. Mr. Su, Uncle Jiang Jun, Gobo Gu, you all have given me great face coming together. Sai and Long Su Yen was the first to speak. We don't care about Jiang Tianxing, but we have to give Xian face. Li Xian then noticed that Hei Chai from Ehai had arrived, and rushed over. Hei Chai, Shu, with our relationship, do you need to make such a big fuss? He said this, but the smile on his face was hard to conceal. He was truly the kind of person who spoke one way, but Hei Chai smiled back. Xian, you have meat to eat, yet you can still think of us in Ehai. We can't lose face, otherwise we're afraid you'll scold us for being ungrateful later. Li Xian quickly waved his hand. How could that be? Chai Shu, you're being too formal. The group entered the private room. Li Xian first poured wine for everyone present before sitting down. He cleared his throat. His voice was not loud, but every word was pronounced clearly. Today, I invited all the big shots over. There's no other reason. I have a business that one person can't handle, and I want to pull everyone in to make money together. Sai and Long raised his glass, not in a hurry to drink. What business? Real estate company. Li Xian placed the wine bottle down, tapping his fingers on the table. The land in Hong Kong Island is all in the hands of those real estate developers. But we have people and territory. As long as the company gets started, there will be ways to acquire the land and sell the houses. Uncle Jiang squinted. Are we competing for food with real estate developers? Not competing. Li Xian smiled at sharing a piece. The meat is too big for one person to eat. It will suffocate. If everyone bites together, everyone can get some oil. Axe to Jun, who had been silent, finally spoke. What about Jiang Tianxing's side? What's his attitude? Mr. Jiang has nodded. Li Xian said. The influential figures of Hongxing also agreed. If they refuse, it's not just against me, Xian, but against the entire Hongxing. The society is not to be trifled with. Whoever has a good bite, let them take a bite, and see if they can break their teeth. Hei Chai slammed his cup on the table. Well said. If anyone dares to make trouble at this time, then it's against us in Ehai. To succeed, we may not be able to do it. Li Xian raised his cup, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. But if anyone wants to make sure others can't succeed, that's way too easy. Sai and Long laughed. Xian, I like what you're saying. If both Xiang and Ehai come in with our strength, the company can open all over Hong Kong Island. I'll even leave a piece for those real estate developers. If the meat is already on the table, and they can't get a bite, that's their own lack of ability. The private room fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Axe to Jun raised his cup. Okay, this toast, cheers. The others also raised their cups one after another. Li Xian downed his drink in one go, the alcohol burning down his throat. He knew in his heart that this matter had succeeded. Li Xian smirked. If I really wanted to scold someone, I would have spoken up on the spot. Chai Shu is hard to move, but isn't there that useless Ma Wang? Scolding him is just right. Ma Wang laughed and scolded. Divine Immortal Xian, you really are something. You bullied me in Causeway Bay, and now you come back. What exactly is it about me that irks you? Just irks me. I see you're just bored. You opened a shop on my turf. Ooh, I let you in, and your face still looks like I owe you 8 million. Li Xian was not the least bit shy, stating confidently, you simply deserve a beating. Ma Wang could hardly contain his anger. The company had already been put in, and the troublesome matters hadn't been resolved. Ooh, wasn't that enough? What more did he want? Should he bang gongs and drums to send a flower basket to Li Zin's company? This fool was truly impervious to reason. Hong Jie, staring at Li Zin's handsome face, felt a strong urge to take a bite. She chirped, that guy Ma Wang just does things without brains. Xian is doing business with you. Shouldn't you pay more? With no discernment at all, he was truly a fool. Ma Wang was utterly speechless, his face turning green. Hong Jie's words completely extinguished his anger. He was left without a word to say. Inside the private room, those who can sit at the main table are all big shots from various factions. Only Li Xian, who is setting the table, stands holding a wine cup. Without waiting for them to exchange pleasantries, Li Xian stood up and handed out the 8 boxes on the table one by one to those 8 people. As they all lowered their heads to look at the boxes, Li Xian spoke up. Brothers and seniors, this is a small welcoming gift I prepared for you. A portable wireless phone. I named this thing. Since we are all people of the Jianghu, and you are all big shots, let's keep it simple and call it Big. What do you all think of this name? Any objections? Among this group, Axe Handsome, who relied solely on his fists, felt energized upon hearing the name. He immediately laughed. This name is great. Let's call it Big Brother. It sounds impressive, straightforward, and signifies status. Su Bo also nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's memorable and easy to call. Hong Jie had her own thoughts about Li Xian, and naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to flatter him. Xian really knows how to think much better than those who only know brute force. Those with culture are indeed different. This name is well thought out. The others at the main table were too lazy to engage with her. Damn, her eyes are practically glued to Li Xian. It's one thing to lift him up, but to use us as stepping stones, this damn woman is really unlucky. Li Xian sensed the atmosphere was just right before continuing. Big shots, you can call people you know. The number is in the box. I'll let others dial this number, and you can communicate directly. A few of them tried it, and it actually worked. The call quality isn't as stable as a landline, but it's convenient. You can receive and make calls anytime, anywhere. Furry Dragon Su Yin gave a thumbs up. AXIN, you really have it. You're clever and know how to play tricks. Uncle Chai nodded. That's right, AXIN always handles things thoughtfully, giving face in every aspect without a flaw to pick at. After exchanging a few pleasantries, AXIN got straight to the point. Uncle Chai, mister. So we've already discussed the specifics over the phone. Is there anything unclear? Speak directly. Furry Dragon took over. AXIN, everything else is fine. Ooh, just one thing. How much is the franchise fee? Uncle Chai didn't interject, clearly wanting to know the answer too. AXIN didn't rush to quote a price. Instead, he asked back, Mr. Su, how much do you think I should charge? Furry Dragon thought for a moment. I don't care how others negotiate. But for the business you brought, AXIN willing to share some profits with the brothers is appreciated. As long as it doesn't exceed 30% profit, we at XING have no problem. Once the cooperation is established, if anyone dares to tamper with this intermediary deal, we at XING will not sit idly by. Furry Dragon wasn't concerned about how much the company could earn, he was focused on how this business could support a large group of brothers. His real bottom line was 35%. The accounts in the intermediary business are easy to calculate. As the spokesperson for XING, he could find out with a simple check. Uncle Chai also expressed his stance. We at EHI share the same attitude. We're all people of the Jianghu, we're not accountants, so it doesn't need to be too detailed. Just give a number, and the rest is up to you. Good. XIN exclaimed. Then he laid it all out, 20%. I only want 20% of the pure. However, let me be clear. If I put this price on the table, my sincerity is here. If there are any more tricks, then you're not taking me AXIN seriously. At that time, don't blame me for turning against you. Uncle Chai, mister. So make sure to clarify with the people you send to manage the business later, so I won't be accused of being too tough and not giving face. Furry Dragon immediately responded. AXIN, you're loyal. XING isn't an ingrate. If something really happens, we'll give you an explanation. We'll bear the losses. We'll handle the people involved ourselves. That troublemaker will never be seen by you again in this lifetime. Uncle Chai chimed in. That's right. You AXIN have already put a piece of juicy meat right to our lips. If someone still dares to steal it, then there's nothing more to say. We'll handle it according to the rules of the Jianghu. 3 cuts and 6 holes. What they said today is not a mere formality. In this circle, the worst reputation is that of an ingrate. For a large faction, this amount of money is not a significant sum, not worth turning against each other over such a small profit. More importantly, this business can support a large number of brothers beneath them, which is what they truly value. Each major faction collects fees in the tens of millions every month. There's no need to ruin their reputation over such a trivial business. Ultimately, it's not worth it. Of course, if the profit grows to a certain extent, that's another matter altogether. Human hearts can't withstand too much money being thrown at them. Seeing both sides had made commitments, XIN continued. The legal entity must be clean. There can't be any blemishes. There's no need for everyone here to step forward. Who among you isn't a little dirty? You're courting deathly AXIN, that's going too far. You've insulted everyone present. Uncle Chai's expression also turned sour. Ma Wang was furious, nearly exploding. Damn, I'm so unlucky. I got dragged back to be dealt with as soon as I stepped out, and it's even someone with a weapon. The room erupted with curses. Uncle Jiang cursed the loudest, nearly spitting. AXIN, you really are. How can such a disaster emerge in the Jianghu like you? You still have the nerve to criticize us. Go take a leak and look at yourself, see what kind of face you have. Go find out on this street, which big brother doesn't shake their head when your name is mentioned. You're like a filthy rag, yet trying to act like a big shot in front of us. Don't you care about your face? I've never seen someone so shameless. After cursing, he quickly gulped down some tea. His throat was burning from the shouting. This is really infuriating. XIN didn't care about their petty insults. Let them curse, he did what he did, and shouldn't they be allowed to vent their frustration? He watched as a group of people turned red with anger and stoked the flames further. With a cheerful grin, he said, Oh, I'm really sorry, everyone. I almost forgot. I'm actually quite clean. The police don't even have a separate file on me. With you Jianghu people, I'm not even in the same league. They all call me a law-abiding citizen. Oh, what can you compare that to? You can't compare. There's no way. I'm a clean person. How can I be compared to you Jianghu big shots? The insults in the room grew louder. Even Su Yin, who usually had the best temperament, couldn't hold back and shouted, AXIN, you're so shameless. What good person raises a group of thugs? The most infuriating part is that they're also legal thugs. Did the higher-ups in the police department get their heads stuck in the door? They even gave you a gun permit. And your disciples, which clean families' children, could have 2 leaders as their master. Show me one. And what's this about having a blank police file? Every time you do something, you leave no trace behind. Which Jianghu big shot wraps themselves up like a mummy when they go to fight? You only leave your eyes and mouth exposed. Oh, what else are you hiding? You shameless person. You really are a talent. After they had their fill of cursing, XIN smiled at them. He left them with a line. Thank you all, you've honored me, truly honored me. The entire room was stunned by his shamelessness. The gathering ended on a surface of friendliness, but an atmosphere that was not friendly at all. Well, anyway, everyone's mood isn't great. After all, it was just a joke. In this Jianghu, as long as you have money in your pocket and goods in your hand, you can be called father and even find a cheap little mother for yourself. It's just that realistic. No one will go against money. If anyone has a grudge against money, tell Li Xian and he'll fly over to help. When Prince and King of Fists received Li Xian's call, they dropped everything they were doing and rushed to Causeway Bay. The two of them even shared a ride. As soon as they got out of the car, Tian Hong was already waiting at the door. Prince King, you're here. After greeting, Tian Hong led the two into the private room. Li Xian stood up to pour them drinks. He knew what these guys liked to drink. After handing it over, Li Xian spoke. Today there's just one matter. Tomorrow the gang is going to set up a real estate agency. You two invest all your clean money. I'll cover any shortfall. Don't worry about losses, so I'll bear it. Just focus on what you're doing. Prince with a fiery temper growled. Did the gang pressure you? Are they looking for trouble? King of Fists was even more straightforward. Xian, the four of us plus Tian Hong is enough. What's yours is yours and no one can take it away. Tian Hong added one sentence. Bro, once a person dies, there are no more objections. Damn, are you guys out of your minds? Li Xian cursed, then continued. What I won't let go of, who can snatch it from me? Is this your first day knowing this was my initiative? In the past, I thought too narrowly. Thanks to a fellow reader for the suggestion. By doing it this way, the agency can grow quickly. Once it scales up, it can be listed. Money can flow back quickly, providing enough cash for my upcoming plans. After listening, Prince and King of Fists fell silent. As long as no one has their eyes on Xian's business, everything will be fine. Even if they lose everything, the brothers won't let him starve. Tian Hong threw out a tricky question. Bro, who's that fellow reader? Li Xian thought for a moment and replied earnestly. A talent, a genius, a rare talent, a ghostly talent, a lewd talent, all kinds of talents. I'm impressed. Everyone brainstormed together, and the paths indeed became wider. After Prince and King of Fists left, Tian Hong stayed in the private room to drink with Li Xian. Of course, he was drinking cola. These companies exist solely to raise capital, and incidentally to sustain personnel. When necessary, even controlling stakes can be surrendered. By the end of 1983, we'll also exchange 20% of our shares with Shinda Real Estate. So don't worry, no one can force my hand. Li Xian explained all this because this young man was stubbornly single-minded. Impulsiveness often led him straight into folly. He was fully capable of eliminating a syndicate boss. Fear of death had never taken root in his heart. Born reckless, he wore audacity like second skin. Tian Hong still hadn't grasped it entirely. But once the elder brother declared these enterprises useless, mere instruments for monetization, he understood instantly. He'd relinquish everything so long as he could keep the eight-faced Han sword and remain by the elder brother's side. Tian Hong's mind operated with such stark, unadorned clarity. Yet one couldn't deny he'd seen it correctly. Well then, that concludes this matter. Song Zijia pushed open his front door, his gaze sweeping across the figure seated in the living room. His pupils contracted violently. Get out. A raw, guttural snarl tore from his throat. Get the hell out of my house. I never want to lay eyes on your face again. In this lifetime or the next. Song Zihao sat there bald-headed, his gaze soft and lifeless as wet clay, staring at his younger brother. Ajia. Do you have any idea how close you are to death? Do you even know who that person you've been ordered to monitor really is? What the hell do you care? Song Zijia trembled head to toe. I'm begging you, just go. Please. Don't come back. Brother Hao. Look what you've reduced this home to. Still not satisfied. Song Zihao saw his brother's bloodshot eyes and trembling lips, and said nothing more. He stepped forward and placed a firm, reassuring hand upon Song Zijia's shoulder. Live well. Stay out of trouble. Everything else, I'll handle. Song Zijia stood frozen at the doorway, watching that retreating back fade farther and farther away. Then he crumpled onto the floor beside the wall, burying his face deep in his knees, each muffled sob rising like a choked groan from his throat. His cries were quiet, but thick with unbearable weight. Rage, injustice, and a nameless a woman with tender sensibilities hearing such sounds might well weep alongside him. Song Zihao parked his taxi by the roadside and pushed open the door of Tianhong Bar. Li Xian sat at the bar sipping whiskey. Song Zihao approached swiftly, his expression heavy with resignation. Brother Xian, what exactly do you intend? Can't you just let me go? I only wish to live a quiet life. No more bloodshed, no more shadows, Song Zihao pleaded softly. Li Xian flashed a grin, revealing gleaming white teeth, his eyes brimming with undisguised triumph. Brother Hao, you've walked this path for decades. Why act like a child? Li Xian swirled the amber liquid in his glass. This livelihood, you think it's yours to pick up or discard at whim? Asked Tan Sheng. Does he consent? He set down his glass and leaned forward. Stop deceiving yourself. You cannot step away, not when you hold no cards. What of your crippled younger brother? Will you abandon him? Song Zihao's face paled. His fists clenched, then slowly uncurled. Grant him mercy. Let him return to the police force. Let him resume his duty as an officer. His voice rasped dryly. I know you possess that power. He wouldn't have sought you out unless cornered beyond hope. Li Xian smiled, a slow, deeply satisfied smile. Brother Hao truly is Brother Hao. Nothing like those hollow-headed bosses. He said, Though you've long since laid down the mantle, why not reclaim it today? From now on, keep watch over Xiao Rizi's operations. Agreeable. Song Zaheo bowed his head in silence for 3 full seconds. Agreed. Inside a warehouse in Saigon, Tan Chung was utterly disoriented. He'd been sleeping soundly at home, eyes closed, eyes opened, and suddenly found himself suspended midair. He didn't even know whom he'd offended. What kind of absurdity was this? The warehouse's iron gate crashed open. Tan Chung squinted, then froze. There he was, the very face he'd dreamed and dreaded night after night. Song Zaheo. Li Xian strolled forward, hands tucked casually into his pockets, smiling warmly. Brother Chung, did you sleep well last night? Tan Chung dealt in flour, but in the underworld everyone knew Shinxian Xian, the legendary second commander of Hung Hing. Glancing sideways at Song Zaheo, he offered a bitter smile. Brother Xian, you're a titan among men. Why bother with a petty fellow like me? Let's talk reasonably. Name your price. I won't haggle. I'll accept whatever you demand. Li Xian felt neither fondness nor disdain for Tan Chung. To him, Tan Chung was merely a vendor. When Tan Chung was dragged in, he was already broken, shattered beyond repair. He was a tool. Once inside this world, complaints held no currency. Today you slash others, tomorrow you're slashed in turn. Such cycles were mundane in the Jianghu. Who invited you in? Powerless wasn't a phrase. It was a sentence carved in bone. Tan Cheng's betrayal of Song Zaheo proved his cunning. Not loyalty's absence, but its calculated abandonment. These words weren't insults. They were occupational hazards. If sold, blame only your own lack of ruthlessness. Accept your fate. Even if you refuse, refusal changes nothing. Because Li Xian would never relent. Heroic integrity. Tragic archetypes. All nonsense. Just dogs fighting within the same den. A sordid internal squabble. The title was inflated far beyond its worth. Where were heroes in the Jianghu? Only opportunists skirting the law's edge. Li Xian was no exception. Loyalty was loyalty, never mistaken for heroism. Without national righteousness anchoring one's deeds, who deserved the title hero? Thus he never pitted those who styled themselves heroes. From the day one entered the Jianghu, every windfall came burdened with debt. Earning in 1 month what others spent lifetimes amassing. Then wailing like a wronged widow when misfortune struck, cursing heaven for injustice. Where was that cry of unfairness when indulging in champagne yachts and beauties? How did those 3 characters even look on paper? No such logic existed. Grievances demanded redress. Vengeance exacted without preamble. Li Xian handled matters with crystalline clarity. I pay you. I demand your life's labor. A fair transaction. Neither party owed the other. Li Xian fixed Tan Chung with a steady gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. Brother Chung, I truly admire your craft. Yet regretfully your life must serve a purpose. So I ask your forgiveness for this final inconvenience. I abhor complications, especially old foxes. And I know precisely what they are. So the simplest solution is to sever the root of the problem. Thus I invite you here, to accompany you through your final journey. For both our sakes it saves us endless trouble. Tan Chung couldn't even muster tears. What cruel farce was this? You need something done, so you stake my life as collateral. Where on earth did such irrationality reside? Is this madness? Tan Cheng's laugh sounded more like a sob, his voice quivering. Brother Exon, you must uphold reason. I've never crossed you. At least grant me the dignity of understanding my end. Li Xian draped an arm across Song Zaheo's shoulders, grinning. Brother Chung, you sold Brother Hao, landing him in prison for 3 years. Did he utter a single word of protest? No, he did not. So spare us your lamentations. From the moment you entered the Jianghu, your life hung from your belt. Its expiration merely a matter of timing. Early or late, it makes no difference. After you bid Brother Hao farewell, we'll offer you a cigarette and a cup of wine. 1 drag, 1 sip, then peace, effortless and absolute. Tan Chung watched Li Xian turn and stride out the warehouse gate. He pivoted towards Song Zaheo, eyes wide with desperate pleading. Brother Hao, I know I've erred. Can you spare me? Song Zaheo met Tan Cheng's gaze. Calm yet edged with ice. You haven't erred. You've simply realized you're already dead. No shouting. No curses. No blows. Having spoken, he turned and walked out of the warehouse. Their debt was settled irrevocably. Life turned a fresh page. Song Zaheo departed with Xiaoma. On the day he left, no one knew what Li Xian had whispered to him. Only that his expression as he walked away was profoundly complex. In his estimation, Shinxian Xian was a genius, albeit one whose brilliance strayed far from virtue. Yet Brother Hao had misjudged. Everything Li Xian understood, he'd gleaned from lifetimes past, heard, witnessed, absorbed. Even his own mother had fallen prey to such schemes. The memory burned too deeply to fade. Still, Li Xian valued loyalty fiercely. Since Brother Hao had risked his life for Xiao Rizi's affairs, his younger brother's future would be secured, without delay or compromise. The day after Song Zaheo's departure, Song Zijie was recalled to headquarters. His undercover operation had been masterfully executed, earning him immediate promotion from senior officer to inspector. Emerging from the inspector's office, the inspector lifted the landline and dialed. Chief, assignment complete. Any further instructions? Excellent. I'm thoroughly satisfied. Huang Bingyao replied, leaning back in his chair, belly swelling comfortably as he smiled. A pause. Then he added one more thing. In a month or two, do you suppose Inspector Song might just solve a major case and ascend once more? The inspector instantly grasped his meaning and responded without hesitation. Why not? In 2 months, any sooner might raise suspicion. Once Inspector Song cracks a high-profile case, promotion to Chief Inspector will appear perfectly justified. Then perhaps a year or 18 months later I'll draft him a letter of recommendation. Deputy Inspector isn't beyond reach. Chief, are there further directives? Outstanding. You possess keen insight. I'm deeply impressed. Goodbye. Huang Bingyao set down the receiver, muttering under his breath, it's rare for Brother Xen to ask me for a favor. I as his senior must deliver impeccably. He lifted his cup, took a slow sip, moistening his throat. Glancing down he noticed the black goji berries steeping in the water, and his smile deepened. That younger brother Xen truly knew how to make an impression. Wild black goji berries sourced directly from their hometown, unmatched in flavor. Each sip carried a richness others could never replicate. Li Xian remained unaware of Huang Bingyao's thoughts. He held his phone, pressing a favor. Boss Yao, I delivered flawlessly. Doesn't that merit a personal debt? On the other end, Boss Yao nearly exploded in fury. That shameless Shenxian Xian, no warning, no courtesy, had simply eliminated Tan Cheng, and now he dared demand gratitude. Tan Cheng was gone, fine. Another gullible fool could always be found to fill his shoes. But where precisely did this favor begin or end? Their counterfeit operation had no desire to antagonize Hong Kong's entrenched triads. Yet Shenxian Xian wasn't a snake. He was a colossal river-crossing serpent. Old Yao wrinkled his nose, expressing disdain. Godly faith, the matter with Tan Cheng has been settled, but where does this talk of human sentiment come from? Why should I owe you anything? Li Xian cursed inwardly. If it weren't for me stepping in, you would have lost your life long ago. This old man has no idea how to be grateful. Sai, he was also fed up. Every time he got involved, the plot would rush down a wicked path, and nothing ever went smoothly. It was too difficult. Seeing that old Yao wouldn't recognize this debt, how could Li Xian agree? He retorted directly, I say stop pretending to be foolish. You know what kind of person Tan Cheng is. I helped clean up your mess this time. Owe me a personal favor, and that's settled. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He had no particular aversion to these kinds of dealings. Everyone is making a living. Those who rely on their skills to eat are serious professionals compared to the thugs on the street. Earning money through one's abilities is only natural. As long as it doesn't touch his own interests, Li Xian could greet all kinds of heroes and outlaws in the Jianghu with a smile. Just like those who came from the mainland making a little money to go home to live, some even slipped away from Saigon by boat. Li Xian had often made things easier for them. They were all poor brothers coming to Hong Kong Island to make some extra cash. It couldn't be more normal. If they really had money, who would come here? Because of this, he became quite famous in a certain small circle, earning the nickname Little Mingchong of Saigon. As for whether they would expose him if caught, that was impossible. He had never shown his face. If the police dared to come looking for him, he would sue them for defamation. Defamation, they are the ones defaming me. At that time, lawyer Huang Duan could step in, filing complaints against the police department around the clock. Uncle Wen was particularly good at this, always finding new angles and directions to bother them. This is called professionalism. Li Chi was busy beyond measure. These days he was either reminiscing with this boss or accompanying that one for tea, often drinking with notorious tough guys in the Jianghu. Through all this, he met many big shots he had never dealt with before, and his connections expanded like a balloon. After every gathering, he would gift the other party a mobile phone. He would continuously flatter, for someone of your stature, how can you not have a mobile phone at the table? This is a standard for the leaders of the Jianghu. If you don't have one in hand, who would believe you are a leader? Indeed, it was counted by the unit. Previously, a big shot was drinking outside, and when an enemy showed up, he casually grabbed the mobile phone on the table and smashed it. Later, this big shot would say that this thing, aside from needing to charge for 2 hours and only allowing 5 minutes of talk time, had no other flaws. Perfect for smashing someone, or it felt really good to use. The mobile phone suddenly caused a stir on Hong Kong Island. Those with a bit of status felt the pinch and had to buy one, otherwise they would be embarrassed to claim they were part of the underworld. Even more absurd was that 6 people pooled their money to buy one, taking turns to use it, one person a day renting it out on the remaining day to make some profit. Those newcomers following the big shots to see the world noticed that everyone had that black lump beside them. When they got home, they pondered, would getting one of these make them a big shot too? The more they thought about it, the more they felt it was true. They would sell everything just to get one. This wasn't just a phone, it was face. Mongko Kong Rose Tea Restaurant. 2 groups were negotiating. Anyone who could come here to discuss matters was someone with a face. Those without money squatted at the food stalls, or they would sit on the curb like Wei Jishang chatting with others. Brother Jishang, it's tough. Your pockets are cleaner than your face. Inside the tea restaurant, the 2 groups were arguing vehemently, each refusing to back down. One called the other a loser, the other cursed the mother of a thunderstorm, making it quite lively. Loser, the fruit stall belongs to me. You dare to send someone to collect debts on my turf. Speaking was the leader of Lian Sheng and Mong Kok Galigue. Do you want to fight? On the Sheng side, an old character called Fei Nyo didn't give him any leeway and shot back. Are you out of your mind? That fruit stall is right on the boundary of our two territories. Just because you say it's yours, it is. I could also claim that Hongxin Real Estate Agency is under my protection. But you need the capability to back that up. Let me be clear today, that fruit stall will belong to us Sheng He from now on. Not satisfied? Then let's take it to the streets. Don't just use your mouth to scare people. We Sheng He are not built on fear. Fei Nyo's tone was wildly arrogant. An old character from the 4 Nines cursing at the nose of Lian Sheng gave no face at all, and didn't even mention the Brotherhood. But he had the capital to be arrogant. Mong Kok was under his control with at least 200 to 300 people under him, including the Blue Lantern. He was far stronger than Galigue. Galigue was so furious he felt his lungs would explode. In front of so many little brothers, he couldn't lose face. He grabbed the mobile phone from the table and slammed it down hard. Damn it. A mere 4-9 from Sheng, he dares to speak to me like this. Want to bring people in, huh? Let's see who dies first, you stinking loser. Seeing this, Fei Nyo also wanted to slam the table to assert his dominance. But looking left and right, he found nothing handy on the table. Now he was in trouble. He turned to his little brothers and shouted, "Are you all dead? Hurry, find me a brick. I need to slam it down today, or where will I put my face?" The little brothers looked at each other all dumbfounded. Finding a brick on the table in a tea restaurant. Even if they sold themselves, they couldn't find one. A young man with dyed yellow hair full of discontent shouted to the side, "Bro, that broken brick is too expensive. Where are we going to get one? Even if we sold our pants, we still couldn't gather enough money." Fei Nyo had been hiding in the countryside of Yuan Long and had no idea what was currently trendy on the streets. Today he just popped out to negotiate and ended up being embarrassed by that black brick. He couldn't swallow this anger. Fei Nyo fiercely threw down a line. "Galigue, wait for me. I'm going to get one. Let's see if your Lian Sheng can protect that broken fruit stall." After Fei Nyo left, Galigue took out his mobile phone and kept looking at it. He thought this thing is really not bad. Not only can it make calls, but it can also be used for negotiations. When he initially spent over 50,000 to buy it, he felt a pang of regret. Now the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was worth it. Worth it. This matter quickly spread in the underworld, and the mobile phone became extraordinarily popular. Demand exceeded supply. If you went out without a mobile phone, you would be embarrassed to claim you were part of the underworld. It would lower your status. You wouldn't even qualify to speak to those holding bricks. No, I mean those with mobile phones. Li Xian understood these people's thoughts thoroughly and had Flower Tongue fan the flames in the underworld. The effect was immediate. As soon as the mobile phones arrived, they were snatched up. They sold incredibly well. During this time, Huigo was so busy, he couldn't even stand still, busy arranging to open stores to sell mobile phones. Business was so good that he opened over 10 stores in one go. Actually, it didn't cost much. He just set up a counter in the Hongxin Real Estate Agency, arranged a few staff, and the sign read Mobile Phone Specialty Store. Huigo stood with his hands on his hips looking at that sign, feeling quite pleased. Who would have thought that Huigo would have such a day? Brother Xian will be my real father from now on. Even my real father has to ask me to buy him a house. This godfather directly gives me business, allowing me to earn money to buy a house. The difference is too great. From now on, I can ignore my real father's words. But when Godfather Xian speaks, I must listen, and I must listen attentively. What if Godfather is unhappy? He is my money god. From now on, anyone who dares to speak loudly to Godfather will be unacceptable. He is my benefactor. Everyone must treat him with respect. There's no reasoning. Whoever it is cannot speak loudly to my father. Huigo won't agree first. Looking at those lining up for goods blocking the door of the real estate agency, Huigo's determination grew even stronger. Ironically, this move also boosted the business of the agency. Jimmy was smiling widely, calling Li Xian to share the good news. "Boss, you are truly a business genius. This marketing strategy is brilliant." Li Xian hung up the phone feeling a bit dazed. Had he become a business genius? Was he? It was just that Huigo said he was short on funds and borrowed his store right. Li Xian didn't take this matter to heart at all, casually agreeing. Who would have thought that this agreement would bring him great fortune, making him appear as a genius in others' eyes? Where can you reason with this? The mobile phone was not only being snatched up by underworld figures, but even business owners were eager for it. This thing is simply too convenient. No matter where one is, pulling out a mobile phone can command the departments beneath and arrange tasks. No longer needing to run around looking for phone booths in urgent situations. Now with a mobile phone in hand, one can make calls whenever they want. It saves so much trouble. Li Xian was also generous. Every management staff above deputy manager received a mobile phone. This way, most of the time, they could find people, which indeed made things much more convenient. Before coming to Hong Kong Island, he had already experienced the joy of being able to call anytime, anywhere. When he first arrived here, he was quite unaccustomed. In his previous life, he felt incomplete if he wasn't holding his phone to check something while in the restroom. Now, although he couldn't browse things while squatting, at least he could make calls anytime, right? However, the battery that came with the mobile phone was truly a headache. Charging for 2 hours only allowed for 5 minutes of conversation. The signal isn't that great either. Whenever he received their calls, Li Xian would not hang up until the battery of the large mobile phone was almost dead. After all, he had already given them the phone. He had to recoup some expenses from them, right? This person is truly capable. For instance, right now Li Xian is wandering around the construction site near the dock with Zhang Wo and Xiaofu. The two behind him are each holding a large mobile phone looking quite imposing. After finishing his call, Zhang Wo handed the phone over. Boss, Mr. Jiang is looking for you. Li Xian took the phone and immediately asked, Mr. Jiang, is there something? Yes, the matter with the real estate agency has been settled. You need to come back to the headquarters for a meeting to finalize this matter, Jiang Tianxing said on the other end of the line. All right, no problem. They'll also call Shinji and Ihai, asking them to go directly to the Yuguchi restaurant so that we can clarify things together. Li Xian responded. After hanging up, he called Shinji and Ihai, instructing them to meet at the Yuguchi. Next, he notified Jimmy to contact the small and medium real estate companies that had shown interest to go to Yuguchi together and resolve matters face to face. Why didn't he call the big companies? They are all working on large projects, and the profits have long been divided among the factions they support. They wouldn't look down on this small business which isn't worth their effort. Just grabbing a piece of land would earn more than this. Only those small and medium real estate companies would cherish this opportunity. Li Xian spotted Xiaobao, who was focused on the progress of the project. I'm leaving. Li Xian waved his hand. Xiaobao looked at his back and couldn't help but curse. Damn, this is really unjust. That useless Huashu can be a decision maker and I'm stuck here under the sun. He turned to yell at the construction team. You all better be careful. If there's even a slight mistake, I'll throw all of you into the sea to feed the fish. After yelling, Xiaobao found a shady spot and sat down. He couldn't swallow this anger. Having followed Big Brother B for nearly 10 years, he hadn't even managed to secure a proper position, spending every day as a foreman exposed to the elements. What hurt more was that Chun Haonan, whose injuries had just healed, was directly brought into the company as a manager. Just the other day, he complained to Li Xian, and now a few days later Chun Haonan was brought close again. Isn't this true love? Their relationship is solid, unbreakable. When Li Xian arrived at the Yuguchi restaurant, everyone who was supposed to be there had arrived. The road from Saigon was long, causing some delays. He exchanged pleasantries with the crowd and got straight to the point. Standing on the performance stage of the restaurant, Li Xian spoke. Everyone here knows why you came today. I want waste. The franchise fee for Hongshin Real Estate Agency is 20% of your profits. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. No one from the three factions below spoke up. Everything that needed to be said had already been said. Today was just to oversee as a display. A small real estate company owner raised his hand. Mr. Li, your Hongshin can't provide anything and yet wants 20% of profits. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Li Xian didn't say much and simply waved to one of the younger brothers from Hongshin. When the person approached, he pointed at the owner who had just spoken. Please take this owner upstairs for tea on the second floor. The younger brother approached the owner politely. Boss, please come upstairs. Don't make it difficult for me and don't embarrass yourself. After saying this, he extended his right hand. Please. The owner was stunned. He just wanted to negotiate for a bit more benefit. Isn't this quite normal in business? Without any harsh words, he was directly kicked out. He glanced at the people sitting at the front table and didn't dare to speak again. The heads of the three top factions in Hong Kong were all here. Any of them could destroy his small company with a mere gesture. If the house sold, his whole family would have to roll overseas to become third-class citizens. He didn't want to leave. He could only obediently follow the younger brother upstairs. Li Xian told him to go upstairs for tea, so he had to go. No matter how bad the tea was, he had to force it down. Once the previous owner left, Li Xian waved his hand again, signaling the others to continue asking. Wang Bo from Huaxing Real Estate spoke up. Mr. Li, how will the internal management of the stores work? Will Hongshin send people to supervise? Li Xian replied straightforwardly, no. Aside from the signboard that must display Hongshin's name, I will not interfere in anything else. Even the accountant will not be assigned. Even if you report a loss, I will accept it. If there's a loss, Hongshin will not take a share of the profit. Several bosses present were cursing in their hearts. It's easy to say, but just wait until the time comes. Who doesn't know what kind of person Li Xian is? In the past, when running the agency and losing money, he still hasn't filled the hole. If they dare to cook the books like they do with other partners, just wait. If the house catches fire one day, the cause will definitely be aging wires. Even if they catch the arsonist, it won't matter. At worst, they'll spend a few years inside and come out to still be able to thrive. There are plenty of people willing to do this job. The bosses can curse all they want, but they still have to continue. After all, no one wants to go against money. A bespectacled man spoke again. Mr. Li, are there regional restrictions for opening stores? Li Xian glanced at him. This person truly had no sense of the situation. But he still replied, no. As long as you can keep your store running, you can open it anywhere. Only with competition can the industry develop. Even if you open in the governor's office, I have no objections. Whoever can actually do it, Hongshin won't charge you a single franchise fee, as long as you can achieve it. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room burst into laughter. Someone joked, what if we open in a military camp? What would Mr. Li say? Li Xian laughed even more and casually joked, if you have that ability, the next time we meet, I will bow to you first before greeting you. All the resources of all my companies will be open to you. He added, if you can open in Buckingham Palace, it'll directly give you half of my assets. After all, the price you pay is too high. If you don't take good care of that old lady, you can forget about it. The entire hall. Some laughed until they shed tears. Usually they only curse behind closed doors, but no one has ever done this in public. But thinking about it makes sense. If they don't make that old lady happy, the matter can't be completed at all. With the general direction set, Li Xin called over Hu Jianing and Jimmy, leaving a note. You guys take care of the rest, I'll go upstairs and enjoy a drink with the bosses. Hu Jianing was fine, having worked with Huang before and seen many big scenes. He could handle it. But Jimmy was not the same. Today, with this happening, the Hongxin real estate agency was about to take off. He was so excited that his voice was shaking. Boss, are we going to go public? Yes, this step will be taken sooner or later. The exact market value is still uncertain, but General Hua will keep an eye on it. What you need to do now is to consolidate the company, ensuring all franchise stores are unified under the group assets. I can't specify how to handle the details, but I know one thing: no matter which company it is, there will be some padding in the assets. If you don't understand something, make a few more trips and ask General Hua. Upon hearing Li Xian say this, Hu Jianing quickly lowered his posture. Boss, I don't know everything. There's still much to learn. Jimmy is smart and ambitious. He will definitely go far in the future. Alright, since you have such high hopes for him, guide him more and don't let him stumble too much. But he must also experience some setbacks. Without suffering a bit, how can he learn a lesson, don't you think? Li Xian asked with a smile. Hu Jianing readily agreed. Rest assured, boss. I personally like Jimmy a lot. He is diligent and has a spirit of inquiry. He will definitely become a great asset in the future. He understood that Jimmy had a significant position in the boss's eyes and would surely rise to the upper echelons of the group. However, this wouldn't greatly affect him. Jimmy's foundation is too shallow to threaten his position. Instead, he could become a capable aide. Helping him a bit would benefit everyone. After hearing the boss' words, Jimmy felt truly touched. The boss really held him in high regard. During this time following General Hua, he had truly witnessed what an excellent corporate manager looks like. For all the big and small matters of the company, General Hua could explain everything in detail, and he was familiar with all the data. It was indeed impressive. Jimmy looked at Li Xian with gratitude and spoke. Boss, rest assured, I will definitely work hard to improve myself and will not let your trust down. Li Xian patted Jimmy's shoulder and turned to head upstairs. Seeing the boss leave, Hu Jianing smiled and asked, so what did you gain today? Jimmy was a bit confused. This was just the beginning. What was there to gain? Seeing Jimmy's bewildered expression, Hu Jianing pointed out, I meant, what have you learned from the boss today? Oh, the boss didn't say much today, just briefly set a direction and left. What could I learn? Jimmy countered. Hu Jianing didn't say more. If everything was explained in detail, Jimmy would never grasp the underlying principles. It had to be a gradual process. Pulling seedlings to help them grow isn't a good method. He couldn't let a good seedling be wasted, otherwise the boss would definitely hold him accountable later. Hu Jianing took Jimmy to socialize with the management of various companies, teaching him almost hand in hand, putting in quite a bit of effort. Upon reaching the second floor of the restaurant, he saw Jiang Tiansheng and Chun Yao entertaining guests, making it hard to see they were the leaders of the factions. Jiang Tiansheng was polite and well-mannered, smiling at everyone with all sorts of pleasantries, very misleading. Seeing that Jiang Tiansheng was so fond of socializing, Li Xian simply handed the venue over to him. Li Xian had never been particularly interested in these boss gatherings. These people only spoke in cliches, going around in circles, making it seem deep and profound. He turned to the table of the faction, where Uncle Bo was animatedly speaking. Let me tell you, that big palace on Poland Street has recently had a lot of foreign goods, and there are a few Russian girls whose skin is so fair it shines. Uncle Bo smacked his lips as if savoring some flavor. Brother G was an old lecher and wouldn't let Uncle Bo steal all the glory. Hastily picking up the conversation, let me tell you, the black pearl is really exciting. The skin is so smooth, the tactile sensation is exquisite. You could touch it every day without getting tired of it. It's just a bit darker. If only those foreign horses could have this quality, I'd stay at the big palace without leaving. Uncle Chai laughed from the side. You two better take it easy, don't actually pull your tools out and find there's nothing there. That would be quite embarrassing. Uncle Jiang from the new record also joined in the fun, saying, Brother Chai is right. We should polish our guns before heading out, lest we find ourselves on the front line without any action, which would be quite embarrassing. Hearing their lively chatter, Li Xian quickly distanced himself. After all, they were all old rascals, and as a serious person it was best not to get involved. He sat down at Big D's table and saw that the faces of several brothers were as dark as the bottom of a pot. He casually asked, What's the matter? Did you find some money outside? Who are you putting this sour face on for? Big D was in a foul mood and immediately cursed, Isn't it because of those useless fools from Liansheng? They're just causing trouble in Yaomati. They've made our several families in the Yaomati area lose money, and they even have the nerve to say they want to fight back to Tsimsha Sui. Are they dreaming? Horse King also chimed in with curses. Damn Shang, he isn't being honest either. I don't know what wine blew into them, but they started a fight with us in Yaomati. If it weren't for the clubhouse holding me back, I would have dealt with them long ago. A bunch of useless dimwits. Li Xian listened bewildered. It took him a while to realize this was about Lin Sheng trying to show off. Are they really going to fight? Where do they get their confidence from? Since they want to play, they shouldn't blame him for stoking the flames and adding more fuel. Lin Sheng is really something else. Big D shot him a glare and replied irritably, isn't it, because of your messing around? Big D was dragged into Hung Hing by you, and now he can't save face with Lin Sheng. To reclaim his face, he directly said he would fight back to Tsim Sha Sui. Could this happen without you? Upon hearing this, Li Xin was immediately displeased. Wasn't this framing him? What does it have to do with me? I spent the last 2 months busy with that broken company, and during this time, I've been holed up in Saigon without moving. How can this be blamed on me? Is there no law anymore? Li Xin didn't hold back against Axehead Jun, directly firing back. Can you shut that broken mouth of yours for a moment? What does this have to do with me? Isn't it you who caused this by switching sides? Big D switched sides, and even Lin Sheng paired him with double flowers. How considerate is that? You can't blame the Earth's gravity for not being able to pull out shit. If you could shove a lock from Lin Sheng out of Jordan, what would they use to fight Tsim Sha Sui? The fireball from Tai Kok Sui is just a waste. He can't help a lock at all. If you have the ability, just take Jordan down, and that would be that. Jordan is easy to take, but the problem is that someone is stopping us. What can I do? All the gangs in Tsim Sha Sui wouldn't let me take that traffic artery. The table instantly fell silent. Although Jordan only has 3 streets, it is a crucial passage. Any gang wanting to deploy troops must pass through here. A lock relying solely on collecting tolls can earn quite a bit every month. Axehead Jun started to incite. Xin, you have no territory now, why not just seize Jordan? He'll back you up and hold off the people from Tsim Sha Sui. You could just deploy troops, finish it quickly, and take down a lock. How simple is that? A monthly income of at least several million. Aren't you tempted? Horse King and Sister Hong also joined in, saying that Ehai would be willing to support him. Sister Hong was more direct. Xin, if you want to fight for Jordan, I can pull people for you from Portland Street. Plus with the prince from Tsim Sha Sui, the boxing king from Yao Ma Ti, and the handsome Kuan from Mong Kok, we can definitely take Jordan. We'll be neighbors, and we can look out for each other. Axehead Jun didn't expose Sister Hong's ulterior motives, and kept pushing. Exactly, you have so many people backing you. Right now you're just a lone boss with no territory. Isn't that ridiculous? Just look at the gangsters. Oh, which boss has fallen to this level? Having no turf and having to hide in Saigon isn't. They're all old foxes trying to dupe him while pretending to have his best interests at heart. What good brothers? With such brothers, it's hard not to meet an early demise. Not one of them is a good person. They all want to push him out as cannon fodder to shield them from bullets. Li Xin rolled his eyes dramatically and retorted, Axehead Jun, where's your bravado? With thousands of men under you, you can't even handle one Jordan. Just push through, can't you? I'll give the prince a heads up so that I won't cause you trouble and let you pass safely. What about those tigers from New Record lurking in East Tsim Sha Sui? Haven't they piled up high enough? Bring them out to seize territory. What tigers are they? Just keeping them at home to catch mice. Do you need me to get you some cat food? As soon as Li Xin said this, the people around laughed uncontrollably. They all knew about the mess in New Record. In East Tsim Sha Sui, several tigers were stuffed in there, and even Hung Hom could produce a tiger. It was about to burst. Axehead Jun's face turned green with rage, but he couldn't refute anything because it was all true. He switched tactics and said, let's cooperate. Drive Lin Sheng out of Yao Ma Ti, and everyone gets to eat. We can divide their territory a little, and everyone can benefit. How about that? Li Xin was the only one who could take this bait. Horse King and Sister Hong talking in Ehai wouldn't carry weight. They didn't have that influence. Li Xin was different. His apprentices were stationed in Causeway Bay, and 2 of his fellow disciples managed Tsim Sha Sui and Yao Ma Ti respectively. With these forces combined, Axehead Jun, even leading thousands, wouldn't be able to make waves. He thought it through and felt this plan was indeed feasible. But there was a prerequisite. It couldn't be Hung Hing at the forefront. If their people went up to take the blame, there would be a lot of trouble behind. Once this battle was over, Lin Sheng would basically be finished and could only retreat to the new territories to muddle through. Kowloon was never their home turf, who after this upheaval, they would be severely crippled and wouldn't recover for years. Just one glance at their haul is enough to understand. In Kowloon, they only had a few broken places like Layumun Jordan and Tai Kok Sui. In total, they occupied less than 3 streets in Yao Ma Ti and Mong Kok. Not to mention the main island. Those 2 strip clubs in Choi Hung, whether they exist or not, are the same. Previously, they could still rely on that military station in Suanwan for reinforcements, but now Suanwan was tricked by Li Xin into joining Hung Hing. If there is any disturbance, Lin Sheng will suffer serious injuries, and there will be no one to follow up. In the underworld, while numbers are indeed important, the key is the speed of support. If this point is lacking, it's all for naught. Once the fighting is done and reinforcements are still lagging behind, that would just larger gangs exhaust their brains to connect their territories, otherwise they can't hold it together, getting beaten up repeatedly every few days, losing all face. Smaller gangs don't mind, they occupy pieces here and there, and having more is considered a gain. They don't pick and choose. Those second-tier gangs are slightly better, at least each hall can support a few hundred people. If it comes to a real fight, it will take some effort, so their lives are relatively stable. It's not that the big gangs don't want to swallow them, but the Hong Kong government won't allow it. The head of the number gang, known as the Emperor of Kowloon in the Underworld, was directly expelled from the territory due to his overwhelming power. If you want to play, you have to follow the rules. Big gangs keep these small roles for a purpose, to stir up trouble. If they want to do something, they first support the small gangs to create chaos, and when the situation is chaotic, they step in. There are rules in every trade, whether clear, obscure, or hidden. Li Xian went through Lien Sheng's territory in Kowloon in his mind, and felt that this plan could work. This is his strong suit. Not only does he mark the distribution of power on the map, but he also often simulates the direction of various territories in his mind when he has nothing to do. As long as he sees where they are attacking, he can basically guess where the target is. In the Underworld, those who employ military strategy are rare gems. Most either resort to cunning tricks or charge in recklessly with no real structure. Old Axehead Jun counts as one of the top figures in the Underworld. After calculating the gains and losses clearly, just as Li Xian was about to speak, he suddenly swallowed his words. He remembered a key person, Dragon Head Jiang Tianxing. That guy might not agree to this plan because what he wants is peace for Hung Hing. Li Xian rubbed the back of his head and his enthusiasm instantly faded. Damn it, just when he was thinking of a quick and decisive move ready to exert force, a bucket of cold water was splashed on him. It was frustrating. One thing Li Xian truly didn't expect was that Jiang Tianxing valued him so much. Horse King was stunned at once. Yihai had no territory in Sim Sha Sui at all. If they could take Jordan down, that would definitely be a good thing. His eyes lit up as he blurted out, "What are the conditions?" "I'll help you take the 2 streets next to Tian Hong and Jordan." Yihai has had no room for growth on the main island. "This is Hung Hing's territory. Why are you shrinking in Causeway Bay? You might as well go to Yao Ma Ti to mix, where you can also partner with Sister Hong and help each other out when necessary." "What do you think?" Li Xian asked. Horse King didn't reply. This was not something he could decide alone. He needed to consult the clubhouse. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke. "I need to go back and discuss this with the clubhouse. It's not something I can decide as the Hall Master. Wait for my call." Li Xian exchanged a few more moves with Axehead Jun. Both were increasingly cunning, smiling, while their hands were full of ruthless maneuvers. "You poke my eyes and I'll grab your groin." In the end, neither fell into the trap. The onlookers around, who were enjoying the spectacle, were somewhat disappointed. Regardless of who suffers, they watch the joke, and perhaps they can gain something. Just look at the faces of these Underworld people, all laid bare here. So the reality is that very few people in this circle are genuinely loyal. They were just shoulder to shoulder in camaraderie a moment ago, but once sober they turn their backs. That's just how this circle works. If Li Xian seizes the opportunity, he won't hold back. He will definitely peel a layer off. It's all about mutual benefit. No one should play the saint. When Li Xian and Axehead Jun say they are friends, lending a few million or tens of millions is definitely not an issue. It's quite normal to help each other out in times of trouble. But once an opportunity arises, none will show mercy. It all depends on whether the profits are substantial enough. This is the bloody reality of the Underworld. Friends are friends and interests are interests. If you can't distinguish between the two, don't get mixed up. If you can't afford to play, don't touch it. What's being discussed here are the interests in the Underworld. No one dares to touch each other's white business. That is the bottom line. If you do, no one will come out unscathed. Does anyone really think these Underworld bigwigs have no legitimate businesses? I can guarantee that they all do. Everyone knows the business is theirs, but who it's registered under is hard to say. Just like Li Xian, his Hongxin group is registered under Chiu Ti's name. Who in the Underworld dares to touch? The heads of those organizations refused to agree, as they had even more industries in their hands. As long as someone dared to take the lead without the strength to counter those leading organizations in Hong Kong, their only fate would be to disappear into the sea. Upon returning home in the evening, Chiu Ti was already inside, watering her flowers and plants with a kettle. As soon as she saw Li Xian enter, she hurriedly put down what she was holding, walked over to take his coat, and hung it on the... More than half of the wardrobe was filled with Chiu Ti's clothes, while the few pieces belonging to Li Xian were also bought by her. He used to prefer wearing t-shirts with jeans, or just a tank top with baggy shorts, finding it comfortable. He felt uneasy in anything else. After hanging up the clothes, Chiu Ti sat beside Li Xian and casually asked, "Why are you back so early today? Didn't you say it was lively over there? Didn't you go out to have some fun?" Li Xian understood what she was asking. He was quite satisfied with Chiu Ti for never prying into his affairs outside. Every time he went out to have fun, she never showed any displeasure upon his return. In his previous life, his wife would have clawed at him until even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. He heard that there were places in the neighboring province that specifically sheltered men suffering from domestic violence. Comparatively, he felt quite content with his current life. He reached out to pull Chiu Ti closer and said it's no fun mingling with them. It would be better to hang out alone with Brother Ji and Uncle Bo. Moreover, those women are all so commonplace, I can't even find them appealing. You're much prettier than any of them. You know I have principles when it comes to this. I never fool around. If I really encountered someone I found attractive, I would have already kept another one outside. In this home, you're the only one. No one else can enter through this door. Xiao Ti leaned in and kissed him. Having spent quite some time in Hong Kong, she was well aware of the situation here. Nowadays, many people marry 2 wives, or even more as long as they can afford it. It hasn't been many years since the abolition of polygamy, and it is said that among the wealthy, who doesn't have a few wives? She had long been prepared for this. Even if the main wife position wasn't hers, she could accept it. As long as she was the only one in this apartment in Sai Kung, that was enough. For someone like Li Xian, who lived a life in the underworld, having only her by his side was already a miracle. Who isn't out there indulging in pleasures? The shorts they left home wearing in the morning might not even be the same once they return in at night. Moreover, when she first arrived in Hong Kong, she had no relatives or friends. Of being able to live the life she had now was already enough satisfaction, and she didn't dare to wish for more. If she were greedy, it would only push Li Xian into another woman's arms, which would be of no use at all. Li Xian treated her well and never forced her to do anything. As long as she was happy, that was enough. She lifted her head from Li Xin's arms and gazed at his rugged face, finding it pleasing to the eye. Li Xian looked down at her and asked, "What are you staring at?" Xiao Ti kissed him again and smiled, saying, "Li Xian, do you think our future children will be particularly good-looking?" Li Xian was silent for a moment before replying, "Xiao Ti, wait for me a few more years. It's too dangerous right now. The organization isn't stable yet, so let's not talk about this for now. You know I'm walking on the edge of a knife." Xiao Ti pressed her face against Li Xin's chest and whispered, "But I believe in you. You have never disappointed me." "That's enough." Li Xian tightened his embrace and didn't say anything more. At the Yihai headquarters, the photography studio was brightly lit. Ma Wang recounted everything Li Xian had mentioned earlier to Uncle Chai. "Do you think this can be done?" Uncle Chai fiddled with a string of beads in his hand and took a long pause before speaking. "Li Xian makes a valid point. You can't expand in Causeway Bay. No one is willing to let you. Hongxing will be the first to disagree. That area is their stronghold. Other organizations can only establish a base on the island as a result of various compromises. That old fox Jiangzhen also has his means. Why doesn't he continue to expand on the island? Is it not because the Hong Kong government and police are suppressing him, not allowing him to move? The situation is different now. Forces from outside the island have increased. Hongxing may still be the boss, but it's no longer solely their say." Uncle Chai paused for a moment and continued, "Li Xin's idea is feasible. You can mobilize the manpower and take them to Yaomati. With the prime location in Jordan, Yihai can connect the territory of Yaomati. This kid has keen eyes. He doesn't look like one of our Yihai members at all." Ma Wang thought for a moment and asked, "What about taking over Jordan? Are you not going to let Causeway Bay go?" Uncle Chai looked at him with an expression akin to that of a fool. "You really dare to think about this?" That night, Yihai's He Chai and Li Xian were on the phone for nearly an hour. The two exchanged offers back and forth, and in the end they both got what they wanted. As for the Ao Le, who was about to be consumed by them, nobody mentioned him on the call. When the dishes were served on the table, who cared what they were called? They were only concerned with who was eating how many pieces. Ao Le loved fishing, right? They could send him to Liu Mun or Tai Po, where it was by the sea, allowing him to fish daily and keep him busy. Li Xian hung up on He Chai and dialed Aksu Jun. As soon as the call connected, he got straight to the point. "June, brother, if you want to settle the trouble and take it out on He Lianxing, then you should start the fire first. Can you insert a foot in Jordan later?" Aksu Jun had been tormented enough by He Lianxing recently. Upon hearing this, how could he refuse? Besides, we could still gain something from Jordan. The 3 top-tier organizations joining hands to deal with He Lianxing, it would be hard for them to survive. "No problem, Li Xian. Leave it to me. Tonight Jordan is going to be in chaos. I'll handle it for a couple of days. To be honest, He Lianxing has been driving me crazy lately. Relying solely on me is too exhausting. Everyone behind me is dragging their feet. Now that we're all working together, it's settled." Aksu Jun's voice was filled with anger, indicating he was truly furious. This matter can't involve Tianhong causing trouble. Tianhong is the decision-maker on the island, making it inconvenient for them to intervene. But he has a solid brother. Just have Tianhong reach out to that person. As soon as Li Xian hung up the call, Tianhong drove straight to Mongkok. By night, Mongkok was even livelier than during the day. Tianhong sneaked into the Qingkuan Film Company with Sha Chong, and upon reaching the door of Liang Kun's office, saw a scene that was truly eye-watering. The two simply leaned against the door outside to wait. It wouldn't take long anyway. In less than 2 minutes, a heavily made-up woman swayed her hips out of the office. Tianhong had no concept of courtesy. Without any hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. Liang Kun was about to get angry, but upon seeing that it was Tianhong, his expression immediately changed. He forced a smile and greeted him with a hoarse voice. "Tianhong, what wind brought you here? It's rare." Tianhong ignored his teasing and got straight to the point. "Kun Ge, there's something I'd like your help with. Do you think you can manage it?" Liang Kun walked around the desk and moved to Tianhong's side, wrapping an arm around his shoulder and leading him to the sofa. "Go on, what is it?" "I can handle what I can. For what I can, I'll think about it and still get it done for you." Tianhong ran through the instructions from the boss in his mind and didn't hold anything back. "Kun Ge, I've made a deal with Ma Wang from Yihai. As long as I help him take over those 2 streets in Jordan, he'll give me the territory in Causeway Bay. In Yaomati, you're the only one capable of accomplishing this. Tai Zi and Tai Go are too impulsive and can't handle this delicate task. Liang Kuan understood immediately. This was to stir up trouble, but they had to clean up afterward. Only he Liang Kuan could handle this kind of business. Those two brutes compared to him. They're far behind. This idea definitely came from Li Xian. Tianhong's mind couldn't have come up with this step. Since Li Xian has given the green light, this matter will be easier to handle. Liang Kuan might not boast about other things, but when it comes to stirring trouble and settling matters, no one in Hong Kong understands it better than him. He smiled and said to Tianhong, I can take care of this. But you'll have to cover the medical and settling and expenses. Is that all right? Without a moment's thought, Tianhong replied, no problem, Kuan Go. He'll take the benefits. I can't let you lose money. I just gave Sha Chong a travel bag with 200,000 inside. If that's not enough, I'll supplement it later. Liang Kuan patted Tianhong's shoulder and laughed. Was this also arranged by Li Xian? You can think of giving money first. Li Zin's mind is indeed quite something. All right, just wait for this, it'll be stable. What is he Lianqing worth? A bunch of old guys holding on to their positions. How many of their subordinates can even fight? They're all old foxes. Dealing with them isn't difficult. Kuan Go will also clean up the aftermath for you. Kuan Go, I owe you one. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. Luo Tianhong may not have other skills, but am not afraid of causing trouble. If you need me, just speak up. Tianhong spoke earnestly. Liang Kuan appreciated Tianhong's fearless demeanor. Perhaps it was a matter of mutual understanding. He cared for Tianhong even more than he did for Da Bin Xiang and Sha Chong. As soon as Tianhong left, Liang Kuan called in a Wu and straightforwardly said, get 20,000. Ooh, I want Jordan to be in chaos. Can you manage that? A Wu pondered for a few seconds and replied, Kuan Go, if you add a bit more, I can directly bring you Lin Huai, less head to kick around like a ball. Liang Kuan rolled his eyes and cursed, are you crazy? You want more money for this trivial matter? Besides, what do I want Lin Huai less head for? Is it for a night pot? You must be out of your mind. Wu was still not giving up, continuing to haggle. Kuan Go, just add a bit more, and I can handle it efficiently. As long as the money is right, I can take him down. This completely amused Liang Kuan, and he helplessly cursed, Wu, I haven't treated you poorly, have I? Can you change this greedy habit of yours? As soon as Wu heard this, he immediately turned and walked out, mumbling at the door, give me money, and I can do anything. If you don't want to give me money, you might as well just kill me. That's impossible. Liang Kuan heard him and grabbed a folder from the table, throwing it at him. He shouted in the office, stop mumbling over there, I can hear perfectly. Let me tell you, this matter, I didn't even take it to heart, not worth my trouble. With Lin Huai Li's capabilities, he can only play around with you, Lianqing. Trying to play this game with me, Liang Kuan, is simple. It would be too easy to deal with him. A lacking power makes one so miserable anyone can step on him. He is worth less than fish balls. At least fish balls can fill one's stomach, while Lin Huai can only catch fish, and whether he can turn them into fish balls is another question. Liao Yulu has been in a bad mood lately. Recently, the gang announced they were going to take Sim Sha Sui, and since then there hasn't been a single day of peace in his territory. Endless. He is merely a pawn pushed out by the gang, and for the past few days he has been at odds with Axe Jun, which has delayed all the business in his venue. The gang hasn't uttered a word, not even an explanation. If it weren't for the position of the speaker, he would have changed jobs long ago. Those old geezers shrink back and play dead whenever there's a problem. They only pop up when there's a benefit, running away faster than the youngsters. The person in charge of Mong Kok, officer's son, wouldn't even come out to lend a hand. Even if you're useless, you could at least send a few underlings. Only Fiery Bull is still decent. The people from Tai Kok Sui are struggling, yet they send him quite a few men, including a stuttering lawyer. That counts as some support. There's no choice but to hold on. Because Deng Bo has already made it clear to him. If he can seize even a small piece of territory in Sim Sha Sui, the next speaker will be his. He didn't dare to refuse. He wants power. Power is his obsession, but it's intoxicating. Li Xian has always been prudent in his actions. After instructing Tianhong to handle matters, he immediately called Jiang Tiansheng. Once the call connected, Li Xian laid out the situation in detail and waited for Jiang Tiansheng to respond. After hearing this, Jiang Tiansheng assessed that the benefits were 2 streets in Causeway Bay, while the drawbacks were minimal. Even if there were any, Hongxing could withstand it. It wouldn't be any trouble for Liang Kuan to cause some destruction. It would be as easy as drinking water for him. Currently, several factions from the Zihu side are restless, and it's a good opportunity to deal with them. After pondering for a moment, he concluded that this matter could be done. If he could drag Sheng He down with him, that would be perfect. Jiang Tiansheng is someone who can tolerate others, yet holds grudges. He didn't want Hongxing to initiate trouble, but he was never afraid of it. He still remembers what happened with Lian Sheng and Sheng He at San Shenggong. Besides, this was proposed by Xian. If it were someone else, he might have to think twice, but Xian, he must support. Having thought it through, Jiang Tiansheng said directly into the phone, Xian, is there a way to pull Sheng He into the chaos? This request came too suddenly. Li Xian instantly understood Jiang Tiansheng's intention. This was a plan for revenge on San Shenggong. Li Xian silently gave him a thumbs up. Thus a name can be mistaken, but a nickname cannot be wrong. The Smiling Tiger. This title suits Jiang Tiansheng well. He still remembers the debt with Sheng He and Hongxing. This is about seizing every opportunity to repay debts, and if there isn't one must be created. Mr. Jiang, you are indeed a ruthless character. Li Xian thought for a moment and said into the phone, Mr. Jiang, let's discuss this later. Bringing Sheng He in now is pointless. Other gangs will not just watch us swallow Sheng He's turf in Yao Ma Ti. It's not worth provoking Sheng He for any minor gain. If we can take over Sheng He's territory in Yao Ma Ti, we must act, but Hong Xing cannot digest it. So it's better to let it be for now and discuss it later. Once we make a move, others will definitely strike us. Hong Xing's profit zones are already substantial, and they won't just watch us grow bigger. Jiang Tiansheng didn't mind. He simply looked at Sheng He with disdain, wanting to see if there was an opportunity to mess with them. If there's no opportunity this time, then perhaps next time. Especially that old fellow Yubo, just looking at him is irritating. Then he said into the phone, Axine, go ahead and do it. Just as long as the flames of war don't reach the main island, we can fight in Kowloon. No problem, Mr. Jiang. I'll have Tian Hong block the entrance to the Hung Hom Tunnel. If anyone in the main island dares to, will directly pull down their flag. Those speakers of Hong Xing on the main island are practically rusting. If someone stirs up trouble, it's just right for them to get out and exercise their muscles. Li Xian analyzed it for Jiang Tiansheng. Jiang Tiansheng said, as long as you have it under control. Come to the headquarters tomorrow for a meeting to inform everyone. Let's not have them unprepared and make a fool of themselves. Alright, I'll be there on time tomorrow. Li Xian hung up the phone feeling a bit emotional. Jiang Tiansheng really had no words for him. Previously, he had been kind-hearted and tried to gauge the mind of this ruthless Jiang Tiansheng. He'll bring some black goji berries and ginseng for him tomorrow to help him with his health. He shouldn't keep drinking that milk and wear his body down. Otherwise, where would he find such a good leader again? Yao Yang is reliable in his work and has brought back quite a bit of wild black goji berries and wild ginseng. In Jordan, Liao Yulu was thoroughly bewildered tonight. Did Axe Jun eat the wrong medicine? This fight tonight was particularly fierce. Jordan was in chaos everywhere. If it weren't for his familiarity with the area, he would have collapsed long ago. He grabbed the big brother phone on the table and directly dialed Deng Bo's number. Once the call connected, Lu cut to the chase. Deng Bo, when will our people arrive? I really can't hold on any longer. Axe Jun is acting like a madman today. Deng Fei gritted his teeth in hatred for Axe Jun, yet he couldn't do anything about it. When Axe Jun first joined New Qi, he had fought against Lian Sheng several times, losing every single time. They lost Sim Sha Sui. Since then, Deng Fei can't stand hearing the name Axe Jun. The mere mention of it is like slapping Lian Sheng's face, slapping it hard. And that divine messenger Xian, who lured Big D away to Hong Xing. These two are no good. They are all troublesome lights. Indeed, Deng Fei has never wanted to think about his own problems. For example, the matter of the bombings. Now that Lu can't hold on anymore, Deng Fei must support him. He has no choice but to send troops. The more he thinks, the more he hates the divine messenger Xian. If it weren't for him, Big D's own men could have held off Axe Jun. How did it come to this? Divine messenger Xian, damn it. Deng Fei didn't know that Li Xian was currently preparing for a big job. If he had known, he would probably start every day by cursing Li Xian before having breakfast. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to swallow breakfast. The problem before Deng Fei is that there really aren't any strong fighters left in Liansheng. His original plan was to have Lu move out from Jordan and create some trouble for Axe Jun. It would be best if Lu could break into Sim Sha Sui. If not, that would also be normal. As long as he could get rid of some of the grime on Liansheng, that would suffice. For this, he even painted a big pie for Lu, saying he would support him for the next speaker position. As long as he could get rid of some of the grime on Liansheng, that would suffice. For this, he even painted a big pie for Lu, saying he would support him for the next speaker position. I'll have the other 7 district heads come to support you. Just wait, that's it. Lu hung up the phone and slammed the big brother phone hard on the table. Unexpectedly, this thing was quite sturdy. The table cracked, but the phone remained intact. He picked it up and looked, and there were no major damages, muttering a phrase. Sturdy. Tonight, Jordan was exceptionally lively. Fights were breaking out everywhere. The street vendors had experience and quickly closed their doors, finding a good spot to watch the show. Some people watched while commenting, that guy in the hoodie is quite clever, he takes advantage and runs away slippery like an eel. That knife technique isn't bad. The flash of a knife, Oewu wielded his knife beautifully. He dashed around wherever there was excitement, he would go. Seeing the New Qi gang losing steam, he went up to add fuel to the fire. With Liansheng's side struggling to attack, he rushed over to help. The dozens of brothers he brought along had 2 colors of wristbands in their pockets. They had the insignia colors of both gangs and could switch sides at will. Tonight he truly enjoyed himself. After finishing the fight, he wouldn't linger for even a second. As dawn approached, Awu whistled, and the people he brought quickly withdrew. He headed straight for Sim Sha Sui with tonight's crew. The people from Prince's were already waiting. Upon seeing them, they hurriedly welcomed them inside. The shops were closed today, and several doctors were already waiting inside with medical equipment prepared. This service is thoughtful. One must admit that Li Xian is truly impeccable when it comes to handling matters. The logistics were arranged clearly. In the new territories at the He Liansheng headquarters, the room was filled with smoke, making it hard for people to open their eyes. This old fellow Chuan Bao was still alive and immediately cursed. Old ghost waited a donkey kick your brain. With Ali's skills can he withstand Axe Jun? Damn it, did I ever say before Axe Jun switched to the new company that he should be the speaker? You all didn't agree. After he left he fought several battles and never won. Now you all are good stirring him up again. Are you all crazy? And Big D, if he wants to run for speaker, didn't I also nod in agreement? It's all because of you fools saying Big D has too much power, the gang can't let one person dominate, that's why he left. You scared off both of the capable ones, and now that trouble has arisen you're panicking. How can you still have the face to let the gang send people? You're all a bunch of useless fools. You started this trouble and now it's out of control and you're thinking of the gang brethren. Why don't you just die? That place in Liu Men is sparsely populated and lacks the strength to help. Figure it out yourselves. Since the last fight with Shui Bo, Chuan Bao still hasn't vented his anger. Now the rumors in the underworld say that Chuan Bao is intimidating. A single fight wiped out over 30 small and medium gangs, and even scared off his own pillar Big D. He has definitely become a notorious figure in the underworld. As for his reputation, that's another story. He knows how many people secretly curse him as a jinx, a prodigal, but Big D switching sides has nothing to do with him. Big D was just relaying a message for him. Who knew how that divine messenger Exine managed to lure Big D away? If he had known the consequences would be this severe, even if he were killed by that Shui Bo fellow, he wouldn't have let Big D relay the message. The consequences are too damn serious. He pointed at the chair across from him, signaling sit down and talk. The other man introduced himself. I am Jinbo from the Sanlian gang. This is all a misunderstanding. Ooh, let's clear things up. There's no need for it to go this far. What do you say, Marshal Li? Just by seeing how fast they arrived, it was clear that this old man was the mastermind behind it all. There was no need to think, but it was obvious what these people were planning. In the gambling hall, Li Xian stared at the old man's face and cursed directly. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? You can't even bring a proper gift to apologize, and you want to negotiate with me. Negotiate with your mother. Go back and tell Lei Gong to come himself if he wants to talk. Let me see just how formidable your Sanlian gang is. How dare you covet my interests? In 3 days, if I don't see him, your Sanlian gang's gambling hall on Outao won't be able to protect itself, not even with Jesus' help. That's what I said. With that, Li Xian stood up and walked away, not giving the old man a chance to interject. One of Jinbo's lackeys tried to draw a gun. Just as he moved, a blood hole appeared in his palm. The person was stunned. Before he could react, he was already through. Bang! The gunshot exploded in everyone's ears. Jian Jun expressionlessly retracted his 1911, not even looking back. If you don't want to die, don't move. Jian Jun's tone was as cold as a knife. No unnecessary words. It was ruthless. In Hezin's office, Lu Bo was reporting, sir, there was gunfire at a Zin's gambling hall. The other side consists of the Sanlian gang's people. Should we intervene? No need. He Xian waved his hand. If you want to eat meat, you have to be able to digest it. Which force gets the gambling hall without bloodshed? He's been too smooth. A little hardship is good for him. Only by experiencing some bumps can one endure the storms. As long as he can get through this, we can cooperate with him in the future and offer some benefits. People who do big things cannot be too smooth. Lu Bo didn't say more and turned to leave. He still had a lot to handle. Just as he reached the door, He Xian added, give the police a heads up so they won't interfere too much. Going home to sleep is the best choice. Understood, sir. Lu Bo slammed the door and left, heading downstairs to catch a cab straight to the police station. Li Xian returned to the gambling hall's office and grabbed the phone to dial Chin Chao. As soon as the call connected, without any small talk, he directly issued the order, Chao, take some people and run to Wanwan, meet up with the brothers over there, and find out all the strongholds of the Sanlian gang's leaders. Wait for my news. Once the fighting starts, I want them to take out half of their forces first. Can you manage that? Chin Chao replied emphatically, boss, don't worry. Our brothers here are already familiar with the environment. If we need more people, I can pull in more. Don't worry, we can take this bunch of useless fools dare to challenge you. They are just wasting air by being alive. Li Xian hung up the phone and dialed Tian Hong. Once connected, he spoke quickly. Tian Hong, go find Prince and Tai Ge for manpower. We need the strongest kind. Combine with your men to gather 1,000 and get a boat to come directly to Outao. Tian Hong answered promptly, big brother, don't worry. I'll set off tonight and have Greyhound keep an eye on Causeway Bay while I lead the team myself. Li Xian then called Jiang Tianxing. Mr. Jiang, the Sanlian gang is eyeing our Hongxing gambling hall, and it looks like they plan to confront us head-on. I've already sent Tian Hong over. How far do you want us to go in this fight? On the other end of the call, Jiang Tianxing exploded, his cursing echoing that old fool Lei Gong came to find me during the day, asking me to hand over the gambling hall to him. I never expected him to dare to make a move at night. Axin, you have full authority to handle this. Fight, and fight to the death. I'll take care of the aftermath. I'll send the criminal hall people over for support right away. Damn it, I see Lei Gong doesn't plan to see next year's birthday. Take the chance and give it to him. Today he dared to point a gun at me. Oh, let him see if Hongxing is a soft persimmon. I want to shatter all his teeth. Does he really think I have no temper? Do we have enough manpower? Do you want me to pull more people from other halls? Damn it, let's cripple them in one go. Don't they want the gambling hall? Then let's rob their gambling hall too, but don't leave them a single one. Li Xian didn't expect that Jiang Tiansheng would be even angrier than him, nearly smoking with rage. That old man Lei Gong must be confused in the head to dare threaten Jiang Tiansheng in Hong Kong. Ooh, I really don't know what to say about him. With that kind of intelligence, he's just wasting food by living. After hanging up with Jiang Tiansheng, he dialed Uncle Chai. The voice on the other end was, "Who is this?" Li Xian didn't beat around the bush. "Uncle Chai, you have connections with the Hongmen over there in Eagle Sauce, right?" "Yes, what do you need?" "I can handle ordinary matters. I still have a bit of face." Uncle Chai replied. Li Xian continued, "That's good. Please help me find a guy named Lei Fuhong. He's the son of Lei Gong from the Somnian. That old fool has set his sights on my gambling hall. But once the fighting starts, I'll send his whole family to sell salted duck eggs. How dare he provoke me? As long as the Hongmen helps me find him, I'll send my men to take action." "Thank you, Uncle Chai." Uncle Chai hung up the phone, feeling quite satisfied with Xian's approach. This kid does things methodically. He knows to eradicate the roots, and this style appeals to him. Lei Gong puffed on a cigar, the smoke resembling a gnarled branch. Next to him, Uncle Jin leaned in and whispered, "Is this Lei Gong getting water in his brain? Doesn't he check the situation before making a move? That kid Xian is someone you can just mess with." Uncle Jin grinned, full of disdain. "Check the situation. Sanlian Gang ranks among the top 3 in Wanwan. Do we need to investigate a kid barely starting out? It's not worth it." Uncle Chai was quick in his actions. The next morning, the school and residence of Lei Fuhong were sent over clear. Li Xian received the address and made a call. It rang several times before being picked up. He didn't waste any words. "I'll say the place, you remember." "Got it. Eagle Sauce." "Stan, have you memorized it?" "Memorized it. Fly over immediately. Once you arrive, contact me every half a day, just this number, and someone will be watching." "Understood, boss. I'll take care of it right away." Li Xian hung up the phone and went over the entire situation in his mind. After thinking for a long time, he felt it was about time. Even if he missed something, it wouldn't be a big deal. After Tian Hong finished his breakfast, he came over and asked, "Boss, everyone is in place and ready to go. Do you have any instructions for me?" Once Tian Hong sat down, Li Xian finally spoke. "Tian Hong, this time, don't hold back, hit them hard." "Mr. Jiang instructed that if anything happens, Hongxing will take care of it. The other side might ambush. Wear a bulletproof vest. I've prepared 20 sets for you." He pointed to several boxes on the ground. 3 vests for Jianjun, and distribute the rest to your men. If the leader gets shot and falls, there won't be anyone to hold the fort, and that would be a real joke. Tian Hong called someone in to carry the boxes out, rushing to get things done. Li Xian also changed into a new outfit, wearing a bulletproof vest underneath and throwing on a trench coat. He checked himself in the mirror. It looked fine, not too bloated. After stretching a bit, he couldn't be careless. He'd already given Jianjun and the others each 2 P226s. This gun can't be shown on Hong Kong Island, but on Ao it would be fine. In his space, he still had over 100 AKs, a bunch of grenades, and even 5 corpses. Damn it, if that old fool really fights, just keep him around to avoid future troubles. Take him out. "Thank you for the generous gift from Johnny Wong." Li Xian didn't take it for granted. He also gave Johnny Wong a big golden cow, just as a gesture. Everything was ready. All that was left was to start fighting. "Lei Gong, you have to be tough. If you're tough, I'll have a chance to take you out. If you back down and lose money, how can I take action? In the underworld, it's easier said than done. My reputation is already not great. If this happens, it'll stink to high heaven." 3 days later, at 6 in the evening, in Pujing, the room was packed with people, everyone from both sides present. 2 people sat at the ends of the table. Lei Gong puffed on a cigar, the smoke resembling a crafted piece of wood. Li Xian was smoking a Hongwan, occasionally sipping tea and flicking off ash, not uttering a word. Facing each other, both sides remained silent, waiting to see who would crack first. Li Xian secretly chuckled, "Old man, I wonder how long you can hold it. Don't blame me if you mess up later." The atmosphere in the room appeared harmonious, but everyone on both sides had their eyes wide open, their gazes clashing together, nearly sparking fire. If there had been gasoline in the room, it would have probably ignited by now. Li Xian, on the other hand, had Jianguo giving him a shoulder massage, feeling completely relaxed. Jianguo was sincere. After finishing the shoulder massage, he helped him with his head too, providing a complete set of service. He was just short of bringing a towel to give him a full-body massage. Lei Gong was furious, nearly exploding with rage. That brat across from him clearly had no intention of negotiating. It was evident that he wanted to fight first and discuss business later. He stood up and walked towards the door, throwing down the words, "All right, you want to fight? Then let's do it, or we'll talk after." The young man doesn't know how high the sky is or how thick the earth is. Li Xian sprang up in an instant, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Fight! Let's start now, come at me." As soon as the people from Hongxing heard Brother Xian's command, they didn't care about anything else. The people from the Sanlian Gang were all dumbfounded. To say fight, and just fight. This was too sudden. They weren't even given a moment to prepare. A little brother from Hongxing, quick-witted, grabbed the ashtray from the table and threw it at Lei Gong. His aim was decent, directly cracking Lei Gong's head open. Lei Gong covered his bleeding head, furious, and roared, "Who did that to that kid? I'll take care of him, make sure he gets it good." After yelling, he was dragged out by his bodyguards. The room was small to begin with, making it difficult to maneuver. Hongxing had gained a slight advantage. This round was over. They would continue later. Li Xian pulled the little brother who had thrown the ashtray aside and asked, "What's your name? You've got some guts." The kid's face turned red with excitement, as if he had seen an idol. He answered, "Honestly, boss, my name is Fei Chuan, and I'm following Brother Tianhong." Li Xian then took a closer look. Indeed, he resembled someone, but was a bit too green, looking like he had just started in the business. He didn't ask how he joined Hongxing if this kind of thing was too common, as long as he wasn't officially registered. Today in Hongxing, tomorrow he might run to Dongxing, the day after he might go to the number gang. It's always like this. Li Xian pulled the naive young man close and asked with a smile, "Have you entered the undersea roster yet?" Fei Quan was a bit nervous, being hugged tightly, stammering, "No. Not yet. I've just joined Hongxing only a little over a month with Brother Tianhong." Fei Quan's face turned bright red, excited. "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely follow Brother Tianhong, and do well. I won't bring shame to this side of Saigon." Li Xian patted his shoulders a couple of times and turned back to the office. Once he left, many people quickly surrounded Fei Quan, all talking at once, asking what happened. Did this kid catch Brother Zin's eye? He hit the jackpot. Tianhong walked over with a gloomy face, scanning the crowd, and those people immediately scattered like birds and beasts. He stared at Fei Quan for a few moments, pondering what was so special about this kid that could catch the attention of that big shot. Since the boss nodded, then just accept it. From now on, follow closely and be sharp. If you let the boss lose face, I will kill you, understood? Fei Quan didn't take Tianhong's tone seriously. Having been around for over a month, he knew by now. This person was just like this, except when it came to the boss, he could muster a smile. With everyone else, it was the same old face. He quickly nodded, saying, "Understood, I won't let you or the boss lose face." Tianhong sized him up again, but still couldn't figure him out. Was it just because of that ashtray? How it really could be. The boss never did things by the book. Perhaps he just liked the look of this person. At midnight, inside the gambling den, the battle of the gambling gods was reaching its climax. The last few masters displayed their skills, with each round of competition becoming more thrilling, making the audience applaud in awe. On the other side, in the open space of the dock, two groups of people gathered neatly, the tension thick enough to explode. Li Xian personally stood guard. Tonight's battle couldn't afford any mistakes, though otherwise the gambling hall on Audiobook would face endless troubles, with all sorts of monsters coming to take a bite. Only by striking hard can one show how fierce they are, achieving true peace. Not acting doesn't mean one can't. He wore all black today, with a dust mask covering his face, sporting sanded gloves and military boots and pants. At his feet lay a 1.6-meter-long knife, the blade measuring 1.15 meters, with a 45-centimeter handle custom made according to his habits. He wasn't lacking in strength. The blade was specially thickened, delivering more power with each swing. Tianhong watched that knife from a distance, fire burning in his eyes. The boss knife would see blood tonight. He gripped the 8-sided Han sword tightly, which was crafted by the same master as the boss knife, with identical materials and workmanship. Jianjun's 3 men were nowhere to be seen, not following Li Xian. Standing next to him was the trusted aide Asa from the prince's side. Brothers are indeed different. The prince directly sent him over. Asa advised from the side, "Brother Xian, you should go back. This level of situation, Tianhong, and I can handle it. No need for you to get personally involved." Li Xian shook his head, saying, "No. This problem needs to be resolved at once. We can't delay, otherwise the consequences will be endless." Inside the gambling den, the upper-class people were focused on the competition at the table, with schemes unfolding and undercurrents swirling. At the dock, gangsters charged into the crowd with knives, the glint of blades flashing wildly, blood and sweat mixing and splattering everywhere. Two worlds were clearly sliced apart at this moment. But if we talk about it, the thrill of the battles in the underworld really gets the adrenaline pumping. Blood boiling hot. The chaotic battle with over 3,000 people was a scene as grand as a movie. Blood splattered everywhere, the ground slick with it. Both sides were elite members of their respective gangs, equally matched in combat strength. Only Tianhong moved through the crowd like a swimming fish, carving a path wherever he went. Wherever he passed, severed limbs were left in his wake. Li Xian glanced at the battlefield. If this continued with hard clashes, they would be the ones suffering. He pushed all the reserves forward, securing a cloth band on his right arm to mark his own men, and rushed into the crowd with the knife. His 1.6-meter-long knife was practically a reaper in close combat. With a step forward, his body turned, and the knife seemed to grow from him, slicing outward closely to his body. Slash, chop, stab, block. The movements looked simple, but each strike was deadly accurate. Someone attempted a sneak attack from behind. Before the knife could fall, he flicked his wrist and directly knocked the opponent's weapon away. It wasn't any profound skill, it was just strong physical condition. A set of ordinary knife techniques in his hands was fast enough to be nearly invisible. The members of the Sanlian gang were all stunned. This wasn't fighting, it was faster than cutting grass. A group of people was chopped into whales, their courage utterly shattered, retreating while fighting, not daring to press forward. At such a time, the importance of having a fierce leader became evident. He could not only boost his own side's morale, but also directly crush the opposition. The Sanlian gang couldn't hold on any longer, retreating and running, showing no intention to fight back. Tianhong's men didn't care about that. The boss said to fight to the death, with Hongxing backing them. What was there to fear? They chased them down and continued to chop. This battle was too bloody. Over 40 from Hongxing died, more than 100 were injured, and the remaining few were hardly unscathed, all bearing wounds. This loss, if it were a second-rate gang, would mean closing the doors immediately. The ambulances that had been arranged rushed in like a swarm, taking everyone to the private hospital they had contacted in advance. Li Xian stood in the middle of the battlefield, the knife in his hand, still dripping blood. No one around dared to come close to him. He looked at the blood-soaked ground, feeling no disturbance inside. Having seen too much over the past 2 years, today was just particularly gruesome. To climb up, one must risk their life, otherwise why should you enjoy the good life? Winning through struggle doesn't guarantee wealth. Losing will definitely be worse than remnants of flowers. It all depends on who you're fighting against. The lights by the dock shone on the blood, making it glaringly red. In this mixed world, nothing is easy. After the direct confrontation, this wasn't the end. The truly bloody part was just beginning. Thunder received news of the failed shootout and quickly contacted a ferry. The Sanlian gang ship was too far away, so they could only find the nearest one that could set sail. He needed to hurry back to Wanhai area. If he didn't leave now, he might not be able to. That kid was ruthless in his actions without any bottom line. He should have investigated this person more thoroughly beforehand. Thunder boarded the ferry with his bodyguards, and just as the ship left the coast of Aodao, over 70 people suddenly appeared in the cabin. No one from the Sanlian gang was spared. Everyone who could breathe was accounted for. The last few managed to reach the cockpit. Jianjun dropped a bag and turned back to Aodao without saying a word. That night the Sanlian gang faced a great disaster. Several hall masters fell one after another, and none of their trusted aides who followed them escaped. Zhong Yongba's side relied solely on his subordinates fighting for their lives to save his own. The entire underworld of Wanhai was shaken. The Sanlian gang was one of the top 3 major gangs, and overnight they were left leaderless. Could they endure this? Of course they had to act. Old Jean ran fast enough. The day he met with Li Xian, he sensed something was off, and immediately slipped back to Wanhai, which is how he survived. Because he returned late, the Big Circle gang didn't catch his whereabouts, allowing him to slip through. What a stroke of luck. Zhong Yongbo hurried out to stabilize the situation, waiting for the boss to return and make decisions. But even so, the Sanlian gang's territory in Wanhai was still bitten off, significantly forced to hold on, not daring to fight back. Within 2 days, news of Thunder's death arrived, making things even worse for the Sanlian gang, as they lost their decision-maker. At this moment, Jean brought up, "Isn't Thunder's son studying in the Eagle Sauce? Just call him back, and it would be fine." As soon as this thought emerged, news arrived from Eagle Sauce. Master Thunder had been stabbed multiple times with a fatal wound to his chest, one stab too many. Now the Sanlian gang was in total chaos. The boss was cut off. What should they do next? Jean had a sense of what was coming, but he didn't dare to voice it. He wasn't afraid of death. He was afraid of leaving no descendants. Finally, during the meeting, Jean stood up to strongly support Zhong Yongbo to take the position of boss. Only he could stabilize the Sanlian gang and prevent other gangs from devouring them completely. To be honest, Zhong Yongbo's reputation was still effective. When he stepped forward to speak, all the gangs showed him respect, halting their attacks, mainly because they were full. The territory would be divided according to what was currently occupied. Zhong Yongbo knew this was the best outcome. But what the Sanlian gang was most troubled by was that too many hall masters had died. Those who struck were quick and ruthless, but once they made a move, few could survive. At this time, Shanji finished the task assigned by Thunder, healed his wounds, and returned to the Sanlian gang. Zhong Yongbo was overjoyed and announced that Shanji would take over as the hall master of the Poison Snake Hall. With no other options, he could only promote someone from the lower ranks, patching up the hall master vacancies with a few big names. Just as he was about to catch his breath and prepare to deal with matters in Aodao, another incident occurred. The newly appointed hall masters all met the same fate. Jean finally couldn't sit still any longer. He went to find Zhong Yongbo and said directly, "Once the Aodao issue is cleaned up, things will settle down here too." Zhong Yongbo was indeed loyal and brave, but he wasn't foolish. He immediately understood that this was all the work of Hongxing's second-in-command, Master Xinxian. It was too ruthless. This wasn't just about cutting the grass and removing the roots, it was about wiping out the Sanlian gang completely. With such deaths among the Sanlian gang's core, it wouldn't be long before no one would dare to step up and take a position. At that time, the Sanlian gang would truly face troubles. The first person who popped into Zhong Yongbo's mind was Shanji, who had just recently taken office. Wasn't that kid from Hongxing and Gangdao? He hurriedly had someone find Shanji. When Shanji arrived, Zhong Yongbo noticed the bandage on his shoulder, and his heart sank again. His arm was still wrapped in gauze, blood seeping through. Supporting Shanji to sit down, Zhong Yongbo directly asked, "Shanji, how well do you know Master Xinxian?" Shanji was taken aback for a moment, but quickly responded, "Brother Xun, I know him pretty well. What aspect do you want to know, boss?" Jean next to him took over the conversation. "Tell us about his working style." Shanji didn't hesitate, speaking immediately. "Brother Xun is someone who either doesn't act, or when he does, he goes all out. In Gangdao, not many dared to provoke him. Jin and Zhongyongbo exchanged glances. Both of them understood it well. This was definitely his doing. Zhongyongbo asked again, "How are you connected to him?" Shanji answered bluntly, "Brother Xian saved our brothers' lives. He even covered our passage to Wanwan. As for camaraderie." He paused, then continued, "Frankly, it's not about sentiment. If the money is right, he'll treat. As long as you don't cross his bottom line, he's not the sort to finish someone off completely. He's reasonable. He has close ties with many societies on Gangdao. If you don't offend him, you can be friends. That's all I know." Jinbo sighed. This fight really could not continue. If they carried on, the Sanlian gang would be wiped out. They had only just discovered who the subordinate was. The Hall chiefs had already been replaced twice. If they kept fighting, they would be exterminated. He turned to Zhongyongbo. "Boss, what do you think?" Zhongyongbo fell silent. After decades with Lei Gong, to say he did not want to help would be false. But in the present circumstance, it was suicide. They could choose to fight, but after the fighting, who would guarantee the safety of that merciless Shinxian Xin acted with absolute finality, never leaving loose ends. On one side were brothers, on the other were family. Zhongyongbo chose family. There was no choice. What followed was simple. Shanji phoned Li Xin. It was the same room. The very room where Lei Gong had been beaten. This time Li Xin did not rough anyone up. He dragged a chair, sat down, ordered no masseur and no wine. Jinbo, knowing Zhongyongbo could not lower himself, spoke up, "Mr. Li, the misunderstanding between Hongxing and the Sanlian gang ultimately sprang from that casino business. We, the Sanlian gang, are willing to cede the Outao casino to Hongxing. As for your losses, Mr. Li, we will pay 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Would that do?" Li Xian suddenly stood and slammed his fist onto the table. He punched clean through the table. The Sanlian men blinked and felt a chill. This killer was truly ruthless. Anyone who had been at that night's shootout did not dare meet Li Zin's eyes again. He had become a living nightmare to them, and they had not recovered. Li Xian lowered his voice, squeezing the words out as if through his teeth. "If you want to fight, I'll oblige. But when it stops, that is my decision. Your Sanlian gang first went to Gangdao to threaten our leader, then came to my venue. What do you think? Hongxing is nobody." Jinbo hurried to explain, "Mr. Li, this was indeed our fault. We admit it and accept punishment. We only ask that the two gangs sit down and talk. If you have other demands, state them. We Sanlian will accept them. Do you agree?" Jinbo was truly cowed by Li's. On Wanwan, gang fights at most involved machetes. Having one was considered impressive. But Shinxian Xin was on another level. 3-man teams with 3 compact SMGs and an AK providing cover. How could they possibly fight? It was impossible. First, the Sanlian gang withdraws from Outao. Second, I personally demand 50 million in compensation. Third, Hongxing must also receive 50 million. Those are the 3 terms. Hongxing will not annihilate you. If you agree, we shake hands and reconcile. If you do not agree, then we fight until one side is utterly gone. The choice is yours." Li Xian finished, closed his eyes, and said no more. Zhongyongbo stared at the young man opposite in astonishment. This Li Xian, nicknamed Shinxian Xin, was truly a figure of consequence. He did not force the Sanlian gang into a fight to the death. Instead, he offered relatively lenient terms, insisting only that Lei Gong's faction be completely eradicated. That was generous enough. In his heart, he could only say sorry to Lei Gong for the sake of the Sanlian gang. Go in peace. He spoke up plainly, "Mr. Li, since you give us such face, if our Sanlian gang refuses, it would be ungrateful. We accept all these terms. Mr. Li, if ever you have need of the Sanlian gang, just say the word, and we will do our utmost." Li Zin's expression softened, and his tone grew mild. "In this life, what we all chase is profit. Fighting and killing are the last recourse. If fists do fly, reason no longer applies. It becomes skill and any means necessary. After it's over, we can still sit down and talk. If talks succeed, we reconcile. If not, then it will be a test of whose methods prevail. Take your beating and accept it. There is nothing to complain about. This time you accept defeat and give Hongxing satisfactory compensation, and the matter will be closed. When we meet in future, we will still be friends. Since friends have come, they must be treated to good wine and food. I heard Zhongyongbo likes baijiu, so I specially prepared mitai and shifeng for you." Li Xian rose, walked to Zhongyongbo, extended his right hand in invitation, and said, "Zhongyongbo, please. They'll drink with you until we're satisfied." Both Hongxing and Sanlian men watched Li Xian as if beholding an immortal. Is this the bearing of a Gangdao? That was what the Sanlian men thought. Hongxing's people thought differently. This is Brother Xian, Shinxian Xin. He can fight so effectively the enemy is utterly routed. He can negotiate so well the other side bows and admits defeat. He knows how to comport himself, making opponents so moved they thank him. Brother Xian is extraordinary. Li Xian learned that Zhongyongbo's ancestral home was Sichuan. He summoned Chong and had him prepare a large table of authentic Sichuan dishes. Li Xian lifted his cup and toasted Zhongyongbo. "Let the past be past, and let us drink now. I will go." No sooner had he spoken than he downed 2 liang of baijiu in one gulp. He set the cup down with no change of face, breathing steady as ever. Zhongyongbo's family had military roots in Sichuan. Seeing the hometown dishes and Li Zin's gusto, he wasted no words and lifted his cup to drink. People from Sichuan do not dilly-dally. He set his cup down, took a slice of Fuchi Fipian, and chewed slowly. After swallowing, he said, Mr. Li, you handled this properly. This time our Sanlian gang was indeed foolish. I offer you a personal toast. Having said so, Jinbo poured and down another cup. From start to finish, the meal was convivial, as if the earlier clash had never happened. When the gathering broke up, Zhongyongbo insisted on binding himself as a sworn brother to Li Xian. Li Xian took the third position. Jinbo, that old fox, joined in as well. Li Xian thought a brother more or less would not hurt. So be it, perhaps it might prove useful someday. Both sides' underlings stood dumbfounded. Could this really happen? The next day at the Audiobook dock, Li Xian personally came to see Zhongyongbo onto the ship. The two called each other brother and brother with warmth. It genuinely looked like a true bond. In Aodao's Underworld, every big shot who heard of it gave Li Xian a thumbs up. This man was uncanny. Rewards were given, arrangements made. Matters could not be delayed. Hong Sing's Aodao casino temporarily closed. Everyone who could cram in waited for Li Xian to speak. Li Xian jumped onto a table and roared with a voice that could lift the roof. The association will cover all medical expenses. Anyone who fought gets 20,000. The seriously wounded receive an additional 50,000. Those left disabled will be assigned work by the association. If there is nowhere else, come work in my shop. Any objections? The crowd bellowed as one. Brother Xian, formidable. When the shouts subsided slightly, Li Xian continued. This resettlement fee is doubled to 200,000. Family members can later get jobs at Hongshin. This is all I can do. Brothers, do not begrudge it. The cries nearly lifted the roof. They did not fear death. They feared that if they died, their families would be left unprovided for. When Li Xian said that their loyalty became his, the whole room howled. Brother Xian, next time you have work, just say it. Our lives are yours. Brother Xian, awesome. Brother Xian, need a boyfriend. He'll be one. There was always someone to spoil the moment. Li Xian produced a lighter and tossed it. Get lost. I'm straight. He turned to Tianhong and said, go and beat that bastard until even his mother won't recognize him. What's this called? Repaying kindness with hostility. The room erupted in laughter, utterly unlike the aftermath of a hard-fought battle. Li Xian had settled all the worries. Who remained to fret now? When the accounts were settled, Hongshin still had to put money in. 1,500 men went out to fight. The head payments alone came to 30 million. Nearly 200 were severely wounded, costing another 10 million. Medical expenses went another 10 million, and compensation for over 40 brothers was close to 10 million. Altogether, it was nearly 60 million flowing through. With the casino's profits poured in, the association still lost 10 million. If not for the casino propping them up, this fight would have dissolved the second-rate association. They could not afford to pay more. These were Hong Sing's strongest pillars. The elite of the punitive hall alone numbered 500. Paying this sum was already the lowest they could go. Li Xian did not miss out either. Over 300 million in cash from wealthy patrons passed into his pocket. The Aodao gambling god tournament earned him nearly another 100 million. After 50 million in compensation, he still came out far ahead. The only pity was that the matter Jianjun was handling remained unresolved. Gao Jin vanished after being injured. He could not be found. There was no choice. The serious business had to be postponed. After this battle, Hong Sing's reputation on Aodao was secured. From now on, anyone foolish enough to provoke them would first have to consider whether their bones were tough enough. Yulan concaved the next day and returned the sums Hongshin had previously paid. Shen Yaoxing, following his boss' instructions, returned half and left a remark. This is a big boss inviting you for tea. From that day on, Yulan became a fervent admirer of Li Xian. If anyone dared utter a negative word about Li Xian, he would be the first to rush in on their behalf. Jiang Tianxing called. Before Li Xian could speak, Jiang laughed over the line. Xian, you little bastard. Well done. You did magnificently. It's all the association's backing. Without Mr. Jiang sitting behind us, I wouldn't dare act like this. On the other end of the line, Jiang Tianxing couldn't stop laughing. Once he had laughed enough, he said, Xian, that gambling hall is yours now. Consider it a reward from the organization. I've already informed the leaders. Don't push it. What you did on Aodao has spread throughout the entire Hong Kong island. You've even managed to suppress the chaos over in Kowloon City. That's all you're doing. After hanging up, Li Xian wasted no time and immediately filled his own loss of 10 million. From now on, half of the gambling hall's earnings would be sent to Jiang Tianxing every month. Now that's called being sensible. This battle has shaken the entire underground world of Southeast Asia. The combat strength of Hongshin has left everyone dumbfounded. A bloody battle involving thousands of people is hardly common, but this time it was 3,000 people clashing. It was on a completely different level from mere turf wars. From Malaysia, Indonesia, Lee Jiapa, Korea, and beyond. Anyone involved in the business was discussing the ruthless figure known as Godsend Xian from Hong Kong's Hongshin. His name quickly spread throughout Southeast Asia. The madman who had beaten the Sanlian gang in Taiwan to the ground was now firmly etched in people's memories. His methods frightened everyone, making them break into a cold sweat. On the battlefield, he was as efficient as chopping vegetables, and behind the scenes the leaders and key members of the Sanlian gang had been replaced twice. All of the members of the Sanlian gang, led by Thunder, had been entirely wiped out. Ruthless too ruthless. The ones most anxious were those from Korea. Kusakari Kazuki, the newly appointed leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi, was in turmoil. A while back, Jiang Tianxing from Hongxing had sent word asking if he could discuss matters with Tachibana Masanori. Kusakari Kazuki had not given a definitive answer at the time. However, when Yuan Xingnan was about to lead a team to Hong Kong to deal with Tachibana Masanori, Kusakari Kazuki hurriedly called to stop him. Upon receiving the call, Yuan Xingnan was filled with questions. Boss, why did you change your mind? Is it because of that godsend Xian? Kusakari Kazuki replied heavily, it's not just about that godsend Xian. Look at how Hongxing treats the Sanlian gang. They won't talk reason, they only know how to hit hard. The Sanlian gang and our Yamaguchi-gumi are on the same boat. We know their capabilities. If they can't even take a bite out of Hongxing, what makes us think we can go all the way out there without throwing our lives away? Does Tachibana Masanori have the prestige to make Hongxing fight for him? And that godsend Xian, I refuse to believe he is as formidable as the rumors say. Yuan Xingnan was unconvinced. Even if he can fight, so what? Is he not afraid of death? Is he made of iron? I can't believe it. Kusakari Kazuki was furious. I'm the boss, and you still want to argue. It's the same old story with the Koreans. It won't be long now. Kusakari Kazuki put down the phone, but still felt uneasy calling for his adopted son, Kusakari Ichiro. Ichiro, go to the Dark Gates base and tell them in person that no one is allowed to act without. It won't be long now. Kusakari Kazuki put down the phone, but still felt uneasy calling for his adopted son, Kusakari Ichiro. Ichiro, go to the Dark Gates base and tell them in person that no one is allowed to act without my orders. Do you understand? Kusakari Ichiro bowed and managed to squeeze out a word through clenched teeth. Yes. To be honest, the Koreans were quite good at putting on a show. But when it came to the 5 virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, they hadn't grasped them at all. Dressed like civilized people, they were still beasts at heart. They only respected fists, not reason. No wonder their brains are problematic. Their ancestors messed everything up. Audao. In Hezin's office, Lu Bo stood straight, waiting for He Xian to ask. He Xian opened his eyes slowly and asked, what do you think about this matter? Lu Bo didn't think twice and directly replied, 3 words: fast, accurate, ruthless. He didn't dally with the Sanlian gang. He ended the battle in one fell swoop. He even took part himself. If it weren't for how outrageous his knife was, the Sanlian gang could have held on a bit longer. When both sides were in a deadlock, he threw in all his trump cards and ended the battle in one go. Winning the battle is not impressive. What truly earns respect is how he handles the aftermath. He didn't entangle with the Sanlian gang at all, directly wiping out Thunder's entire crew without leaving any future troubles. He acted too quickly. Even Thunder's son over in Eagle Sauce got taken out. This indicates he has someone behind him, and they are well hidden. He's as ruthless in his methods as he is thorough, especially with the group that went to Taiwan. They were no ordinary thugs. They were clearly regular troops, elite soldiers with top-notch equipment, and their tactical movements were impeccable. They worked in teams of 3, coordinating smoothly, finishing quickly without lingering for even a second. I suspect that loyal Yong Bo and the one called Mountain Chicken were intentionally left alive by a Xian. Otherwise, based on the combat strength of that group, those 2 wouldn't have survived. What's most remarkable is his control of the entire rhythm. Fast and precise at first, like a storm sweeping through, uprooting the enemy in the middle without giving them a chance to breathe, and then softening the approach at the end, resolving the aftermath neatly. This commotion looks significant, but it primarily took down Thunder's faction. The Sanlian gang suffered some injuries, but won't fight him to the death. Those who wanted to have long since been eliminated. What I really can't wrap my head around is how he ended up pledging loyalty to the new leader of the Sanlian gang, loyal Yong Bo, and the strategist Jin Bo. Lu Bo said this with a bewildered expression. He truly couldn't comprehend this maneuver. After listening, He Zin's mouth twitched. He wanted to laugh, but held it in. Thunder had just died. Laughing seemed a bit inappropriate. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of his eye before speaking. The world is filled with rough people. It's indeed the first time I've seen someone as adaptable and intricate as him. In the rivers and lakes, he's like a dragon, turning clouds and bringing rain. This kid has now established himself in the Southeast Asian underworld. He's undoubtedly a notable character. His methods are sharp. It's just that his background is a bit lacking otherwise. Lu Bo quickly changed the subject and slipped away. He didn't dare to continue on that topic. Watching Lu Bo find an excuse to leave, He Xian grinned and muttered under his breath, old fox. These days felt too long. Uli Xian wanted to hurry back to Hong Kong Island. This place truly cannot be lingered in. The taste of unearned gains is too tempting. This trip to Audao was quite comfortable. It's just that he didn't personally get involved, which left him a bit concerned. In life, how can everything go smoothly? Having 9 out of 10 is already quite good. He led the way for him. In Audao, there was no one she wasn't familiar with. She chattered nonstop, pointing to a small shop by the roadside. Xian, good, the meat pie from this place is super delicious. I can eat several in one go. The crust is crispy, the meat is fragrant, and the taste is truly exceptional. Do you want me to bring a few back for your girlfriend? Everyone was aware of the situation regarding Chiu Ti. It was hardly a secret in these circles. For someone like Li Xian who was well-behaved, he was already considered a decent person. The two of them had just begun to argue about how many to take back, when suddenly Jianjun shouted, "Boss, be careful." Bang! At the moment the gunshot rang out, Li Xian pushed He into that shop. Outside, the sound of gunfire erupted chaotically. When he raised his head again, his eyes were terrifyingly cold as he whispered to He, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The shopkeeper turned pale with fear. Li Xian calmly put on gloves and casually pulled out two P226s from behind his waist. He clutched his sleeve tightly, her voice trembling. "Brother Xian, don't go out, it's too dangerous out there. My bodyguards will be here soon, I'll let them handle it." Li Xian smiled gently, his tone warm, yet firm. "Stay put, and don't move. If anything happens to you, your sister will surely skin me alive. This matter has truly escalated. It has become excessively serious." The gunfire outside ceased. Jianjun entered the shop, and seeing that Li Xian was unharmed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, judging by the shooting position, they weren't aiming for you." Li Xian did not respond, glancing at him and frowning as he asked, "Where are Zhang Wo and Xiaofu?" Jianjun rarely showed a smile. "Boss, don't worry, they both went after the fleeing people together. There shouldn't be any issues." At that moment, he suddenly screamed, "Brother Xian, you've been shot." In fact, he had felt it earlier. It felt like someone had hit him hard with a hammer on his back. Wearing a bulletproof vest, the injury wasn't severe. It was nothing more than a blunt force trauma. He had been prepared for the Sanlian gang's people, equipping himself with a bulletproof vest, and today it truly came in handy. The saying, "Caution is the mother of safety," couldn't be more accurate. Jianjun moved around to his back, examined the bullet hole's position, and recalled the locations of those few individuals, quickly comparing them in his mind. "Boss, those individuals were targeting He. If it weren't for your quick reaction, that shot would have hit her." Li Xian holstered his gun and told Jianjun, "Go find them and bring them back. I'll wait here. Leave the rest to Mr. He." "Understood, boss. Oh, be careful. I'll go right away." Watching Jianjun leave, He tightly clung to Li Xin's arm. "Thank you, Brother Xian. If it weren't for you, I would have been done for today." Li Xian looked down at her pale face and said nothing more. He wasn't one to comfort others. Yet he was pondering what kind of wicked thing had the old man he done to provoke such a ruthless attack. Even someone as inconsequential as He was targeted. How deep must this grudge run? Less than 10 minutes after the gunfight, the entrance of the shop was surrounded by black-clad figures, all members of the He family. Lu Bo was sweating profusely. Regardless of who these people were targeting, this matter had already escalated significantly. Li Xian exchanged glances with Lu Bo, then looked at He, signaling him to quickly send the girl back. Lu Bo turned and instructed those behind him, "Take her to the old master. If anything happens to her, you all know the..." "Understood, Lu Bo." A dozen bodyguards in black suits were about to escort He away when the girl suddenly pushed past the one blocking her. She stared at Li Xian, her tone urgent. "Xian, good, you need to leave with me. It's not safe here. Don't worry about me. Hurry and go. I still have a few things to take care of." Li Xian glanced at the bodyguards, who immediately protected the girl as they got into the car. The convoy sped towards Pujing, moving quickly with all the cars on the road giving way. Lu Bo knew this place was not suitable for conversation and didn't ask any further, standing at the shop entrance with Li Xian to wait. It wasn't long before Jianjun and the others returned. Jiangua said, "Boss, those people are the you monkeys. I can recognize them. Two escaped, and we couldn't catch them." Li Xian followed the He family's group to Pujing. The few bodies at the scene were taken away by the He family, and how they were dealt with afterwards was no longer his concern. On the other side, He Xin's eldest son He Tianbao was killed by a car in Portugal. The He family was on high alert, with black-clad bodyguards surrounding their residence, ensuring that even a mosquito attempting to enter would be thoroughly checked. The calm demeanor on He Xin's face had vanished. His hair was a mess, his eyes bloodshot, emanating a fierce anger that seemed ready to burn everything to the ground. Lu Bo's forehead was constantly slick with sweat, and he was terrified. He had a vague suspicion in his mind, but he was determined to keep it to himself for the rest of his life. Li Xian showed no hesitation and immediately took a speedboat to Hong Kong Island. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. "Oh, let that old man, Li Xian, worry about it himself." Upon arriving in Sai Kung, he had someone call Chen Chao over. Chen Chao entered the room and asked, "Boss, what can I do for you?" Li Xian wasted no time and asked, "Brother Chao, did anyone get hurt on our side?" Chen Chao sat down on the sofa in the living room and replied, "Boss, just 2 got shot, but no one died. Those 2 are being taken care of at our branch in Taiwan with brothers watching over them, so there's nothing to worry about." "Alright, that's good. Use the best medicine. Don't let anything go wrong. Medical expenses and bonuses should be the highest. We can't let the brothers feel disheartened." Li Xian spoke quite thoroughly. Chen Chao listened to his boss ramble on without interrupting, smiling as he sat there. Their group was accustomed to life and death, and they were not overly sentimental. As long as they felt their deaths were worth it, none of them were afraid. As long as there was someone to take care of their aftermath, nothing was a problem. Their lives would be worth the price. After discussing matters in Taiwan, Li Xian turned to Chen Chao and said, "Pick a team of capable brothers, equip them, and go find He Chiong at Shinda Real Estate. I'll give her a call, or just have them go directly." Chen Chao nodded and said, "I'll go pick the people right now. A team of 9 divided into 3 small groups will be enough for our side on Hong Kong Island." As long as we don't encounter a large group charging in, there shouldn't be any issues. Alright, you're the expert, it's up to you. Tonight, invite a dozen old brothers to the Hongshin restaurant for a meal. It's been a while since we gathered together. After assigning the tasks, Lee Xin left with a casual, "I'm off, boss." He turned and left, picking up his phone. Once the call connected, Lee Xin said, "Chiong, I've sent a team over to protect you. Don't go back to Ao yet, it's not safe here right now, so be careful." Chiong felt a warm feeling surge in her heart as she listened to Li Xin's advice. This guy really is thoughtful. She replied, "Alright, I'll listen to you. I'll have someone wait for them downstairs. I've been so busy these past few days that I haven't had time to pick anyone in Sai Kung, so I'll trouble you to send them over." After a pause, her voice turned a bit heavier. Xin, thank you for what you did for He. If it weren't for you, I can't even imagine the consequences. I won't say any more. I'll remember this kindness. That's it for now. I'll hang up. Chiong hung up the phone, ran her fingers through her hair, and her eyes turned red. She murmured softly, "Don't push me. Please don't push me. I don't want to get involved in your matters. After all, life in a wealthy family isn't as easy as it seems. Trouble always comes from family. They're constantly fighting among themselves." Lee Xin was currently drinking with a dozen old mechanics. These guys had been learning skills from Desha since the beginning, and now their skills were nearly on par. Some didn't want to join a security company and continued to linger at the garage. Lee Xin understood that they were trying to leave themselves a way out in case they encountered trouble on Hong Kong Island. They could still help. They were overthinking it. Security company people could switch to other jobs just as easily. He didn't point it out because he wanted them to feel at ease, not always thinking they owed him something. He paid them, ensuring they had no worries. They worked for him. This was a fair trade. No one owed anyone anything. However, Lee Xin still felt he should acknowledge this kindness. Sometimes this kind of loyalty is harder to find than money. September 24th, 1982. It wasn't a particularly special day, but for Lee Xin, it was a message spread across the globe that night. The old lady Nyo had bowed her head. "Today is truly a good day. Everything I hoped for is coming true." Lee Xin acted as if he had gone mad, humming a song that Xiao Ti had never heard before. He was overjoyed. The main timeline had no deviations, allowing many things to be laid out in advance. His butterfly had not flapped its wings in the wrong direction. But starting today, Hong Kong Island was also going to be in complete chaos. Those foreign high-ups were all preoccupied. They couldn't focus on serious matters. Each was desperately trying to make money, gathering enough to return to Nyo for retirement funds. The Hong Kong government, police force, and various functional departments were all about to undergo a shakeup. Hong Kong's little brother Tan. This nickname wasn't given lightly. Fierce characters and ruthless thugs emerged one after another. The Chinese factions in the Hong Kong government were fighting fiercely over power. Who had time to care about Hong Kong Island's security? The springtime of the gangs had arrived. The foreigners loosened their restraints on the gangs, and their ambitions swelled like crazy, growing wildly unstoppable by anyone. When the phone rang, Lee Xin was in high spirits. The murkiness of Hong Kong Island made him happier. Those who wanted to climb up were showing themselves one by one, who didn't want to take advantage of the chaos. Those who were bold would either thrive or perish, and there were no rules left in the community. But did this matter to him? If it didn't get chaotic, how would he make a living? He picked up his phone and casually said, "Hello, who's looking for Counselor Lee?" On the other end, there was immediate silence. Deng Fei felt his head buzzing. How was he supposed to respond to that? He couldn't avoid it, so he had to force himself to sound more polite. Xin, this is Deng Wei from Lianqing." Hearing this name, Lee Xin understood immediately. Something had leaked regarding the Jordan incident. But so what if it leaked? The matter had already been settled. What was there to fear? He immediately switched to a warm tone. "Oh, Uncle Deng. What can I do for you? I won't push back on what I can handle, and please don't make it hard for me on what I can't, alright?" Deng Fei felt his blood pressure rising. Speaking to this brat for a couple more minutes might cost him his life. Before he could open his mouth, the other side blocked him completely. He suppressed his anger and said in a harsh tone, Xin, we haven't offended Lianqing, right? You brought the D into Hongxing, and we didn't say anything. Isn't this a bit too much?" Lee Xin shot back, "Uncle Deng, you're an elder, and I respect your age, but don't slander me. How did this come about? Wasn't it you and Lianqing who first sought trouble with Axe Jun? What does this have to do with me? Tianhong took 2 streets, and you blame me for it. That's absurd." Deng Fei's face quivered, his teeth grinding together. This is simply outrageous. A few words, and he managed to wash his hands of the matter completely. And it's absurd. Is this even human speech? He has become the victim. Is this world only for the wicked? Is there no justice? He could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "Godly Xin, whether you recognize it or not, everyone knows what's going on. If you don't provide an explanation, we won't be done." "Oh, I see. This old man is here to demand compensation." The matter had already been exposed, and he hadn't planned on denying it. Earlier, he had just wanted to see if he could infuriate the old man, but unfortunately it didn't happen. So be it. Early Xin dared to do what he did and dared to acknowledge it. He had that much responsibility. As for whether to change it or not, that's a matter for next time. Let's let this slide for now. He spoke in a calm tone. "Uncle Deng, is this your first day in the business? This matter is what it is. What can you do about it? Don't say just one Jordan. Even if you chased you and Lianqing out of Yaomati, what could you do to me?" What I have done I'll acknowledge. If I get hit, I will definitely stand tall. It just depends on whether you have the capability. Deng Fei was left speechless by the retort. Everyone in the industry understands the rules. Today Lianxing can step on others, tomorrow they will naturally be stepped on by others. No one should pretend to be pitiful. That expression is truly unappealing. He sighed, his tone softening. Xian, you know the current situation with Lianxing. How do you plan to settle this matter? Li Xian smiled. This is more like it. If you Deng Fei wanted to pressure me with seniority, that wouldn't work. If you can come to threaten today, someone else can come tomorrow, then what's left for me? Why not just talk it out? Why go through this hassle? He dropped the smile, his tone calming. Uncle Deng, listen to me. In the end, it's my people who gained a bit of an advantage. I won't skimp on the compensation that should be given, and I'll give enough face to Lianxing. Tomorrow, I'll invite Hongxing's hall master Uncle Bo to set up 18 tables and a head banquet. Then let Tianhong seal a red envelope of 660,000 for Allah. This matter will be settled. Oh, what do you think? Deng Fei hung up the phone, glanced at the old ghost Y and Chuan Bao beside him, and sighed. The Yangtze River pushes the waves ahead. Godly Xian indeed has some skills. Chuan Bao cursed. What attitude does that little brat have? Old ghost Y remained silent, waiting for Uncle Deng to announce the outcome. This matter was indeed tricky. Fight. They couldn't win. Play dirty. He was the ancestor. Call the police. The whole family of Lei Gong from the Sanlian gang was long gone. After the battle on Aodao, the name Godly Xian resonated throughout Hong Kong. Previously, people only knew his methods were vicious. Now everyone could see his true strength. Not only could he fight, but he was also ruthless when strategizing, handling matters quickly and decisively. At this time, if Lianxing wanted to turn against him, they could easily scatter the entire hall. Those backing him were not to be trifled with. Deng Fei looked at the two and said, tomorrow Hongxing's hall master Shui Bo will set up a head banquet. Alu will receive a red envelope of 660,000. Chuan Bao nodded. This was considered giving face. If they pushed further, that little brat would genuinely dare to start a war. In that case, everyone's dividends would be the ones to suffer. It wasn't worth it. Old Ghost Y then asked a critical question. Uncle Deng, who's going to drink this head banquet? Deng Boss gaze fell upon Chuan Bao. Chuan Bao, tomorrow take a Lu to Gucci to settle things. Is that still with Shui Bo? Lao Gui quickly chimed in, nudging Deng Fei's arm. Chuan Bao, this time, it's different. Oe Lu is taking you to talk, not you going alone. Don't worry, it's all good. We trust you, no problem at all. Chuan Bao rolled his eyes, too lazy to engage with the two of them. Uncle Bo was currently drinking with Ji Gu at Boland Street. When his phone rang, it was Li Xian calling. After hearing the situation, he hung up and threw the phone onto the table. His other hand was still groping around the chest of a foreign girl, and he muttered, this kid Li Xian really knows how to handle things. This time he's got me a nice gig, I can show off a bit. Ji Gu pinched his shiny forehead and asked, what did Li Xian want you to do? Tomorrow arrange a reconciliation banquet with He Lianxing, and let me be the face of the event. Uncle Bo said proudly, I love this kind of work, eating and drinking while showing off what's not to like. Although Ji Gu is a bit of a fence-sitter, he's not foolish. Upon hearing this, he understood that Li Xian was giving face while also taking advantage. He sighed, this kid Li Xian is really sharp, he knows when to do what. I'll go along tomorrow to stir up some. Having discussed serious matters, the two old lechers began to lose their decorum again. The private room was filled with that particular smell, and later even had an indescribable fishy scent. Autumn is approaching, and it's that season again. The place looked like a battlefield. Truly, they were quite uninhibited. No wonder they are the two greatest characters of Hongxing. They play even more wildly than the youngsters. The older generation indeed has experience, the younger ones still have much to learn. Xiao Ti saw him hang up the phone and leaned over to ask, are you going to Gucci restaurant for negotiations again? Yes, this time I won't show up, but we'll let someone else take my place. Li Xian shook his head. There's no helping it, this is the nature of the Jianghu. Even after a fight, we still have to set a table and calculate the accounts properly. It doesn't actually mean much, it's just a formality. Things that can't be taken in a brawl won't be settled at the negotiation table, it's just for appearances. He didn't want Xiao Ti to get involved in such trivial matters. Clean people shouldn't need to know about this. As long as he was there to support from behind, it was enough. Xiao Ti didn't pursue the matter further and switched topics. Li Xian, today at the company I heard from President Hua that the federal building is up for sale. He also mentioned that if we had the money we would definitely want to acquire it. The location is just too good. Is it the building next to the International Building? Yes, that's the one. In the past couple of months, property prices have dropped by 30-40. That building is now down to over 600 million, yet no one wants it. That can't be right, why didn't I hear about this? Property prices have dropped so severely now. He didn't consider that since the real estate agency opened, he had never inquired about it at all. Li Xian was truly bewildered. He recalled that the drops started after 1983. Just as Xiao Ti finished speaking, Li Xian paused. Has it moved that quickly? Earlier this year, that building in Central was still selling for over $1 billion. Xiao Ti lowered her voice. Now many buildings are nearing vacancy, but quite a few companies are barely holding on. Some real estate companies really can't hold on any longer and have started to offload properties. She continued, the federal building is also on the market. If you're sincerely interested, the price can be negotiated down. At least that's what President Hu said. After hearing Xiao's words, Li Xian finally grasped the situation. The property market collapse wasn't just about negotiations falling through. More troublesome was that those who speculated on properties had ruined the market. Xiao didn't elaborate further, and Li Xian directly dialed Hui Jianning's number. As soon as the call connected, Hui Jianning's voice came through. Boss, this matter is a bit complicated. It involves internal strife within the Zhang family, plus the plummeting property prices, and there are also people outside maliciously pushing prices down. Explain in detail. Let me see if I can handle it, Li Xian said. Hui Jianning continued to explain. The Zhang family invested too much in shipping, leading to a deficit of several hundred million in their capital chain. They want to pull out from the property market in Hong Kong to save their shipping line, which is why they intend to sell the federal building. I can't say much about the property price drop. The environment is like this, and no one can stop it. But the real reason the Zhang family is selling is that someone is taking advantage of the situation. Hui Jianning's tone grew serious. Those from the Hui family know that the Zhang family is short on cash and deliberately pushed the price down. In a hurry, the Zhang family just decided to list the federal building for sale. Now the real estate industry is extremely cold, and everyone is watching. Li Xian inquired, how much do we need to prepare to acquire the federal building? Hui Jianning paused for a few seconds before cautiously replying, boss, at least 650 million. The Zhang family listed it for 690 million. They won't accept a lower price, otherwise they would have sold it to the Hui family long ago, and it wouldn't still be on the market now. Li Xian calculated the figures. On the side of the Audiobook, they could scrape together 150 million. They had 310 million in cash and promissory notes on hand. They were still short 200 million. The telecommunications and film companies also had money lying around, and with a little effort they could make it work. If that wasn't enough, they could pull from the Audiobook accounts. There's always cash flow as long as the gambling hall is operational. Feeling confident, he spoke more firmly. President will please contact the Zhang family as soon as possible. We must secure the federal building this time. The opportunity will be gone if we miss it. Hui Jianning hung up the phone with a beaming smile and turned to his wife. Honey, if we secure the federal building, Hongxin Group will have its roots planted firmly. The foundation will be very solid. His wife seemed doubtful. Can your boss really pull out over 600 million in cash? Hui Jianning lowered his voice. I just found out that the boss has a gambling hall operation in Audiobook. He never lacks money. His wife replied. Li Xian knew very well what a dedicated office building meant for a company. It was like a force having a stronghold. It could stabilize morale and uphold the scene. He dared not say more, fearing trouble. Li Xian leaned back on the sofa, resting his hand on Xiao's shoulder. In the next couple of days, sort out the company's accounts and see how much can be freed up. He spoke in a low voice. This acquisition must be decisive. Delaying could lead to unforeseen complications. Xiao closed her eyes and nestled her head into his embrace. I'll let the finance department start working on it tomorrow. It won't delay your matters. She couldn't intervene in the acquisition negotiations, as she just needed to keep an eye on the money. As for the rest, leave it to President Hui to handle. He was the professional. The Huangdowen law firm would follow through the entire process. It would be very secure. Perfect. The next day, Yuguchi restaurant. Uncle Bo and Ji Gu were deeply engrossed in conversation, and it was none other than the positions they used last night. While they claimed it wasn't enough, they excitedly gestured with their hands. Tian Hong chewed on a straw, watching the cola bubble with boredom. He thought to himself, what's so interesting about those two balls? Could it be more fun than his sword? Today the atmosphere in the restaurant had changed. No one was discussing Jianghu gossip anymore. Everyone was talking about that shocking meal. A few old men chewed over the topic repeatedly. That woman from John Bull knelt pitifully, and her posture was completely incorrect. She knelt in front of the grand hall back home. These barbarians really don't understand etiquette. One loudmouth fat old man interrupted. What else do you want them to do? They just got knocked down and haven't stood up yet. It's normal for the first time to kneel incorrectly. After kneeling a few more times, they'll get used to it. They need some time to adapt. The old men at the table nodded in agreement. Right. After kneeling more often, the posture would naturally become standard. Little Nyo, don't you think so? Alu stood at the door of Yuguchi restaurant. His feet felt like they were filled with lead. He truly didn't want to go in today. He felt utterly humiliated. Not only was he schemed against, but he also had to shamelessly come and drink reconciliation wine. This wine was harsh on the throat. Just one sip could make him cough. He understood Dang Boss' intention. He wanted to help He Lianqing regain some face. But this attempt to regain face was too forced. His face was already lost. How could just drinking a meal bring it back? Isn't that self-deception? Chuan Bao's expression was also unsightly. Alu asked him, Uncle Chuan Bao, do I really have to go in? Chuan Bao turned his head and glared at him. If it weren't for the trouble you caused, would I be here today to embarrass myself? I never want to step foot into Yuguchi restaurant again in this lifetime. This is the second time. He gritted his teeth and added, second time here to lose face all, because of you, you loser. Alu felt even more frustrated. What could he do? If it weren't for being intoxicated by the position of the decision-maker, he wouldn't have dared to confront that hard nut-axe June. Now it was too late for regrets. The two walked into the restaurant in a very comical manner. His feet had been pierced by nails yesterday, and every step caused him to gasp in pain. To preserve the last bit of dignity, neither brought their subordinates. As soon as the private room door opened, Chuan Bao's eyes immediately spotted Shui Bo, and his face instantly fell, as if he had stepped in dog poop. He knew he would meet this old foe today, but seeing him in person still made his anger flare up. If it weren't for this Shui surname loser, could Chuan Bao have become a laughingstock in the entire Jianghu. Uncle Bo saw his old rival looking defeated and felt immensely satisfied. His forehead was clear, and he felt completely at ease. Once the two were seated, he leisurely spoke. Chuan Bao, I heard you came from Kowloon City. One sentence felt like a knife stabbing into the heart. The expressions on both sides changed instantly. This old man really knew how to hit sore spots. Every word sprinkled salt on the wound. Alessa's eyes were fixed on Shui Bo with a cold light in them that could freeze. He had already calculated in his mind. Whenever he got the chance, he would definitely take this old man fishing regardless of whether he wore a helmet or not. He would smash it to pieces. Chuan Bao held back the lesson from last time, gritting his molars. Enough with the nonsense, Shui Bo. Today is your Hong Xing's reconciliation banquet. Don't overdo it. Hurry up and get things done, or I still need to go home and watch the soup. Wherever Brother Ji goes, he always plays the role of a mediator, smiling as he smooths things over. Yes, today's drinks are meant to foster harmony, not to add to grudges. Once the drinks are finished, we're still brothers. Uncle Bo, seeing that things were getting better, ceased to poke further. After all, he didn't suffer any losses. He had long since let go of the incident where he was beaten. In this line of work, who hasn't taken a few hits? He pretended to sip his tea before saying, everyone knows what today's drinks are about. There's no need for extra words. I've reserved 18 tables for you. Feel free to come and eat anytime. I know you're not in the mood to eat today, so the rest will have to be handled by Tianhong. The pot for the hot pot is likely to dry up soon, so I won't be too polite. Uncle Bo shot a glance at Tianhong, signaling him to finish up the remaining work quickly. Tianhong picked up a small bag from the ground and tossed it in front of Ilu, his face showing no sign of warmth. Here's your red envelope. Do you want to count it? If it weren't for the boss calling personally, he wouldn't even bother with someone like Lin Huailo. Lin Huailo suppressed his anger, still wearing a smile, but his words were laced with thorns. No need. I still trust the reputation of the divine beings. It won't be short of weight. The things Li Xian did had spread throughout the underworld. He had returned the territory, but it was still lacking a piece. El was taking the opportunity to vent. No wonder who would allow themselves to be beaten and not be allowed to express their grievances. Before Tianhong could speak, Uncle Bo had already exploded. With a loud slap on the table, he pointed at Ale and shouted, have you lost your mind? What does this have to do with Xian? If you don't want to drink this toast, then we Hongxing will make you drink penalty wine. Don't you dare be ungrateful. Do you have no sense of the situation today? Do you still dare to complain here? What do you mean by Xian won't shortchange you? If you can't hold the scale steady, then don't come out to weigh things. If you can't do it, then just keep your mouth shut. When Uncle Bo was taking hits, he wouldn't dare to be this arrogant. It was still Chun Yaoxing who took him to take a bath. Tianhong didn't understand what was going on, but Uncle Bo made it clear. This kid was cursing his boss. Can you tolerate this? He glared at Lin Huailo, his eyes as cold as knives, curling his lips in disdain as he spoke. Ilu, I'm calling you out of respect, otherwise you're just a waste. I don't like to talk nonsense, so I only know how to fight. Try saying it again, and let's just start fighting. Whoever backs down first can get lost. Tianhong never considered interests or the overall situation of Hongxing. He only believed in the knife in his hand. If you don't obey, then just fight. He wasn't intimidating Lin Huailo, he was serious about it. What sort of madness is this? In the underworld, isn't it just you curse me, and I curse you? Is Luo Tianhong sick? He didn't even curse the divine beings, he just mocked them a bit. Is that too much? As a behind-the-scenes figure, can't the victim say a few words? When did the underworld become like this? Chuan Bao, seeing the situation, only wanted to wrap things up quickly. If something else happens, he won't be able to step out in the future. He won't even have a place to hide his face. He pushed up his glasses and said to Tianhong, Tianhong, Ale has been out of sorts these days, spouting nonsense. Let's leave it at that. Let's finish this toast with Lianxing, and we'll be even. After saying that, Chuan Bao pulled Lin Huailo and left his steps much more decisive than when he arrived. At the entrance of the restaurant, he angrily shouted, Ilu, are you crazy? Can't you just follow the process properly? Do you want me to be unable to survive in this line of work? After saying that, he got in the car and left, not even bothering to acknowledge Lin Huailo. He needed to stay far away from this plague lest he get implicated. Lin Huailo glanced at the restaurant and also got in the car. Today's mood was terrible. Don't let him catch an opportunity, otherwise he would definitely return the favor. His desire for power burned even brighter in his heart. If he were the one calling the shots for Lianxing today, would Luo Tianhong still dare to threaten him like this? He thought too much. Don't even mention being the decision-maker for Lianxing. Even the leader of Hongxing wouldn't be taken seriously by Tianhong. He only recognized one thing: can you fight? If you can't fight, you have no right to earn his respect. It's that simple. Inside the restaurant, Tianhong looked at Uncle Bo and asked, "Are you guys leaving together?" Uncle Bo, with no trace of anger left on his face, smiled and said, "We're going to visit the students. Do you want to join? It's quite interesting." Brother G also chimed in, "Tianhong, stop picking fights all the time. Take a moment to appreciate the beauty of the world, otherwise you'll miss out on a lot of fun." "No need, you all go ahead. I'm looking for Li Zhongren. He had a move I couldn't catch yesterday. Oh, I just figured out how to break it, so I'm going to try again today." Uncle Bo watched Tianhong's departing figure and sighed to Brother G. "This kid is so skilled for a reason. He's always thinking about how to fight." Brother G nodded in agreement. He had also been a tough character in his youth and knew very well Tianhong's abilities were all honed with his life on the line. Only he knows how much hardship he has endured. He muttered, "One must endure suffering to rise above others." After a pause he added, "Or maybe not endure enough suffering, who knows? No one can say for sure." Li Xian didn't take the minor issue at the restaurant to heart. Even if he knew he wouldn't, it was just a formality to give the people from Lianqing a way out. Today he didn't go out to mess around. Instead, he took Xiao Fu to wander around Saigon. He greeted the neighbors and chatted a bit. When he saw a beautiful girl, he would whistle. Those with courage would retort, "Brother Xian, if you have the ability, then step up. Don't just take advantage with your mouth. You're a coward with desire, but no courage." Li Xian wasn't angry and smiled back. "Xiao Li, if you're willing to be with me, I have no problem supporting you. It's you who won't agree. Oh, what's that to do with me?" Xiao Li rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "I can't even get into your house. You want me to be your mistress? Dream on. Bye." Xiao Li glanced at her watch, hurriedly walking toward the minibus station, waving goodbye. "Brother Xian, I'm in a hurry. Let's talk another day. Bye." Li Xian noticed Xiao Fu looking at him oddly and asked, "What's up?" Xiao Fu was puzzled. "Boss, how come you seem like a different person outside than in Saigon? You're so arrogant outside, but so easygoing and down-to-earth in Saigon. Oh, what's going on?" Li Xian slowly walked towards Chioti's flower shop, smiling as he replied, "Would you act tough in your own home?" In his heart, Saigon was his home, his base, his rear guard. The two wandered into the flower shop. Business was still as usual, very quiet with no customers for a long time. The new manager was the previous Xiao Hui, who worked efficiently, but was a bit timid. Upon seeing Li Xian enter, she quickly put down the book in her hands and smiled at him. "Brother Xian, what brings you here today?" "Not busy." Li Xian pulled out a chair and casually replied, "Just came to see you. If you lose weight, that kid will definitely come to settle accounts with me. That little brat wouldn't agree to come to Saigon with me, making things hard for you," Li Xian said. Xiao Hui smiled sweetly, explaining for him, "He has some unfinished business. He said he would come to Saigon to sell flowers with me once he finishes up." Li Xian took out a cigarette box, pulled one out, and put it in his mouth. Xiao Fu was quick-witted and lit it for him. After taking a puff, the boss gave him a thumbs up. "You've got good eyes. Make sure to learn from Jiang Wo. Don't be like Jianjun with that sour face, looking like everyone owes him 8 million. Xiao Fu hurriedly explained, "Boss Jun Ge just has that temperament. He can't change it. If he really changed, how could he still be Jun Ge?" Xiao Hui stood up and handed each of them a bottle of water. Li Xian took it in his hand, stood up, and walked towards the door, stopping at the threshold. "If you need anything, just find your Chioti sister. Don't make things hard on yourself." "I'm really fine, Brother Xian. Don't worry about me. I'm doing well here." The two then strolled over to the construction. The warehouse and factory were nearly completed, and Li Xian found it quite pleasing. The supervisor Xiao Bao was busy, and Li Xian walked over to ask him, "How much longer until it's finished?" Xiao Bao replied promptly, "Brother Xian, it'll be ready in about half a month. The foundation for the goods yard is complete. We're just waiting to lay the cement. Once the factory and warehouse are done, the ground can be worked on immediately without any delays." Li Xian took out 2 large bills from his pocket and directly stuffed them into Xiao Bao's shirt pocket, casually patting his shoulder. "With you keeping an eye on things, I'm at ease. It's hot out. Buy some water to drink." Over the years of mingling in the underworld, Li Xian had developed habits that he had become quite adept at, almost instinctual. Xiao Bao watched Li Xian's retreating figure, his mind drifting back to Brother B, sighing in his heart, "No wonder that guy does well." Looking at Brother Xian's generosity, he knew he couldn't compare. The gap was evident. After a morning of wandering, the two were just about to find a place to eat when the phone rang. Li Xian answered and put it to his ear. "Brother Xian, this is Sheng from Nuji. Are you free today? I'd like to invite you out for a meal, and I've brought you a gift. You must come and grace us with your presence." Li Xian had nothing much to do today, just right to see what gift it was. He replied, "Give me the location or I'll head over from Saigon. Oh, I might be a bit late." Su Sheng on the other end of the line laughed politely. "Brother Xian, coming is already giving me enough face. I'm waiting for you at the Hung Lai Hotel in Tsim Shui. All right, just like that. Oh, I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Li Xian turned to Xiao Fu and said, "Have Jiang Wo drive. We're going to Tsim Shui." As Li Xian and the others just got out of the car at the Hung Lai Hotel, they saw Su Sheng and his brother Su Chong already waiting at the entrance. He raised his head and glanced at the hotel sign, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. "Lu Yaozu, you better manage this well. This place will eventually be my property. You better work hard, or else I'll choose a good burial spot for you later." Seeing him get out of the car, Su Chong and his brother quickly approached to shake his hand, filling the air with pleasantries. Brother Xian, thank you for taking the time to come. You've really given us brother's face. Li Xian, not putting on airs, spoke only after shaking hands. You guys have a decent relationship with Axe Jun, so we can consider each other friends. I will definitely give the respect that's due. I can't let others say that Li Xian doesn't give face to his brother's right. Su Sheng understood the implication behind these words. Li Xian was telling them that he was giving this face not for the sake of the Xian Ji, but because of Su Junkai. The Su brothers were aware that their conditions would not be excessive, and they could all maintain their appearances. Su Sheng had no objections to this. Shun Xian Xian indeed had the qualifications to say such things. He replied with a cheerful smile, Brother Xian's presence makes us very happy. This time it's thanks to Brother Jun's face. We hope next time we can also have the honor of inviting Brother Xian to dinner. Li Xian smiled after hearing this, did not respond, and stepped into the hotel. In the hotel, some recognized Li Xian, while others recognized the Su brothers, and everyone greeted them enthusiastically. Brother Xian, what a coincidence to run into you here. What a fate. The one who spoke was a guy with a gang background. The one who engaged him in conversation was a businessman. Li Xian replied with a smile, I'm here to take care of some matters today. Let's have tea together another day, and I won't disturb everyone today. Sounds good, Brother Xian. Whenever you have time, come visit Yao Ma Tea. It's been a while since you came by, and I'll host you. No problem, mister. Li, let's have tea together when you're free. The Su brothers were also engaging in pleasantries with not a single genuine word escaping their lips, only formalities. A few of them entered the private room, where someone was already waiting. It was a particularly beautiful woman, exceptionally attractive, exuding an alluring charm that made one unable to resist stealing a few more glances. In his past life, there was a woman who resembled this one by 90%, with a smile, and the words, I'll be waiting for you, in the capital. Li Xian waited until he crossed over, but never saw the sequel to that film. That swindler. This matter has become interesting. After the meal, Su Sheng took out a document and handed it to Li Xian with both hands. Brother Xian, this is a small token of our brotherhood. If you're not satisfied, we will find a way to make it to your liking. Li Xian opened the document and took a look. It was a loan agreement with Hemin as the borrower, and the amount was not small for an ordinary person, totaling 1,200,000. He closed the document and smiled at the two brothers, saying, I quite like this gift, it's thoughtful. Next time don't do this again. Despite saying not to, he wore a pleased smile. The two brothers exchanged glances. It seemed they had found the right approach. Shun Xian Xian was discerning. He wouldn't take a liking to ordinary goods. The two were perceptive and stood up to leave. Just as Li Xian was about to get up to see them off, they hurriedly waved their hands. Brother Xian, you sit. We won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave. Li Xian didn't stand on ceremony and sat back down. Once the others had left, he picked up the document and waved it, asking Hemin, do you have anything to say? Hemin looked at the document, her mind in a flurry. If it weren't for her father being betrayed by a business associate, she should still be teaching at school. It was useless to think further. She needed to get through this hurdle first. Her voice was gentle, soothing to the heart. Mr. Li, how long do you think it will take to pay off this debt? Li Xian pulled out a lighter and directly set the loan agreement ablaze, the flames reflecting on his face as he smiled at Hemin. After today, if you want to leave, you can do so anytime. The next day, in Causeway Bay, in a small apartment. This was one of the places Li Xian had prepared in advance. The space wasn't large, about 60 square meters. But in Causeway Bay, this area was considered quite good. Last night's events felt like a dream. After the wind calmed and the rain ceased, Li Xian leaned against the headboard, lighting a cigarette. One cigarette after an event beats being a living god. Hemin nestled in his arms, her voice soft. What are your plans for me from now on? Li Xian extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray by the bedside, his hand gently caressing her smooth back. You stay here for now. If you need anything, buy it yourself. There's cash in the safe. The password is 6/8. Feel free to spend. I'll come over when I have time. If you want to leave, just let me know. But don't do anything sneaky, otherwise the consequences will be yours to bear. I'm not good with words and won't sweet talk. You won't lack what you deserve. As for the rest, you figure it out. You have a choice. Hemin looked up at his face. He didn't have the appearance of a delicate young man, but he exuded a strong masculine charm with rugged features and a heroic demeanor. His physique was more sculpted than a statue, strong and powerful. Very impressive. She thought about it and felt that she wasn't losing out on this, even gaining a bit. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she gently said, then I'll wait for you at home. In a couple of days, I want to find a job, preferably as a teacher. What do you think? Suddenly an image popped into Li Zin's mind. What about uniforms? He perked up. Being a teacher sounds great. Do you want me to help arrange it? No need to. I graduated from university, and if my requirements aren't high, finding a job won't be difficult. Don't worry about it. All right. Li Xian paused and asked, by the way, what's your father's business partner's name? Which company is he from? I'll send someone to handle this. Now that you're mine, I won't let my cheap father-in-law suffer this for nothing. Yesterday, he had already learned the ins and outs of why Hemin borrowed money. Sleeping with the daughter, it was only natural to help a bit. Hemin lay on his chest, her voice muffled. Let's just forget it. That person has gang connections and isn't easy to deal with. The matter had passed, and the outcome was still okay. Let's just turn the page on this. Lee Xian's hands were not idle and his mouth didn't stop. It seems you still don't understand what kind of man you've found. Gang. What's wrong with gangs? I'm still a counselor. Don't worry, there are very few issues that can't be resolved with gangs. Speak boldly. Oh, I want to see who dares to bully me. Hemin was taken aback. You're really a counselor. Which counselor? How can you be so young? Seeing her confused expression, Lee Xian felt quite pleased. He was also a police officer, and he was the second-in-command of Hung Hing. How could he tell her everything? After some thought, he decided to lay out the remaining identities as well. I'm the second-in-command of Hung Hing, and I also founded the Hongxin group. It's just a small matter. I can wrap it up in no time. Hemin's mind went completely blank. The man she found had too complicated a background, right? A counselor and a gang member. Can these two identities coexist? Who would believe it if she said it out loud? Forget it, she wouldn't think about those broken matters. As long as he could protect her so she wouldn't have to feel anxious, everyday life would be bearable. My dad said his partner is related to the number gang. He seems to be the brother of the person in charge whose last name is Gao, but I can't quite remember the exact name. Gao Nan. Lee Xian probed. That sounds about right. My dad just mentioned it casually, and I remembered the last name. Hemin explained. Lee Xian had an inkling. Wasn't this Jiang Tianxing from the gunfire? That guy was truly a persistent ghost showing up wherever he went. He just didn't know what he looked like. Those two brothers were from the number gang with Gao when in charge, and under him were a few capable people. Among those guys, aside from the one who shared his name, the others were quite reliable. What made him the most furious was that scoundrel named Xian. Wasn't he ruining his reputation? When had Lee Xian ever collided with the big sister? Damn it, he would seize the opportunity to deal with him. That Xian did things too, and scrupulously losing face. This matter could be solved easily. I first sit down and talk, and if they couldn't come to an agreement, then take action and see how those brothers choose. Lee Xian climbed out of bed, putting on his clothes, while saying, you stay here for the next couple of days, call your dad, and let him hide out for a few days. Come back after I've sorted things out. There aren't many gang members who follow the rules. They're all greedy and capable of anything, so don't be careless. Hemin grabbed a towel from the headboard and wrapped it around herself, walking in front of him to help him tidy his clothes. She looked at him tenderly. Okay, I'll tell Dad not to add to your troubles. You take care of yourself too. If things can't be resolved, just let it go. I'm already satisfied that the debt is gone. This was her heartfelt confession. She had been terrified recently, not knowing what kind of fate awaited her next. Now that things were like this, she was content. In the car, Zhang Wo looked at Li Xin's face in the rearview mirror, filled with admiration. It really is his boss. Just sitting at home, and beautiful girls come to him. While others spend money chasing girls, his boss has girls coming to him, and they're top-notch. This kind of fortune really is enviable. After mingling with Bo Shu for these days, he had seen quite a bit, but he hadn't encountered such a gem of a woman. Beautiful, beautiful. Lee Xian caught a glimpse of Zhang Wo's expression in the rearview mirror, and gave him a light smack on the back of the head. The chubby kid had just finished laughing and scolding. Aren't you pretty familiar with that old lecher Bo Shu? Is it necessary to be so unmanly when you see a pretty girl? Jianjun, who usually spoke little, suddenly chimed in. Boss, those two brothers must be seeking something from you, right? Lee Xian took over the conversation. Not really seeking at most, it's just a formality to offer incense to avoid coming to me with a pig's head later and not finding the temple. They were all smart people and wouldn't wait until the last moment to seek help. Furthermore, gifts like this cost them little to nothing, so why not give them? He clarified to Jianjun. Su Chong and his brother weren't even working at XING, they were currently engaging in legitimate business. Where could one find such high-quality debtors? They must have been picked from the XING financial company. Another benefit. He wouldn't have to worry about finding excellent girls himself. Those who needed his help would naturally come to him. He was gaining from both ends. At the Qing Shui Wan Hongxin Film Company's base, Lee Xian got out of the car and headed straight for the chubby kid's office. The room was crowded, filled with people arguing loudly, each refusing to back down. Upon seeing the boss enter, everyone immediately stood up to greet him, and the room quieted down instantly. The chubby kid gave up the main seat, smiling. Boss, please have a seat. We're discussing the plot and casting of A Better Tomorrow. The investment for this film is massive and no one dares. As for the actors, who have you all selected? Let me hear it. Wu Beige quickly interjected. Boss, I think Fa is very suitable for the role of Xiao Ma, and Di Long can play Hao Ge without any issues. They look too much alike. We just lack a big star who can carry the box office. This film has a huge investment, and everyone is uncertain. We need a big name to guarantee it. No one spoke again, all waiting for the boss to make a decision. Lee Xian didn't hesitate and directly said, Xiao Ma will be played by Ah Hui. This matter is non-negotiable. When you choose actors, shouldn't you select from your own company? Or do you have other ideas? Wu Beige felt a cold sweat break out at these words. He knew the boss' background, and this statement clearly indicated his dissatisfaction with the choices he had made. He quickly explained, Boss, Ah Hui just finished filming The Rainy Night Butcher. The audience might not accept such a role shift. I was worried it would affect the box office after its release, which is why I wanted to use Fa. Lee Xian glanced at him. This guy just couldn't be as easygoing as the little fatso. He would have to make do. He pointed at Wu Beige. This is not something you should worry about. Your job is to make a good movie. From now on, for the remaining roles, the company will select them, and you can look elsewhere for others. It's not a good habit to eat from both sides, understand? Wu Beige wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly nodded. I understand, boss. I won't make this mistake again. Li Xian nodded and continued. This film is a grand production. If it can be filmed in Saigon, then don't change locations so that the people there can also profit a bit. Di Long is confirmed for his role. Xiao Ma's character will be given to Ah Hui. For Song Zijia's position, Lu Dehua is quite suitable. The rest you can decide on your own. Also, the gunfight scenes must be impressive. The Saigon car park is already prepared. Just go straight there to start shooting. I'll have the group's finance follow up later. Don't worry about the props. The accounting department will handle that. Got it. Wu Beige nodded repeatedly. Got it, boss. We will do as you say without any hesitation. That's good. You all should be aware that the company won't shortchange you by a cent. But it's best to keep those little thoughts to yourselves, otherwise you know the consequences. There are a few big names. They'll have Long Wei and Ding Dang come over for a cameo. Any other questions? Li Xian asked. No, boss. Li Xian waved his hand, letting them get back to work, leaving only the little fatso behind. He smiled and said, why can't you keep things under control? Why do you let people walk all over you? The little fatso's face turned red, and he looked down, not daring to meet Li Xin's gaze. The boss had handed over all the power to him, yet he couldn't even hold up a scene himself, though it was no wonder others treated him that way. Ultimately, it was simply because of his inexperience. Li Xian saw his demeanor and understood what was going on. He just thought he was young and was testing the waters. He smiled and said, from now on, show a bit of the demeanor of a film company manager. In a couple of days, an external relations deputy manager will come to report for duty. For anything else, just find him. The little fatso chuckled awkwardly. That's great. There are some things I really can't handle, though I can only endure. This industry is like that, do I have no other way. Indeed, with Flower Guest's eloquence, he could let those old guys see what was what again. This was his strong suit. Once the little fatso left, Li Xian picked up the phone and dialed Flower Guest's big mobile phone. Hey Xian, did you urgently need to find me? Flower Guest's voice came through the phone. When can you finish the handover on your end? I've arranged everything for you. I'm just waiting for you. Tomorrow I'll come to find you. Today I'm gathering with the brothers, Flower Guest said. Li Xian replied, just come directly to the film company. Start as the external relations deputy manager. This is your area of expertise. Once things are on track here, there's an even bigger matter waiting for you. You need to quickly understand the business. I'm sure you'll be interested. After finishing, Li Xian hung up directly, not giving Flower Gu a chance to ask further. Drinking. Gathering. Li Xian sneered internally. It'll just let you fret. Still wanting to go drink. Dream on. Sure enough, within 2 hours, Flower Gu appeared in the office. Upon meeting, he complained, Hey Xian, this isn't fair. You need to be clear about things. It's the same as always, you only know how to bully me. Li Xian chuckled, standing up and walking over to him, resting an arm over his shoulder. Is this still the fearsome flower-tail snake? How come you're acting like a meek little wife? Flower Gu rolled his eyes, his tone unkind. Is it my fault for the terrible ideas you came up with? Isn't my reputation all you're doing? What do you mean? Li Xian retorted boldly, showing no guilt on his face. Between brothers, why should they be so calculative? As they were bickering, Li Xin's mobile phone rang. He picked it up and pressed it to his ear. After hearing the other party, his expression turned cold. Thanks. Throw them into the sea to feed the fish. They are useless. Just send them back to the great sun god. After hanging up, he frowned slightly. Wasn't Zhang Tiansheng supposed to have already negotiated with the Yamaguchi-gumi? Why were there still people coming to trouble Li Zhongren? Since they came knocking, they shouldn't blame him for being rude. Send them all away by sea. Whether they can swim back depends on their own luck. Once Flower Gu arrives, there will be no need to worry about the film company. If he couldn't feel at ease now, wouldn't that mean his reputation as a flower-tail snake was for nothing? You might as well tell me, what is that big matter? Damn. Dead Xian. The famous flower rong nicknamed Flower Gu shouted at Li Xin's retreating figure. Turning around, he saw a shady little fatso waiting nearby, and casually asked, Manager Wang, is there something? Wang Jin smiled. Manager Hua, are you free tonight? If you're free, let's go out for a meal. Flower Gu immediately understood, nodding with a smile. No problem. Tonight I'll treat you. We'll take you to a good place with plenty of fun. I'm quite familiar with this area. Indeed, in the Yaomati area, he was well acquainted with every venue. After they arranged a time, Flower Gu turned back to the office Li Xian had assigned to him. Leaning back in the chair, he couldn't help but smile. This feeling is truly wonderful. In the past, when he was on the streets, there were no options. If he didn't hustle, he wouldn't eat. Without a proper identity, he couldn't even secure a parking space. He was also on the path of that life. He had known Xian for 2 years, and ever since then it was like his luck turned. He had steadily climbed higher next to the big boss Jin Gang. Before the big boss left, he had already managed to get close. All thanks to Xian. Once the big boss fell, he had once again reverted to being a bottom-tier worker, following the prince to work in Simsha Sui. Life was not bad, but he truly did not want to hustle anymore. He just wanted a solid job to earn some clean money and to help those who came from orphanages like him. Now this goal seemed to have been achieved. Axion said to work hard as there would be great surprises waiting ahead. He just didn't know what this surprise would be. Looking at the brand new surroundings in the office, Flower Gu felt it was much more pleasant than that rundown gym. He picked up the phone on the desk, flipped through the number dial, and dialed the orphanage. The voice of Director Chun came through the receiver, and as soon as Flower Gu heard it, the pent-up frustration in his chest dissipated. Who is this? Who are you looking for? Director, it's me, Rome. I found a proper job, just wanted to let you know so you wouldn't worry and you won't need to fret over me anymore. Flower Gu raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eye, his voice carrying a slightly muffled tone. Wow, Rome, this is fantastic news. You must work hard and not give the employer a reason to complain. In this day and age, finding a stable job is not easy. You must hold on tight. If you mess around outside, there's no good ending. Do you understand? Director Chen urged him, and it was clear that their bond was quite strong. If it weren't for their years of friendship, he wouldn't be so meticulous in advising Flower Gu. After hanging up, Flower Gu's eyes swept over the documents on the desk. After staring for a while, he slapped the documents aside. Damn, he recognized all the characters, but those specialized terms were completely incomprehensible. After flipping through a few pages, his head felt swollen. It seemed that he had to start from the beginning after all. While Flower Gu was having a headache, Li Xian had already arrived in Simsha Sui and was sitting there drinking tea with Min Gu. Your numbers gang is not doing things properly. Even my cheap father-in-law dares to cheat. Is this not giving me face? As soon as he finished speaking, his expression darkened, staring fiercely at Shui Min, his demeanor clearly indicating, unless he got an explanation today, would not end well. Shui Min frowned. Axion, we have a good relationship, and I know your background. Where did you get a cheap father? Isn't that woman of yours from the mainland? When did you get another one? How come I didn't know? Don't try to pull a fast one on. Li Xian unflinchingly replied. Yesterday, the two young masters from the new Key sent me a woman. Today, I'm recognizing her dad as my cheap father-in-law. What's the problem? Shui Min truly wanted to slap him. Could it really be counted like that? He had never seen such shamelessness. He rolled his eyes, glaring at him angrily. Speak, which word piled up, and how do you want to settle this? As soon as he spoke, he felt unsteady and quickly added, I advise you not to be too greedy. Li Xian no longer had the fierce demeanor from before. His face was suddenly filled with smiles. Well, this is what you said. The one who piled up words, Gao Wen's younger brother Gao and cheated my cheap father-in-law out of millions. I'm not unreasonable. If the money comes back and you also include a red envelope of 100,000 or 80,000, this matter will be considered settled. Is that all right? Upon hearing this, Shui Min had already cursed him in his heart. Just you. You still want a reason. You just got a woman yesterday, and today you recognize a cheap father-in-law. With this character, you still want others to compensate you tens of thousands. Can't you be a little thicker-skinned? If the thickness of skins in Hong Kong were measured by weight, you'd take up 80% on your own, and others would still owe you 2%. God, Xian, can't you act like a decent person? After pondering for a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. You're also clear about the situation with the numbers gang. Shui Min's phone call had come directly. Axion Gao Wen's side has made it clear. He said they would only give your cheap father-in-law a red envelope. At most, of everything else is off the table. You can handle it yourself. After hanging up the phone, Li Xian had a good idea in his mind. The numbers gang had made their attitude clear. They wouldn't help either side and left it for them to resolve themselves. This instead brought him a sense of relief. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards. In the span of a single sentence, he had saved himself a lot of unnecessary detours. At the same time, the atmosphere in the villa at Zhulongtang was anything but relaxed. In the living room sat 5 individuals, all formidable characters well known under Gao Wen's command. Ague leaned back on the sofa with his eyes closed, as if in deep contemplation. Fei Shui was peeling peanuts one by one with a small pile of shells accumulating before him. Mike was distributing business cards one by one, wearing a professional smile on his face. Ali sat on a chair, his gaze flitting from one face to another. Axion sat in the corner, unable to contain the excitement bubbling within him. With such a grand spectacle following the big shots to partake in the operation, wouldn't he soar to great heights in the future? Just as he was lost in his daydreams, Gao Wen entered with Gao Nan through the door. The others immediately stood up to greet. Gao Wen raised his hand to signal them to sit down and said, I called everyone here today because a Nan had a bit of an unpleasant encounter with the deity Zins. He paused, his voice turning grave. The reason for your presence is to add a layer of assurance. You all know what kind of person that guy is. He never plays by the rules. Upon hearing the words deity Zins, the expressions on the faces of several people in the room visibly shifted. A person's name carries weight just as a tree casts its shadow. Such a title is not given lightly. Ague took off his glasses, wiped the lenses with his sleeve, and looked up at Gao Wen. Brother, when is there no other way to handle this? You know well what kind of abilities the people under the deity Zins have. It's not that we're afraid of him, but there's no need to stir up trouble. If we can talk it out, let's just talk it out. Mike chimed in, brother, when you really need to think this through. If things get physical, it will be hard to negotiate afterwards. You saw what happened earlier. The remaining Ali and Fei Shui remained silent, but their expressions clearly conveyed their unwillingness to confront the deity Zins Hedon. Before Kowloon could respond, Kowloon suddenly stood up, pointing at the others and scolding, "Are you all scared stiff by the deity Zins? What makes him so special? I'm just like him with 2 arms and 2 legs. Why should I be afraid of him? His agitation grew. If he provokes me, I'll take my men to West Point and wipe out his den. Let's see where he can run." Anan. Kowloon's expression darkened. He shot a glare at him and turned to the others, saying, "This time it's not us looking for trouble. It's that brat the deity Zin's pushing us too far. Over a trivial business matter, he insists on forcing us to bow our heads and admit fault. Not a chance. If he dares to act, we'll match him blow for blow until he's willing to sit down and talk. Otherwise, how are we supposed to continue doing business? Enough talk, hurry up and prepare the gear. That guy will likely come at us hard in the next couple of days, so everyone stay alert." As the meeting dispersed, several individuals helped Kowloon put on his bulletproof vest before rummaging for weapons. Mike raised a gun to his ear, pulling the trigger a few times with an empty click, then racked the slide back and handed the gun to Fei Shui. "The spring is too loose. Add 2 pounds for me." Xian watched this and leaned close to Alai, whispering, "Big brother, these brothers really have some skills." Alai wore a complicated expression, glancing at him without responding, lowering his head to check the weapon in his hands. In the room, Kowloon stared at Kowloon, his tone serious. "From now on, conduct business with more decorum. This time it's the deity Zins we're dealing with. What if next time it's Jiang Tiansheng? Right now it's a critical moment to change industries. We absolutely cannot show weakness. If we back down, all the bosses will run off. Don't cause me any more trouble in the future." Kowloon lowered his head, his eyes flickering, as he replied, "Got it, there won't be a next time." As for whether there would be, only he knew in his heart. While they were busy preparing, several intersections in the Zhelongtang Villa area were blocked by stalled taxis. Those unable to get home had no choice but to find a nearby hotel to spend the night. Huashi turned to the technician from the telecommunications company beside him and asked, "The big brother's cell phone and telephone line in that villa, are you sure they've been cut off? Not a single call can go through." The technician adjusted his glasses and patted his chest, saying, "Rest assured, this entire area has been shielded from signals. There's absolutely no problem. As for the telephone lines, there's no need to mention that I used to be in charge of maintaining that line. All right, you can go back. If you handle this well, your bonus for this month will be doubled. But keep your mouth shut, you understand what I mean, right?" "Understood. The company's benefits are so good, I won't mind doing." The technician smiled and even volunteered to continue working with Hua, she showing no signs of fear at all. The salary was on par with other companies, but the bonus was too enticing. Just for that bonus, he was happy to take on extra work. The scent of those red crisp bills was too alluring, he was quite addicted to it. Huashi smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Go home and get some sleep. I can't do the rest of the work, and you certainly can't either." At midnight, 3 small teams consisting of 27 people stealthily approached the outskirts of the villa. All were clad in black combat uniforms, black balaclavas, and bulletproof vests, carrying AKs with suppressors attached. With this kind of equipment, even the flying tigers would have to lie low, let alone a mere gang leader. The leader made a hand signal, and the 27 dispersed swiftly, each group of 3 finding their positions. Someone holding a submachine gun had already snuck up behind a guard. With his mouth covered, he swiftly slashed with a blade, and the guard fell silently. The outer guards and hidden sentries were quickly cleared out, leaving only those inside the villa. Ague felt something was off. What had been so long, yet there was no movement from inside. It was too unusual. He and Fei Shui pushed the door open to investigate. As soon as the door opened, the 2 raised their hands immediately, not daring to move. The leader didn't waste words. He waved his hand, and several subordinates moved forward to take Ague and Fei Shui away, sending them quite a distance. Before departure, the boss had instructed that everyone except for the one named Alai must be taken. Earthworms must be split in half, and ant nests must be filled with boiling water. Ague and Fei Shui clutched their necks, blood oozing from their fingers, their last thought being, "Brother, when you truly misjudged this time. This is not something that can be dealt with using the old ways of the underworld." Those who entered the villa saw Xian and Mike without uttering a word. The first gunshot of the night rang out, and both of them fell to the ground with a bullet to their foreheads. At the staircase stood Alai, and the leader asked, "Which room are those 2 brothers in?" Alai, holding a gun, led the way upstairs and reached the door of Kowloon's room. He shouted from outside, "Brother, when come out for a moment, I have something to discuss with you." Kowloon opened the door, seeing the people behind Alai, and spoke steadily, "If I hand over all my businesses, can I exchange that for my life? No, you and your brother must die. Hand over what our boss wants, and the others can live. Think carefully for yourself." Kowloon also came out from the room, his legs trembling violently. "We want to see the deity Zins and talk to him face to face." "Shut up." Before the words could settle, a gun equipped with a suppressor spat fire, and a blood hole appeared in Kowloon's throat. Kowloon stopped arguing and handed over all the business documents, cash, and banknotes. He glanced one last time at his brother lying in a pool of blood and looked up at the leader, saying, "Give me a gun. Oh, I'll take care of it myself." The leader was agreeable and handed him a suppressed weapon. Kowloon took another look at Alai, giving a final instruction, "If those uncles and aunts make reasonable demands, let them go this time. Consider it my last request." He scanned the room full of people and finally spoke, "Deity Zin's affair. That means accepting defeat. You won. I hope you keep your word, otherwise, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. With a muffled sound, Gowloon collapsed beside his brother, utterly still. Clean up the scene. If you leave a single hair, you all must be remade. Do you understand? The leader instructed. Understood. They worked efficiently, and once they left, the scene was spotless, even the floor polished to a shine. When Gowloon's wife returned, she would probably compliment it. Several taxis were parked outside. The driver stepped out, putting the guns into sealed bags and tossing them in the trunk. As soon as the cars started, they drove off. The entire process was seamless, without a trace of messiness. Those taxis stalled at the intersections could now inexplicably start up. In a flash, they were all gone without a trace, and no whispers of the incident reached the underworld. Those who knew the ins and outs of the matter numbered no more than 5. As for the disappearance of the 2 brothers from the Gao family, outsiders claimed it was an internal conflict within the Winzi DUI, saying the 2 had run off on their own. Gowloon's wife didn't believe that. If her husband wanted to run, he would have to take her along, right? She asked several respectable old-timers in various gangs for news, but they all kept their mouths shut like clams. Only Uncle Xiang let something slip, saying this is not something you can get involved in. Go home, pack your things, and take money abroad. The next day, Uncle Xiang suffered a heart attack and died. This was not Li Xin's doing. Gowloon had previously made it clear, if the older generation kept to themselves, a lie wouldn't touch them. But if they didn't stay in line. After learning of Uncle Xiang's death, Gowloon's wife packed her belongings and vanished. Since then, no one has seen her. Once the situation had calmed down completely, a lie took over as the spokesperson for Winzi DUI in Yaomati. This incident was like throwing a small stone into a pond. At first you could see a few ripples, but later the water surface was so still it was as if nothing had happened. A few days later, Li Xian visited Hemin. He pulled out a folder and handed it over, saying, all of your father's businesses are in here. Take it back to him, and no one will dare to trouble your family from now on. But make it clear to your father. Know your limits, and eat within your means. Don't push yourself too far. If it comes to that, no one can save him. Hemin flipped through the folder he received. The family's assets were all in there, even the deed to the old house they had sold. Closing the folder, she handed it back. Xian, this thing won't bring you trouble, will it? If so, just forget it. Without these assets, life might be easier. After I start working, I can contribute to the household.